As the inherited memories finally settled, Lin Yang fell into a speechless silence. Yes, he had traversed to another world, but in a way utterly different from everyone else. Others who crossed over were practically all born as supreme innate deities, figures akin to Sanqing Mingi or Hongyun. Yet he by contrast was nothing more than an egg. Of course this egg was no ordinary egg. It was a phoenix egg steeping in the molten lava of the Undying Volcano. A child of Yuan Feng, yet why am I not Kong Xian, he lamented inwardly. At the very least being a great Peng would be acceptable, Lin Yang sighed in his heart. His phoenix egg however shared the same lineage as Kong Xian and the great Peng. All were children of Yuan Feng. Yet unlike the other two who had been laid outside the Undying Volcano, he was the final egg laid only after Yuan Feng returned to that very volcano. He was immersed in the magma of the Undying Volcano, continuously nurtured by absorbing its boundless energy. One could well imagine how terrifyingly powerful he would be the moment he emerged into the world. Even if he could not quite match those innate deities, he would not be too far behind. Just then a crisp chime echoed within his mind. Congratulations to the host. The God-level choice system has been successfully bound. The God-level choice system is issuing a novice mission. Immediately assume human form and be born, becoming the new lord of the Phoenix clan. Choice 1, accept the mission and receive the reward of the 12th grade purifying white lotus. Choice 2, refuse the mission and receive the reward of one of the innate 5-element banners, the Li Yang banner. Lin Yang was startled for an instant, then overjoyed beyond measure. A God-level choice system. Could this be his golden cheat? As those novels from his previous life had suggested, it seemed every transmigrator came with a cheat as standard. With the God-level choice system, he had only to make choices and complete the corresponding missions to obtain rewards. Lin Yang pondered briefly, weighing the mission and the two options the system had presented. He decisively chose the second option, refuse the mission. To assume form immediately and become the new lord of the Phoenix clan sounded enticing at first glance, yet once one calmed down and thought it through, the truth was obvious. For Lin Yang, becoming the Phoenix clan's new lord was something already set in stone. As the child of Yuan Feng born within the Undying Volcano itself, the moment he emerged, he would naturally be their undisputed new master. There was no need to overthink it. Hidden within this mission was most likely a trap if he chose to accept it and forced himself to assume form prematurely. His foundation and innate aptitude would almost certainly be greatly diminished. Thus it was better to remain in incubation and continue to be nurtured. Lin Yang was in no hurry. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the first choice. Reward has been issued, the system chimed again. He immediately sensed a mysterious space opening up to him. This was the system space where some of the rewards granted by the system would be stored. Whenever Lin Yang wished to use them, a mere thought would suffice to retrieve them. And now the very first item within this system space was naturally the Li Yang banner he had just been awarded. The Li Yang banner was the southern banner among the innate 5-element banners. It was not only a top-tier innate spiritual treasure with peerless defensive power, but also corresponded to the fire aspect among the 5 elements. When unfurled, it allowed its wielder to master the power of fire with unimaginable might. Lin Yang gazed at the Li Yang banner with undisguised longing, but unfortunately, he was still only an egg. He had yet to assume form or condense a Yuan spirit. Thus, even with the treasure right before him, he could not yet wield it. The Li Yang banner was originally the property of our Phoenix clan, a treasure belonging to my mother Yuan Feng, he mused inwardly. Yet later this very banner ended up in the hands of Laozi at the treasure dividing cliff. Lin Yang thought, a faint chill running through him at the implications. Now that the banner had come into his possession, would it not drag him into an enormous web of causality? After all, from Yuan Feng to Laozi, the banner had almost certainly passed through Hongjun's hands. In other words, at this very moment the banner should rightly be with Hongjun, and yet he now possessed it. Had he just stolen the Li Yang banner straight from Hongjun's grasp? Lin Yang almost feared that a bolt of purple heaven divine lightning would crash down from the skies to smite him where he lay. Yet just then a thought arose within him, and he could not help but smile. He was overthinking it. The Li Yang banner had not been stolen by him at all. It had been taken by the system. In the vastness of the great desolation, Hongjun might be formidable. But Lin Yang now had the system shielding him. What was there to fear? He refused to believe that with the system's aid he would continue to live a cowardly, suppressed life in this incarnation. One day I will see the heavens no longer able to veil my eyes, and the earth no longer able to bury my heart. I will have all beings understand my will, and the myriad Buddhas all. He paused. Forget it. In truth, Lin Yang harbored no grandiose ambitions. In this life, so long as he could live peacefully and comfortably, that would already be quite good. As for defying the heavens, if there was no real need, why bother? Lin Yang had no intention of overexerting himself. Just like now soaking in the magma lake of the Undying Volcano, he felt exceedingly comfortable. Warmth suffused his entire being, a comfort that seeped all the way into his soul. Yuan Feng's inheritance. Still, Lin Yang did not simply lie there idle. No matter what, the Great Desolation was ultimately a world where the weak were devoured by the strong. Sooner or later, he would have to assume form and be born. One day, he would have to face the cruelty of this world heathen. After all, he was the child of Yuan Feng. He was destined to become the Phoenix Clan's future lord, bearing an innate mission to protect the Phoenix Clan. Therefore, Lin Yang felt it was imperative that he do everything he could to strengthen himself. The inheritance left to him by Yuan Feng was at present his finest means of doing so. That legacy was vast as a boundless sea of smoke and mist, its information endless and immeasurable. It was a colossal treasure trove. Just skimming through it would consume an incalculable amount of time. As for truly comprehending it, that went without saying. If he could thoroughly understand it, Lin Yang would become the next Yuan Feng, reaching the same heights as his mother, or even surpassing her, becoming the blue that outshines the indigo from which it was born. Even stronger than Yuan Feng herself. For now, however, Lin Yang's goal was clear. He only needed those cultivation methods that would allow him to train before he was even born. Diligence is never wasted. After searching for a while, Lin Yang finally found the technique he needed: the Phoenix Nirvana art, or more precisely, the section of the Phoenix Nirvana art devoted to cultivating the Yuan spirit. By strengthening and refining the soul, one transforms it into a Yuan spirit. Lin Yang repeatedly reviewed this portion of the inheritance, and only after confirming there were no problems began to cultivate. First, through meditation, Lin Yang quickly perceived the existence of his own soul. It was no longer the human form from his previous life, but already a phoenix, ill-defined and ethereal, yet exceedingly powerful. It possessed both the ferocious aura of a great raptor and the innate nobility and pride unique to a phoenix. A phoenix rests only on parasol trees, feeds only on bamboo seeds, and drinks only from sweet springs. How could it be anything but noble and proud? Following the method of the Phoenix Nirvana art, Lin Yang gradually gained control over his own soul bit by bit. No one knew how much time had passed before he finally achieved complete mastery over it. After that, he continued to strengthen his soul and began the process of transforming it into a Yuan spirit. Thus, as time quietly flowed by, Lin Yang immersed himself wholly in cultivation, ceaselessly strengthening his soul. He could feel his power growing ever more formidable, his soul becoming increasingly condensed and gradually transforming toward a Yuanshin. The sensation was exquisite, making one willingly sink into it, thoroughly indulged. Yet even though it was enjoyment, remaining in it endlessly would inevitably give rise to loneliness. It is a pity that I am still in the stage of gestation. Let alone the soul, even if it has fully transformed into Yuanshin, I must not lightly depart from my true body. Lin Yang mused, continuing his cultivation as he gradually sank into a peculiar state. This state resembled slumber, yet in truth, it was a metamorphosis. His soul underwent its final transformation, transmuting into Yuanshin. Ding! The host has condensed Yuanshin. The God-level choice system issues a mission: immediately take form and emerge into the world, becoming the new lord of the Feng clan. Option 1. Accept the mission and receive as a reward 1 strand of masterless Hongmeng purple qi. Option 2. Refuse the mission and receive as a reward the innate slaughter treasure, the Shirshin spear. Just as Lin Yang was in his deep slumber, the sudden chime of the system's notification jolted him awake. Lin Yang fell into a bout of inner conflict. Should he accept this mission or not? Acceptance meant a strand of Hongmeng purple qi, and one that was masterless at that. There was no need to elaborate on what Hongmeng purple qi represented in the Great Desolation. It was the qualification for a saintly seat. Possessing a strand of Hongmeng purple qi was equivalent to owning a chance to attain sainthood. But was it truly that simple? Lin Yang hesitated for a moment and sighed inwardly. If becoming a saint were really so easy, Hong Yun would never have perished. System: I choose option 2, Lin Yang declared decisively. His reasoning was the same as with his previous choice. He had not yet fully matured. It was better to continue soaking here in peace. After all, the position of new lord of the Feng clan was not going anywhere. As for Hongmeng purple qi, even if it was masterless, Lin Yang did not believe that merely obtaining it would make his path to sainthood smooth and unobstructed. The second option, by contrast, was akin to receiving a free windfall. As long as he made his choice, the mission would be instantly completed. And the reward was the Shirshin spear. What was the Shirshin spear? It was formed from a root segment shed from the chaos green lotus, then stained and infused by Rahu with the endless resentful remnant wills of chaotic demon gods. In the end, it became this long spear of slaughter whose might could rival Innate's supreme treasures, a weapon of extreme ferocity. It was even rumored that this spear could wound the Yuanshin of saints who had entrusted their spirits to the heavenly Tao. Its preciousness needed no further words. One could say that by choosing option 2 and obtaining the Shirshin spear, Lin Yang had unquestionably gained more than he lost compared to receiving Hongmeng purple qi. Once Lin Yang made his choice, a long spear instantly appeared within the system space. When Lin Yang's divine sense beheld this spear, he saw murderous qi surging in torrents along its shaft. Its ferocity was indeed extreme. True to its name as the Shirshin spear, even his newly condensed Yuanshan instinctively trembled before it. A fine treasure, Lin Yang murmured once he calmed himself before moving his thoughts. With a single shift of intent, he guided another treasure from the system space, the Lidi Yin Guang banner, into his Yuanshan. Lin Yang now possessed a true Yuanshan. Its appearance was identical to that of his former soul, yet it was as solid as a physical body. Moreover, it wielded formidable magical power. After storing the Lidi Yin Guang banner within his Yuanshan, Lin Yang began to slowly refine this treasure by circulating his mana. Although these treasures granted by the system had already recognized Lin Yang as their master by nurturing them with his own power and refining them, once more their usage would naturally become far more effortless and attuned. Thus another long stretch of time passed. Lin Yang had successively refined both the Lidi Yin Guang banner and the Shirshin spear, yet he still had no intention of taking form and emerging into the world. Remaining here soaking in this state was actually rather comfortable. Once he took form and emerged as the new lord of the Feng clan, he would have to shoulder the responsibility of an entire race. Instinctively, Lin Yang felt a desire to evade that burden. It was far too heavy. One had to know that although the Feng clan was now in decline and had sealed itself within the Undying Volcano, the remaining clansmen were still numerous. Even among pure-blooded phoenixes, there were still several thousand. As for the many mixed bloodlines and branches, their numbers were beyond calculation. After gaining Yuanshan, Lin Yang was no longer entirely ignorant of affairs outside. His divine sense silently observed everything within the bounds of the Undying Volcano. Though the Feng clan had withered, many powerful figures still remained within the tribe. Roughly a dozen Deluo golden immortals, as well as one presence whose aura made Lin Yang feel indescribably terrified. That existence was addressed within the Feng clan as the Grand Elder, and his strength was the greatest of all. Lin Yang surmised that he had already surpassed the realm of Deluo golden immortal, belonging instead to the level of Quasi-Saint, or perhaps even that of a Hunyuan golden immortal. After the fall of Yuan Feng and the withdrawal of the Feng clan from the struggle for supremacy, that such a figure still remained among them was astonishing. Lin Yang felt that with this Grand Elder presiding, the Feng clan was in quite good hands. He was still somewhat timid at heart and intended to lie low for a while longer, accumulating and consolidating his foundation before considering taking form and emerging. That's how it should be. No rush, no rush. Lin Yang muttered to himself, silently continuing his cultivation. As the ancestral nest of the Feng clan, the Undying Volcano was the most suitable place for their cultivation. Dense fire qi at every moment aided the incubation of Lin Yang, this phoenix egg. Although he had not yet taken form and emerged, his phoenix body was already gradually developing within the shell. Consequently, Lin Yang was gradually awakening the innate talent that belonged to him as a phoenix, commanding fire. And it was no ordinary flame. Just as the two three-legged golden crows nurtured on the sun star possessed the innate gift of controlling true solar fire from birth, the phoenix's innate talent was to command Nanming Lihua. So-called Nanming Lihua was in essence a kind of earth-core flame standing in perfect opposition to true solar fire. One heaven, one earth, one yang, one yin. True solar fire was the utmost yang and unyielding, capable of burning mountains and boiling seas, destroying heaven and earth. Nanming Lihua was not inferior in the least. As the inherited flame of the Feng clan, its violence was in no way beneath that of true solar fire and might even surpass it. Originating from the depths of the earth, once Nanming Lihua erupted, it would overturn earth and sky, its power unimaginably terrifying. During the last great tribulation, when the Dragon Feng and Qilin clans contended, the Feng clan's ability to become one of the principal contenders owed much to Nanming Lihua. Apart from its explosive nature, Nanming Lihua, as an earth-core flame, also concealed vitality within. The Feng clan's most renowned ability, Phoenix Nirvana, arose precisely because of this Nanming Lihua. To bathe in Nanming Lihua and be reborn, such an ability was enough to make even the Dragon and Qilin clans find the Feng clan exceedingly troublesome. Of course, Phoenix Nirvana was not omnipotent. Otherwise, the Feng clan would already be invincible. Each Nirvana consumed a portion of one's own origin. Once that origin was exhausted, Nirvana was no longer possible. Most phoenixes were only able to undergo Nirvana once or twice at most. Thus, Lin Yang continued to survive in the immortal volcano, while in the outside world, the vast wilderness saw the passage of long years. The world gradually recovered from the great desolation of the calamity. Many powerful beings began to emerge one after another. For instance, the three pure ones transformed from the primordial spirit of Pangu on Kunlun Mountain, the two three-legged golden crows Di Jun and Tai Yi on the Sun Star, as well as Jun Yuan Zi from Mount Wansho Han Yun from Huyan Cave, and Mingyi from the Blood Sea of the Underworld, along with Fuxi Nuwa and Kuanping, among others. In no time, the powerful beings from all sides appeared like bamboo shoots after rain, taking turns to make their entrance, making the wild world quite lively. Lin Yang was unaware of any of this, spending each day holed up in the immortal volcano, continuously solidifying his foundation. He had begun to feel that he could no longer hold back. His foundation was nearing completion, almost at its limit. Soon he would have to emerge. Tai Yi Golden Immortal, Lin Yang murmured. Based on his current state, he estimated that his strength after emerging would be approximately that of a Tai Yi Golden Immortal. Ultimately, he was still far from the innate demon gods. Even after a long period of nurturing, it would be difficult to bridge this gap. However, Lin Yang remained composed and understood the current predicament of the Feng clan. The Feng clan had lost their great fortune and luck akin to a phoenix fallen to the ground, no better than a chicken, coupled with the boundless karma and retribution accumulated during the calamity. If it weren't for the primordial phoenix sacrificing itself and undergoing nirvana to suppress the immortal volcano, the Feng clan would have long been punished by heaven, their entire race reduced to ashes. As it stood, surviving in the immortal volcano was already quite remarkable. As for revitalizing the Feng clan, that would indeed be a great challenge. Just look at the great elder of the Feng clan, whose strength cannot be deemed weak. With the cultivation of a Hunyuan Golden Immortal, as long as Han Jun did not intervene, even if the three pure ones joined forces, they would not be his match. But would he dare to leave the immortal volcano? He would not dare. In the wild, there is a saying that divine powers cannot oppose destiny. Destiny has predetermined the decline of the Feng clan. If someone defies this destiny, they would inevitably face retribution. No matter how powerful one may be, before surpassing the heavenly Tao, one ultimately cannot defy destiny. Under destiny, all beings are but ants. A mere quasi saint is merely a larger ant. To go against the heavens, that would be courting death. Time continued to flow slowly, and before long several epochs had passed. On this day, the wild world suddenly trembled, and a deep rumble seemed to echo in the hearts of every living being. Lin Yang was awakened, and at that moment countless phenomena appeared in the world. Heavenly flowers rained down, and golden lotuses erupted from the earth, with endless spiritual energy, thickening into a misty tide that swept across the world. The rolling purple chi appeared grand and noble, coming from the east, spectacular in its display. In that moment, countless powerful beings were stirred, astonished by such a magnificent phenomenon. It was truly unprecedented. And it was at that moment that Lin Yang heard the system's prompt. Ding Hanjun will attain sainthood and expound the Tao in the Purple Cloud Palace. The host can take form and go forth to attend. Option 1. Accept the task, and the host will immediately take form and go to the Purple Cloud Palace to listen to the Tao, with a reward of a one-time experience card for the Great Luo Golden Immortal and 1 drop of Pangus Essence Blood. Option 2. Refuse the task and receive a top-grade innate spiritual root, the Wutong Tree, along with 1 drop of Primordial Phoenix Essence Blood. There were 2 choices. In an instant, Lin Yang felt conflicted. One was Pangus Essence Blood, the other was Primordial Phoenix Essence Blood. Which one to choose? Undoubtedly, the Primordial Phoenix Essence Blood had the greatest affinity with him. But that was Pangus Essence Blood. Could he really refuse? At this moment, Lin Yang had already laid a solid foundation, and he could take form and emerge at any time. This was not something to worry about. The only question was whether to go to the Purple Cloud Palace to listen to the Tao. That was the key point. A one-time experience card for the Great Luo Golden Immortal. This was clearly prepared for him to attend the Tao in the Purple Cloud Palace. After all, without the strength of a Great Luo Golden Immortal, one simply could not enter the chaos. To go in would be akin to courting death. The system had indeed considered this thoroughly. After all, the strength at which Lin Yang took form and emerged would at most be that of a Tai Yi Golden Immortal. Far from the Great Luo Golden Immortal. Even with the protection of the Earth Fire Light flag, entering the chaos would still be a reckless act. After pondering for a long time, Lin Yang sighed and made his choice. System, I choose option 2. Though Pangus Essence Blood was precious, Primordial Phoenix Essence Blood was not lacking either, and it resonated most with himself. It could greatly enhance his bloodline. Even without becoming a Primordial Phoenix, achieving a bloodline level akin to his mother, the Primordial Phoenix, would be sufficient. Moreover, the Wutong Tree further solidified Lin Yang's resolve. This spiritual root could be said to be the clan's treasured spiritual root. Unfortunately, much like the Earth Fire Light flag, it was also lost during the calamity, but now it has returned. The significance of the Wutong Tree to the Feng clan is immense. The southern brightly fire is fierce, and even though the phoenixes are born with the ability to control fire, there is still danger in wielding this fire. However, with this spiritual root, the danger could be greatly reduced. As Lin Yang made his choice, soon 2 items appeared in the system space. 1 drop of primordial phoenix essence blood, and a tree that appeared to burn like a raging fire, the Wutong tree. Sighed. Lin Yang's eyes burned with excitement, yet he also sighed inwardly. His choice to not go to the Purple Cloud Palace to listen to the Tao could be considered a significant loss. After all, that was a sage expounding the Tao. To listen even once would be an immense fortune. Yet Lin Yang still chose to give it up. The rewards mentioned were one aspect, but on the other hand, there were also many complications related to listening to the Tao in the Purple Cloud Palace. Hongjun's teachings were not selfless. The related conspiracy theories were numerous. Discussions about gathering the luck of the masses to aid oneself in attaining the Tao, competing for the sacred positions on the mats, and the great moves of the primordial purple chi, etc. Lin Yang was quite wary of this. He did not wish to be a pawn in this game manipulated by Hongjun, especially considering his identity, not to mention being an anomaly with the system present. Hongjun should be unable to investigate. However, as the son of the primordial phoenix, a remnant of the ancient calamity, he truly feared that Hongjun might take interest in him. Therefore, to be safe, Lin Yang chose to refuse. Though listening to the Tao in the Purple Cloud Palace seemed enticing, the fish was spiked. It was not so easy to digest. Without sitting on those 6 mats, and without obtaining the primordial purple chi, would there still not be opportunities to attain sainthood in the end? Thus it is better to remain comfortable and survive. Lin Yang thought to himself, applauding his wise decision. Refine and merge the primordial phoenix essence blood, and then I can officially take form and emerge. At this moment Lin Yang was filled with vigor. Refining and merging the primordial phoenix essence blood would not only enhance his bloodline, but also provide an opportunity to elevate his foundation. Once completed, when he took form and emerged, his strength would not merely be that of a Tai-E golden immortal. Instead, he would truly be comparable to innate demon gods, reaching a level that could rival many powerful beings in the wild. Lin Yang focused his thoughts and extracted the chaotic phoenix blood from the system space. This drop of blood resembled a splendid golden flame, and after appearing it vanished in a flash, directly merging into Lin Yang's phoenix egg. In an instant, Lin Yang, who was within the egg, felt his entire body boiling. His bloodlines were rolling and rolling again. At the same time, an incomparably vast and terrifying energy surged into his body. Chirp! Lin Yang couldn't help but raise his head and let out a sharp cry like piercing gold and splitting stone. At that moment, the shell encasing him shattered. An incredibly terrifying aura erupted from him, sweeping outward in all directions. The entire immortal fire mountain trembled at that moment. Lava erupted in an instant. Half the sky seemed to burn red at that moment. Within the immortal fire mountain, countless birds took to the sky. There were phoenixes as well as bluebirds, cuckoos, white cranes, and more. Countless birds cried out, flapping their wings, creating an awe-inspiring spectacle. This was the foundation of the Phoenix clan within the immortal fire mountain. Even in decline, it remained strong. In a forbidden area of the immortal fire mountain, the Grand Elder opened his eyes, his gaze like a torch. He beheld a gigantic phenomenon appearing in the sky. It was a phoenix soaring high with blazing flames enveloping its body as if it would set the sky ablaze. The Grand Elder's eyes revealed shock. Then, realizing what was happening, he felt immeasurable joy. It has been born. The Grand Elder couldn't help but rise, looking toward the depths of the immortal fire mountain. He vaguely saw a figure. A tiny phoenix with its eyes closed and its wings tightly wrapped around itself like a small blanket. Surrounded by surging lava, it seemed oblivious, its aura fluctuating and stirring constantly. The Grand Elder displayed an expression of astonishment. That little phoenix was, of course, Lin Yang. The Grand Elder knew that it was the descendant of the primordial phoenix nurtured in the immortal fire mountain until now. Now, as the phenomenon emerged, it seemed destined to enter the world. The Grand Elder was naturally very excited. Having waited through long ages, the Phoenix clan was finally about to welcome a new beginning. Lin Yang's birth held extraordinary significance for the Phoenix clan. He would be the heir to the primordial phoenix, leading the clan to rise anew from the ashes and embark on a glorious path. However, at this moment, when the Grand Elder saw Lin Yang, he felt a sense of uncertainty. Why was it still with its eyes closed? And how could its aura be so powerful? Thoughts raced through the Grand Elder's mind, and he decisively reinforced the barrier of the immortal fire mountain, preventing the phenomenon of Lin Yang's emergence from being exposed outside. In the Grand Elder's view, although Lin Yang's changes were unexpected, they were undoubtedly good for the Phoenix clan. This must be a contingency left by the ancestor. Remarkable. It seems to be forcibly enhancing the child's aptitude, comparable to the ancestor herself, right? The Grand Elder mused to himself. While keeping an eye on Lin Yang's changes, he also transmitted a message to other clan members, calming their fears. Naturally, Lin Yang was unaware of all this. At this moment, he was striving to refine that drop of chaotic phoenix blood. The energy contained in this drop of blood was incredibly terrifying had it not been for his similar bloodline. He would have been overwhelmed the moment the blood merged into his body. However, the benefit was that as he continuously refined the blood, the energy within it constantly washed over Lin Yang's entire being. From within to without in this short span of time, Lin Yang had undergone countless transformations. He could feel his root bone aptitude rapidly improving, growing stronger and stronger. Moreover, besides enhancing his bloodline roots, aptitude, and talents, Lin Yang also discovered that within the chaotic phoenix blood there were legacies, the legacies from the chaotic phoenix. But it's too fragmented. Lin Yang accepted these legacies, yet felt somewhat helpless. The legacy of the chaotic phoenix was too fragmented, completely lacking a coherent system. However, even if it was just a scale or a fragment, it was still a significant gain. It could enhance Lin Yang's accumulation, enriching his foundation. Thus time passed as Lin Yang immersed himself in the legacy of the chaotic phoenix along with the transformations brought about by the blood. Meanwhile, in the outside world, amidst the primal chaos, not long after the phenomenon appeared, an incredibly terrifying aura also violently descended from the chaos beyond the heavens. In an instant, this unmatched aura engulfed the entire primal chaos. Countless beings, except for those powerful enough to barely resist, were all overwhelmed and fell to the ground. At the same time, a cold voice echoed from beyond the heavens, resounding high above the 9 clouds on the lotus seat of the true Tao. Beyond the mysteries of heaven and earth, I shall be the one to teach the Tao. Pengu created the Taiji, the duality, and 4 symbols follow. The leaders of the mysterious gate 1 Qi transforms into Hongjun. This voice undoubtedly belonged to the already sanctified Hongjun. After singing, he continued, I am Hongjun, who has attained the Tao and become a saint, the first saint of the primal chaos. Thus it is my duty to impart the Tao and enlighten all beings. 3,000 years later, I shall expound the Tao in the Zhixiao Palace of the chaos beyond the heavens. Anyone with fate may come. As Hongjun's voice faded, the terrifying aura of the saint slowly receded like a tide. The phenomenon in the world gradually subsided. Though the phenomenon had vanished, the beings of the world were ablaze with excitement. Who is Hongjun? And what does it mean to attain the Tao and become a saint? Especially the great powers from all sides, analyzing Hongjun's words, quickly became immensely excited. They saw beams of escaping light from all directions in the world rushing toward the chaos beyond the heavens. Without exception, their destination was the direction of the chaos beyond the heavens. They wanted to hear Hongjun expound the Tao. As the saying goes, to hear the Tao in the morning is worth dying in the evening. Although everyone knew the terror of the chaos beyond the heavens at that moment, in pursuit of the Tao, they all rushed towards it like moths to a flame. Thus, the first lecture in the Zhixiao Palace was officially opened, during which many stories unfolded. For example, the struggles over the Lotus seat, the schemes of Jin and Zhuanti, and the benevolence of Hongyun in giving up his seat. I won't go into detail about them. However, at this moment within the immortal fire mountain, Lin Yang was absorbing and merging the chaotic phoenix blood, his bloodline continuously elevating. Or rather, he was returning to his ancestry with his bloodline constantly improving, ultimately indeed reaching a level comparable to the primordial phoenix. In other words, at this moment, Lin Yang's roots were already on par with the innate demon gods. Boom! A powerful aura erupted as Lin Yang slowly opened his eyes within the depths of the lava in the immortal fire mountain. His wings spread wide, and with a mighty flap, a gigantic fire phoenix flew out, soaring into the sky with a resounding cry. As the immortal volcano erupted, a colossal phoenix surged skyward, unfurling its vast wings and letting loose a resounding celestial cry. The following spectacle transcended all bounds of grandeur, truly awe-inspiring in its boundless majesty. From every fissure and crater of the immortal volcano, countless divine avians, strange wondrous birds unseen in mortal lore, swarmed forth in unison, ascending with Lin Yang into the heavens. They soared in formation behind Lin Yang, wings outstretched in perfect harmony, their voices converging into a single thunderous chorus. In that instant, the sky itself darkened, obscured entirely by the sheer multitude of beating wings. This was no mere 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix. It was infinite, limitless, boundless. The entire Feng clan's ancient might had risen at once, bearing witness to Lin Yang's ascension, a solemn celebration of his rebirth. Lin Yang stood awestruck, not merely by sight, but by soul. A profound resonance stirred within him, as if his consciousness had fused with the myriad avian spirits. He felt their fervent devotion, unwavering loyalty, and absolute faith, pure, primal, and unshakable. No ritual was needed. No words were spoken. Recognition came not through ceremony, but through essence. And in that silence it was irrevocably granted. From this moment forth he was sovereign of the Feng clan. He would inherit his mother Yuan Feng's mantle, shouldering the fate of the entire clan. With countless birds wheeling in majestic spirals above, circle upon circle, the celestial procession endured until at last it gently subsided. The immense phoenix shimmered, its form dissolving and reforming into that of a strikingly handsome youth who descended gracefully onto a towering dais. Countless birds alighted upon the plaza before the dais, each transforming into human form. Crowded reverent, their gazes burning with fervor fixed upon the lone figure atop the platform. One voice broke the hush, bold and resonant: young master. Instantly thousands echoed the cry, wave upon wave, swelling with such raw electric intensity that hearts pounded and blood surged. At that moment, the elder patriarch standing beside the dais raised a hand, gentle yet commanding, to still the throng. Then with serene dignity he accepted from a waiting maiden a phoenix crown held high above her head, and turned to Lin Yang with a gentle smile. Lin Yang understood without a word. He bowed his head slightly, and the elder patriarch placed the crown upon his brow. This crown was no mere ornament, it was the sovereign sigil of the Feng clan. Then the elder patriarch draped over Lin Yang's shoulders a ceremonial phoenix robe. Lifting his right hand high, he declared with warmth, "Child, henceforth you are sovereign of the Feng clan." Lin Yang met his gaze, then swept his eyes across the sea of devoted faces below, and nodded solemn and decisive yes. At that single word the crowd erupted, roaring like crashing tides, exultant beyond measure. Each echoing cry of young master resonated deep within his bloodline, stirring an ancient visceral kinship. From this day forward, he was the sovereign of the Feng clan. He would bear the weight of his people's survival and their destiny. The elder patriarch released his hand, then knelt low, bowing deeply. "Young master." Lin Yang's gaze softened as he beheld the endless rows of kneeling figures, before, behind, left, and right. His heart stirred by the sheer depth of their reverence. With a subtle gesture he summoned a spirit root, its roots striking earth instantly, its canopy soaring wide, leaves blazing like living flame. It was the Wutong tree, the sacred ancestral spirit root of the Feng clan, recently reclaimed by Lin Yang. Its emergence startled even the elder patriarch. The assembled clansmen erupted anew, voices trembling with ecstatic fervor. Indeed, the Wutong tree was more than symbol. It was the very soul of their lineage. To see it restored to their midst by Lin Yang's own hand cemented his sovereignty beyond doubt. And then, another artifact emerged, the crimson flag of earth-scorching flame, one of the Feng clan's most revered treasures. These two relics, emblem and emblem-bearer, stood together as irrefutable proof Lin Yang was the rightful heir designated by Yuan Feng herself. Glory! The Wutong wood and the crimson flag have returned at last. Surely heaven has not abandoned us. The Feng clan shall rise anew. The elder patriarch proclaimed, elated. That day the immortal volcano overflowed with rare delicacies, spirit fruits, and celestial wines. Feasting and jubilation reigned across the entire clan. Elder patriarch Lin Yang said respectfully, "I have only just awakened. I know little of our clan's affairs. I must rely upon your wisdom and guidance in the days ahead." The elder patriarch paused thoughtfully, then nodded. "Very well." Recognizing the immense administrative burden, and wishing to safeguard Lin Yang's cultivation, he willingly assumed full stewardship. Though the Feng clan had long secluded itself within the immortal volcano, its population remained vast. Sustaining such numbers inevitably gave rise to countless intricate matters. After offering Lin Yang profound counsel on cultivation, the elder patriarch departed. Lin Yang then withdrew into a secluded palace, entering deep seclusion for practice. His recent assimilation of chaotic phoenix blood essence had elevated both his bloodline and cultivation. Upon emergence, his realm had already reached the initial stage of the great Luo immortal. Yet Lin Yang, since the blood essence had not been fully absorbed through its latent power, would continue nourishing him for millennia to come. In silent meditation, time flowed swiftly. 3,000 years passed like a sigh. On that day, the first discourse at Zixiao Palace concluded, and the assembled celestial sages began returning to the primordial world of Hongluang. Within the immortal volcano, Lin Yang, deep in seclusion, suddenly heard a system chime ding. One of the 10 primordial spirit roots of Hongluang, the gourd vine, is about to manifest. The host may claim it. Option 1, accept the quest. Reward a supreme innate divine treasure, the fire spirit pearl, and 10 drops of triple light divine water. Option 2, decline. Reward 24 sea stabilizing divine pearls. Upon hearing the terms, Lin Yang's pulse quickened, then stilled. His expression tightened. Once again the system had laid a perilous snare before him. Superficially the task seemed effortless: retrieve the gourd vine from Buzhou Mountain, a windfall beyond measure. After all, it was one of Hongluang's 10 primordial spirit roots. And at this moment it bore 7 gourds, 7 destined masters in one. Not to mention the promised rewards: the fire spirit pearl, triple light divine water. But Lin Yang shook his head. Such rewards demanded unbearable price. To step beyond the immortal volcano would ignite cataclysmic consequences. The Feng clan had withdrawn into seclusion precisely to sever karmic entanglements with the outer world. Should he emerge, he would shatter that sanctuary, rekindling chains of causality long dormant. Were he alone, he might risk it, bear any karma, pay any price. But now behind him stood not one life, but countless souls bound to him by blood and oath. I am still too weak to shoulder such karma. The Feng clan is not yet ready to re-enter the world, Lin Yang murmured, and chose option 2. He would decline the quest. The gourd vine, though peerless, carried infinite karmic debt, each gourd already destined for a legendary sage of Hongwang. And the vine itself, it would one day become the whip used by newbie to fashion humanity. Was such a thing ever meant to be taken lightly? 24 sea-settling divine pearls. After Lin Yang chose to refuse, this reward had already been granted to him. With a thought, Lin Yang retrieved the 24 sea-settling divine pearls from the system space. These 24 sea-settling divine pearls were each the size of a fist, floating before Lin Yang, radiating a 5-colored glow that illuminated the palace. Each of these 24 sea-settling divine pearls was merely a lower-grade innate spiritual treasure, but if there were 12 of them, they could be comparable to a middle-grade innate spiritual treasure. With 20 of them, they would be considered a superior-grade innate spiritual treasure. Ultimately, if fortune favored him, and he managed to gather the entire set of 36 sea-settling divine pearls, they would amount to an exceptional innate spiritual treasure. Of course, right now Lin Yang only had 24, which meant it was equivalent to a superior-grade innate spiritual treasure. As he gazed at these 24 sea-settling divine pearls, thoughts began to swirl in his mind. Using the Qianquan ruler combined with the 24 sea-settling divine pearls, one could forge 24 heavens. Although I do not possess a Qianquan ruler, utilizing other spatial artifacts might still enable me to achieve a similar outcome. Lin Yang silently resolved himself and emerged from seclusion to seek out the Grand Elder, directly retrieving the 24 sea-settling divine pearls. He also shared some of his thoughts. The Grand Elder was momentarily taken aback upon seeing the 24 sea-settling divine pearls, and after a moment, he shook his head and opened his palm. To his astonishment, 12 identical sea-settling divine pearls appeared in front of Lin Yang. His mouth dropped open in disbelief. To his astonishment, 12 identical sea-settling divine pearls appeared in front of Lin Yang. His mouth dropped open in disbelief. The Grand Elder was even more delighted than Lin Yang, and readily offered up his 12 sea-settling divine pearls without any hesitation. This deeply touched Lin Yang. They'll have someone fetch the treasures imbued with spatial laws from the treasury, the Grand Elder stated. Saying this, he summoned a guard to go to the treasury and retrieve the treasures. Soon several items were added before Lin Yang, though treasures related to spatial laws were scarce. These items were not of high grade. The best among them was a void bottle, which was merely a superior grade innate spiritual treasure. The remaining items were mostly middle grade, or even lower grade innate spiritual treasures. Child, your idea is commendable, but whether it succeeds depends on you, the Grand Elder said. Lin Yang thanked the Grand Elder and stored away the 36 sea-settling divine pearls along with the few spatial treasures. He then walked out. Upon returning to his palace, Lin Yang sat down cross-legged and waited for a while. Suddenly, with a hand gesture, a large cauldron rose from the ground beneath the palace. Flames roared within the cauldron, which was fueled by the core fire from the heart of the Undying Volcano, Nanmingli fire. Lin Yang took a deep breath, looking at the cauldron, and tossed all the spatial treasures into it. Lin Yang channeled his mana to stimulate the Nanmingli fire, refining these spatial treasures in an extremely brutal manner. His goal was to revert these treasures to their original state and extract their essence. This process was not easy. After all, even the most mediocre of these treasures were innate spiritual treasures, and the difficulty of refining them was considerable. Fortunately, he had the continuously burning Nanmingli fire to aid him, alleviating the need to rely entirely on Lin Yang's mana. After a full 1,000 years, Lin Yang finally achieved results, successfully refining the treasures and extracting their essence. At that moment, within the cauldron, a silvery liquid orb floated. This was the essence of the treasures refined together by Lin Yang, emanating waves of spatial fluctuations. Lin Yang exhaled deeply, a look of satisfaction appearing on his face, though his expression soon turned serious. Next would be the true main event. Whether it succeeded depended on this moment. With a thought, the 36 sea-settling divine pearls, glowing with 5-colored radiance, flew out. All at once, the 36 sea-settling divine pearls soared into the cauldron. Lin Yang formed a hand gesture, controlling the 36 sea-settling divine pearls to continuously absorb the essence. In the blink of an eye, a mass of essence the size of a head was completely devoured by the 36 sea-settling divine pearls. The 36 sea-settling divine pearls emitted a series of astonishing auras. Clearly, after absorbing the essence, they began to change. Previously, each sea-settling divine pearl was equivalent to a lower-grade innate spiritual treasure, but now they were nearing the status of middle-grade innate spiritual treasures. Moreover, even more terrifying was that within the sea-settling divine pearls the essence could be said to be the essence of space. After being absorbed, it caused the internal space of these pearls to begin expanding wildly. Just then, as Lin Yang excitedly observed the changes in the sea-settling divine pearls, something unexpected happened. Suddenly, the 36 sea-settling divine pearls erupted with a powerful devouring force. This is bad. Lin Yang's expression changed, but there was no time to stop it, nor could he. Centered around the 36 sea-settling divine pearls, streams of natural spiritual energy were rapidly devoured and surged into the 36 sea-settling divine pearls. The 36 sea-settling divine pearls needed to transform into 36 heavens, and this process required absorbing a vast amount of natural spiritual energy. Lin Yang had considered this, but he had not anticipated such a massive absorption of energy at once. The Nanmingli fire that was originally burning in the cauldron was instantly extinguished at this moment, consumed by the 36 sea-settling divine pearls. Whenever the Nanmingli fire surged out from within the cauldron, it was immediately devoured by the 36 sea-settling divine pearls. This method became an important way for the 36 sea-settling divine pearls to replenish themselves. It significantly reduced the need to plunder spiritual energy from the world. This made Lin Yang breathe a sigh of relief. However, even so, the commotion in the palace still alarmed the entire Phoenix clan. Many clan members gathered outside the palace, both surprised and worried. It was not until the Grand Elder arrived to disperse the crowd that they finally left as instructed. It seems it should have succeeded, the Grand Elder thought to himself as he observed the gradually slowing rate of energy absorption within the palace. He directly guarded the palace's perimeter to protect Lin Yang. Inside the palace, under Lin Yang's expectant gaze, the 36 sea-settling divine pearls finally transformed after absorbing enough energy. The 36 sea-settling divine pearls remained 36 in number, but they no longer shone as brightly as before. Instead, they had dimmed considerably, becoming grayish. Lin Yang probed his divine sense into the pearls and was astonished to find a spatial realm within them. It could be called a world, yet it was barren and desolate, devoid of anything else. This was what was meant by the heavens. 36 sea-settling divine pearls meant 36 heavens. Next comes the unification of the 36 heavens, forging them into a complete minor world. The 36 heavens are at most merely 36 vast spatial realms, devoid of independent Tao principles and still subject to the dominion of the primordial heavens Tao. A minor world, however, is fundamentally different. It qualifies as a self-contained sovereign cosmos, utterly independent from the primordial world. Indeed, within it may even coalesce its own celestial Tao, a force less mighty than the primordial heavens Tao, yet still subservient only to the supreme Tao itself. Lin Yang now possesses all 36 Dinghai divine pearls. To merely forge them into the 36 heavens would render his achievement no different from Randang's 24 heavens. Thus, forging a true minor world is Lin Yang's ultimate aspiration. Gazing upon the 36 Dinghai divine pearls suspended before him, he suddenly began weaving arcane seals once more. As the seals were cast, each of the 36 pearls resonated with a low humming vibration, and unmistakable signs emerged of their mutual convergence. Only Lin Yang, having gathered all 36 pearls, could elicit such resonance. Randang, possessing only 24, succeeded only in forming the 24 heavens. Now, with the full set assembled, the 36 pearls spontaneously gravitated toward unity. No forced cultivation required. Unite. With a thunderous command, Lin Yang clenched his fingers into a final decisive seal. Boom. Instantly, the 36 pearls surged uncontrollably, colliding violently with one another. In that instant, it was as if heaven and earth were cleaving anew. The colossal detonation jolted the Grand Elder, standing guard outside the palace, who glanced inward with quiet concern. Within the palace, Lin Yang watched as the 36 pearls collided, yet no peril arose. Effortlessly, they fused into seamless oneness. The 36 pearls condensed into a single solitary orb, revealing their primordial essence. The Dinghai divine pearl was in truth always one. The solitary pearls slowly rotated in midair, each revolution birthing unfathomable transformations. Inside the pearl, the 36 heavens likewise merged, coalescing into a singular unified realm, a true minor world. Success or ruin, this moment decides all. Lin Yang rose at last, extending one hand to press firmly upon the pearl. At that instant, torrents of profound energy erupted from his body, channeling through his palm into the... He was accelerating the pearl's final metamorphosis, propelling the fusion of the 36 heavens. Once complete, a singular minor world would emerge. Then, victory would be absolute. Unceasing currents of energy flooded the pearl. Under Lin Yang's overwhelming cultivation power, the fusion accelerated markedly. Yet his own energy depletion was equally staggering. Decades slipped by, his reserves dwindled to near exhaustion, while the 36 heavens remained fractionally incomplete. Lin Yang's expression darkened. Was he truly to fall here at the precipice of triumph? But retreat now was utterly impossible. His energy waned relentlessly. Even desperate absorption of ambient spiritual energy could not compensate for such catastrophic loss. Forced into extremity, he resorted to sacrificing his own vital blood, refining essence into energy, to sustain the flow. Still it proved woefully insufficient. From without, his physical form had withered to skeletal frailty, skin stretched taut over bone. Alas, he sighed, inwardly resigned at last. Just a sliver, mere inches from completion, yet he faltered at the final threshold. What recourse remained? Even his system now could offer no salvation. Yet precisely then, a sudden tremor shook his body as immense energies surged forth from within. Lin Yang burst into exultant laughter. A hidden path bloomed where none seemed possible. He had already steeled himself for dissolution. But at the very brink of fatal depletion, droplets of vital blood welled up from deep within his being. These were unmistakably the residual essences of the Chaos Phoenix blood he had previously refined, never fully absorbed, thus lying dormant within him. Now they became his salvation. Wave after wave of vital energy transformed instantly into cultivation power, pouring into the pearl. At last, with a resonant pulse, the pearl stabilized. The 36 heavens within it fused perfectly, crystallizing into a complete minor world. The pearl blazed with radiant five-colored light, then gradually dimmed, settling into a hazy ash. A torrent of knowledge flowed from the pearl into Lin Yang's nascent soul, revealing the true origin of the 36 pearls. They were fragments of the legendary Chaos Pearl, the supreme artifact of chaos, shattered during the cosmic creation cataclysm. Even the enigmatic Chaos Pearl could not escape that primordial devastation, its principal shards scattered into exactly 36 Dinghai divine pearls. Now Lin Yang had gathered every fragment and reassembled them. In effect, he had resurrected the Chaos. True, the original Chaos Pearl was a supreme artifact of chaos, whereas Lin Yang had only reconstituted its 36 primary fragments. Hence, though the unified pearl now stood as a peerless primordial spirit treasure, it fell short of the original's transcendent sovereignty. Yet this treasure was extraordinary. Within it, the 36 heavens had become one, forming a sovereign minor world. This minor world would henceforth serve as Lin Yang's foundational Tao, its growth inexorably amplifying his own ascension. Within the nascent world, as the 36 heavens merged, 36 luminous filaments appeared. Twining together, they coalesced into a tiny violet golden cocoon, evidently gestating the world's nascent celestial Tao. Lin Yang smiled faintly, and without hesitation projected a fragment of his nascent soul into. He intended to refine the Tao itself into his own avatar, ensuring absolute mastery over this minor world, free from any unforeseen divergence. However, the emergence of the Tao of the small thousand worlds is not a simple matter. It will require a significant amount of time. Lin Yang is not in a hurry, relaxing, as everything will unfold naturally in due course. He simply waits for the Tao to successfully manifest and become one of his avatars, at which point the entire small thousand worlds will serve as the foundation for his grand path. In the future, as the small thousand worlds grow and improve, they will in turn benefit him, aiding in his cultivation and magical powers. Of course, the growth of the small thousand worlds is beneficial for Lin Yang. If his cultivation improves, it will greatly benefit the small thousand worlds as well. After all, the acquisition of resources and the perfection of laws within the small thousand worlds largely depend on Lin Yang. Not to mention that the Tao of the small thousand worlds has already been refined by Lin Yang into his own avatar. With the Dinghai Shinju set aside, nurturing the Tao within, Lin Yang began to meditate and restore his magic. Just moments ago, to push the 36 heavens of the small thousand worlds to unite, he nearly drained himself dry. Luckily, he managed to turn the tide at the critical moment, coincidentally fully refining the blood essence of the Chaos Phoenix. This brought him tremendous benefits. Now that he has calmed down, Lin Yang is recovering his magical power while silently comprehending. He feels his cultivation gradually rising, yet he is approaching a certain bottleneck. After an indeterminate amount of time, suddenly Lin Yang's body trembled, and a powerful aura radiated from him. He has broken through. Midstage de Luo Jin Xian. Although it is merely a minor realm advancement at his level of cultivation, even a small breakthrough represents a significant improvement. Moreover, since Lin Yang's emergence into the world, only a few thousand years have passed, and he has broken through once again. Of course, this is all thanks to that drop of Chaos Phoenix blood. After all, just like the blood of Pangu, 12 drops of Pangu blood can give birth to 12 ancestral witches. The Chaos Phoenix may not compare to Pengu, but a single drop of its blood can elevate Lin Yang by a minor realm. It can be said that he has remained quite low-key. Glancing at the Tao still nurturing within the Dinghai Shinju of the small thousand worlds, Lin Yang continued to enter seclusion to consolidate his cultivation realm. Ding! The 24th grade creation Qinglian is about to emerge. The host can proceed to Kunlun Mountain to seize it. Option 1: accept and complete the task to receive a reward of 1 portion of Panga's primordial spirit and 1 drop of Panga blood. Option 2: refuse the task and receive a reward of a high-grade innate spiritual treasure, the water spirit pearl. On this day, while Lin Yang was still in seclusion, a sudden prompt from the system jolted him awake. Upon hearing the rewards offered for the task, Lin Yang was exceedingly excited, nearly blurting out his acceptance. However, there is no such thing as a free lunch. 1 portion of Panga's primordial spirit and 1 drop of Panga blood is truly excessive. Lin Yang calmed down, silently analyzing the task at hand. The emergence of the 24th grade creation Qinglian requires him to snatch it from the hands of the 3 clear ones. This is clearly aiming to set me up for disaster. After a moment, Lin Yang shook his head. Although the task rewards are enticing, the difficulty of completion is overwhelmingly high, nearly impossible. What exactly is the 24th grade creation Qinglian? Not only is it an innate supreme treasure, but it is also the proof of the Tao for the 3 clear ones after being divided into 3. With red flowers, white lotus, and green lotus, leaves the 3 clear ones were originally 1 family. If he dares to take the 24th grade creation Qinglian, let alone the 3 clear ones, he would hardly stand a chance against them. He might even face divine retribution from the heavens, obliterating him entirely. By that time, not only would he fail to obtain Panga's primordial spirit and blood, but he could also meet his end prematurely. System: I choose option 2. Thus Lin Yang ultimately chose to refuse with great conviction. Leaving the mountain is impossible. Since the 24th grade creation Qinglian belongs to the 3 clear ones, it would be inappropriate for him to seize what others cherish. As Lin Yang made his choice, a blue pearl suddenly appeared before him. It was the water spirit pearl. This pearl emanated waves of the water law's aura, giving off a feeling that was both gentle and yet overwhelming, as if it were an unstoppable force. The water spirit pearl is also a valuable item. Previously, when the 36th Dinghai Shinju united, Lin Yang learned from the information that this water spirit pearl is one of the fragments of the chaos pearl. Thus the water spirit pearl has its uses for Lin Yang. He plans to refine it into the Dinghai Shinju, in order to help the Tao of the small thousand worlds manifest more swiftly. Thinking of this, Lin Yang swiftly executed a hand seal, and with a booming sound a large cauldron rose from the palace floor. Lin Yang directly tossed the water spirit pearl into the cauldron. The water spirit pearl seemed to instinctively sense the impending crisis, vibrating with a low hum. However, Lin Yang was resolute in his intent to refine it and extract its essence to integrate into the small thousand worlds. As a result, the water spirit pearl was continuously subjected to destructive refinement until it shattered. A mass of water essence was extracted. Lin Yang reached out, drawing this essence into the small thousand worlds, landing on the purple golden cocoon. At a visible speed, the purple golden cocoon absorbed the mass of water essence. After a brief moment of calm, a sudden rumbling sound erupted, causing the entire small thousand worlds to tremble. Within the small thousand worlds, countless anomalies emerged, and at that moment the purple golden cocoon expanded rapidly. What was once the size of a fist grew to be nearly as tall as a person in just a few breaths. This was no longer a cocoon. The purple golden cocoon slowly cracked open, and from within a youth, without clothing, stepped forth. This was no longer a cocoon. The purple golden cocoon slowly cracked open, and from within a youth. Upon his emergence, with a wave of his hand, a flash of light enveloped him, and a purple robe draped over his form. Then with another wave, the entire heavens and earth of the small thousand worlds trembled. Lin Yang observed keenly as countless crystalline and intricate threads manifested in the void. It resembled a vast web spanning across the entire heavens and earth. Lin Yang and this avatar were connected in mind and spirit. Witnessing this scene, he understood. His avatar was mastering the entire small thousand worlds. This process was relatively easy, for it was born from the Tao that the small thousand worlds nurtured. Once he grasped the entirety of the heavens and earth, he turned around. Lin Yang felt his gaze pierce through the Dinghai Shinju, looking at him, and just as this thought crossed his mind, Lin Yang was taken aback. Good heavens! His avatar is even stronger than he is. Lin Yang was not worried about any danger. After all, he and his avatar are essentially the same person. Sure enough, upon entering the small thousand worlds, the Tao avatar pointed a finger at Lin Yang. A mysterious and profound light flew into Lin Yang's mind. After the light entered his brain, he was first taken aback, then filled with immense joy. As it turns out, this light embodies all the laws contained within the small thousand worlds, particularly the laws of space and water. After all the spiritual treasures integrated into his small thousand worlds embody these two laws, Lin Yang sat down directly after receiving the laws transmitted by the Tao avatar, beginning to ponder earnestly. Time seemed to slip away as he immersed himself in contemplation. When Lin Yang awoke, once more he felt a significant advancement in his cultivation. He had just broken through to the mid-stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal, and now he sensed signs of further progression towards the late stage. This astonished Lin Yang. Indeed, his thoughts were not mistaken. With a small world of his own, his future was filled with bright prospects. Moreover, not only had his cultivation advanced, but Lin Yang had also achieved a profound level of understanding regarding the laws of space and water. He opened his eyes, revealing a deep, mysterious darkness within them, as if countless spaces were collapsing, instilling fear in the onlooker. With a gentle shout, Lin Yang formed intricate hand seals, and instantly streams of silver light converged at his fingertips. This outlined a cryptic rune, shapeless, yet emanating a terrifying aura of profound depth. Within it seemed to contain endless mysteries of space. Just a glance at it felt like it could devour one's primordial spirit and soul, shredding them into fragments. As the rune appeared, strands of silver light from all directions were drawn in like a tidal wave, merging into this deep space rune. Visible to the naked eye, the rune rapidly expanded, growing to a size of 100 feet in the blink of an eye, hovering above Lin Yang's head like an ornate canopy. It continuously absorbed the surrounding spatial power, strengthening itself, and the rune's might grew ever more formidable. Only when it seemed to have devoured enough, having become several thousand feet in size, did Lin Yang manipulate the rune to shrink, condensing it until it returned to the size of a palm. It landed in Lin Yang's hand. He let out a sigh of relief. This rune was a divine ability he had created through his understanding of the laws of space. Named the Great Spatial Cutting Technique, this palm-sized rune remained restless in his hand, continuously inhaling and exhaling the infinite spatial power around it, refining itself with each breath. This Great Spatial Cutting Technique represented Lin Yang's profound mastery over the path of space, its power extraordinary. When it erupted, it would unleash a dark line that could slay with ease. Utilizing space as a blade, it could cut through most existences in this world. Lin Yang's mind stirred, and the rune in his palm vanished from sight. He turned his gaze to the Tao avatar beside him and said, "My significant advancement in cultivation and my understanding of the laws of space and water are all thanks to you, my friend. No need for such politeness. We are one and the same. Assisting you is also assisting myself." The face of the Tao avatar remained expressionless, utterly indifferent, as if devoid of any feelings. However, that was indeed the case. After all, as the embodiment of the Tao, such benefits would not have come to Lin Yang had he not transformed it into his own avatar. Lin Yang nodded, not caring much. Besides the path of space, he had also comprehended the path of water. As a phoenix, he was naturally most attuned to fire, but now his understanding of the path of water far exceeded that of fire. This was something Lin Yang had not anticipated. It was a complete surprise. However, with this example, if Lin Yang were to find a spirit treasure containing the laws of fire and integrate it into this small world, mastering the laws of fire would not be an insurmountable challenge. By the way, my friend, there is one more thing to discuss. The 36 sea-stabilizing pearls have merged into a single one, becoming this unique treasure, and it has transformed into a top-tier innate spirit treasure. What shall we call it from now on? The Tao avatar suddenly asked Lin Yang. Chaos Pearl. That's what it shall be called, Lin Yang replied decisively. The 36 sea-stabilizing pearls and the water spirit pearl are but fragments of the Chaos Pearl. Now that I have fused them together, while it may not be enough, I believe that one day I will recreate the original chaos. At that time, Lin Yang glanced at the Tao avatar and continued, the small world within the Chaos Pearl will surely ascend to an unimaginable level, comparable to the primordial world, or perhaps surpassing it. Lin Yang's eyes suddenly flashed with determination. I wish to travel alongside you, jointly witnessing the Tao. The face of the Tao avatar, previously devoid of expression, seemed to flicker with emotion at that moment. Lin Yang nodded, saying nothing further as he surveyed the desolate small world around him. From now on, this would be his foundation. Being in this place, Lin Yang felt an overwhelming sense of comfort. Lin Yang moved, exiting the small world, and reappeared in the palace of the Undying Volcano. Reaching out to grasp the floating Chaos Pearl, it fell into his hand. This pearl was formed by the merging of the 36 sea-stabilizing pearls containing a small world within, thus, it was quite heavy. Even without unleashing its power, using it to strike would be exceedingly effective. Lin Yang flipped his hand and stored the Chaos Pearl away. Holding it meant carrying a small world with him, which was very convenient. After putting away the Chaos Pearl, Lin Yang temporarily exited his seclusion to inform the Grand Elder, who had been waiting outside. Upon learning of Lin Yang's success, the Grand Elder was filled with joy. Although he was a primordial golden immortal, his potential was nearly exhausted, and with the decline of the Phoenix clan's fortune, his chances for further advancement were slim. However, with Lin Yang's emergence and the establishment of this path based on the small world, the Grand Elder saw a glimmer of hope. "Yang, the future of our Phoenix clan rests upon your shoulders," the Grand Elder remarked, sighing. Lin Yang brought the Grand Elder into the small world, showing him this realm. He could sense that the Grand Elder truly cared for him without reservation, which made Lin Yang feel entitled. After inspecting Lin Yang's small world, upon learning that it could be enhanced by merging the essence of spirit treasures, the Grand Elder immediately offered to provide all the resources of the Phoenix clan to Lin Yang. However, Lin Yang thought for a moment and declined. Firstly, the small world had just been refined, and rushing to enhance it was not wise. Secondly, as the leader of the Phoenix clan, Lin Yang naturally had to consider the clan's well-being. It would not be right to exhaust the clan's resources for his own advancement. If all the resources were given to him, what would happen to the other clan members? After much persuasion, he managed to dissuade the Grand Elder. Once the Grand Elder left Lin Yang's side. Ultimately, everything must rely on oneself. As for the Phoenix clan, it would be better to avoid exploiting them. Fortunately, with his extraordinary abilities and a divine choice system, Lin Yang was not worried about obtaining resources to enhance his small world. Lin Yang continued his secluded cultivation. In the blink of an eye, thousands of years had passed. On this day, Lin Yang was deeply immersed in his comprehension of the laws of fire. Suddenly, a prompt from the system echoed in his mind. "Ding, the leader of the male immortals, Dong Wang Gong, is recruiting soldiers. The host can lead the Feng clan to pledge allegiance. Option 1, accept the task and receive one of the 10 great spirit roots, the Huang Zhongli tree. Option 2, refuse the task and receive one of the innate 5 directions flags, the Xian Yuan water control flag." After hearing the two options from the system, Lin Yang could not help but open his eyes and shake his head. Pledging allegiance to Dong Wang Gong. Isn't that courting death? System, I choose option 2. Lin Yang chose to refuse the task without hesitation. That short-lived ghost Dong Wang Gong would die earlier than Hong Yun. Lin Yang would have to be foolish to drag the Feng clan to ally with him. However, the reward for this choice was indeed quite appealing. The Xian Yuan water control flag, one of the innate 5 directions flags, along with the previously acquired Li Di Yan Guang flag, meant Lin Yang already possessed 2 of them. When the reward was issued, Lin Yang focused his thoughts and retrieved the Xian Yuan water control flag from the system space. This flag was black, exuding waves of the laws of water. Its power was beyond doubt. Moreover, Lin Yang had previously received teachings from the heavenly Tao of the small thousand world, granting him profound insights into the laws of water. Coupled with the Xian Yuan water control flag, Lin Yang's combat power would be astonishing. However, what Lin Yang anticipated most regarding the innate 5 directions flags was the ability to set up the innate 5 elements great formation once all 5 flags gathered. That would be truly formidable. The innate 5 elements great formation could definitely rank among the top in the primordial world, alongside formations like the Zhou Tian Star Do Great Formation, the Dou Tian Shin Sha Great Formation, and the Zhu Xian Sword Formation. However, sadly, the most difficult formation to appear in the primordial world was also the innate 5 elements great formation. This was because gathering the 5 directions flags was exceedingly challenging, almost impossible to accomplish. Currently, Lin Yang held the Li Di Yan Guang flag and the Xian Yuan water control flag, but besides these there were also the Qing Lian Bao Se flag, the Su Se Yun Jie flag, and the Wu Tu Xing Huang flag, which were now likely in Hong Jun's possession. Later, when Hong Jun distributed treasures, these 3 flags fell into the hands of the Western 2 saints, the Yaoqi and Yuan Shi respectively. It would be equally challenging to seize these flags from them. Fortunately, I'm not a collector, otherwise I would truly be troubled by this situation. Lin Yang shook his head, deciding not to think about it any longer. He stored the Xian Yuan water control flag within his divine sense for nurturing. Time continued to pass. On this day, the system's prompt sounded again. Ding, Di Jun and Tai Yi are about to establish the Demon Clan's heavenly court. Di Jun will be the Demon Emperor and Tai Yi will be the Eastern Emperor. The host can lead the Feng clan to pledge allegiance and become a member of the Demon Clan. Option 1, accept the task and pledge allegiance to the Demon Clan's heavenly court. Due to the special nature of the Feng clan, the host may be conferred the title of Southern Emperor and receive a reward of a piece of unowned primordial purple energy. Option 2, refuse the task and receive a reward of a high-grade innate spiritual treasure, the Hualing Zhu. Lin Yang awakened from his cultivation, and upon hearing the system's prompt, he couldn't help but smile wryly and shake his head. Southern Emperor. He did not feel that he had anything difficult. Refuse. Lin Yang succinctly made his choice, once again refusing. Pledging allegiance to Dong Wang Gong was impossible. Pledging allegiance to Di Jun and Tai Yi was also equally impossible. This tribulation had the Demon Clan as the protagonists engaging in a life-and-death struggle with the Witch Clan. Lin Yang had never considered dragging the already severely weakened Feng clan into the fray as cannon fodder at such a time. As Lin Yang made his choice, the rewards were immediately issued. In the system's storage space, a pearl radiating a blazing heat made Lin Yang's heart surge with excitement. Finally, I have waited for you. Previously, this Hualing Zhu had appeared only once, but unfortunately Lin Yang did not choose it then. Now it had finally appeared again. Lin Yang directly moved his form, entering the small thousand world, and sought out the heavenly Tao of the small thousand world. Here, Lin Yang handed over the newly acquired Hualing Zhu. The heavenly Tao of the small thousand world nodded slightly, accepting the Hualing Zhu without any further. With a gentle squeeze, a crack sounded, and to Lin Yang's astonished expression, this Hualing Zhu, a high-grade, innate spiritual treasure, was unexpectedly crushed. After the Hualing Zhu was crushed, a small flame emerged that looked ordinary, but instinctively made Lin Yang feel a sense of danger. This flame was the essence of the Hualing Zhu, a small cluster that might possess greater power than his own innate divine fire. Nan Ming Li Hua. Yet despite the formidable nature of this fire essence, the heavenly Tao of the small thousand world simply opened its mouth and swallowed it on the spot. The heavenly Tao took a full 500 years to refine the fire essence. During this process, the small thousand world underwent noticeable changes. Lin Yang could distinctly feel the rising temperature of the small thousand world. In the end, from the void, clusters of raging flames appeared out of nowhere, quickly igniting into seas of fire. The flames nearly filled the entire heavens and earth. The remainder was an endless ocean. The most complete laws of this small thousand world, aside from the laws of space, were the laws of water. Of course, now there were also the laws of fire. Thus, aside from the spatial realm that was generally invisible to the naked eye, only this boundless ocean could contend with the overwhelming sea of flames. After 500 years had passed, the heavenly Tao of the small thousand world had completely refined the fire essence and grasped the laws of fire. Only then did the great fire that filled the heavens and earth gradually extinguish. The world remained as it always was. However, Lin Yang could clearly feel that this world had undergone a transformation. It seemed that the space had become more solid, and the world also subtly showed signs of some indescribable enhancement. This was all due to the perfection of the laws of heaven and earth. The heavenly Tao of the small thousand world once again pointed at Lin Yang. Suddenly, a fiery red light drilled into Lin Yang's mind. This fiery red light was naturally the laws of fire. Thus, Lin Yang, like the heavenly Tao of the small thousand world, spent several hundred years comprehending the laws of fire. When Lin Yang completed his understanding of the laws of fire, he opened his eyes. His eyes seemed to contain an extremely terrifying inferno. A mere gaze could incinerate everything before him. Following the laws of space and water, Lin Yang had grasped a third law, the laws of fire. Lin Yang exhaled, deeply sighing. This method of enhancement is truly enjoyable. Lin Yang increasingly felt that having a small thousand world brought immense benefits, making it incredibly convenient to comprehend the laws. Days passed, and several hundred years went by. On this day, the system's prompt sounded. Ding! The Demon Clan's heavenly court is about to launch a war against the leader of the male immortals, Dong Wang Gong. The host can make the following choices. Option 1. Exit seclusion to assist Di Jun and Tai Yi in killing Dong Wang Gong, the leader of the male immortals, and receive a reward of 1 Sun True Fire Divine Ability Seed. Option 2. Exit seclusion to assist Dong Wang Gong in successfully fending off the Demon Clan's heavenly court's attack, and receive a reward of 1 Unowned Primordial Purple Energy. Option 3. Provide no help to either side, continue to cultivate in seclusion, and receive a reward of 1 high-grade innate spiritual treasure, the Feng Ling Zhu. Surprisingly, there were 3 choices this time. Lin Yang thought for a moment and selected the last one. To endure. To continue enduring. Let others fight among themselves. These matters belong to others and have nothing to do with him. Why provoke trouble for oneself? Lin Yang had previously refused this. It was a good item, but he had no interest in it. However, he was indeed interested in the seed of the sun's true fire. However, if it required him to exit his seclusion to assist Emperor Jun and Tai, then he would rather avoid it. Therefore, the last choice was the best. He could then obtain a reward, a high-grade innate spiritual treasure, the Wind Spirit Pearl. Wouldn't this make it 4 spirit pearls collected? Previously, when the Fire Spirit Pearl was fused into the small thousand worlds, Lin Yang felt the enhancement of the small thousand worlds. Now with the Wind Spirit Pearl, if he could also gather the final Earth Spirit Pearl, then the earth, water, fire, and wind would converge in the small thousand worlds, perhaps allowing it to ascend all at once. It would become a middle thousand world. That would be greatly beneficial for Lin Yang. He took out the Wind Spirit Pearl from the system space, and immediately gusts of wind swept through the empty palace. Lin Yang's clothes rustled in the wind as he felt the various mysteries of the wind spirit pearl. He sighed. What a splendid treasure. What a pity. One cannot catch a wolf without the child. Lin Yang's figure swayed, and in the next moment, he entered the small thousand worlds. The Tao avatar of the small thousand worlds appeared, taking the wind spirit pearl from Lin Yang's hand, but did not crush it immediately. Instead it contemplated, and said, now we have 3 of the 4 great spirit pearls. And previously the water spirit pearl and fire spirit pearl merging into the small thousand worlds have kept the entire world in a balanced state. In other words, the Tao avatar glanced at Lin Yang and said if we were to fuse in the wind spirit pearl now, it could very likely disrupt the balance of the small thousand worlds, resulting in new changes. Of course, this will definitely be a good change. Seeing Lin Yang's nervousness, the Tao avatar quickly reassured. Lin Yang sighed with relief. After all, the small thousand worlds were too important to him. If anything went wrong, he couldn't bear it. Since it's a good change, then what are you waiting for? Just go ahead and do it, Lin Yang said to the Tao avatar. However, the Tao avatar shook its head. No, Tao friend, this matter must be done by you. Me do it. Lin Yang was completely bewildered. What could he do? Could he crush the innate spiritual treasure? He didn't have that capability. The Tao avatar and Lin Yang were in sync, and immediately stated, you need to take a trip to the chaos. Lin Yang's body shook at the words, and his expression changed countless times in a short period. A trip to the chaos. Wouldn't that mean leaving the immortal fire mountain? That would truly mean stepping into the world. Lin Yang instantly felt a bit panicked. The outside world was too dangerous. He had been in the immortal fire mountain for so long that he had grown somewhat accustomed to it. Instinctively, he wanted to refuse to leave. The Tao avatar naturally understood Lin Yang's thoughts, but still advised this matter cannot be done without you. Moreover, it's just a quick trip. As long as you don't cause trouble, you won't entangle in other karma. Besides, if you don't go when the small thousand worlds consume too much of the spiritual energy from the Hongwang world, you will still end up with a huge karma. Alright, no more. I understand. Lin Yang listened to the Tao avatar's incessant chatter and quickly interrupted, feeling a headache. It seemed that he could not avoid going out. He just hoped the journey would be smooth and without surprises. The Tao avatar also ceased to say more. He no longer had the intention of immediately crushing the wind spirit pearl and refining the essence of the wind. Lin Yang could only sigh, exited the small thousand worlds, and then left to find the great elder. The great elder, who was handling clan affairs, looked up at Lin Yang and smiled. You are the clan leader. You don't need to consult me on this matter. Okay. Lin Yang scratched his head and awkwardly nodded. Then I won't disturb the great elder. He said his farewells and walked toward the outside of the immortal fire mountain. Seeing this, the Tao avatar in the small thousand worlds couldn't help but mock. Tao friend, although you have legs, you don't have to walk everywhere, do you? If I don't walk with my legs, do you want me to walk with my hands? Lin Yang retorted angrily. Yet he finally moved, transforming into a red light and flying toward the outside of the immortal fire mountain. The barrier of the immortal fire mountain prevented intrusions from the outside, but not from within, making it quite simple to leave. Lin Yang headed straight toward the chaos beyond the heavens. And as Lin Yang departed, the seemingly unconcerned great elder suddenly sighed and said, Innate, go follow the young master and protect him. Yes, a voice responded, and then a shadow flew directly toward the outside of the immortal fire mountain. Watching the shadow leave, the great elder fell silent again. He had long known that this day would come. The immortal fire mountain could not contain Lin Yang. His world, however, as an ancient overlord, even if it was a defeated ancient overlord, the karma bound to the Feng clan was too great. Thus the Feng clan dared not emerge recklessly, fearing retribution. But regardless, someone from the Feng clan still had to step out. Without stepping out, true growth could not be achieved. In the end, the Feng clan would still face annihilation. And now all the hopes of the entire Feng clan rested on Lin Yang. Therefore Lin Yang must step out. He bore the hopes of the entire Feng clan. Young master, you were born late, and with the old ancestors' foresight, you still have some fortune, along with possessing a small thousand worlds as your foundation. Your future is indeed worth anticipating. Lin Yang observed the membrane of heaven and earth, discovering that it bore a striking resemblance to the barrier of the Undying Volcano. Moreover, both were designed to defend against external threats while leaving internal ones vulnerable. The barrier of the Undying Volcano was likely arranged based on this membrane of heaven and earth. The heavenly Tao avatar of the Little Qian world analyzed. Lin Yang nodded, saying, this does not concern us. Let us enter the chaos. As he spoke, Lin Yang summoned the earth-ascending flame light banner. With this banner to protect him, along with Lin Yang's cultivation as a great Luo golden immortal, entering the chaos was as easy as walking on flat ground. Once he entered the chaos, a torrent of chaotic energy surged towards Lin Yang. However, it was all blocked by the light curtain that descended from the earth-ascending flame light banner. Lin Yang looked at the boundless chaos before him, feeling somewhat astonished. Though the primordial world was vast compared to the chaos, it was merely a small pond. Within the chaos there could be more than just the primordial world, perhaps there are other worlds, as well, Lin Yang mused. Lin Yang glanced around, seeing an endless expanse of gray chaotic energy. If it weren't for the primordial world being right behind him, he would be completely lost in this chaos. This could cause one to become lost within it. Over time, the chaotic energy could not be directly refined into magical power. Even a great Luo golden immortal would be worn out to death within it. This shows how during the preaching at the Hongjun Zishao Palace, utilizing this heavenly peril, many powerful beings were ultimately trapped and buried within. Let's stay here. After all the chaotic energy in the chaos is the same. If I go too deep and can't find my way back, that would be quite amusing, Lin Yang decided. Lin Yang summoned the Chaos Pearl. The Chaos Pearl floated in the chaos, beginning to rotate, slowly, gradually speeding up. Soon a massive vortex centered on it appeared. The Chaos Pearl was voraciously devouring the chaotic energy. After an unknown amount of time, the Chaos Pearl came to a halt, and its rate of absorption gradually slowed. Within the little Qian world of the Chaos Pearl, it had also become a vast expanse. It was as if it had transformed into a second chaos, filled to the brim with chaotic energy. Alright, it's time to go back. With everything going smoothly, Lin Yang sighed in relief. He stored the Chaos Pearl away, clearly feeling that it had become heavier. Just as he was about to turn back to the primordial world, an unexpected occurrence arose. In his mind, the system's prompt echoed, leaving Lin Yang stunned. Having come to the chaos, how could there still be something? Ding! A battle is underway in the chaos. The combatants are Ancestor Yang Mei and Ancestor Hongjun. The host may make the following choices. Choice 1. Assist Ancestor Yang Mei by ambushing Ancestor Hongjun with the Chaos Pearl and receive a reward of 10 drops of Pangus Essence Blood and a strand of Hongmeng Purple Energy. Choice 2. Assist Ancestor Hongjun by ambushing Ancestor Yang Mei with the Chaos Pearl and receive the same reward of 10 drops of Pangus Essence Blood and a strand of Hongmeng Purple Energy. Choice 3. Neither assist and quickly escape, receiving a reward of a top-grade innate spirit treasure, the Earth Spirit Pearl. Lin Yang exclaimed in shock after hearing the options presented by the system. Ignoring the Hongmeng Purple Energy, are you serious about 10 drops of Pangus Essence Blood? 1 drop of Pangus Essence Blood represents a primordial ancestor. 10 drops. Wouldn't that directly elevate him to the heavens? However, having learned from past experiences, Lin Yang understood one thing very well. The greater the benefit, the greater the risk. The risks involved in aiding these two ancestors were not to be underestimated. One was the reincarnation of a space demon god, now having re-established his status as a mixed Yuan Great Luo Golden Immortal living freely. The other was even more so, the Tao ancestor of the primordial world, wielding the Book of Creation, the foremost saint of the primordial world. If Lin Yang dared to approach, he might not even know how he died. I really want to take a look, Lin Yang thought, feeling immensely unwilling, but having to yield to reality. His current strength was too weak. Even if he had refined a little Qian world with its enhancement, he could at most roam within the Great Luo Golden Immortal realm. Yet at the level of mixed Yuan Great Luo Golden Immortals and Heavenly Tao Saints, he was directly crushed by two great realms. Lin Yang shook his head. His speed of progress and strength was not slow, but before these two colossal beings, he was merely an exceedingly weak ant. Let's go home, let's go home. Just grit my teeth and hold on, one day, I too can attain the Tao. A series of faint yet intense tremors echoed from afar. Lin Yang knew that was probably the battle between Hongjun and Yang Mei, but he turned around and fled. He couldn't provoke them. Nevertheless, Lin Yang felt quite pleased. The divine choice system had been exceedingly favorable to him. With consecutive options, it was almost as if it had clearly intended for him to gather the 4 spirit pearls of earth, water, fire, and wind. With Lin Yang wisely making his choice, the last earth spirit pearl was already in his possession. Now the little Qian world had gathered the 4 spirit pearls, or wasn't it about to directly elevate to the middle Qian world? Lin Yang sped along, racing through the 36 layers of gale, almost without any pause, directly returning to the Undying Volcano. Upon entering the Undying Volcano, Lin Yang sighed in relief. Although there were surprises this time, he returned safely. Lin was back. It's so peaceful here. A barrier isolates it, as if it were cut off from the world. Everything outside has no connection to here. Lin Yang directly returned to his palace. Just as he passed through the barrier and returned to the Undying Volcano, the Grand Elder, who was meditating under the phoenix tree, opened his eyes. The Grand Elder displayed a hint of speechlessness. He's back so soon. Previously, when Lin Yang told him he was going out, he thought Lin Yang would be exploring the primordial world for a while. What was the result of it? A figure dressed in a black robe silently descended beside the Grand Elder, opening his mouth to speak. But the Grand Elder shook his head. Alright, no need to say more. It seems I already know. He just went to the chaos, collected the chaotic energy, and then returned directly right. The figure nodded slightly, seemingly merging into the void, disappearing without a trace. The Grand Elder shook his head again, but a hint of amusement appeared in his eyes as he looked in Lin Yang's direction. Is it truly that terrifying outside? He's been holed up here, unable to go out. It's surprising he can sit still. He's just a bit introverted, the Grand Elder muttered to himself, gradually closing his eyes to refine his own cultivation. At this moment, however, Lin Yang, after returning to his old nest, immediately entered the little Qian world again. He handed the Wind Spirit Pearl and Earth Spirit Pearl to the Heavenly Tao Avatar. The two stood in the little Qian world filled with rolling chaotic energy. The Heavenly Tao Avatar nodded, holding the two pearls, and said, "All right, from here on, my friend, just watch closely." The Heavenly Tao Avatar clenched the two orbs tightly in his fist, and instantly a sharp shattering sound echoed forth. As he unfurled his palms, two primordial essences, one azure, one ochre, appeared before Lin Yang's gaze. Just as he had done earlier with the fire primordial essence, the Heavenly Tao Avatar opened his mouth wide and swallowed both essences whole. It took him over 1,000 years to fully refine and assimilate them. The moment the Heavenly Tao Avatar opened his eyes, Lin Yang sensed the profound transformation sweeping across the entire minor mortal realm, a spontaneous, innate joy emanating from heaven and earth themselves. It was the exaltation of imminent ascension triggered by the convergence of the four great laws: earth, water, fire, and wind. Air. At that instant, the chaotic qi permeating the cosmos surged violently, churning ceaselessly. Gradually, the chaos began to boil. The Heavenly Tao Avatar cast a glance toward Lin Yang, then suddenly inhaled with immense force. Torrents of chaotic qi rushed into his body. His form swelled rapidly, 10,000 zhong, 100,000 zhong, 1,000,000 zhong, until he towered like a pillar between heaven and earth, vast beyond measure. In that moment, he resembled Pengu himself, the primordial giant destined to cleave the formless void and forge creation anew. And indeed, that was precisely what he did. Swirling chaotic qi coalesced in his hands, condensing into a colossal axe gripped firmly in his grasp. Then, with a thunderous downward sweep, he swung the axe. Boom! Its edge struck the boundless sea of chaos within the minor mortal realm with devastating force. A deafening, earth-shattering roar erupted. Simultaneously, the entire realm's chaotic qi fractured violently under the blow, shattering like glass. Countless fragments of chaos dispersed and transmuted into the four elemental forces: earth, water, fire, and wind, each now more turbulent and potent than the original chaos itself. As ever more chaos dissolved into these four forces, their collective power swelled exponentially, clashing, surging, colliding in wild, unbridled torrents. Lin Yang stood apart, shielded beneath the Li Di Yanguang flag, observing the spectacle, an awe-inspiring sight. Within the churning chaos, roaring conflagrations ignited, gales howled fiercely, wind feeding flame, intensifying wind. Then came torrents of turbid floodwaters and billowing yellow dust. The four elements interacted through generation and suppression, weaving an ever-shifting tapestry so mesmerizing it held Lin Yang spellbound. The Heavenly Tao Avatar labored tirelessly, cleaving swath after swath of chaos, transforming each fragment into earth, water, fire, or wind. Yet these elements were not left to roam unchecked. Each was drawn toward and absorbed by its corresponding primordial source, thereby strengthening it. Thus the fire primordial essence settled in the south, the earth primordial essence in the west, the water primordial essence in the north, and the wind primordial essence in the east. Eventually, every trace of chaotic qi throughout the minor mortal realm had been fully dispersed and transmuted, absorbed entirely into the four elemental forces. Thereupon, four colossal primordial sources emerged, anchored at the four cardinal directions, radiating hues of azure, crimson, ochre, and obsidian respectively. The Heavenly Tao Avatar, now restored to human stature, descended and stood beside Lin Yang, appearing visibly weary. Yet Lin Yang clearly saw it. His avatar, normally expressionless, mechanical, devoid of emotion, now brimmed with profound elation and exhilaration in both eyes. Next came the formal ascension of the minor mortal realm. The Heavenly Tao Avatar drew a deep breath, his countenance solemn, then intoned with resonant authority, "Let chaos part. Let the four celestial beasts converge. Let heaven and earth stabilize. Let this world be ordained. By the name of the Heavenly Tao, I command the four celestial beasts of this realm, manifest now." His voice crashed like celestial thunder across the heavens. As his decree echoed, the four primordial sources, each stationed at a cardinal direction, began roiling violently, contracting inward with increasing intensity, until at last they commenced taking shape. The fire primordial essence in the south transformed into a colossal firebird, not the phoenix Lin Yang knew, but Zhu Ke, the vermilion bird. The wind primordial essence in the east coalesced into a titanic azure dragon, Meanwhile, the Earth primordial essence in the west manifested as a colossal white tiger lifting its head to roar. Finally, the water primordial essence in the north assumed the form of a massive Xianwu, the black tortoise. These four divine beasts born of the four primordial essences embodied the four celestial symbols, each sovereign over fire, wind, earth, and water respectively. Lin Yang had briefly considered replacing Zhu Ke with a species of his own kind, or reshaping the azure dragon into something other than a dragon. Yet upon reflection, he concluded these four were optimal. Still, they diverged somewhat from traditional lore, for according to legend, the azure dragon governed wood, not wind, and the white tiger governed metal, not only. Zhu Ke's dominion over fire and Xian Wu's over water aligned with classical accounts. In truth, this variance stemmed merely from differing interpretations of the four symbols. The four symbols, earth, water, fire, and wind, are not reducible to mundane phenomena: mountains and soil, rivers and seas, flames and gusts. What we perceive as mountains and soil is but the excess manifestation of earth, meaning an intensified expression of earth's intrinsic nature. Likewise, rivers and oceans are merely water's excess manifestation, blazing fires, howling gales, winds. Each symbol possesses distinct qualities. Earth embodies resilience, water fluidity and moisture, fire warmth and radiance. When viewed through the lens of the four symbols, all existence arises from them. The cosmos itself is their creation. Earth sustains the world, water binds it, fire ripens it, wind expands it. Earth, water, fire, and wind constitute the fundamental causes of the world's formation, stability, and nourishment, hence their designation as the four symbols. Yet if the four symbols are earth, water, fire, and wind, whence arise the azure dragon's association with wood and the white tigers with metal? The answer is simple: they emerge from the fusion of the four symbols with the five phases: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Water and fire in the five phases correspond directly to those in the four symbols. Wood corresponds to wine, metal to earth. As for earth, the fifth phase, it does not equate to the symbol of earth. Strictly speaking, earth in the five phases is not a primary element, but rather serves as mediator, balancing, harmonizing, and bridging the other four. Hence the saying, all four symbols and five phases rely upon earth, for earth integrates and synthesizes metal, wood, water, and fire. Thus, under the four-symbol paradigm, the azure dragon governs wind, the white tiger earth. Under the five-phase system, however, the azure dragon governs wood, the white tiger metal. Returning to the present moment, the four celestial beasts had just fully manifested. Zhu Ke soared aloft, the azure dragon issued a prolonged resonant cry, Xian Wu let out a guttural bellow, the white tiger roared fiercely. Instantly, the entire minor mortal realm convulsed violently. Deafening booms reverberated without cease. Before Lin Yang's very eyes, the realm expanded rapidly, its boundaries stretching outward, space unfolding endlessly, growing vaster by the moment. The minor mortal realm was undergoing swift, irreversible ascension. Boom! Within the small world, the sound of thunderous explosions echoed as the entire realm expanded continuously, with countless spaces shattering and evolving, while the earth, oceans, and sky expanded relentlessly. With the assistance of the four mythical beasts stabilizing the four poles, it was essentially certain that the small world would ascend to a mid-sized world. It only required a bit more time. Lin Yang was not in a hurry, patiently observing. The scene of the world's ascension was profoundly mysterious, involving the deepest truths of heaven and earth, not just the four elemental laws. Lin Yang simply sat down on the spot, contemplating, deeply feeling his cultivation level gradually rising. His cultivation was already close to a breakthrough, nearing the late stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal. At this moment, comprehending the evolution of the small world further accelerated this speed. Years passed, and Lin Yang's aura grew deeper and more unfathomable. During this process, the heavenly Tao avatar had already transmitted the extracted laws of wind and earth to him. And then at a certain moment, Lin Yang's body suddenly trembled, and the surroundings erupted into a dazzling display, with fire lotuses blooming and waves of Tao rhythms surrounding him, igniting a blaze. Lin Yang rose to his full height, and within his gaze the birth and extinction of worlds, the changes of heaven and earth, and various profound Tao mysteries seemed to unfold. At that moment, Lin Yang successfully broke through to the late stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal. Simultaneously as Lin Yang broke through to the late stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal, his small world was also drawing closer to the threshold of ascending to a mid-sized world. After all, this world was crafted by him, and the two were mutually reinforcing. Lin Yang's breakthrough in cultivation would lead to the world's quicker growth. If Lin Yang were to attain the Tao of the primordial chaos, now his world would likely ascend to a great thousand world immediately. Of course, he had only just broken through to the late stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal, a mere small realm. This would not cause significant changes to the world. However, it ultimately accelerated the ascension of the small world. Finally, with a thunderous roar, the entire small world trembled and expanded to its limit. Just barely it broke through the bottleneck and transformed into a mid-sized world. A mid-sized world is essentially equivalent to 3,000 small worlds combined in size. It is easy to imagine how much stronger Lin Yang's world has become in the transition from a small world to a mid-sized world. Most evidently, Lin Yang's heavenly Tao avatar at this moment also experienced a surge in power with the ascension of the world. The aura emanating from him grew increasingly overwhelming, ultimately enveloping the entire mid-sized world, causing the four mythical beasts to prostrate on the ground. Only Lin Yang, being the same person, remained unaffected by this pressure and was safe and sound. However, observing the strength of the heavenly Tao avatar left Lin Yang astonished. He had felt such aura only from the Grand Elder before. This implied that the strength of the heavenly Tao avatar had already matched that of the Grand Elder. At the very least, it was at the same level as the Grand Elder. Was it a quasi-saint? Or perhaps the term primordial golden immortal would be more appropriate. Lin Yang took a deep breath filled with joy. The heavenly Tao avatar was also him. The stronger the heavenly Tao avatar, the stronger he became. If this continued, his future was completely promising. Thinking this way, it seemed that even attaining the Tao was no longer far off. After the world ascended to a mid-sized world, Lin Yang gradually calmed down, entering seclusion to stabilize his realm. Within the mid-sized world, the heavenly Tao avatar also fulfilled its duties, organizing the changes in the mid-sized world and promoting its evolution. As time flowed day by day, in the blink of an eye, over 1,000 years passed. One day, while Lin Yang was in seclusion, he suddenly heard another prompt from the system in his mind. Ding, the war between the Witch Clan and the Demon Clan is about to erupt. The host may make the following choice. Choice 1, go down the mountain and join the Demon Clan, where you can become the Southern Emperor of the Demon Clan and receive rewards of the True Sun Scripture and a drop of Sun Essence. Choice 2, go down the mountain to assist the Witch Clan, where you can become a good friend of the Witch Clan and receive rewards of the 9 turns Mystic Art and a drop of Pangus blood. Choice 3, it has nothing to do with me. Continue in seclusion and receive rewards of the 12-petal pure world White Lotus. Lin Yang frowned after hearing the 3 choices and then said to the system, I choose 3. Oh, I want to continue in seclusion. The options were similar to the previous ones. Whether joining the Demon Clan or becoming a good friend of the Witch Clan was not what Lin Yang desired. Even if the rewards of Sun Essence and Pangus blood were enticing, Lin Yang still chose to give them up. After Lin Yang made his choice, the rewards were soon distributed. A 12-petal White Lotus. The 12-petal pure world White Lotus. What a display. Upon seeing this lotus, Lin Yang couldn't help but exclaim in his heart. Compared to the Li D Flame Light banner, the 12-petal pure world White Lotus was much more impressive for travel. Lin Yang stored the 12-petal pure world White Lotus in his divine sense for silent refinement, and then resumed his state of seclusion. As the years flowed by, time passed unknowingly. The first battle between the Witch and Demon clans had long ceased, with neither side able to gain the upper hand, ultimately ending in a stalemate. Of course, this was merely the beginning of the conflict between the two clans. This time it was a draw, but in the next encounter they would truly unleash their ultimate moves and confront each other fiercely. Lin Yang paid no attention to such matters. Whether it was the Witch Clan or the Demon Clan, they were akin to the Dragon Clan, Phoenix Clan, and Qilin Clan of ancient times. They were merely temporary protagonists. When the calamity erupted, it would be the time for both clans to retreat. So why should Lin Yang concern himself with them? One day, still in seclusion, Lin Yang received another choice from the system. Ding, the second sermon of the Zixiao Palace is about to begin. The host may go to listen. Choice 1, accept the task and go to listen and receive the reward of the top 10 spiritual roots, the bitter bamboo. Choice 2, refuse the task and receive the reward of the top tier innate spiritual root, the enlightenment tea tree. Lin Yang paused for a moment, then shook his head and said to the system, I choose to, I refuse. However, Lin Yang knew better that given the current situation, it was wiser to remain cautious. There was no choice. The primordial chaos was too deep. Once he entered the Zixiao Palace and caught Hong Jun's attention, trouble would ensue. Just thinking of Hong Yun's fate made Lin Yang retreat. Moreover, the method of severing the 3 corpses might not be a good thing. Otherwise, why in such a vast primordial chaos, apart from Hong Jun himself, was there no one else who achieved enlightenment through this method? Even the later 6 saints, including the 3 pure ones Nuwa Jin and Zhuanti, did not achieve enlightenment through severing the 3 corpses. This clearly indicated that there was something wrong with this method. It is very likely that Hong Jun held back in this matter. Therefore, it would be best not to be greedy for this little advantage and to stay honestly in the Undying Volcano. By slowly developing his own world and following an agricultural path, Lin Yang believed that he would have a day of enlightenment. Not to mention, he also had a system. With a thought, Lin Yang took out this time's reward from the system space, a Dao tree. This was a top-tier innate spiritual root. Although it did not rank among the top 10 spiritual roots, its benefits were not necessarily inferior to them. Lin Yang planted this spiritual root into his middle 1,000 worlds and also entered the middle 1,000 worlds himself. Sitting cross-legged under the Dao tree, he felt the gentle breeze blowing and the leaves of the Dao tree rustled, producing faint sounds of the Dao that made Lin Yang unwittingly immersed. He quickly entered a state of enlightenment. The Dao tree was not just for making tea and drinking, it was mainly used to aid in cultivation. Lin Yang was deeply engrossed in his cultivation and completely unconcerned about everything outside. The once mighty Phoenix clan was the focus of the world, but now it had fallen and secluded itself in the Undying Volcano long forgotten. Meanwhile, as Lin Yang was in seclusion, this day a cold and emotionless, yet immensely authoritative voice resonated through the primordial world. 30,000 years have passed, you may come again to the chaotic Zixiao Palace. This was clearly Hongjun's voice. The second sermon at the Zixiao Palace had begun. Like a stone causing 1,000 waves, as soon as Hongjun's voice fell, countless mighty figures from all directions of the primordial world were stirred, and beams of escape light rushed up from everywhere. They rushed straight toward the chaotic void outside. Of course, with so many people, it was impossible for all of them to enter the Zixiao Palace. The Zixiao Palace only accepted 3,000 people at a time, grandly named the 3,000 guests of the Zixiao Palace. After all, just like Dong Wanggong, although he had come to the last sermon and was enshrined as the foremost male immortal, he died before the second sermon. Therefore, for this second sermon, Dong Wanggong's position would naturally be replaced by someone else. Newcomers would replace the old. The Zixiao Palace would still have exactly 3,000 people. When all 3,000 people had gathered, a figure appeared silently on the high platform. This was Hongjun. He glanced lightly at those below and began. The last sermon was about the great Tao, which I will not repeat. This time I will speak about the Tao above the great Tao. Do you know what lies beyond the great Tao? Hongjun. The 3,000 mighty figures below were momentarily stunned. Someone tentatively asked, "May I ask, Master, is the realm above the great Tao that of the saint?" Everyone looked at Hongjun, who merely shook his head and said this statement is true, yet also not true. Oh. Upon hearing this, everyone was bewildered. What did this mean? Hongjun continued to explain, above the great Luo golden immortal indeed lies the saint. However, the realm of the saint is not merely a level, and the chasm between the great Luo golden immortal and the saint is vast, thus another level is delineated between them. Upon hearing this, the crowd was both astonished and even more puzzled, their curiosity piqued. Hongjun spoke. The realm of the saint is called the primordial great Luo golden immortal. However, the primordial realm is difficult to achieve. To leap from the realm of the great Luo golden immortal to the next level is even more challenging. Thus a new level was delineated between these two, in ancient times known as the primordial golden immortal, which is now referred to as the quasi-saint. What is a quasi-saint? Not a saint, yet a saint, yet not a saint, hence it is named quasi-saint. Hongjun's answer made everyone feel as if their heads were buzzing. They truly did not understand the meaning behind these circular words. What did not a saint yet a saint and a saint yet not a saint mean? Seeing this, Hongjun shook his head, sighed, and finally revealed the crux. What is meant by not a saint yet a saint refers to the quasi-saint realm, which has already surpassed the great Luo golden immortal, possessing some of the saint's might. Thus the great Luo golden immortal has almost no hope of overcoming a quasi-saint. The crowd, astonished, expressed their understanding. But Hongjun did not stop, continuing, and what is meant by a saint yet not a saint is that compared to a true saint, a quasi-saint is insignificant. At this point, Hongjun looked at everyone and slowly uttered his final words, "Beneath the saint all are mere ants." The moment this was said, the expressions of the crowd changed drastically. Beneath the saint all are mere ants. A simple statement that required no further elaboration. They understood it completely. A quasi-saint was indeed stronger than a great Luo golden immortal, but at least it did not evoke despair. But compared to a saint, the difference was truly stark. It was enough to instill a sense of hopelessness. After all, like ants, how could one not feel despair? At this moment, it seemed everyone finally understood why Hongjun had always looked at them with such indifference. Perhaps in Hongjun's eyes, they were merely a group of ants. Watching a group of ants, what feelings could one expect Hongjun to have towards them? The impact of Hongjun's words on the crowd was unimaginable. Some even turned pale. At this moment, Hongjun shook his head and continued, "Do not panic. I am here to tell you how to achieve the realm of quasi-saint." The crowd felt a stir in their hearts, and hope ignited within them. They listened as Hongjun said, "I have created a method called the method of severing the three corpses." The so-called severing the three corpses refers to cutting off one's own good thoughts, evil thoughts, and self-thoughts through innate spiritual treasures. Each severed corpse greatly advances one's Tao path. Severing one corpse allows one to attain the initial stage of quasi-saint, while severing all 3 corpses brings one's cultivation and power close to that of a saint. When the opportunity arises, unifying the 3 corpses can lead to instantaneous ascendance to sainthood. Upon hearing this, the crowd's eyes instantly lit up with fervor. Unifying the 3 corpses and instantly becoming a saint. This was not just achieving quasi-saint status, but becoming a saint. I implore the master to teach us the method of severing the 3 corpses. Suddenly someone shouted aloud and many followed suit, causing the entire Zixiao palace to become extraordinarily lively. Hongjun smiled and did not elaborate further. With a wave of his hand, a method of Tao appeared in everyone's minds, precisely the so-called method of severing the 3 corpses. The second discourse at the Zixiao palace continued unabated, while within the Chaos Pearl's myriad worlds Lin Yang remained immersed in his enlightenment. Seated beneath the enlightenment tea tree, Lin Yang cultivated diligently, sensing an unprecedented depth and clarity in his comprehension of the Tao. Under such extraordinary aid, Lin Yang's cultivation advanced steadily. Time blurred into insignificance, until suddenly his body trembled and a formidable aura surged forth. With a thunderous boom, Lin Yang broke through once more, ascending from the latest stage Great Luo immortal realm to its perfected peak. Lin Yang opened his eyes and exhaled slowly, murmuring to himself, "One step beyond lies the Hunyuan immortal realm, the threshold of a quasi-sage. Since I neither pursue the path of severing the 3 souls, nor seek enlightenment through meritorious deeds, only the path of supreme might remains. In the Hongwang world there exist 3 paths to Dao attainment: the path of supreme might, the path of severing the 3 souls, and the path of meritorious deeds. Among them, the path of supreme might is widely favored by transmigrators. Also known as the path of law realization, it demands perfect mastery of a single cosmic law, granting the strongest form of transcendence unbound by the Hongwang celestial Tao. Upon attaining the Hunyuan Great Luo immortal realm, one attains absolute freedom and dominion, able to overpower even sages who achieved enlightenment through the other 2 paths. Naturally, Lin Yang's aspiration aligned with this supreme path. Yet Lin Yang had not yet decided which law would best suit his cultivation. Logically, as a fire phoenix, the law of flame resonated most profoundly with his innate nature. Cultivating this law would undoubtedly accelerate his progress, but would mastering a single law suffice? Lin Yang hesitated. Unlike others, he possessed a medium-tier world. Within that world, 5 laws had already matured: earth, water, fire, wind, and space. Each foundational and equally profound, with earth, water, fire, and wind embodying the 4 symbols. The law of space ranked among the foremost of the 3,000 great laws. So how should Lin Yang choose? Shall I follow the law of flame, the most harmonious, or the law of space, the most potent? Or perhaps the 4-symbol law, the synthesis of earth, water, fire, and wind? Lin Yang murmured, then paused in silence before shaking his head. His path diverged fundamentally from others. No grueling solitary contemplation of laws was required. Instead, laws perfected themselves through the evolution of his world. Thus, the law most suited to him was no longer merely the law of flame, but the world law itself. Every law manifest within his world became his own. This is a unique path to Tao attainment. Not law realization, but world realization. The stronger my world grows, the stronger I become. Lin Yang closed his eyes, a faint smile playing upon his lips. Time flowed serenely as he cultivated beneath the enlightenment tea tree, detached from all worldly affairs, tranquil and self-contained. Suddenly a system prompt echoed within his mind. Ding. Your elder brother Kong Xian has passed near the immortal volcano. Will you secretly eliminate him to safeguard your status? Option 1. Accept the mission, slay Kong Xian, and receive the primordial 5-color divine light as reward. Option 2. Decline the mission and receive a solar true fire technique seed. Startled by the system's sudden directive and dual choice, Lin Yang faltered slightly. Kong Xian, his long-lost elder brother, the first peacock born from the primordial 5 elements, the very embodiment of celestial genesis. During the Fengshan calamity, he alone halted the Western Qi army's advance. Even Juni Daoist, one of the 2 Western sages, was momentarily ensnared within his 5-color divine light, nearly disgracing himself utterly. He was hailed as the peerless paragon beneath the sages during that era. Lin Yang's surprise faded swiftly. Without hesitation, he chose option 2. Surely not. He would never assassinate his own elder brother in secret. Nor had Lin Yang ever truly cared about his standing within the clan. In the Hongwang world, strength alone dictated supremacy. In his weaker days, he may have relied on the Feng clan for protection, but now his power had ascended far beyond such need. The balance between him and the Feng clan had quietly reversed. No longer did the clan shield him. Now he shielded the clan. That was the solemn duty of a true sovereign cultivator. And Kong Xian, Both his blood elder brother and a prodigy of the Feng clan deserved reverence, not betrayal. If Kong Xian appeared now, Lin Yang's duty was clear: bring him home, nurture him with every resource at the clan's disposal, not strike him down in shadows. Anything less would be unforgivable. Such an act would be sheer folly. As for the system's rewards, the Primordial 5-color Divine Light versus the Solar True Fire Technique Seed both held immense value. The Primordial 5-color Divine Light stood among the most supreme techniques of the Hongguang world, Kong Xian's legendary signature art. Lin Yang desired it certainly, but not at the cost of fratricide. A technique, however exalted, was never worth that price. As for the Solar True Fire Technique Seed, Lin Yang had long coveted it. His native Nanming Li fire embodied Yin essence, whereas Solar True Fire embodied pure Yang. Should these two divine flames unite, their yin-yang convergence might catalyze his innate divine fire's metamorphosis into something infinitely more terrifying: Chaos Divine Fire. Chaos Divine Fire surpassed both Solar True Fire and Nanming Li fire in sheer potency, a claim grounded not in fantasy, but in Lin Yang's own bloodline. He had refined the blood of the Chaos Phoenix. Thus, acquiring Solar True Fire and merging it with his Nanming Li fire held genuine potential to elevate his life-bound divine fire into Chaos Divine Fire. In sum, Lin Yang's choice to forego the Primordial 5-colored Divine Light in favor of Solar True Fire was not only justified but promised greater, more profound benefit. With that resolve, Lin Yang stepped out of his medium-tier world and re-emerged within the immortal volcano, then left his palace to seek the Grand Elder. Upon hearing Lin Yang's report, the Grand Elder beamed with delight and immediately dispatched envoys beyond the volcano to locate Kong Xian. After issuing the order, his gaze upon Lin Yang brimmed with quiet pride. "Yang, your decision fills me with joy," said the Grand Elder. Lin Yang shook his head gently. "Kong Xian is my elder brother, and a vital pillar of our Feng clan's future. Now that he has returned, embracing him is my sacred duty. Please, Grand Elder, bring him home and cultivate him with the clan's full resources." The Grand Elder nodded solemnly. Lin Yang offered no further words, turned, and walked away. At the threshold, he paused and glanced back. "Oh, and Grand Elder, once Kong Xian is found, please inquire after my second elder brother Dapeng. Bring him home as well." The Grand Elder blinked, then laughed warmly. "Very well, all as you wish." Lin Yang turned and departed, returning to his palace, and in a flash re-entered his medium-tier world. Upon entering the central Thousand Worlds, Lin Yang immediately saw the avatar of the Tao of Heaven appear beside him. He focused his thoughts and retrieved the seed of the Sun True Fire from the system space. Indeed, it was a seed burning with blazing golden flames. "You should just swallow it," said the avatar of the Tao of Heaven at that moment. Lin Yang shot him a glance. This guy just wanted to swallow everything. However, after a moment of contemplation, Lin Yang opened his mouth and swallowed the seed of the Sun True Fire. Boom! As soon as the seed of the Sun True Fire was swallowed, Lin Yang felt as if he had consumed the roaring Sun True Fire. Immediately erupted from his body. Golden flames burst forth from every pore of Lin Yang. Lin Yang transformed into a being of fire. The blazing Sun True Fire erupted around him. The avatar of the Tao of Heaven was startled, and upon seeing Lin Yang in this state, he found it amusing but quickly pressed his hand down. He compressed the range of the Sun True Fire to prevent too much destruction in the surroundings. At this moment, Lin Yang was at a loss for words. Within his body, besides the Sun True Fire, his innate divine fire, the South Bright Departure Fire, also erupted. The two divine fires clashed within him, repelling each other. The reason the Sun True Fire erupted from his body was largely due to being expelled by the South Bright Departure Fire. After all, the Sun True Fire came later and had an unstable foundation, making it inferior to the South Bright Departure Fire. However, it was still a divine fire of the same level as the South Bright Departure Fire. Though at a disadvantage, it was not completely defeated. The two were at a stalemate within Lin Yang. However, it was still a divine fire of the same level as the South Bright Departure Fire. Though at a disadvantage, it was not completely defeated. The two were at a stalemate, letting out a piercing cry. His form shifted into his true self. A massive fire phoenix. After transforming into his true form, his ability to control flames greatly increased. Lin Yang struggled to suppress the two divine fires within him. However, he had no way to further fuse them together. "Hey, are you just going to watch? Hurry up and help." Lin Yang's divine sense transmitted to the avatar of the Tao of Heaven nearby. The avatar, feeling somewhat embarrassed, coughed lightly and quickly pointed a finger. He pointed at Lin Yang. Boom! Lin Yang suddenly felt a powerful force enter his body. This force was enigmatic and extraordinarily strong. It was precisely the Tao of Heaven's power, unique to this central Thousand Worlds. As this power entered his body, Lin Yang immediately felt a wave of relief. This Tao of Heaven's power helped him suppress the two divine fires and even guided them to begin merging slowly. This process was very slow, but it was progressing bit by bit. Lin Yang was astonished and quickly asked, "Is the Tao of Heaven's power really that useful?" The avatar of the Tao of Heaven nodded and replied, "Naturally, the Tao of Heaven's power is the power of the world. It's simple to accomplish such a small task." Simply. Lin Yang recalled swallowing the seed of the Sun True Fire in one gulp, followed by the eruption of the Sun True Fire and South Bright Departure Fire within him, which was nearly uncontrollable. He couldn't help but angrily say, "You knew it could be done so easily. Why didn't you say so earlier?" The avatar of the Tao of Heaven replied lightly, "You didn't ask, did you?" Lin Yang was infuriated. If it weren't for the fact that he was still fusing the two divine fires, he would have wanted to teach this guy a lesson. He wanted to make it clear who was the true self, and who was the avatar. Regardless, there was no longer an issue at this. 500 years later, Lin Yang finally succeeded in merging the two divine fires into a brand new flame. The Chaos Divine Fire. The Chaos Divine Fire was a grayish color resembling the color of the chaotic energy from beyond the heavens. However, one should not judge a divine fire by its appearance. The Chaos Divine Fire could be said to be the strongest flame. Originally, this divine fire could only be born from within the chaos. Yet with Lin Yang's bloodline, he successfully created the Chaos Divine Fire after merging the Sun True Fire and South Bright Departure Fire. From then on, the Chaos Divine Fire replaced the South Bright Departure Fire, becoming his new innate divine ability. Lin Yang clearly felt a significant increase in his strength, filled with joy. "Alright, you can go now, mind your own business." Lin Yang retracted his smile, casting a calm glance at the avatar of the Tao of Heaven, sending him away. This guy had actually watched him embarrass himself. Lin Yang was determined to find an opportunity to teach him a lesson later. However, when he thought about the fact that this guy was his own avatar, Lin Yang felt somewhat helpless. Dealing with his own avatar was essentially like dealing with himself. But how could this guy who was clearly his avatar take such delight in his embarrassment? Lin Yang suspected that there was something wrong with this avatar, that it had somehow gone awry in its development. The avatar of the Tao of Heaven naturally knew what Lin Yang was thinking, but merely smiled at him before swiftly vanishing. The avatar of the Tao of Heaven naturally knew what Lin Yang was thinking, but merely smiled at him before swiftly vanishing. After merging into the Chaos Divine Fire, Lin Yang did not continue his cultivation. Instead, he tidied his clothes and directly exited the Central Thousand Worlds. He found the Grand Elder, who informed him that Kong Xian had returned and was currently cultivating in a secret realm. Lin Yang went to take a look, secretly observing and discovering that Kong Xian was only at the mid-stage of the Tai Golden Immortal. Such cultivation could be considered very low, which made it surprising that Kong Xian later managed to cultivate to the Quasi-Saint realm, gaining the reputation of being invincible under the saints. Lin Yang instructed the Grand Elder, "He excels in the 5 elements, so ensure that he has enough resources in this regard, and do not let it go astray." The Grand Elder nodded in agreement, then inquired about Lin Yang's current cultivation level. Upon hearing Lin Yang's explanation, the Grand Elder couldn't help but gasp, saying, "It seems that you are truly on the right path. Mastering 5 laws, the 4 symbols of earth, water, fire, and wind, along with space, plus your little Tao of Heaven avatar in the Central Thousand Worlds. Lin Yang, your strength is likely already on par with mine." The Grand Elder couldn't help but sigh. He truly felt his age. From ancient times to now, he had been stuck at his current realm, unable to advance. Now Lin Yang, as a newcomer, had already caught up to him. Lin Yang merely smiled and said nothing. After all, there was nothing more to say. It was the truth. "Lin Yang, I have observed the fortune of our Phoenix clan during this period, and it has gradually changed," the Grand Elder suddenly said. "Has the fortunes changed?" Upon hearing this, Lin Yang's expression immediately shifted. This was no trivial matter. Seeing Lin Yang so anxious, the Grand Elder smiled and said, "Do not panic, this is a good thing. Originally, our Phoenix clan's fortunes had been in decline after enduring a calamity with no signs of improvement." The Grand Elder explained, "However, after your birth, and with Kong Xian's return not long ago, the fortunes of our Phoenix clan are finally showing signs of rekindling." Lin Yang finally breathed a sigh of relief and said with a smile, "Grand Elder, why do you speak in fragments? You almost scared me just now." The Grand Elder nodded somewhat sheepishly. It was indeed his fault. Hearing the Grand Elder's words, Lin Yang understood that his birth had also brought back the Wutong tree and the Li Di Yin Guang flag. These were once the clan's treasures, and their return would naturally strengthen and stabilize the Phoenix clan's fortunes, halting the decline of their spiritual energy. Moreover, both he and Kong Xian are sons of the Yuan Feng, and their return would be greatly beneficial for consolidating the fortunes of the Phoenix clan. Lin Yang nodded and said to the Grand Elder, "It seems we need to find second brother as soon as possible. If they could locate De Peng, then all 3 offspring of Yuan Feng would be together working in unison. The fortunes of the Phoenix clan would be solidified, and perhaps they could rise again." The Grand Elder also nodded, informing Lin Yang that he had been sending people to search for Depeng all along. However, Depeng was unknown as to where he might be, and with the vastness of the wilderness, searching for him was indeed quite challenging. Lin Yang, upon hearing this, was not anxious. It was all about fate. However, if Depeng were to be found, he would certainly be brought back immediately. Yet thinking about Depeng's temperament, which was even more unruly than Kang Xian's, and the incredibly foolish thing Depeng had done, Lin Yang felt somewhat speechless. Unlike Kang Xian, who refined the innate five-element source into his own divine ability, the five-color divine light, Depeng had refined his innate yin-yang source into a treasure called the yin-yang qi bottle. Although this was a decent innate spiritual treasure compared to Kang Xian's renowned five-color divine light, it was truly embarrassing. Lin Yang shook his head, exchanged a few more words with the Grand Elder, and then took his leave to return. Back in the palace, Lin Yang continued to enter the middle thousand world, retreating under the Tao Enlightenment tea tree for cultivation. After an unknown number of years, one day, while Lin Yang was still immersed in his understanding and cultivation, suddenly the system's prompt sounded, awakening him. Ding! The second sermon at the Purple Clouds Palace is about to conclude, and the Penglai Fairy Island is about to emerge. The host can make the following choices. Choice 1, exit meditation, and go to Penglai Fairy Island to collect the treasures that are about to emerge there. You can obtain the reward of the top 10 spirit roots, the Huang Zhongli tree. Choice 2, continue meditating and ignore this matter and receive the reward of the top grade innate spirit root, the 5-leaf needle pine. After hearing the prompt, Lin Yang fell into silence. Penglai Fairy Island was emerging, and there are treasures on the island. What could they be? Lin Yang pondered, but could not come up with anything, so he inquired of the system, but it did not respond. It merely urged Lin Yang to make a choice quickly. So which one should he choose? Continue meditating or go check out Penglai Island? Lin Yang glanced at the task prerequisites. The second sermon at the Purple Clouds Palace had not yet concluded. In other words, the powerful beings were still in the Purple Clouds Palace. So could this count as him seizing the opportunity to clear out the treasures from Penglai Island first? Lin Yang finally made up his mind that he would take this chance. After all, his strength was not weak now, and going out for a trip to collect some treasures was not too much to ask, right? Moreover, it was quite thrilling. System, I choose one, Lin Yang declared decisively. As soon as Lin Yang made his choice, a mysterious sensation filled his mind. Having been cooped up for so long, he felt a bit stifled and wanted to go out for some fresh air. Without greeting the Grand Elder, Lin Yang directly transformed into a streak of fire and shot. Having been cooped up for so long, he felt a bit stifled and wanted to go out for some fresh air. Without greeting the Grand Elder, Lin Yang directly transformed into a streak of fire and shot out of the Undying Volcano, heading straight for the East Sea. In the wilderness, Lin Yang's cultivation could be considered top-notch, second only to Hongjun. Even the future saints like the three pure ones Nuwa Jijin and Zhuti might not be able to match his strength at this moment. After all, Lin Yang was operating under a cheat supported by the middle thousand world. Even against quasi-saints, he had the strength to fight. Moreover, since these individuals were still seated in the Chaos Purple Clouds Palace, Lin Yang felt even less apprehensive. Once Lin Yang exited the Undying Volcano, he immediately maximized his speed, flying towards the East Sea. As a fire phoenix, Lin Yang was inherently fast, and with his mastery of spatial laws, the combination of these factors made Lin Yang's speed exceptionally terrifying. It was almost akin to the space ancestor among the 12 ancestor witches, Dijiang. However, even so, Lin Yang took several hundred years to reach the East Sea. This demonstrates the vastness of the wilderness. The East Sea is the territory of the Dragon Clan, or rather it is considered their ancestral land. However, like the Phoenix Clan, the Dragon Clan also experienced a decline after the ancient calamity. They even split into 4 branches, each controlling one sea, resulting in the 4 great Dragon Kings of the East Sea, West Sea, South Sea, and North Sea as the current leaders of the Dragon Clan. Unlike the ancient times when the entire Dragon Clan revered the ancestral dragon, there was no such thing as Dragon Kings back then. This shows that the current situation of the Dragon Clan is indeed incomparable to the ancient times. Of course, even a centipede when dead cannot be said to be weak. A dead camel is still larger than a horse. Lin Yang believed that the Dragon Clan still possessed some foundation. Just like his own Phoenix Clan, they had a Grand Elder overseeing things. It was said that the Dragon Clan had a being called Zhu Long, the brother of the ancestral dragon, who was also a mixed Yuan Golden Immortal. Lin Yang pondered for a moment and decided not to provoke any trouble, so he utilized the spatial laws. He slightly concealed his traces and then followed the guidance provided by the system towards Penglai Island. After another 100 years, finally Lin Yang's figure halted over an endless expanse of sea where it was nothing but water. Here it is. Although it seemed empty now, the location provided by the system could not be wrong. Lin Yang took a deep breath while using the spatial laws to roughly lock onto the location of Penglai Island. At the same time, he secretly mobilized the power of the Middle Thousand World. After refining the Sun True Fire last time, Lin Yang had deeply realized how beneficial this Middle Thousand World was for him. It was not just about developing the world and gaining laws through perfecting it. Even in normal times, this Middle Thousand World could provide him with much more help. For instance, now, when Lin Yang mobilized the power of the Middle Thousand World, that is the heavenly Daos power, to enhance himself. Break for me. At a certain moment, Lin Yang shouted, and sent out a punch infused with the world's power. Boom. The surrounding void trembled violently and shattered, and right after an island concealed within the void appeared before Lin Yang. Relying on the power of the world to shield him, Lin Yang directly ignored the innate grand formation guarding Panlai Island and forcefully broke into its depths. As soon as he entered Panlai Island, an overwhelming wave of innate spiritual energy rushed toward him. The innate spiritual energy here is so rich that it almost feels like liquid. This truly is a supreme holy land for cultivation. Panlai Island is vast, but for Lin Yang, searching through it is quite easy. With a slight sway of his body, countless avatars emerged from him, spreading out in all directions to search. This kind of avatar technique is quite simple. As long as one's primordial spirit is strong and their magical power sufficient, even splitting into tens of thousands or billions of avatars is merely a thought away. Hundreds and thousands of avatars searched various parts of Panlai Island, and soon Lin Yang began to reap rewards. He stepped deeper into Panlai Island, and along the way avatars returned to him, merging back into his. When Lin Yang arrived at the deepest part of Panlai Island, he saw a purple lotus flower growing in a pool radiating 3 colors of light. The lotus was enormous, of the 12th grade. It was indeed the 12th grade reincarnation purple lotus. Upon seeing this lotus, Lin Yang felt a bit of disbelief. Wasn't it said that this lotus would only come into existence during the reincarnation of the earth? How could it be here on Panlai Island? Moreover, not only was it the 12th grade reincarnation purple lotus, but the pool it resided in was also a great treasure in itself. The water in that pool is the 3 light divine water. The 3 light divine water consists of golden sunlight, divine water, silver moonlight, divine water, and purple starlight, divine water. Sunlight, divine water, erodes blood, essence, bones, and flesh. Moonlight, divine water, corrodes the primordial spirit and soul. Starlight, divine water, devours true spiritual consciousness. However, when these 3 divine waters are mixed together, they become the supreme healing elixir of the primordial era. The 3 light divine water can dispel all poisons and counteract all so-called incurable toxins. It can also heal all wounds and diseases. It can even restore flesh and bones, bringing the dead back to life. Looking at the 12th grade reincarnation purple lotus in the pool, as well as the many offspring produced by it, Lin Yang felt a surge of excitement and thought to himself, I've struck it rich. Instant wealth. Lin Yang carefully counted. Aside from the 12th grade reincarnation purple lotus itself, the pool contained 4 9th grade reincarnation purple lotuses, 16 6th grade reincarnation purple lotuses, 24 3rd grade reincarnation purple lotuses, and more of the 1st grade reincarnation purple lotuses. This truly is an entire family of reincarnation purple lotuses from the 12th grade down to the still youthful 1st grade, representing a full 5 generations of lotuses. It's a pity that my 12th grade pure world white lotus has already been completely refined into a spiritual treasure. Otherwise, soaking in this pool might have allowed me to develop a white lotus family as well. Lin Yang felt a bit regretful. However, more than that, he was filled with excitement and joy. Just as he was about to wave his hand to transfer these reincarnation purple lotuses and the 3 light divine water into the Middle Thousand World. At that moment, Lin Yang felt a sudden jolt in his heart, as some of the avatars he had previously created had not yet all returned due to the vastness of Panlai Island, and were still exploring. At this time, 2 of his avatars discovered a spiritual treasure, and the information relayed back left Lin Yang astounded. It turned out to be 2 innate spiritual treasures, the Book of Life and Death, and the Judge's Pen. These 2 don't need much introduction. In the primordial era, there are 3 books: the Heavenly Book, the Earth Book, and among them the Heavenly Book is not relevant now, as it is far from coming into existence, while the Earth Book is the companion treasure of the Master of the Source. As for the last human book, it is split into 2, namely the Book of Life and Death, and the Judge's Pen. Lin Yang ordered those 2 avatars to retrieve the Book of Life and Death, and the Judge's Pen, while he fixated on the 12th grade reincarnation purple lotus, his gaze flickering uncertainly. It seemed he had truly struck it rich this time, yet the karmic consequences were undeniably significant. He had obtained the 12th grade reincarnation purple lotus, the Book of Life and Death, and the Judge's Pen, all treasures related to the future reincarnation of the earth. Now it was impossible to give up. Lin Yang was only contemplating how to remedy the situation. Heaven grants, but if not taken, one faces retribution. At that moment, a voice emanated from the Chaos Pearl in the Middle Thousand World. The avatar of the heavenly path stepped out beside Lin Yang, smiling as he spoke. Master, have you forgotten what happened to Hong Yun? If you hadn't chosen to come here, none of this karmic entanglement would However, since you chose this path, you are destined to be unable to escape this karma. Given this, what is there to worry? The avatar of the heavenly path is generally not permitted to manifest in the primordial era. After all, the heavenly path of the primordial era would not allow another heavenly path to appear in its domain. However, Penglai Island is different. It naturally shields the heavenly secrets, which is why the avatar of the heavenly path can appear here. The avatar of the heavenly path glanced at the 12th grade reincarnation Purple Lotus, and then at Lin Yang, shaking his head, as he said, my advice is to refine the 12th grade reincarnation Purple Lotus into an avatar similar to mine. In that case, it can bear the karmic burdens related to reincarnation, while you can still remain detached. Lin Yang frowned and grunted, are you implying that I am being cowardly? The avatar of the heavenly path smiled faintly, I didn't say that, it's just the way it is. You can use this opportunity to explore the world outside the Undying Volcano. After all, you can't just stay cooped up in the Undying Volcano forever. Just like this time you came here, and naturally karma will fall upon you. Lin Yang remained silent for a moment, waved his hand, and said, all right, are you done? Once you're finished, you can leave. The avatar of the heavenly path shook his head, there's actually another matter. The avatar smiled, this Penglai Island is a fragment of chaos that fell into the primordial era at the time of creation. Strictly speaking, this island does not belong to the primordial era, so you should understand my meaning. You want to... Lin Yang was taken aback. The avatar of the heavenly path nodded, I want to refine this island into the middle thousand world. It will greatly benefit the middle thousand world. Upon hearing this, Lin Yang thought for a moment and agreed. Although later legends suggested that Penglai Island was likely the dojo of Tongtian in the East Sea, or perhaps a holy land for countless scattered cultivators in the East Sea in the future. But since he had already taken the 12th grade reincarnation Purple Lotus, the Book of Life and Death, in the judge's pen, he didn't mind taking the island as well. When Lin Yang's other two avatars returned with the Book of Life and Death and the judge's pen, Lin Yang had also completed his search of the entire Penglai Island, discovering that these were the only treasures on the island. At a single gesture from the Tiandao avatar, the Hundun Pearl sprang free from Lin Yang. That pearl had been forged by the fusion of 36 Dinghai divine pearls, and had later assimilated the 4 Xiang spirit pearls of earth, water, fire, and wind. Though still a top-tier innate spiritual treasure, as the microcosm within ripened into a Zhongxian world, the Hundun Pearl's potency swelled day by day. If it continued to mature thus, its eventual elevation to an innate supreme treasure would scarcely be far off. Once freed, the Hundun Pearl flew straight into the Tiandao avatar's palm. The avatar held it without motion, and then without warning, the pearl erupted in blinding radiance. Yellow, black, crimson, and azure lights burst forth in a dazzling display. The very potent laws embodied by the 4 Zhongxian realms of earth, water, fire, and wind. The 4 great laws surged like tempestuous tides, streaming toward the cardinal points before coalescing into 4 divine beasts, Qinglong, Baihu, Zhuke, and Xuanwu. The 4 beasts charged to the rim of Penglai Island, and pooling their strength lifted the island as if plucking a boulder. Lin Yang's eyes widened. He could not have imagined that reclaiming Penglai would be accomplished with such brute force. And it was not only the 4 symbols in motion, even the laws of space were invoked. Waves of spatial law radiated outward, contorting the void and forcibly swallowing the entire Penglai Island into the Hundun Pearl. At last, the 4 symbols reverted to their abstract laws, and together with the Tiandao avatar returned into the Hundun Pearl. When the pearl settled into Lin Yang's palm, he could not help but feel it had grown somewhat heavier. Glancing about, Lin Yang saw that all had proceeded with exquisite subtlety, drawing no notice from others. He melted away and made his way home. After returning to Busi Huashan, Lin Yang resumed his seclusion. The clan had long been accustomed to such behavior. Everyone knew he disliked meddling in affairs. With the Great Elder in place, Lin Yang had no need to manage daily matters. Indeed, in ancient times, the Great Elder had acted in lieu of Yuan Feng to oversee the clan. This had become something of a tradition, so no one in the Feng clan objected to Lin Yang's indolence as clan chief. On the contrary, they revered him. His position within the clan was unassailable. After all, since Lin Yang's birth, his contributions and the clan's daily signs of renewal had been plainly felt by the people. When Lin Yang entered his Zhongxian world, he found that it had expanded. Penglai Island had already been completely absorbed. Like the 4 Xiang spirit pearls, it had merged into that realm. The absorption caused the Zhongxian world to enlarge, and its spiritual energy grew markedly denser. Lin Yang's Zhongxian world was modeled after the Honghuang world, and so it possessed a central continent. Beneath that central continent lay a vast spiritual vein. That vein had once been Penglai Island's ancestral root, but it had now become part of the Zhongxian world. After surveying the changes to his Zhongxian world, Lin Yang took out the reward from his task, a Huangjongli tree. He planted it, and then made his way to the side of the Songguang divine pool. Staring at the lotus in the pool which exuded an endless daoic resonance of reincarnation, Lin Yang drew a deep breath and sat cross-legged. Now he would refine that lotus into a new clone of himself. This was no difficult feat, Lin Yang had the experience. After briefly using his power to temper the 12-grade reincarnation violet lotus, he poured a fragment of his primordial spirit into the flower. A low hum filled the air as his primordial spirit entered the lotus. The 12-grade reincarnation violet lotus instantly burst into a dazzling purple light. Waves of the reincarnation law boiled up, imparting a dread that felt as though one stood upon the threshold between life and death. The way of reincarnation is one of the 3,000 great Tao. It springs from the path of life and death, yet transcends it, profound and unfathomable. Its might is not to be underestimated. Moreover, Lin Yang had decided to follow the Tiandao Avatar's counsel and refine the 12-grade reincarnation violet lotus into his own clone as a precaution for the days ahead. Having already entangled himself with the karmic consequences of reincarnation, he resolved to tackle the matter head-on and make the reincarnation path his instrument. A full 1,000 years passed before the brilliant purple light finally ebbed. The 12-grade reincarnation violet lotus trembled, dragging long roots as it rose from the pool and hovered. In a flash it resolved into a young man who bore Lin Yang's likeness, yet radiated an overwhelmingly potent aura of reincarnation, a terrifying presence. When Lin Yang's reincarnation clone took form, the profundity of the 12-grade violet lotus conferred upon him the cultivation of a Deluo golden immortal. He was scarcely inferior to Lin Yang. Fellow Lin Yang said, studying the clone, why not alter your appearance a little? He offered the suggestion lightly. After all, he was a homebody who rarely ventured out. Even if this clone was forged to serve undercover, Lin Yang would not fear that it resembled him. The real reason he asked for a change was that another clone identical to him, and constantly teasing him already, he did not want this new clone to become the same. The reincarnation clone smiled, and saying nothing altered his visage, growing somewhat more mature and assuming an air of authority. He addressed Lin Yang as, for myself, how would the name Fengdu suit me henceforth? Fengdu. Lin Yang frowned, considered briefly, then nodded. Very well. At that moment the Tiandao Avatar appeared and greeted, Fengdu, congratulations fellow Taoist Fengdu. Fengdu hastened to return the salute. The Tiandao Avatar smiled, and then turned to Lin Yang. Now that Fengdu has a title, would you mind giving me one? Lin Yang, sounding exasperated, replied, pick one yourself. Oh, I cannot think of a name for you. The Avatar cleared his throat awkwardly. The Tiandao Avatar coughed, embarrassed. You treat me too stingily. I was merely teasing you. Not so, really not. Lin Yang sat in silence and regarded him. Fengdu cast him a look of helpless affection. The Tiandao Avatar had no choice but to sigh and shot Lin Yang a glance. You wound me. Very well, I will name myself. From now on, I shall be called Taichu. Also let this world be called Taichu too. A name will help distinguish it from the Honghuang world. Lin Yang considered the suggestion and finally nodded, so be it. Henceforth the Tiandao Avatar, no longer merely an avatar, would be known as Taichu. Taichu smiled, bowed to Fengdu, and then his figure dissolved from sight. Watching Taichu leave, Lin Yang frowned, and said to Fengdu, this fellow is becoming less and less like the Tiandao he once was. How I miss the old days, Fengdu replied, when we were still somewhat reserved in one another's presence. He was nothing like this before. Lin Yang shook his head, a note of melancholy threading his tone. Having entrusted the book of life and death and the judge's brush to Fengdu for refinement, Lin Yang resumed his monotonous daily routine. Cultivation, and nothing but cultivation. Occasionally emerging from seclusion, he might consult with the elder patriarch or offer guidance to the younger generation within the clan. The Phoenix clan's celestial fortune was gradually recovering, and several gifted members, clearly invigorated by this resurgence, were beginning to distinguish themselves. As clan patriarch, Lin Yang naturally devoted himself to nurturing these elite heirs, ensuring they received every resource essential to their growth. Especially Kong Xian, his elder brother by circumstance. Lin Yang finally met him in person. In their fraternal reunion, Lin Yang poured forth warmth and tender care. This heartfelt affection deeply moved Kong Xian, who had long wandered beyond the clan, but also left him quietly bemused by the order of hatching. He was unquestionably Lin Yang's elder brother. Though Lin Yang addressed him as elder brother, Kong Xian sensed paradoxically that Lin Yang embodied the very essence of an elder brother, both in demeanor and more strikingly in cultivation attainment, which far surpassed his own. Kong Xian secretly resolved to catch up, lest his title as elder brother become a source of profound embarrassment. Lin Yang of course perceived his brother's quiet determination. Amused yet never dismissive, Lin Yang dared not underestimate him, knowing full well Kong Xian's legendary prowess, the peerless sovereign beneath the sages themselves. Even during the investiture of the gods' tribulation, when ancient cultivators withdrew from the world, Kong Xian seized that exalted title through sheer supremacy. His extraordinary talent was undeniable. Yet Lin Yang felt no trace of envy, only unwavering support, granting Kong Xian abundant resources without reservation. He wished to observe whether under such unparalleled cultivation support Kong Xian might transcend his former limits, not merely becoming the strongest beneath the sages, but attaining true sagehood itself. And once Kong Xian achieved sagehood wielding his five-colored divine light, even a sage might find escape impossible, if ever he were to seize one. Time flowed swiftly. The second discourse at Zixiao Palace concluded, and the great cultivators who had attended returned home. Their auras surged across the heavens like cataclysmic storms. Lin Yang sensed them the moment they re-entered the primordial chaos, lifting his gaze to behold streaks of divine light piercing the firmament. Many of those streaks radiated overwhelming, unmistakable pressure. One Lin Yang recognized intimately shared by his heavenly Tao avatar Tai Chu and the elder patriarch alike. Such aura belonged solely to quasi-sages. Had some already severed their three bodies following Hongjuan's transmission of the method. Lin Yang furrowed his brow briefly, then relaxed. His Tao differed fundamentally. There was no need to covet others' rapid advancement. For however swift their ascent, that path led inevitably to annihilation, leaving them in time to weep in despair. Lin Yang, steady and deliberate, walked his own road, step by step, toward the unshakable promise of Tao attainment. Ding! Yuqing Tongtian of the Three Pure Ones challenges cultivators across the realms. Will you descend from seclusion to accept battle? Option 1, accept. Receive the peerless primordial treasure, the two-principle radiant sword. Option 2, decline. Receive the five-element thunder art. Hearing the system's prompt, Lin Yang curled his lips in mild disdain. A mere peerless primordial treasure. Did he still crave such things? Or rather, had he ever craved them at all? He certainly had no intention of engaging Tongtian, that battle-mad berserker. He chose option 2. As he examined the newly acquired five-element thunder art within his mind's eye, he found it refreshingly straightforward. Metal thunder would thunder, water thunder, fire thunder, and earth thunder. Each distinct, each element. Though simple in form, Lin Yang saw its value a perfect gateway into the five elements, a foundation for comprehending their profound Tao. Closing his eyes, he began refining elemental energies within his five vital organs. Metal energy gathered in the lungs, wood energy in the liver, water energy in the kidneys, fire energy in the heart, earth energy in the spleen. After centuries of practice, Lin Yang mastered the five-element thunder art, not only grasping the fundamentals of the five elements and glimpsing their underlying laws, but also discerning the hidden resonance of yin-yang within the thunder itself. Thus, by mastering this art, Lin Yang serendipitously attained two profound cosmic laws at once, an unexpected boon beyond measure. Ding! Emperor Yaojun of the Celestial Court has fixated upon the immortal maidens Shiha and Changshi of the Moon Star, consumed by longing. Will you intervene and claim them for yourself? Option 1, accept. Success grants the peerless primordial treasure, the Moonlight Treasure Casket. Option 2, decline. Receive 2 branches of the Kasha tree. The Moonlight Treasure Casket. Lin Yang paused, startled, then shook his head. Alas, it was not the legendary Moonlight Treasure Casket. Had it been, he might have entertained the notion. But to barter his dignity for a mere peerless primordial treasure, the Moonlight Treasure Casket, was unthinkable. He declined outright, receiving 2 bare branches of the Kasha tree. Staring at them, he sighed, utterly leafless, stark and barren. Bald, utterly speechless, Lin Yang murmured to himself. I recall Kasha trees propagate easily via cuttings, though I'm not entirely certain. After all, this was no ordinary Kasha tree. It ranked among the 10 primordial sacred trees. Were propagation so simple, the primordial chaos would teem with Kasha groves, not just the solitary specimen on the Moon Star. Peaches of immortality perhaps, but not Kasha. Lin Yang immediately transferred the 2 branches into Tai Chu realm. No sooner had they entered than Tai Chu materialized, gazing intently at the branches, his eyes alight with unmistakable excitement. Do these branches hold significance? Lin Yang asked. Significance? Absolutely. These branches contain abundant primordial essence of the Kasha tree, sufficient to cultivate 2 new specimens within Tai Chu realm. So astonishing, Lin Yang exclaimed. Then I could simply harvest more from the Moon Star, grow as many as I wish. Tai Chu scoffed coldly. You overestimate yourself, sovereign. Do you imagine these branches are ordinary? Are they not? Certainly not. Their potency lies precisely in their concentrated Kasha tree primordial essence, making cultivation here possible. Were you to pluck branches directly from the Moon Star, you'd gain nothing. Only invite calamity upon yourself. Lin Yang shook his head. How should I know? Either way, here, take them. With that, he dismissed Tai Chu's triumphant grin and withdrew from Tai Chu realm. In the days that followed, Lin Yang continued to bide his time, resolutely avoiding any reckless actions until he possessed sufficient power. Thus a millennium passed in the blink of an eye. On this day the system prompted, "Ding, to eliminate the witch clan, the demon clan has decided to devise a grand formation. The host may provide the Dao tree to the demon clan in exchange for a high status among them. Option 1, accept the task and receive a reward of 1 innate spiritual treasure depending on the final status obtained. Option 2, decline the task and receive a reward of the 12th-grade Annihilation Black Lotus." After hearing the system's prompt, Lin Yang couldn't help but feel speechless. Such a choice was too simple. Anyone with a brain would surely know which option to choose. Rather than gamble on providing the Dao tree subject to the whims of others for a position among the demon clan, it was far better to remain at home and acquire a top-tier innate spiritual treasure. At this moment, Lin Yang had no long-term vision, directly locking onto the immediate benefits. He decided, it shall be the 12th-grade Annihilation Black Lotus. As Lin Yang made his choice and declined the task reward was immediately granted. A Black Lotus platform exuding waves of destructive aura appeared. This 12th-grade Annihilation Black Lotus was once a treasure of the demon ancestor Luo Ho, but now it belonged to Lin Yang. With the previous god-slaying spear, the only famous treasure of Luo Ho that had yet to reach Lin Yang's hands was the 4 swords of extermination. Moreover, several Lotus platforms from the Primordial era were now also partially in Lin Yang's possession. He similarly stored the 12th-grade Annihilation Black Lotus within his nascent soul, nurturing it slowly. The 12th-grade Annihilation Black Lotus, like the 12th-grade Purification White Lotus, had transformed into a treasure. Therefore, unlike the 12th-grade Reincarnation Purple Lotus, it could not be used for reproduction. It was somewhat regrettable. Lin Yang continued his seclusion. In the timeless expanse of the Primordial era, time held little value. Before long, much time had passed. On this day the system again prompted, "Ding, Emperor Jun has decided to express his intentions to Shi He and Chang Shi. Should the host proceed to the Dark Moon Star to disrupt this destined celestial marriage? Option 1, accept the task and upon completion receive a complete 9 revolutions mystic art and a drop of Pangus essence blood. Option 2, decline the task and receive the reward of the divine ability of Tain Annihilation Divine Light and the Sun-Slaying Divine Light." After hearing the system's prompt, Lin Yang was momentarily stunned. The task selection was not difficult at all. He felt no urge to disrupt the celestial marriage. Though he desired the 9 revolutions mystic art and Pangus essence blood, he felt too lazy, disrupting a destined marriage. If something went wrong, who would take responsibility? However, the rewards for option 2 were quite rich. The 2 divine abilities were simply handed over. Lin Yang decided to refuse the task, thinking to himself that the system was generous. A free pass. It was that simple. Upon making his choice, 2 divine abilities appeared in his mind, Tain Annihilation Divine Light and Sun-Slaying Divine Light. These 2 divine abilities, as their names imply, are cultivated from the forces of Tain and the Sun. Coincidentally, Lin Yang had recently comprehended some aspects of Yin-Yang Dao. Thus, entering the realm of these 2 divine abilities was much simpler. Lin Yang closed his eyes, silently savoring the experience, and began to gather the powers of Tain and the Sun. He felt a mysterious connection with the 2 supreme stars in the starry sky, and naturally streams of Tain and Sun's power descended. Lin Yang silently refined these 2 powers, cultivating the Tain Annihilation Divine Light and Sun-Slaying Divine Light. Both of these divine abilities could be considered extreme, and their power was beyond imagination, far surpassing the 5 elements thunder method Lin Yang had obtained previously. Thus, after hundreds of years, Lin Yang finally succeeded in cultivating these divine abilities. He opened his eyes, and a brilliant light shone within them, resembling the Tain and Sun stars. One eye was cold and piercing, radiating an icy chill that made one feel as though they were falling into an ice cavern. The other eye was blazing hot, akin to a raging inferno, fiercely violent. Lin Yang suddenly raised his right hand, channeling the divine abilities. Instantly, streams of Tain power gathered upon his right hand, which quickly became as cold as ice. Immensely frigid, his right palm emitted a dazzling, icy radiance. Subsequently, a thick, ferocious white beam akin to a blizzard erupted from Lin Yang's palm. Boom! A Tain Annihilation Divine Light shot forth, directly piercing into the void. In an instant, it was unknown how far it reached, but Lin Yang saw that the void it passed through was completely frozen. Especially at the location where the Tain Annihilation Divine Light passed, a circular hole was formed. This strike possessed absolutely immense power. The Tain Annihilation Divine Light lived up to its name, capable of annihilating everything. Following this, Lin Yang experimented with the Sun-Slaying Divine Light, and its power was no less impressive than that of the Tain Annihilation Divine Light. So powerful. Lin Yang gasped, calming himself slightly, yet he thought, these two divine abilities of mine are truly formidable. Then how about the grand formation? The demon clan was studying the celestial star formation. It encompassed all the stars of the celestial sphere. A strike from the celestial star formation must be truly world-destroying, right? Lin Yang felt a chill run down his spine as he pondered. At this moment, another system prompt sounded. Ding Nu Hua is proposing to Emperor Jun at the Dark Moon Star. Should the host immediately proceed to stop it? Option 1. Accept the task and receive as a reward a high-grade innate spiritual treasure, the sun-shooting bow, along with 10 exclusive arrows, the setting sun arrows. Option 2. Decline the task and receive as a reward the array of time, which can accelerate the flow of time within 100,000 miles. However, the effect diminishes as the range increases. Once again, it's about a celestial marriage. Lin Yang was utterly speechless. Oh, would this never end? Moreover, why was there such malice directed towards Emperor Jun? Although he was a bit greedy, proposing to two sisters at once, they were sisters after all. What was wrong with both sisters marrying Emperor Jun? Why must they be torn apart? This was a celestial marriage, a union ordained by destiny, and perhaps they were to ask him to disrupt this marriage. Was he not to become the villain? There is a saying, better let someone else beat their child than to let them separate wives. Well, it seems not entirely fitting, but it was close enough. Regardless, upon hearing the reward for the second option, Lin Yang made his decision. He wanted to be a good person. He wanted to support Emperor Jun. The array of time, which could accelerate time, was such a great asset that Lin Yang was completely won over. Though this grand formation was not as powerful as the celestial star formation, it was still a top-tier cultivation aid. Lin Yang decisively chose to refuse the task, to protect the celestial marriage. As Lin Yang made his choice, the reward was swiftly bestowed upon him, yet it bore little resemblance to the formation he had imagined. Rather than a traditional formation, it manifested as a radiant aura. Truly, it resembled an ethereal halo, one that expanded and contracted at Lin Yang's, although its maximum radius was limited to 10,000 li. Its function was to accelerate the flow of time within its circumference. A priceless treasure. Lin Yang tested its capabilities and discovered its peak temporal acceleration ratio reached 1 to 10,000. That is, while a single year passed outside the aura, 10,000 years unfolded within. Master, this artifact holds immense value for the Tai Chu realm. Hand it over. At that very moment, Tai Chu's exasperating voice suddenly echoed forth from the Tai Chu realm. Lin Yang, though speechless at this ever-demanding entity, could not deny the truth of his words. Indeed, the Chronos formation could hasten time's passage within the Tai Chu realm, catalyzing its evolution, while Lin Yang himself could enter and cultivate therein, achieving dual benefit without compromise. Here, you may have it. Lin Yang grumbled, thrusting the halo into the Tai Chu realm. Tai Chu chuckled slyly and immediately anchored it upon the realm's star. There, 2 budding branches of the osmanthus tree had already taken root, and Tai Chu with lavish extravagance nurtured them using the triple light divine water. Now, aided by the Chronos formation, their growth would be swift and assured. Before long, 2 full osmanthus trees would surely flourish. Lin Yang felt a surge of anticipation, for in the primordial chaos only a single osmanthus tree existed. Yet he now possessed 2. By the way, Tai Chu, won't this imbalance tip the Tai Chu realm toward overwhelming dominance? Lin Yang suddenly asked, recalling the concern. Tai Chu paused in silence before replying, such a risk does exist. His eyes gleamed mischievously as he added with a grin, yet restoring yin-yang equilibrium would be effortless. If you could procure something capable of augmenting the sun's primordial essence. Lin Yang shook his head. He possessed no such artifact. Had he, Tai Chu would have claimed it long ago. He felt profoundly impoverished. Aside from a few treasured artifacts he refused to dismantle, nearly all else had already been contributed to the Tai Chu realm. And Tai Chu, insatiable as ever, seized every new acquisition the moment it entered his sight. I'll find one later, Lin Yang said flatly. For now I have nowhere to seek such a thing. With that, he retreated into seclusion upon the star of the Tai Chu realm, basking in the Chronos formation's temporal currents. Though time flowed faster within, its passage remained imperceptible to those inside, a marvel unto itself. Eons drifted by. Within the Chronos formation, tens of thousands of years elapsed, until even Lin Yang grew weary of the endless span. On that day, Lin Yang's body trembled, then surged with torrents of cosmic laws erupting from his being. The 4 elemental laws, earth, water, fire, and wind, rose alongside spatial law, the 5-phase law, yin-yang law, and even fragments of temporal law gleaned through serendipitous insight over millennia. These myriad laws coiled and roiled across Lin Yang's form, amplifying his aura with each pulse, its power swelling steadily, radiating outward from the yin star. Ultimately, it swept across the entire Tai Chu medium-sized realm. Heaven and earth erupted in countless auspicious omens. Boom! As his aura crested, Lin Yang pierced an ineffable threshold, His cultivation ascended to the rank of quasi-sage, or alternatively, the mixed-origin golden immortal. He sensed his cultivation and divine power undergo profound transformation, a true awakening of boundless sovereign mastery. The mixed-origin golden immortal stood firmly upon the path of mixed-origin Tao. This state diverged utterly from that of the former great Luo golden immortals, especially in command over cosmic laws which now attained an unprecedented transcendent level. Only now having reached this pinnacle did he truly attain Tao, gazing clearly upon the path ahead, and his path lay entwined with the Tai Chu realm itself. As Lin Yang ascended the Tai Chu realm, long restrained, burst forth in explosive Tai Chu, the realm's celestial Tao, materialized instantly, yet wasted no breath on greeting Lin Yang. Instead, fingers weaving arcane mudras, he summoned the realm's full might and roared with thunderous command. Open! A deafening boom rent the void, whereupon a celestial channel tore open, drawing torrents of chaotic qi directly into the medium-sized realm. Tai Chu then swallowed the chaotic qi whole, transforming into a colossal giant, akin to Pangu himself, wielding a mighty axe and cleaving the primordial chaos with relentless vigor. The chaotic qi shattered, erupting into the four elemental forces, earth, water, fire, and wind, now wilder and more volatile than ever. Yet the four celestial beasts of the elements appeared at Tai Chu's summons, stabilizing the realm amid the maelstrom. Across the vast world, reality itself seemed to turn fresh pages, chaotic qi transmuting into primordial qi, surging endlessly. Heaven unleashed torrential rain of spiritual energy, while the realm expanded ceaselessly. The earth thickened, the heavens soared ever higher. Above, sun, moon, and stars underwent profound esoteric transformations. Lin Yang, standing upon the Yin star, perceived these shifts with singular clarity. Indeed, as he'd feared, Yin dominance had begun to eclipse Yang. The Yang star, once balanced against the Yin star, now visibly shrank, dwarfed by its lunar counterpart. Beside him, the two osmanthus saplings had matured into slender, graceful trees. Lin Yang sighed, a weight of solemn responsibility settling upon his shoulders. To nurture an entire realm demanded immense effort, and prolonged yin-yang imbalance was unsustainable. The Chronos formation must be relocated. Yes, to the Yang star. Let it foster solar growth, even if its effect paled beside the osmanthus-laden Yin star. Every measure counted, so long as it preserved the realm from total incorruption, until Lin Yang secured an artifact capable of enhancing the Yang star's primordial essence. That would suffice. Meanwhile, the Tai Chu realm's transformation neared completion. Tai Chu ceased sustaining the celestial channel, no longer drawing chaotic qi. The realm's expanse had swelled at least tenfold, vast, boundless, and teeming with nascent potential. Within its fabric, countless microrealms had spontaneously emerged. Though smaller than the microrealms Lin Yang once forged from 36 sea-stilling pearl beads, their very existence marked a vital beginning. 3,000 microrealms coalesce into one medium-sized realm. 3,000 medium-sized realms converge into one grand realm. Thus, step by step, Lin Yang would forge a grand realm in time. And as the realm flourished, its unceasing feedback would nourish Lin Yang's Tao, his path to ultimate enlightenment now ablaze with radiant certainty. Yet one urgent matter remained: the growing yin-yang imbalance. But haste was unnecessary. He could always journey to the primordial grand realm of Hongwang and set his sights upon Emperor Jun's sacred Fusang tree. Or should the imbalance become untenable, he could uproot the two osmanthus trees from the Yin star, an extreme but viable solution. Heaven never seals all paths. Solutions, however arduous, would always emerge. As the world grows, the primordial power of the heavenly Tao of this realm also strengthens. Now even Lin Yang cannot gauge the extent of his avatar's power. Lin Yang remained calm, observing the changes in the world as waves of insight surged within him. The realm he had just broken through gradually stabilized, and his cultivation continued to rise. This was also a result of his fortuitous encounters. Once the world settled, Lin Yang's aura became increasingly profound and unfathomable, embodying a feeling akin to that of the primordial. This outcome was in fact inevitable. After all, Lin Yang was on the path of the world, embodying various laws, which essentially made him a heavenly Tao as well. After solidifying his realm, Lin Yang did not continue to cultivate using the array of time. At his level, merely using the time difference to extend his cultivation was insufficient. It was more useful for increasing magical power and honing divine abilities, while the crucial aspect of elevating one's realm relied on comprehension of the laws. However, it was not something easily obtained through time alone. It required talent, insight, and opportunities. Thus, Lin Yang emerged from seclusion and held a sermon for the entire clan at the Undying Volcano. With his current cultivation, he had undoubtedly become the foremost among the Phoenix clan, surpassing the Grand Elder. Delivering a sermon to the clan was a simple task for him. The Grand Elder and many powerful members of the Phoenix clan also came to listen. After all, this was Lin Yang's first sermon, and unless they truly couldn't make it, everyone would come out of respect. Kong Xian also attended. Accompanied by the Grand Elder, he waited attentively for Lin Yang to begin. Lin Yang said little, glanced at the clansmen below, and then began his lecture. As Lin Yang started to speak, mystical sounds resonated and countless phenomena emerged within the Undying Volcano. The numerous clansmen listened to Lin Yang's sermon, transitioning from slight noise at the beginning to complete silence later, immersed in his teachings. Lin Yang's lecture progressed from the superficial to the profound, covering a wide range of topics from the four symbols path. He comprehended most deeply to the path of space, the path of the five elements, the path of yin and yang, the path of time, and more, leaving everyone astounded. After lecturing for several hundred years, Lin Yang concluded, noticing many in the audience were still in a state of awakening. He nodded to the Grand Elder and vanished from the stage. The Grand Elder shook his head, accustomed to Lin Yang's behavior. In truth, Lin Yang did not want to be in such a hurry, but just moments ago the system's notification rang in his mind again. He was eager to return and make a choice. Ding, the heavenly marriage begins. Di Jun has already dispatched a wedding procession to welcome the two celestial maidens of the moon star. Meanwhile, the fire ancestor of the Wu clan Zhu Rong and the water ancestor Gong Gong plan to ambush the wedding procession. The host can make the following choices. Choice 1. Snatch the brides. Ambush midway and seize the two celestial maidens of the moon star back to the Undying Volcano. Completing the task grants a reward of the top grade innate spiritual treasure, the demon suppressing tower. Choice 2. Inform. Reveal to Di Jun that Zhu Rong and Gong Gong are about to ambush the wedding procession. This will gain Di Jun's favor and reward a high-grade innate spiritual treasure, the Sun God Furnace. Choice 3. Do nothing, which rewards the Hongmeng Cosmic Ruler. A series of question marks appeared above Lin Yang's head. The Hongmeng Cosmic Ruler. Did he really have a choice? Initially, Lin Yang felt that the system concealed some subtlety. Perhaps there was something hidden in this last choice. However, regardless of how Lin Yang thought about it, this was essentially a gift. The Hongmeng Cosmic Ruler, one of the rare innate treasures of merit in the world. The other one was the companion treasure of Laozi, the heaven and earth, Xianhuang Linglong Pagoda, reputed to ensure victory in the highest realm. Aside from innate treasures, it could be said to be invincible in defense. In contrast, the Hongmeng Cosmic Ruler was exactly the opposite. It emphasized attack rather than defense. Thus, its offensive power could rival that of innate treasures. System, I choose 3, Lin Yang declared without hesitation. A gift of equipment should not be refused. As for snatching brides, or informing, that was laborious and unrewarding, only a fool would choose that. As Lin Yang made his choice, the reward was quickly bestowed upon him. Indeed, it was the treasure of merit, the Hongmeng Cosmic Ruler. Now Lin Yang possessed two great treasures. As Lin Yang made his choice, the reward was quickly bestowed upon him. Indeed, it was the treasure of merit, the Hongmeng Cosmic Ruler. Now Lin Yang possessed two. Moreover, both leaned toward offense. But their allure was undeniable. The God-slaying spear could injure a saint's primordial spirit, being one of the few things in the primordial chaos that could threaten the undying saints. The Hongmeng Cosmic Ruler, aside from its full attack attributes, also had the characteristics of a treasure of merit, which could be used to suppress fortunes. Thus it held immense value for Lin Yang. Now that the Phoenix clan was thriving, having the Hongmeng Cosmic Ruler to stabilize their fortunes would ensure their success. Therefore, after refining the Hongmeng Cosmic Ruler briefly, Lin Yang used it alongside the Earth Flame Light Flag and the Wudong Tree as treasures to stabilize the fortunes of the Phoenix clan. The moment the Hongmeng Cosmic Ruler became a treasure of fortune for the Phoenix clan, all the clansmen sensed it, especially the Grand Elder, who upon raising his head used his divine abilities to observe the fortunes of the Phoenix clan vaguely, seeing the shape of a ruler emanating boundless merit stabilizing the clan's fortunes. The Grand Elder was filled with astonishment upon seeing the shape of the ruler. This is the Hongmeng Cosmic Ruler, a treasure of merit. Where did Yanger obtain it? The Grand Elder was baffled, for based on his observations, Lin Yang was a recluse who rarely ventured out. Even when he did go out, it was only a linear trip, completing his tasks and returning directly. How then did Lin Yang acquire the Hongmeng Cosmic Ruler? Could it be that he secretly went out without telling him? The Grand Elder shook his head, feeling a sense of aging, as if the child had grown up. However, the Grand Elder felt more excitement and relief. Regardless, having the Hongmeng Cosmic Ruler to stabilize the fortunes of the Phoenix clan, and Lin Yang growing stronger to aid the entire clan, was immensely reassuring. Ancestor, did you see? Our Phoenix clan is thriving once again. Yanger's future is remarkable. The Grand Elder sighed. After designating the Hongmeng Cosmic Ruler as the treasure of fortune for the Phoenix clan, Lin Yang did not dwell on it, and continued to cultivate silently. Although his current cultivation showed no progress, cultivation was like rowing upstream. If one did not advance, they would fall back. Maintaining a constant state of cultivation was always correct. After all, if one cannot progress, they certainly cannot regress, can they? However, Lin Yang did not anticipate that Di Jun's marriage would be ambushed by the Wu clan, almost resulting in his bride being snatched away. This incident would become the catalyst for another great war between the Wu and the Yao clans. Just as Lin Yang was in seclusion for less than 500 years, the system's choice notification arrived once again. A chime announced that the second great war between the Wuzu and the Yaozu was about to erupt, and the host must choose. Choice 1: aid the Yaozu and receive a complete elucidation of the Zhoutian Xingdou Great Formation and a single drop of Hundun Jinwu Essence Blood. Choice 2: aid the Wuzu and obtain the complete Jiuzhuan Xiangong 9 turns Profound Art and 1 drop of Pangus Essence Blood. Choice 3: aid neither side, watch the tigers tear each other apart from the mountain and claim the Kongtong Yin. Pick a side again. Hearing the system's options, Lin Yang frowned. Was his position not already clear? One could not help noting how lavish the rewards were. A full mastery of the Zhoutian star array. Did that mean he could deploy the formation himself? No, that was not quite right. To array the Zhoutian star formation, the crucial factor was manpower. In short, it was a somewhat hollow prize, a trifle he could forego. Hundun Jinwu Essence Blood. Now that was appealing. Still, Lin Yang did not need it desperately. The reward for siding with the Wuzu remained the Jiuzhuan Xiangong and a drop of Pangus blood. That reward needed no further comment, it was tempting. And the final option was Lin Yang's habitual favorite: accept the prize, while reclining and doing nothing. The third reward was the Kongtong Yin, the destiny treasure of the future human race. Though the humans had yet to rise, there was no doubt it was a precious artifact. Kongtong Yin, Kongtong Yin. Lin Yang rubbed his brow. In his past life, he had been human, and in this life it seemed he could not entirely avoid becoming entwined with the human race again. Although in this incarnation he was but a small phoenix, Lin Yang said to the system, I choose the third option. Once more he would watch the war between the Wuzu and the Yaozu from the sidelines. Moreover, this conflict promised to be spectacular: the Yaozu's Zhoutian Star Array versus the Wuzu's Dotian Xinxia Great Array and the true form of Pangu. And of course, the final Black Whistle Arbiter Hongjun would make an appearance. They would all take the stage. Lin Yang even pulled the Grand Elder to watch the spectacle with him. With a rapid funeral-like bell that rang through the air, the second great war between the two races at last began. The details need not be recounted, it was bloody and savage. The two races tore at each other with abandon. Great shamans of the Wuzu, demon gods of the Yaozu, the 12 ancestral Wu, Di, Jun Tai, Fushi Kunping, and others. Those who could enter the fray had done so. Both sides fought with the posture of annihilating the other. That had been their resolve from the very beginning. Yet someone would not relent. Lin Yang watched with keen interest while the Grand Elder grew reflective, clearly reminded of the bygone days of the Feng clan. Seeing the present Yaozu and Wuzu, I am reminded of our Fengzu, and of the Longzu, and Kalinzu, the Grand Elder said to Lin Yang. Younger, who do you think will prevail between these two? Lin Yang paused, looked at the Grand Elder, and countered, and what do you think will win, Grand Elder? The Grand Elder frowned and shook his head. Hard to say. The Wuzu evolved from the bloodline of the great Pangu. They possess the 12 ancestral Wu. Though they do not cultivate the Yuan Shin, their bodies are immensely powerful. He added, each ancestral Wu masters a distinct cosmic law. United, the 12 ancestral Wu make the Wuzu an irresistible force. Yet he admitted the Yaozu are not simple either. Di Jun and Tai harbor vast ambition and strategic brilliance. Having drawn Fushi Nuwa and Kunping to their side, their strength is also formidable. Especially Tai, who wields the primal treasure Hundun Bell. By himself, he once held back 8 ancestral Wu. The Grand Elder shook his head, unable to reach a firm verdict. Lin Yang laughed softly. What you say is reasonable, Grand Elder, but you have overlooked one thing. Oh, the Grand Elder asked in puzzlement, what have I forgotten? Lin Yang replied, you forget that Hong Huang is not merely composed of Wuzu and Yaozu. Hong Huang is more than just Wuzu and Yaozu. The Grand Elder pondered, then seemed suddenly enlightened. His eyes brightened as he looked toward Lin Yang. Lin Yang smiled. Indeed, Hong Huang ultimately values strength above all. Though the Wuzu and Yaozu are mighty, one must remember that beyond the heavens in the Hundun Zixiao Palace there dwells a sage. Do you mean the sage would intervene in the duel between the two races? The Grand Elder asked, alarmed. Why not? Lin Yang said. Is a sage truly impartial and selfless? The Grand Elder's expression shifted as though he had realized something. Lin Yang continued, Grand Elder, have you not long wondered why I refused to leave the Undying Volcano? Nor have I asked you to lift the barrier and let our people go out. The Grand Elder looked at Lin Yang. Lin Yang nodded and said, the answer lies precisely there. The Grand Elder sighed and patted Lin Yang's shoulder. I am indeed old, and many things I have not thought through as clear. Indeed, it was right to have you lead the Fengzu, he added. Lin Yang was unconcerned and smiled. It is not so grave. These are only my conjectures. But given the lessons of antiquity, we should be cautious this time. Lin Yang continued, wait. Soon the sage of Zixiao Palace will be converging with the Tao, and I too will ascend to that plane before long. By then our people will no longer need to live inside this great volcano. You are so confident, the Grand Elder asked with a laugh. The Grand Elder laughed. Should you not be? Lin Yang retorted. Indeed you should, the Elder replied. At that moment a sudden change swept across the battlefield between the Wuzhu and Yaozu. Di Juntai, Kunping, and Fuxi all broke free from their entanglements with the 12 ancestral Wu. The 12 ancestral Wu did not pursue. The two sides confronted each other once more. Di Jun eyed the 12 ancestral Wu, snorted, then lifted his voice and thundered, "Where are the Zhodian Star Lords? Deploy the formation." At Di Jun's command a tremendous thunder rolled through the world, and the very heavens and earth of Hong. The vibration came from the starry vault. When the assembled looked up they saw stars that should not have been visible in daylight, gradually resolving into stark clarity. There were 365 principal stars, and upon each stood a great demon and ranks of Yaozu arranged in formation, each bearing a stellar banner that when waved seemed to marshal the constellations themselves. The entire firmament, millions upon millions of stars, began to move in concert. Dimly at first, then unmistakably, a vast, boundless array unfolded before their eyes. For an instant the whole of Hongwang fell silent, stunned. The emergence of the Yaozu's colossal formation, the Zhodian Xingdou formation, made even the fiercest carnage on the battlefield seem diminished. To use the whole starfield, billions of stars as an array, what kind of formation could this be? In that moment, every great cultivator involuntarily drew a cold breath. Even the Grand Elder beside Lin Yang was no exception. Grand Elder, have you ever seen a formation such as this? Lin Yang asked. Though he had anticipated much, he was now somewhat shaken. The Grand Elder smiled bitterly and shook his head, saying, "Even the 10,000 dragons formation of the Dragon Clan cannot compare to this formation." Lin Yang nodded, gazing at the magnificent formation that encompassed the entire starry sky, feeling a sense of awe in his heart. Knowing about it is one thing, but witnessing it is another. The power of the Zhoutian Star Dou formation was vividly displayed at that moment. With the entire starry sky and countless stars as the formation eyes combined with numerous strong beings of the demon race activating this formation together. Such a grand formation, unless one is a sage, who could possibly withstand it? However, just at this moment when everyone was awed by the demon race's formation, suddenly the 12 ancestors of sorcery moved, as well, each taking their respective positions. It was as if they formed a dodecagon. "Brothers, the Undying Divine Killing Formation," the ancestor of space, Emperor Jiang, shouted. As the ancestors responded in unison, waves of overwhelming killing intent surged into the sky. With a loud rumble, it seemed that even the demon race's newly formed Zhoutian Star Dou formation became momentarily stagnant. The killing intent erupting from the 12 ancestors twisted together like colossal pillars reaching to the heavens, simultaneously attracting the killing intent from all directions of the world. The boundless killing intent completely obscured the figures of the 12 ancestors. The Undying Divine Killing Formation they set up amidst this calamity absorbed the calamity's killing intent, becoming even more formidable. As the killing intent surged up, it connected heaven and earth, colliding with the demon race's Zhoutian Star Dou formation. In an instant, a series of thunderous roars erupted, shaking the very fabric of the universe. No one knew how many beings were terrified, how many powerful entities quaked in fear. Originally, whether it was Emperor Jun and the other demon race powerhouses, or the 12 ancestors of sorcery, they regarded their respective formations as trump cards, believing victory was assured. But at this point, as both sides fought to the bitter end and revealed their grand formations, they were somewhat dumbfounded. The demon race had the Zhoutian Star Dou formation, while the sorcery race also had the Undying Divine Killing formation. The two sides were like natural sworn enemies, destined to counter each other, making it hard to determine superiority. However, at this stage of the battle, even if it was difficult to distinguish the victor, both sides were determined to annihilate the other. At this moment, seeing that neither side's grand formation could prevail, suddenly a loud roar emanated from the Undying Divine Killing formation. This roar was immense, carrying an incomparably desolate and distant aura. It was not emitted by the 12 ancestors. Suddenly, the endless killing intent condensed, gathering together to gradually form an immensely tall and imposing phantom. It was the Phantom of Pangu. The moment the Pangu phantom coalesced, a terrifying aura erupted from it, shaking the heavens and the earth. Like ripples, it spread throughout the entire primordial world. At this moment, all beings who saw this phantom Pangu, although it was merely a phantom of Pangu, could it be simple when summoned by the combined power of the 12 ancestors? Within the Zhoutian Star Dou formation, Emperor Juntai, along with Kunping, Fuxi, and numerous other demon race powerhouses, all turned pale at this moment. They could never have imagined that the sorcery race had such a trump card. The sorcery race's grand formation ultimately summoned the Phantom of Pangu. With this Pangu Phantom appearing, what could they use to fight against it? Roar. The massive Pangu Phantom let out a furious roar, and its figure seemed to swell even more. At this moment, the Pangu Phantom truly stood tall, its feet on the ground, and its head reaching into the stars. The Pangu Phantom clenched its right hand, and immediately a gigantic fist struck towards the demon race's Zhou Star Dough formation with an unstoppable force. Yet such a simple punch broke open a huge gap in the demon race's Zhou Star Dough formation. Yet such a simple punch broke open a huge gap in the demon race's Zhou Star Dough formation. The explosive power released an unfathomable level of destruction in an instant. Horrifying screams echoed from within the formation, and many demon race beings did not even have the chance to scream before being turned to ash by this punch. After this punch, the Zhou Star Dough formation was essentially rendered useless. The remaining demon race beings, even if they survived, were dragged down by the formation, each of them coughing blood and looking weak. Even Emperor Jun Tai and the others looked at the Pangu Phantom with eyes filled with terror and despair. The Pangu Phantom let out another loud roar, its feet on the ground, its head in the starry sky, the terrifying momentum shaking the entire primordial world. At Kunlun Mountain, the three pure ones who had not yet separated exchanged glances, their faces pale, eyes containing a hint of fear. This was not due to their lack of respect for Pangu, but because they were all transformed from Pangu's primordial spirit. If Pangu were truly reborn, would they as primordial spirits be reclaimed by Pangu? Roar. After the Pangu Phantom let out a great roar, it paused for a moment, and then fiercely swung its right fist again. It struck towards the Zhou Star Dough formation once more. Undoubtedly, this punch would completely destroy the Zhou Star Dough formation and annihilate all demon race beings within it. Tai's eyes were filled with determination as he desperately urged the Chaos Bell, ready to leap out and risk his life to block the punch from the Pangu Phantom. However, at that moment, a massive Taiji diagram suddenly appeared out of nowhere, blocking the gigantic fist of the Pangu Phantom. As the Taiji diagram twisted, that immense, seemingly unstoppable punch was instantly obliterated. Following this, Hongjun's figure appeared in the void, holding the Taiji diagram. He looked at the Pangu Phantom with indifferent eyes. Roar. The Pangu Phantom's right fist was obliterated, igniting its ferocity, and its left hand immediately swung a punch. But Hongjun, without blinking, shook the Taiji diagram. With a thunderous boom, the towering Pangu Phantom was effortlessly shattered by this strike. As the Pangu Phantom was shattered, the pale-faced 12 ancestors of sorcery tumbled out from within. They looked at Hongjun, their eyes filled with fury. They were on the verge of victory, but at the last moment Hongjun appeared to obstruct them. Moreover, he had shattered the Pangu Phantom with a single strike. How could they bear this? Yet even if they could no longer endure, they had no choice but to hold back. The aura emanating from Hongjun at this moment was even more terrifying than that of the Pangu Phantom just moments ago. It suppressed them to the point where they could not resist. Hongjun's gaze swept over the 12 ancestors of sorcery, and then over Emperor Jun Tai and the others. Then he calmly spoke. From now on, the demon race shall govern the heavens, and the sorcery race shall govern the earth. You 10 primordial beings may not engage in warfare for the time being. After speaking, Hongjun's figure vanished without a trace. The second war between the two clans of Wuliao has come to an end. Lin Yang, disinterested in what follows, returned to his palace to enter another round of seclusion. The Grand Elder was at a loss for words. When the Phantom of Pangu appeared earlier, he felt that the demon clan was doomed. But then with Hongjun's emergence, and a mere wave of his hand, the Pangu Phantom was shattered. Saints are indeed terrifying. As the long years passed, in a fleeting moment, another 10,000 years had gone by. During this time, the wilderness remained unusually tranquil. It seemed as if everyone had been stimulated by the previous battle. All were harboring a deep-seated desire to enhance their powers. And the two clans of Wuliao need not be mentioned. Following yet another round of conflict, the enmity between the two clans deepened even further. Currently, there was a prohibition from Hongjun in place, but it was easy to imagine that after 10 Yuan meetings, an even more brutal war would erupt between the two clans. On this day, while Lin Yang was still in seclusion, a notification from the system suddenly rang in his mind. Ding, the third sermon of Zhixiao Palace is about to begin. The host may go to listen. Option 1, accept the task and go to listen. You will receive the reward of the innate supreme treasure, the Hongyuan sword, along with a strand of Hongmeng purple qi. Option 2, decline the task. You will receive the reward of the qi luck refining method and a 9-turned golden dan. Lin Yang opened his eyes, slightly shook his head, and directly chose option 2. Listening to the sermon was out of the question. He could only rely on himself. However, the rewards he received brought Lin Yang some surprise. The 9-turned golden dan alone could enable one to directly become a Deluo golden immortal. Moreover, it had no side effects. Lin Yang planned to give it to the Grand Elder to bestow upon those loyal clan members who had made significant contributions to the Feng clan. Unfortunately, it was only a single 9-turned golden Dan. If only he had the method to refine the 9-turned golden Dan, that would be perfect. After all, Lin Yang had a Huangjongli tree in his possession. Over the years it had borne quite a few fruits ideal. Otherwise, while consuming the fruits could also lead to becoming a Deluo golden immortal, it would simultaneously deplete one's potential, rendering future cultivation impossible. Lin Yang contemplated recalling that although he lacked a pill formula, he possessed this 9-turned golden Dan. Could he possibly deduce the formula through decomposition? Even if he couldn't accurately deduce the true formula, he would surely gain some insights, which made Lin Yang feel that this approach would maximize the 9-turned golden dawn effectiveness. After all, Lin Yang could distinguish between a Deluo golden immortal and multiple Deluo golden immortals. However, he was particularly delighted with the Qi luck refining method among the two rewards. This was a method that utilized Qi luck to cultivate the primordial spirit. The benefits for Lin Yang were self-evident. The more Qi luck he gathered, the more effective it would be in enhancing his primordial spirit. This method in a sense was a direct pathway to Han Yuan. However, this also mirrored the ancient struggle between the three clans for control over the world's Qi luck, as well as the current attempt of the Demon Clan to establish a celestial court seeking to unify the world. Lin Yang sighed, inwardly realizing that this system was indeed full of tricks. Perhaps if he wasn't careful he would fall into its trap. Nevertheless, Lin Yang accepted the method, although he did not intend to dominate the world. He found it hard to refuse the opportunity to enhance his primordial spirit using the Qi luck he possessed. After all, this Qi luck belonged to him, so why not use it? Lin Yang calmed his mind and began to cultivate the Qi luck refining method. As the method operated, Lin Yang looked up and seemed to see the gathered Qi luck of the Feng clan above the immortal volcano. Qi luck is inherently formless and invisible, typically unseen by ordinary people. Yet at this moment it appeared vividly clear in Lin Yang's eyes. Lin Yang inhaled, and instantly the Qi luck of the Feng clan surged forth as if drawn toward him. It flowed toward the palace where Lin Yang resided. Such a change could not go unnoticed by the powerful members of the Feng clan, especially the Grand Elder, who immediately sensed the movement of the Feng clan's Qi luck. Upon seeing the Qi luck heading toward Lin Yang's palace, the Grand Elder was first taken aback, then shook his head with a wry smile. It's Lin Yang again. Although he did not know what Lin Yang intended to do with the Feng clan's Qi luck, it surely wouldn't be harmful. Thus the Grand Elder felt relieved. At this moment, Lin Yang also noticed the changes within the clan and quickly transmitted a message to the clan members. He reassured them that this was his doing and urged them not to panic. At that time, streams of Feng clan Qi luck were being absorbed into Lin Yang's body, directly arriving. A multitude of Qi luck gathered in Lin Yang's mind, transforming into a sea of Qi luck. At its center was Lin Yang's primordial spirit. Lin Yang's primordial spirit also formed hand seals following the Qi luck refining method, slowly using the power of this Qi luck to temper itself. As the Qi luck's power refined him, Lin Yang could distinctly feel his primordial spirit growing stronger. Some impurities within his primordial spirit were being refined, making it increasingly solid and powerful. Moreover, not only that, as Lin Yang absorbed the Qi luck power and refined his primordial spirit over time, he automatically comprehended some methods for utilizing the Qi luck. For instance, one of the simplest and most direct methods was that he could summon the Feng clan's Qi luck during battles, temporarily boosting his strength. Alternatively, he could let the Feng clan's Qi luck materialize into a phoenix to assist him in combat. He could also regulate the Feng clan's Qi luck to avoid harm and attract benefits. This would provide powerful protection for all of the Feng clan. Lin Yang continued to cultivate quietly, entirely disregarding external matters. Meanwhile, the third sermon of Zixiao Palace was commencing. This third sermon was extraordinary, as it would be the last one by Han Jun. After delivering this sermon, Han Jun would merge with the Tao of Heaven. From then on, Han Jun would become the Tao of Heaven, yet the Tao of Heaven would not be for Han Jun. This was also something Lin Yang had been waiting for. After Han Jun merged with the Tao, although he would still exist, he would be constrained by the Tao. He would no longer be able to act as freely as before. At that point, Lin Yang would be able to try to do a few things in the wilderness. After all, merely hiding away was not a long-term solution. He could remain in the immortal volcano indefinitely, but what about the many clansmen of the Feng clan? As the leader of the clan, he ultimately had to consider his people's welfare. Therefore, Lin Yang's plan was to first attain enlightenment and become a Han Yuan Deluo golden immortal. With sufficient strength, he could then attempt to bring the Feng clan back into the world. He believed that once he became a Han Yuan Deluo golden immortal, the saints and Han Jun would not be able to do anything to him. If they truly crossed the line, he could simply gather the Feng clan into his own world. Then he could shatter heaven and earth and face them for a showdown to see who panics first. As long as the Tao of heaven endures, the saints endure. But what if heaven and earth were to perish? The Zixiao Palace stood timelessly amidst the chaos, unwavering despite the surging chaotic energy that relentlessly battered against it. Within the Zixiao Palace, numerous great beings were immersed in the teachings of Hongjuan, oblivious to the passage of time. Thus gradually 3,000 years passed. Suddenly the voice of Hongjun ceased, awakening the many great beings within the Zixiao Palace. Realizing that Hongjun had finished his discourse, they understood that this session had come to an end. Those with experience did not dwell on it. However, they were aware that this was Hongjun's final teaching, and a sense of reluctance appeared in their eyes. Yet Hongjun seemed oblivious to the expressions of the crowd. Sitting on the high platform, he glanced lightly at them and spoke. Among you there are a few who are destined to be my disciples of the Xianmen. What? Hearing this, the crowd suddenly became invigorated, eagerly looking towards Hongjun, all hoping to be chosen as his disciples. Although Hongjun had mentioned before the teachings that after 3 sessions he would merge with the Tao and complete the heavenly path. But precisely because of this, if one were to be accepted as a disciple by Hongjun, it would mean becoming the inheritor of his legacy. To inherit the mantle of a saint. The benefits were simply a windfall. However, Hongjun paid no heed to the crowd, instead turning his gaze to the 3 pure ones, stating, Laozi Yuanshi Tongtian, you 3 are transformed from the primordial spirit of Pangu, possessing great merits, and may become my disciples. Disciples pay respects to the master. The 3 pure ones were overjoyed and moved forward to bow deeply. The crowd, after a moment of surprise, felt envious, yet recognized the appropriateness of the situation. After all, the 3 pure ones were the true lineage of Pangu. It was only natural for Hongjun to accept them as disciples, and there was no controversy. As my disciples of the Xuanmen, you shall possess supreme treasures to protect yourselves and to suppress the fortune. Hongjun continued. With a wave of his large sleeve, 3 strands of purple energy entered the bodies of the 3 pure ones, merging with their primordial spirits. Several treasures also fell before the 3, namely the Taiji diagram Panga banner, as well as the 4 swords of Julian and the Julian formation diagram. Hongjun said, Laozi and Yuanshi will each hold the Taiji diagram and Panga banner, both of which are transformed from the acts of creation and are innate supreme treasures. Laozi and Yuanshi were elated while the crowd watched with envious eyes. Was this the benefit of taking a saint as a master? It was overwhelmingly rich. In one fell swoop, they received innate supreme treasures akin to picking cabbages. Tai touched the chaotic bell in his arms, feeling somewhat diminished in comparison. Tongtian, the 4 swords of Julian and the formation diagram are yours, capable of forming the Julian sword formation, which can only be broken by the 4 saints. With this statement, Tongtian was overjoyed, while everyone in the Zixiao Palace changed their expressions. They initially thought the Taiji diagram and Panga banner given to Laozi and Yuanshi were already luxurious enough. But unexpectedly, Tongtian's Julian sword formation was the true ultimate weapon. It could only be broken by the 4 saints. Wasn't there only one saint in this wilderness? Moreover, this saint was nearing his end. When that time came, who could contend with Tongtian wielding the Julian sword formation? The crowd silently noted that they could not afford to offend Tongtian. They were not to be trifled with. Next, Hongjun continued to accept Niuhua as a gatekeeper, disciple, bestowing upon her the diagram of mountains and rivers and the red stitch ball. Although these 2 were not innate supreme treasures, they were still top-tier innate spiritual treasures with extraordinary power. Then, after a tearful plea from the persistent brothers Jin and Junti, they also successfully regained their status and were accepted as registered disciples by Hongjun. Hongjun granted them the 12-petal merit golden lotus and the eastern green lotus treasure flag. Jin and Junti were reluctant, but had no choice. After all, who let them occupy their positions improperly? Indeed, it was due to their improper positions. At this moment, the crowd in the Zixiao Palace realized that the disciples Hongjun accepted were clearly those sitting on the front cushions, and they could not help but sigh with deep regret. Had they known that those 6 cushions were so important, they would have fought tooth and nail to seize them. Meanwhile, sitting in the corner was Kuan-Peng, who looked at the 6 in front of the cushions, and then glanced at Honyun, not far away, his eyes flashing with intense murderous intent. He had originally been sitting on the front cushions, but as a result of Honyun's kind gesture to yield to Junti, he was then colluded against by Junti and Jane, losing his position. He had missed this opportunity to take a saint as his master. However, before Kuan-Peng could recover from his heartache, Hongjun struck him again. From the high platform, Hongjun took out a strand of purple energy, addressing the crowd. This is the Hongmeng Purple Qi, the foundation of becoming a saint. There have already been 6 strands given to Laozi and the others. This last strand, however, remains undetermined, thus let it choose its own master. Upon finishing, Hongjun tossed the Hongmeng Purple Qi into the air, and it fell directly into Hongyun's body, merging with his primordial spirit. Hong Yun, who had already felt his heart break earlier, was now overwhelmed with joy as this happiness came so suddenly, and he hurriedly bowed to Hong Jun in gratitude. Unbeknownst to him, Kuanping beside him was glaring with evident murderous intent. Outside the Zixiao Palace there is a treasure cliff where I have collected some spiritual treasures from my early years wandering the wilderness. You may go attempt to claim them. Hong Jun continued, Master is benevolent, thank you, Master. The crowd was overjoyed and after paying their respects rushed out. Only the 6 who had just become disciples of Hong Jun, Laozi Yuanshi, Tongtian Yua Jian, and Junyi, wished to go but did not dare to rise immediately, merely watching Hong Jun with eager eyes. Hong Jun shook his head aside and said, You may go as well. Remember, minor changes in the wilderness can be made, but the greater trends cannot be altered. Hong Jun's final words were not only for the 3 pure ones, his voice resonated, reaching every ear present. However, at that moment, seizing the spiritual treasures took precedence, and the crowd paid little heed. Upon hearing this, the 3 pure ones hurriedly sprang to their feet and rushed out of the palace, fearing they might be too late and end up with nothing. The great doors of the Zixiao Palace closed. On the high platform, Hong Jun's expression grew ever calmer, his gaze icy. Suddenly, a dazzling jade tablet appeared behind Hong Jun's head, radiating brilliant light. This was the creation jade tablet, once one of the primordial treasures. After shattering, Hong Jun had collected most of its fragments to reforge it. Though now not a primordial treasure, it still possessed great power. The jade tablet slowly rotated, and with its movement mysterious forces appeared out of thin air. Buzz. As Hong Jun united with the Tao, the heavenly Tao was replenished, and the primordial world naturally underwent changes. Such changes are imperceptible to most. However, Lin Yang had a miniature world within himself, and his avatar was also the heavenly Tao of that world, making him quite sensitive to these changes, and he sensed them quickly. Within the immortal volcano, Lin Yang raised his head and looked towards the heavens, muttering to himself, as Hong Jun already united with the Tao. At that moment the system's prompt sounded. Hong Jun has united with the Tao, and there is a treasure cliff placed in the chaos. The host may go and collect the treasures. Choice 1, accept the task to receive the reward of the creation heavenly skill and a trace of Hongmeng purple chi. Choice 2, refuse the task to receive the reward of 9 turns mystic art and a drop of Pangus blood. After hearing the 2 options from the system, Lin Yang was speechless. This broken system was really looking for loopholes. Hong Jun had just united with the Tao, and it wanted him to stir up trouble. I choose 2, Lin Yang said. The rewards for both choices were actually quite similar. However, Lin Yang definitely did not want the Hongmeng purple chi. As for the creation heavenly skill, according to the system's description, it was a cultivation method similar to the 9 turns mystic art. Cultivating it to the extreme could also lead to enlightenment. But similarly, like the 9 turns mystic art, this skill was quite difficult. Therefore, after weighing the pros and cons, Lin Yang still chose to take the easy route. He did not even go to listen to the Tao. Forget about that treasure. It was good to be content. After all, he had been lying low for so many years. He did not mind lying low this time as well. Moreover, when it came to cultivation methods, the 9 turns mystic art of the great Pangu felt more reliable to Lin Yang. There was even a drop of Pangus blood. While the Hongmeng purple chi was useless to Lin Yang, the Pangus blood had great utility. As Lin Yang made his choice, the rewards were promptly dispensed. The 9 turns mystic art, the foremost divine skill of the primordial era. This skill was different from regular skills as it focused on the physical body instead of the primordial spirit. It was just right to complement the luck refining method Lin Yang had previously obtained. One refines the primordial spirit, and the other refines the physical body, creating a perfect synergy. I do not seek enlightenment through the 9 turns, but refining the physical body is still quite good, Lin Yang said with a smile. Looking at the drop of Pangus blood floating before him, Lin Yang opened his mouth and swallowed it. Boom. The energy contained within Pangus blood was even more terrifying than the chaotic phoenix blood Lin Yang had previously consumed. However, the current Lin Yang was no longer the Lin Yang of the past. Lin Yang silently operated the 9 turns mystic art, refining the drop of Pangus blood that had entered his body. Suddenly, Lin Yang's physical body trembled, and invisible forces radiated from him. The entire palace resonated with a series of muffled sounds, with Lin Yang at the center, the void slowly distorting. Moreover, as time passed, this phenomenon became more and more pronounced. Lin Yang could distinctly feel his physical body growing stronger and stronger. Just like that, over the course of 1,000 years, Lin Yang finally completely refined the Pangus blood. In the palace, Lin Yang opened his eyes and saw that his physique was much stronger than before. A powerful aura gradually emanated from him and began to climb. It became increasingly terrifying. Buzz! The void in the palace trembled in response, producing a continuous roaring sound. Lin Yang exhaled deeply, restraining his aura. This time he not only refined Pangus blood, but also combined the two bloodlines of Pangus blood and Chaotic Phoenix blood. His strength surged significantly, advancing to the mid-stage of the primordial golden immortal. Moreover, just like the 12 ancestral witches, Lin Yang gained the power of laws through refining Pangus blood. However, this power of law was not the so-called law of force, but rather the law of fire that he was most familiar with. This did not feel like an awakening, but rather an enhancement of his existing talent. It allowed him to manipulate the law of fire more freely. Lin Yang attempted to extend his index finger, and a small gray flame appeared upon it. It was his innate divine fire, chaotic divine fire. At this moment, the chaotic divine fire seemed deeper than before, as if it had been perfected and undergone a new transformation. Or rather, this was the true chaotic divine fire, the ancestor of all fire. It was not the previous chaotic divine fire that was merely a fusion of the southern brightly fire and the true sun fire. Not bad, Lin Yang said to himself, a smile appearing on his face. Meanwhile, at the same time as Lin Yang made his choice in the chaos beyond the heavens, as Hongjun united with the Tao, the Purple Cloud Palace also vanished. However, the treasure cliff outside the Purple Cloud Palace remained surrounded by a crowd of powerful beings attempting to collect the treasures from the cliff. However, it was evident that the treasures on the cliff could not be collected through brute force, but rather depended on fate. Everyone sensed the treasures on the cliff that resonated with them and collected their respective treasures. In no time, everyone had gained something, their faces filled with joy. However, at that moment, the six, Sanqing, Nuo, Jane, and Zhuani, finally arrived. Seeing the treasure cliff still shining with brilliance, the six breathed a sigh of relief. Laozi stepped forward, carefully sensing for a moment, and with a wave of his sleeve, dozens of innate spiritual treasures flew out from the treasure cliff, such as the 8 Scenes Palace Lantern, the Xian, Du Heavenly Plow, the Bagua Furnace, the Golden Rope, the 5 Light Box, the Flying Cloud Hammer, the Shumi Pot, the Dragon and Phoenix Qin, the Wind and Fire Pulwan, and so on. Then Yuan Shi stepped forward, and after sensing for a while, he also collected dozens of innate spiritual, such as the Wuing Apricot Yellow Flag, the Slaying Immortal Sword, the Escape Dragon Pile, the Wu Hook Sword, the 9 Dragons Divine Fire Shield, the Yin Yang Mirror, the 5 Fire 7 Birds Fan, the Binding Immortal Rope, the Wuji Bracelet, the Wind and Thunder Scissors, the Qian Kuan Fan, and so on. The powerful beings nearby watched in astonishment. Although they had arrived early, they had only collected a few treasures, at most a dozen. But look at what Laozi and Yuan Shi were doing. Were they really that favored by fortune as the true disciples of Pangu? However, the next one, Tongtian, truly showed them what it meant to be extravagant. Tongtian stepped forward, sensed for a moment, and paused seemingly. Even Tongtian himself found it hard to believe. He turned to look at Laozi and Yuan Shi, then at the crowd, and smiled. Boom. In an instant, it seemed as if the treasure cliff had emptied. A torrent of treasure light surged forth. Hundreds of innate spiritual treasures flew into Tongtian's sleeve like carp leaping over the dragon gate. There were the heart-piercing lock, the Yin Yang 2 instruments lamp, the heavenly mechanism register, the golden phoenix hairpin, the Taishui whip, the dragon cry flute, the commanding knife, the heavenly flower mysterious pendant flag, the Honyuan map, the sudden thunder chain, the reincarnation mirror, the concealed immortal map, the wishful bag, the 8 desolation tower, the sky swallowing shield, the rainbow connecting rope, the shattering spirit spike, the sun and moon pearl, the 4 symbols tower, the Honyuan golden dipper, the golden glow crown, and the dragon tiger Rui, among others. At this moment, everyone looked at Tongtian with the same expression, envy burning with jealousy. If one were to say that Tongtian had emptied all the treasures from the treasure divide, no one would dispute it. Even Laozi and Yuan Shi could not maintain their composure. However, the Sanqing still acted as one, advancing and retreating together. Furthermore, Tongtian was a disciple of the sage, and although that sage had already passed, his residual power remained. Tongtian was also designated to become a sage in the future. Thus, despite their envy, everyone managed to restrain themselves and did not act against Tongtian on the spot. However, some individuals were already restless. As they saw Tongtian collect so many spirit treasures, Nuo along with Jane and Zhuanti quickly took action. Nuo waved her large sleeves, collecting treasures such as the treasure Lotus lamp, 7 heavenly radiance divine blade, 5 Qiongtong, Li light scissors, heaven and earth human, 3 illumination rings, the stabilizing heaven hairpin, the infinite umbrella, the 9-colored rainbow garment, the spirit exquisite flowing garment, the 4 seas bottle, the fire-pressing pliers, and the ethereal tide heaven belt, among others. Jane and Zhuani also collected treasures such as the 6 roots pure bamboo, the demon-dispelling pestle, the blissful lotus platform, the nirvana lotus platform, the empowering divine pestle, and prayer beads. Finally, after everyone had collected the treasures, they were destined for some remaining treasures on the treasure divide instantly transformed into beams of treasure light and flew out, descending into the wilderness world, awaiting their destined owners. Only a solitary piece of the treasure divide remained in place. The crowd was tempted, but when they took turns to approach, including the Sanqing, no matter what divine abilities they used, they could not retrieve this treasure divide. Thus, everyone had no choice but to give up, secretly sighing at the incredible means of the sage before bidding farewell and returning to their respective Taoist temples. Now that the grand Taoist Hongjun had united with the Tao and the only sage was no longer present, it was only natural that everyone wished to vie for the title of the first sage in the future. Especially the 6 individuals, including the Sanqing, Nuo Jin, and Zhuanti, who were all designated by Hongjun to potentially become sages in the future. Therefore, they were particularly eager. As for Hongyun, although he had also received the primordial purple energy, he was not a disciple of the sage. If it weren't for Xinyuan's quick reaction pulling him away, the crowd would have likely acted against him first. Hongyun was brought back to the Wuzhuang temple by Xinyuanzi and no longer ventured outside. The crowd was eager to rush in and seize Hongyun. However, first, the crowd was not of one mind, and second, Xinyuan's formidable strength provided protection for Hongyun, making it difficult for anyone to act openly. They could only wait for an opportunity in the shadows. Thus the wilderness remained tranquil, and in the blink of an eye another 10,000 years had passed. One day Lin Yang awoke from his closed-door meditation only to receive a notification from the system. Ding Hongjun has united with the Tao. The host may unseal the barrier, allowing the Phoenix clan to re-enter the world and develop. Option 1. Accept the task to receive a reward of the innate 5 directions flag's plain cloud flag. Option 2. Refuse the task to receive a reward of 1 fragment of the creation jade book. After listening to the system's task and 2 choices, Lin Yang fell silent for a moment before decisively stating, "System, I choose option 2. Although the system had a point and the reward for option 1 was quite good, Lin Yang was a man of principles. He had stated that he would wait until he attained the Tao before allowing the Phoenix clan to enter the world, so he intended to wait until he achieved the Tao. What good was the plain cloud flag if it could not shake his Tao heart? Lin Yang was well aware that while gathering the 5 directions flag was indeed tempting given the current situation, once the Phoenix clan entered the world, they would inevitably be drawn into the conflict between the Wu and the Lich. And if he had not yet attained the Tao, how could he protect the Phoenix clan? Even for himself, he would likely face dire consequences. Lin Yang sighed, inwardly realizing that this cunning system was indeed sly. Was it truly so intent on getting him out of his lair? As Lin Yang made his choice, a fragment of the Creation Jade book was promptly issued. Lin Yang took out the fragment from the system's space and eagerly examined it. However, his expression quickly turned from anticipation to disappointment. This fragment had no hidden great Tao principles or primordial purple energy like described in the novels of his past life. It was merely a fragment. However, it was not entirely useless. At the very least, this fragment could serve as a comprehension stone, and combined with his own comprehension tea tree, it would enhance the effects of his cultivation in the future. Time flowed like a shuttle, and soon another 1,000 years had passed. One day in a certain place within the Undying Volcano, a powerful aura suddenly erupted, startling the entire Phoenix clan. Lin Yang also awakened, opening his eyes to gaze upwards only to see the Phoenix clan's fortune violently surging above the Undying Volcano, radiating streaks of colorful light. The fortune of the Phoenix clan was greatly increasing. The reason for this was that Lin Yang's elder brother Kong Xian had finally broken through to become a Deluo Golden Immortal. Such a slow speed. Lin Yang withdrew his gaze, letting out a sigh. In comparison to his own cultivation speed, Kong Xian was indeed slow. However, it was actually normal for Kong Xian to cultivate at such a pace. Lin Yang's rapid breakthrough was entirely due to his accumulated foundation and the absorption of the blood essence of the Chaos Phoenix, which from the very start set his roots on par with the innate demon gods. Afterward, he refined a realm of his own to aid in his cultivation, and this combination led to his astonishingly rapid cultivation speed. Not only had he cultivated into a Hunyuan Golden Immortal, but he had also mastered various powerful principles, making his strength unrivaled in this era of Hongjun uniting with the Tao and with no saints in existence. Even against the Sanqing or the demon and witch races, as long as they did not set up formations like the Great Array of the Stars, or the Heavenly God Slaughtering Array, Lin Yang could easily overpower them. Kong Xian's ascension to Deluo Golden Immortal caused the entire Phoenix clan to rejoice. Although he was not a fire phoenix with roots as robust as Lin Yang's, he was still a descendant born of the Yuan Feng. This was closely related to the fortune of the Phoenix clan, otherwise it would not have led to such a significant increase in their fortune. In the palace, Lin Yang contemplated for a moment before entering the Middle Thousand World, plucking a 9-petal reincarnation purple lotus from the San Guang divine water pool and a few leaves from the comprehension tea tree. Lin Yang sent a portion of his magical power to deliver these 2 items to Kong Xian as a congratulatory gift for his breakthrough in cultivation. This naturally moved Kong Xian greatly. Lin Yang was unconcerned but recalled his elder brother the Dapeng, who had been missing, and he did not know where he had gone. After all, the wilderness was vast, and one could easily hide in any corner. Regarding this matter Lin Yang had experience. He could only sigh that the timing was not right, and one could not rush. Time passed slowly, and soon several thousand years had gone by. One day the system's notification rang out once more. Ding Shiha has given birth to 10 little golden crows. Does the host wish to exit seclusion and present a congratulatory gift to the demon clan? Option 1. Accept the task to receive a reward of several branches of the Fusang tree. Option 2. Refuse the task to receive a reward of a top-tier innate spirit root, the star tree. Hearing the system's prompt, Lin Yang was somewhat surprised. Did Dijun give birth so quickly? No, wait, how could Dijun's wife give birth so quickly? Moreover, she had given birth to 10 at once. Wasn't it said that these 10 children would only appear at the end of the calamity? At that time the 10 sons would rise directly, exhausting the fortunes of the demon clan's heavenly court. Alright, the important thing is not this, but how should I choose? Choice 1. Accept the task and present a congratulatory gift to Dijun, which could earn me several branches of the Fusang tree. Lin Yang was increasingly certain that this broken system was trying to provoke him out of his den. This is trying to get me to cause trouble. Can't you see that the branches of the Fusang tree are exactly what I need right now? The balance of yin and yang has gradually tilted in the middle thousand worlds. I just need these branches of the Fusang tree to replenish the source of the sun. Lin Yang frowned thought for a moment and decisively shook his head. Refuse. I must refuse. Lin Yang's attitude was very resolute. He would not participate in this calamity of the witch and demon. Although he really wanted the branches of the Fusang tree, the system was trying to tempt him into falling for its tricks. I simply won't. System, I choose option 2. Lin Yang said. As soon as Lin Yang made his choice, the reward was quickly distributed. Another top-tier innate spiritual root appeared. The Zhou Tian star tree. This spiritual root was also famous in the primordial era. This root can absorb the light of the stars and bear star fruits, with each harvest yielding exactly 365 fruits. That corresponds to 365 main stars. Eating these fruits can transform one into a star entity, and the benefits go without saying. The only pity is that it's missing the sun star and the moon star. At this moment a voice suddenly rang out. This root, give it to me. I have use for it. Lin Yang was almost startled, and upon regaining his composure replied irritably. Can you speak properly next time? The voice just now was from his Tao avatar Tai Chu in the middle thousand worlds. Tai Chu chuckled a few times, not daring to continue provoking Lin Yang. Lin Yang didn't bother to argue with him. After thinking for a moment, he brought the Zhou Tian star tree into the middle thousand worlds. Tai Chu appeared beside him, looking at the Zhou Tian star tree with eager eyes. What do you want to do? Lin Yang asked. Upon hearing this, Tai Chu's gaze suddenly became serious, and he said to Lin Yang, I wonder if you are willing to part with the Zhou Tian star tree. Lin Yang's expression changed immediately upon hearing this. He understood what Tai Chu meant. It was clear. After all, this guy was a treasure destruction maniac. All the treasures he had before had been destroyed by him to enhance the world's source. Now that he mentioned this, it was evident he was eyeing the Zhou Tian star tree again. However, Lin Yang sighed and said, I'm willing. Since you've said it, how could I not be willing? But let me ask you, why didn't you destroy the branch of the laurel tree, yet you insist on destroying this Zhou Tian? Tai Chu laughed after receiving permission and replied, it's not the same. Although the laurel tree and the Zhou Tian star tree are both top-tier innate spiritual roots, the Zhou Tian star tree is still somewhat inferior. Otherwise, why is it not among the top 10 spiritual roots? So when I obtained the branch of the laurel tree, my first reaction was to cultivate it into a laurel tree. If it survives, then having a laurel tree on the moon star would complement the moon star, providing long-term benefits to the entire world. However, the Zhou Tian star tree is different. This spiritual root corresponds to 365 main stars, but while it has more, it also disperses, failing to form this complementary relationship. Instead, it continuously draws from the stars, siphoning the source of the stars, thus returning it to its origin, and directly merging it into the 365 main stars is the most efficient use. Additionally, let me share some good news with you. Once the Zhou Tian star tree merges into the 365 main stars, after enhancing so many stars, I can manipulate them to suppress the moon star. This would also delay the moon star's growth rate. Tai Chu complained, you really should have chosen the first option this time. Even if you don't go yourself, you can send Feng Du. He is your avatar and is essentially you. I was anxious when I saw you choose option 2, and you missed such a big opportunity. Your intelligence, how should I say it? Tai Chu looked disappointed. Lin Yang's face darkened, cursing. You don't want the Zhou Tian star tree anymore. Tai Chu quickly silenced himself and snatched the Zhou Tian star tree. Lin Yang looked at him with annoyance. This guy was becoming more and more reckless, even daring to openly mock him. Tai Chu dared not voice his frustrations. After obtaining the Zhoutian Star Tree, he hurriedly activated the Daos divine powers. A gigantic, grinding disc appeared out of thin air, first enveloped in 5 colors with rolling thunder, then the 5 thunders fused into one, transforming into a unique chaotic lightning. Lin Yang was left dumbfounded, exclaiming, "Whoa, isn't this my 5 elements thunder method? How come it seems like you are even more skilled at it than I am?" Tai Chu glanced at Lin Yang and said, "Impressive, right? I combined the 5 elements divine thunder, and now it has become chaotic divine thunder. Do you want to learn it? I won't charge you." Lin Yang's face darkened further upon hearing this. "Do I need to ask you to learn, eh?" Lin Yang coldly laughed and directly began forcibly reading. How dare this mere avatar bully him, the true self? This was too much. Not teaching him a lesson today would simply be unacceptable. Damn, Tai Chu was speechless. Lin Yang, relying on being the true self, had already learned the upgraded version of the 5 elements thunder method, the chaotic divine thunder, from him. Tai Chu could only diligently carry out his work, controlling the grinding disc formed from the chaotic divine thunder. He called it the World Destruction Grinding Disc, and he pressed it hard down on the Zhoutian Star Tree he had thrown out. Boom. This process was exceedingly simple and brutal. The Zhoutian Star Tree lasted only a short while under the World Destruction Grinding Disc before it was utterly annihilated. A top-tier innate spiritual root was shattered, leaving only a dazzling source of starlight suspended in. Tai Chu dissipated the World Destruction Grinding Disc, looked at the source, nodded slightly, then pointed at it and shouted, "Split for me." The starlight source quivered violently, and in an instant it divided into 365 parts, then flew towards the starry sky, integrating into the 365 main stars. Boom! The starry sky shook, and the 365 main stars glowed brighter than ever. As the 365 main stars rumbled into motion, they set off a multitude of other celestial bodies. In an instant, the entire starry sky, apart from the sun star and the moon star, was ablaze with brilliance. The dazzling starlight seemed to transform into a vast ocean of stars, shining brilliantly. Lin Yang was utterly mesmerized. In his eyes, the 365 main stars were stirring the countless stars in the sky, thundering in motion. It was unmistakably forming a grand array. The celestial star array. Lin Yang looked towards Tai Chu. Tai Chu smiled proudly and explained, "It's merely a mimicry. It's not the celestial star array of the ancient demon clan." Lin Yang nodded, not bothering to be polite with Tai Chu, and directly attempted another forceful reading. Tai Chu's expression darkened immediately. But what could he do? After all, he was just a clone. Next time, remember to be more proactive. Don't hide everything. You've got such good things, and yet you don't share them with me. I always think of you first. Are you even okay with that? Lin Yang grumbled while examining the celestial star array that Tai Chu had devised. "Wasn't I trying to give you a surprise?" Tai Chu retorted unhappily, gesturing with his hands. With a boom, the celestial star array suddenly surged towards the moon star. It suppressed the moon star, dimming its light slightly, but Lin Yang still sensed that this star was growing stronger. Even under the suppression of the celestial star array, it could not be completely subdued. "It seems I still need to find treasures that can enhance the essence of the sun star." Time flowed like water, and in the blink of an eye 10,000 years passed. On this particular day, Lin Yang was in the midst of his cultivation when suddenly he heard the system's notification sound in his mind. Ding! To aid the 10 golden crows in mastering their powers, Emperor Jun and Tai have separated the Fusang tree from the sun star and placed it in the eastern sea's Tang Valley. After setting up a barrier, they allowed the 10 golden crows to cultivate within. This is a heaven-sent opportunity, and the host may make the following choices. Choice 1. The host travels to the eastern sea's Tang Valley to seize the Fusang tree, using it to remedy the sun star of the middle thousand worlds. Completing this task will reward the host with the top-tier innate spiritual treasure, the Sun Divine Chariot, and a drop of the essence blood of the chaotic golden crow. Choice 2. The host travels to the eastern sea's Tang Valley to slay the 10 golden crows, enhancing the sun star of the middle thousand worlds with the essence of the golden crows, and seize the Fusang tree. Completing this task will reward the host with the innate supreme treasure, the Sun Bow, along with 10 sun arrows. Choice 3. The host travels to the eastern sea's Tang Valley to collect only a portion of the branches of the Fusang tree, which will reward the host with a fragment of the creation jade record. Choice 4. Continue seclusion, which will reward the host with the title of Coward King. With this title, as long as the host does not actively expose themselves, they will never be discovered. Lin Yang exclaimed, "What the hell? Coward King? System, are you insulting me?" His heart raced as he listened to the first 2 choices offered by the system. It was simply too tempting. However, upon hearing the reward for the last choice, Lin Yang's face darkened instantly. Was he really a coward? He called it being cautious. Caution and cowardice are not the same. If the host dislikes the name of this title, I can help change it to Cautious King. The system spoke to Lin Yang. Cautious king. That's even worse than the previous one. Lin Yang was speechless. At that moment he felt the mockery and boundless malice emanating from the system. Was he really that overly cautious? Why did they call him a coward? Lin Yang chose to ignore the title and began to seriously consider the available options. Choice 1 involved stealing the Fusang tree, while Choice 2 was even more outrageous, not only demanding the Fusang tree, but also targeting the 10 golden crows. All to be brought back as fertilizer for the sun star of the middle 1,000 worlds. TSK. The system was quite ruthless. But he wasn't Ho-Eo, was it really necessary? This was even worse than Ho-E's actions. At least Ho-E only killed 9 of the 10 golden crows. But the system wanted him to kill them all. Lin Yang felt Emperor Jun might go mad. System, I choose 3. Lin Yang finally declared. After contemplating, he realized the second option was absolutely unacceptable. Choosing that would lead to a deadly confrontation with Emperor Jun. He wasn't from the witch clan, he wouldn't want to ensure their extinction. After weighing the remaining 3, Lin Yang ultimately chose 3. He didn't even intend to steal the complete Fusang tree. After all, Emperor Jun and Tai Yi had gone through great efforts to move the tree from the sun star, it wouldn't be right to just take it. The risk was not small. Conversely, if he only took a few branches, the two probably wouldn't take it too seriously. If it weren't for the pressing needs of the middle 1,000 worlds, Lin Yang wouldn't have chosen 3. He would have instead chosen 4. As for the titles of Coward King or Cautious King, Lin Yang did not care at all. After all, as long as he didn't speak of it, who would know? However, after making his choice, he vaguely seemed to hear a low mumble, still a dog. Lin Yang thought he had misheard, but upon reflection, that voice sounded eerily familiar. Wasn't that the voice of Tai Chu? This guy was eavesdropping on his choices. With a thought, Lin Yang entered the middle 1,000 worlds, but in the next moment, he flashed back to the palace. Goodness! Lin Yang gritted his teeth. This Tai Chu was looking for trouble. Lin Yang flashed again, entering the middle 1,000 worlds, yet Tai Chu did not show himself, only pleading, I was wrong, my lord. Umph. Lin Yang snorted coldly, and said, you were wrong. Then tell me, what did you do wrong? I shouldn't have eavesdropped on you. And oi, I shouldn't have mocked you. Alright, it's nothing serious, you can come out now. Lin Yang said. Tai Chu appeared beside Lin Yang, wearing a fawning smile. In the next moment, Lin Yang grabbed him. Tai Chu attempted to transform into nothingness, but was already too late. Relying on his status, Lin Yang immediately gave Tai Chu a severe beating. Tai Chu cried out in agony, continuously begging for mercy. After beating Tai Chu, Lin Yang felt completely refreshed. It seemed that he had gained a new form of entertainment. Would he just grab Tai Chu to give him a beating when he had nothing else to do? It was like that saying about eating, sleeping, and beating beans. Perhaps he could have a session of cultivation and enlightenment by beating Tai Chu. After dealing with Tai Chu, Lin Yang summoned his other clone Feng Du. Compared to Tai Chu, Feng Du was like a well-behaved child who never caused trouble. Lin Yang assigned this task to Feng Du. After all, he had created this clone precisely to bear some of the karma and risks he did not intend to take. Now this task could be seen as an early opportunity for Feng Du to train. Rest assured, my lord, this matter will be entrusted to me. Feng Du replied. He then turned to Tai Chu and said, Brother Tai Chu, could you please open the door? I'm leaving. Brother Tai Chu, Lin Yang asked in confusion. As Tai Chu was about to open the portal for Feng Du, upon hearing Lin Yang's words, his actions paused. He looked towards Lin Yang. Lin Yang revealed a friendly smile. Tai Chu shivered. Feng Du hesitated to speak. Lin Yang's smile grew even more amiable as he directly seized Tai Chu's permissions. With a thought, he sent Feng Du out into the world. He instructed him to carry out the task. Back in the middle 1,000 worlds, Lin Yang looked at Tai Chu and said, what did Feng Du just call you? I didn't quite hear. Why don't you say it again? Tai Chu forced a rather unpleasant smile and said to Lin Yang, didn't hear clearly. Then let's just forget about it. Lin Yang directly conjured a large slipper with his magical power and slapped it down at Tai Chu. Meanwhile, on the other side, Feng Du emerged from the middle-sized mortal realm and, following Lin Yang's instructions, departed from the immortal death volcano and journeyed eastward toward the eastern sea. His eastward trek proceeded without incident. Indeed, along the way, Feng Du made several unexpected. For instance, while passing a secluded valley, he sensed a treasure concealed within. After shattering an innate supreme formation, he retrieved a chain-like supreme, innate spiritual treasure. This chain specialized in targeting nascent souls and spiritual essences. Once unleashed, it would coil directly around an opponent's soul or nascent soul, binding and dragging it back. Feng Du named it the Netherworld Binding Chain and refined it within his nascent soul. On another occasion, he chanced upon the emergence of a treasure, a second supreme innate spiritual treasure, that flew through the air and landed at his feet. This time, it was a long whip capable of striking mountains and boulders, the mountain driving whip. Later still, he acquired a rare spiritual root, a jujube tree, a supreme innate spiritual root named the 10,000 Eons shared root jujube. The tree bore fruit once every 10,000 years, yielding over 100 jujubes per harvest, each imbued with substantial spiritual power. Though neither Fengdu nor Lin Yang had use for them, these fruits would prove invaluable to the Phoenix clan upon their return to the immortal death volcano. Such primordial spiritual roots were never in excess. Upon reaching the eastern sea and gazing upon its boundless expanse, Fengdu's thoughts mirrored Lin Yang's own. When he first beheld it, "O sea, thou art naught but water." After his reverie, Fengdu headed straight for Tonggu, the volcanic isle where Emperor Jun and Tai had stationed the 10 golden crows. Tonggu's location was unmistakable. Flames roared across its island, transforming it into a sea of fire. Most arresting, and most alluring, was the towering spiritual root growing upon the isle, the Fusang tree, originally rooted upon the sun star itself. 10 diminutive golden crows perched among its branches, cultivating themselves by inhaling and exhaling blazing flame. His objective had been found, yet Fengdu hesitated. Tonggu bristled with prohibitive formations, and numerous demonic soldiers stood guard. Was he to force his way through? Such a course was not impossible, but it would irrevocably enrage Emperor Jun and Tai. Tonggu must be breached. I seek only a few branches, sparing the 10 golden crows entirely. That restraint is already courtesy enough to Emperor Jun. I trust he will not mistake forbearance for weakness. Fengdu murmured to himself. Instantly space around him blurred, invisible forces enveloped his. He was wielding the law of space itself. With a single step forward, his form vanished entirely, plunging deep into the infinite void. As Lin Yang's avatar, Fengdu naturally comprehended and wielded the law of space with equal mass. Now adrift in the fathomless void, his body flickered ceaselessly across countless strata of dimensional layers, elusive, unmoored, ever-shifting. In this state, he rendered himself immune to most of Tonggu's surrounding formations, and any attempt to strike him became extraordinarily difficult. An attacker would need to pierce through billions of spatial layers merely to reach him, appearing near yet immeasurably distant. No phrase could more aptly describe Fengdu's condition. Whoosh. Step by step, Fengdu advanced, dodging formations where possible, shattering them outright where evasion failed. In one hand, he held the Book of Life and Death, in the other the judge's brush. With a single stroke, its tip cleaved like a celestial sword, sundering barriers before him. Yet the moment Fengdu began dismantling these formations, the demonic sentinels guarding Tonggu took notice. These warriors were no trifling foes. Each bore at least the cultivation of a supreme, celestial, immortal, testifying to the demon clan's current zenith. They stood at the very apex of celestial fortune. In stark contrast, the Phoenix clan, though saved from calamitous karmic retribution by the primordial phoenix's nirvanic rebirth, had exhausted their heavenly mandate and now withdrew behind sealed mountains, isolated from the world to preserve their survival. Before Lin Yang's ascension, the Phoenix clan could be described with chilling accuracy as a fallen phoenix. To Fengdu, however, even supreme celestial, immortal-level demons posed no threat, nor did the 4 demon generals, each attaining the realm of great Luo immortals. Indeed, they ranked among the mightiest of demonic sovereigns. Upon spotting Fengdu, the 4 generals immediately commanded their troops to activate the formations and assault him. As the formations surged to life, they erupted violently, manifesting myriad lethal attacks that converged upon Fengdu. Penetrating Tonggu thus grew exponentially more perilous. You have chosen your own demise. Fengdu evaded the onslaught with icy composure, his gaze sweeping coldly over the 4 generals and their legions. Simultaneously, the pages of the Book of Life and Death in his left hand fluttered open of their own accord, page after page turning with a crisp, rustling whisper. The sky, once bathed in golden sunlight, darkened abruptly. A sinister spectral aura spread like ink across the heavens. A wondrous phenomenon unfolded. The pages blank the instant they opened, filled instantly with dense, intricate script. Had the 4 generals or their soldiers glimpsed those characters, they would have recognized them at once. Each page bore their names inscribed in indelible ink. Once the book had recorded every demon present, Fengdu raised his brush and swept a single decisive stroke, erasing an entire line of names. Instantly, several demons convulsed, eyes vacant, bodies collapsing into their primal forms before toppling lifelessly into the eastern sea. Their physical forms remained unblemished, but their nascent souls had been utterly annihilated. The Book of Life and Death, the foremost weapon of the Netherworld Court, was also known as the Human Scroll, one of the 3 celestial volumes empowered to govern the life and death of all sentient beings. Could such a title be mere boast? Stroke after stroke, Fengdu wielded the judge's brush, each slash extinguishing lifespans, obliterating souls and nascent souls alike. The spectacle was horrifying. At last, with a single shaped mark across an entire page, he extinguished the lives of all demons listed there. Panic seized the survivors. Abandoning all discipline, they fled wildly. Yet escape was impossible. All met the same end. including the 4 great Luo immortal generals. Stripped of longevity, their nascent souls and spirits extinguished, their Tao paths severed forever. Having eradicated Tonggu's guardians, Fengdu closed the book of life and death and surveyed the silent still sea. With the demons slain, the activated formations fell dormant once more. Upon Tonggu's all the 10 golden crows watched Fengdu's eerie slaughter unfold, and now trembled uncontrollably, their eyes wide with primal terror. Fengdu shattered the layered seals, and at last set foot in Tonggu. At the sight of the 10 trembling Jinwu clinging to the tree, he allowed a soft, tolerant smile to cross his features. Fengdu said he would borrow some of the spirit-root branches from their father. With a flick of his great sleeve, a surge of potent magic coaxed the 10 Jinwu down from the tree. At the same time, with a sweep of the Pongguan by its fearsome nib fused with the power of space, and in a single stroke severed a branch from the Fusang. As Fengdu continued to wield the Pongguan, by branch after branch fell. In the end, the entire Fusang stood bare. Fengdu swept his sleeve and gathered the fallen branches, declaring the task complete. He spared not a single leaf. Then he turned and departed, paying no heed to the 10 Jinwu. Fengdu strode away without looking back. He slipped into the boundless void, leaving no trace for anyone to find. Moreover, Fengdu invoked the Shengxi Bu. Currents of reincarnatory powers surged forth from the book, washing over him, altering his guise and station, twisting fate and remolding heavenly patterns. Those forces severed any possibility of being divine, cutting off causes and effects so no one could trace anything back to him. Such is the benefit of the Tao of reincarnation, to change one's identity and reverse destiny and celestial design. Of course, such a great marvel could only be achieved by cultivating the Tao of reincarnation to an exceedingly profound realm. To elude primordial powers like Dijuan and Tai Fengdu even had to employ the Shengxi Bu to be safe. Having completed his task, he wasted no time and returned immediately. Meanwhile, Hai and Sanchez and Tian, as Fengdu breached Tonggu and wiped out all the demon soldiers and generals that guarded it, events unfolded below. Dijuan and Tai sensed the disturbance and were momentarily alarmed, suspecting the witch clan. Without hesitation, they descended from Sanchez and Tian and hurried to Tonggu. The scene before them left them both relieved and furious, relieved that the 10 Jinwu were unharmed, enraged that their Fusang had been plundered. Now only a naked trunk remained. Who could commit such a vile deed? To breach Tonggu merely to hack the Fusang into this ruin. Elder brother used He Tu and Luo Shu to divine the thief's trail, at once Tai ground through clenched teeth. Dijuan nodded, not even bothering to soothe his 10 sons, and hastily summoned He Tu and Luo Shu to begin divination. No matter how Dijuan calculated, the heavenly patterns remained shrouded, as if some mysterious power, refusing to yield. Dijuan spat a tincture of essence as an anchor and forced the calculation onward. At last he perceived a figure, one hand cradling a book, the other holding a pen. Such imposing authority. The pen's tip cut across the book, and entire ranks of demons collapsed. When Dijuan tried to fix upon the figure to see his face, the visage kept shifting and changing, as if it possessed no fixed countenance. After prolonged divination, Dijuan had no choice but to relent. He shook his head at Tai and said, "I have gleaned some information, but finding that man will be difficult." Dijuan conveyed his conjectures. Tai frowned and said, "That person actually possesses the Shengxi Bu and the Pongguan Bai." Tai's brow knit tightly. He could think of no means to deal with Fengdu. "Let it be then," he said. "This time at least that man sought only the Fusang and did not harm my sons. Otherwise, even if I tore open heaven and earth, I would find him," Dijuan declared. Tai nodded and scoffed. "Indeed, his skill is considerable, but he is a coward. The Fusang stood right there, and he dared not seize it. He only took some branches and leaves." Dijuan swept his sleeve, reclaiming the Fusang and gathering the 10 Jinwu at his side. "Yet he has tied a karmic debt with us by slaying my demon folk. If he dares show himself again, we shall settle accounts." Having spoken, Dijuan moved and became a streak of rainbow light, bearing the 10 Jinwu. Together with Tai, he returned to Sanchez and Tian. After such an incident, they could not leave the Fusang and the 10 Jinwu here. If this time the intruder came merely for branches, next time he might truly slay the Jinwu. Yet how to house the 10 Jinwu became a problem. Even Dijuan found it vexing, for the 10 Jinwu were terribly mischievous. Moreover, unable to fully contain their Taiyang Jinhua, they caused much trouble in Sanchez and Tian. For this reason, he had once conceived of placing the 10 Jinwu in Donghai Tonggu. But that arrangement could no longer be used. He would have to devise another plan. As for the Fusang, the spirit root had been stripped bare, its source grievously wounded. It now had to be returned to Taiyang Xing to be slowly healed. Elsewhere, Fengdu hurried back to Busi Huashan, without pause, racing like wind and lightning and exploiting spatial laws to hasten his pace. Even so, the journey from Donghai back to Busi Huashan took considerable time. Returning to Busi Huashan, entering the Zhongxian world, Fengdu presented his spoils beneath Taichu's eager gaze. A great heap of Fusang branches and leaves. "Good. Leave the rest to me. Taichu laughed, selecting the 2 thickest branches from the pile. The remainder was mercilessly transmuted into root essence and infused into the 2 branches. Finally, the 2 branches were planted upon Taiyang Xing. Bolstered by the Sui Weizhen and nourished by the power of the world, those 2 branches grew at a pace far surpassing the former laurel shoots. As the 2 Fusang took root on Taiyang Xing, the great star array that had suppressed Taiyang Xing slowly dispersed. Immediately, a powerful reaction was set in motion. Taiyang Xing and Taiyang Xing drew toward one another, surges of solar and lunar power intermingling. The 2 stars swelled before mortal eyes, their volumes visibly expanding. They grew ever larger, and as they expanded, their radiance intensified, becoming blindingly brilliant. At that moment, among the 365 principal stars, the central one, Ziwei Xing, responded to the sun and moon and began to emit a dazzling purple light. Ziwei Xing, positioned at the heart of the constellation, could not match the sun and moon, but was no ordinary star. It could command the host of stars, and aside from Taiyang Xing and Taiyang Xing, was the most important star in the firmament. As Ziwei Xing flared one by one, the other principal stars followed, igniting their lights. At last the heavens were strewn with light. Billions of stars unleashed their most resplendent radiance, illuminating the entire Zhongqian world. With thunderous booms, and to Lin Yang's astonished gaze, the whole Zhongqian world began to expand rapidly. As the starry sky reached its fullness, billions of stars radiated brilliance, and the rolling power of the stars filled the space between heaven and earth. This directly led to the expansion of the Middle Thousand World, giving rise to the 33 heavens. Moreover, more small worlds continued to emerge, causing the area of the Middle Thousand World to grow larger and the structure of the universe to become increasingly stable. With the expansion and perfection of the Middle Thousand World, the primordial force of the heavenly Tao surged dramatically. A terrifying aura emanated, seemingly boundless, enveloping the entire Middle Thousand World. Lin Yang could clearly feel the unparalleled, formidable power of the heavenly Tao filling every inch of the Middle Thousand World and continuously growing. As the power of the heavenly Tao increased, Lin Yang's realm also began to elevate. With every passing moment, he connected with the primordial heart, receiving countless mysteries of heaven and earth, which surged into his mind. Lin Yang's primordial spirit was clear and pure, surrounded by various laws and paths, greatly enhancing his cultivation. With a thunderous roar, Lin Yang's body shook as he finally broke through, advancing from the mid-stage of the Hunyuan Golden Immortal to the latest stage. Furthermore, the elevation of the world did not cease. It continued until all 33 heavens coalesced into form. The area of the Middle Thousand World expanded to several times its previous size. In addition to the 33 heavens, many small thousand worlds appeared within the realm, numbering exactly 3,000 small thousand worlds equate to one Middle Thousand World, so it seems the limit of the Middle Thousand World is not far off. After all, one Middle Thousand World cannot accommodate 3,000 small thousand worlds, as that would equal another Middle Thousand World. Once the Middle Thousand World grows to its limit, it can no longer contain more small thousand worlds. Thus, the only path left is to transcend into the Great Thousand World. When that day comes, it will likely also be the day Lin Yang becomes a Hunyuan Deluo Golden Immortal. Lin Yang took a deep breath, calming his mind as he silently comprehended his current cultivation. His cultivation was connected to the Middle Thousand World, which is primarily based on the path of space and the path of the four symbols. Therefore, Lin Yang's path also centers on these principles with additional elements, such as the 5 elements Yin and Yang, time, reincarnation, and so on. Countless laws and paths combined to form Lin Yang's uniquely special path. This is the path of the world. In this moment, Lin Yang deeply felt the vastness and grandeur of his path of the world, along with its infinite possibilities. Indeed, the potential of this path is immensely vast. It can be said that any path that exists in the universe can be encompassed within his path of the world. Especially the paths that emerge from the natural evolution of heaven and earth, such as space-time, reincarnation, etc., can all be part of his path of the world. Thus, Lin Yang's path of the world possesses infinite possibilities, allowing countless paths to continuously integrate into it. As more paths merged into the path of the world, it grew stronger, and Lin Yang naturally became increasingly powerful. By then, attaining the Hunyuan Deluo Golden Immortal would merely be a starting point for him. In fact, Lin Yang never believed that becoming a Hunyuan Deluo Golden Immortal was the pinnacle. After all, the Hunyuan Deluo Golden Immortal is compared to a sage, yet even sages cannot transcend the Honghuang world. What then can be said about the pinnacle? Beyond Honghuang lies the boundless chaos, which is the true world. The great Pengu was born from it, being the strongest among the 3,000 chaotic demons. Lin Yang felt that this was the place he yearned to reach. Of course, there is still a long way to go to reach that point, requiring a gradual and steady approach. For now, the small goal is to first attain the path of the Hunyuan de Luo Golden Immortal. Time passed in a blur, and the years flowed quietly, and in the blink of an eye tens of thousands of years had passed. On this day, the prompt sound of the divine level selection system rang out again. Ding Nuwa is facing difficulties in creating humans. Does the host wish to go guide her immediately? Choice 1, accept the task and successfully guide Nuwa to create humans to gain her favor. Choice 2, refuse the task and observe the changes to receive a reward of one piece of the law of creation. Choice 1, accept the task and successfully guide Nuwa to create humans to gain her favor. Choice 2, refuse the task and observe the changes. This made Lin Yang quite conflicted, as he had also been part of the human race in his previous life despite the reversal of time and space and the change of identity. But these are facts that cannot be altered. So what should my stance be? Lin Yang chuckled self-deprecatingly, thinking too much. In his previous life he was human, in this life he is a phoenix. The two existences are actually no longer connected. So since he is a phoenix in this life, he is a phoenix, there is no need to forcibly consider himself as part of the human race. Of course, as long as there is no conflict with the interests of the human race, he can still lend a hand. After all, the plight of the human race in Honghuang is truly tragic. Though they are known as the protagonists of the eternal world, in reality the human race has been so suppressed that they cannot resist. They are merely tools for various sages to steal the fortunes of heaven and earth. This includes Nuwa, who is considered the mother of the human race, as she is in the same boat. System, I choose option 2. After thinking it through, Lin Yang made his choice. There is no need for him to meddle in others' affairs. Although Nuwa is facing difficulties now, this is a test before her becoming a sage. It's just that she can't figure it out at the moment, but she will eventually understand. Why does he need to guide her? Of course, the most important thing is that Lin Yang and Nuwa had no connection whatsoever. He cannot just show up and say to Nuwa, listen to me, do this and that, and you will be able to create humans. Creating humans is presumably your opportunity to become a sage, right? Lin Yang seriously doubted that the system was trying to set him up. This might not only fail to earn Nuwa's favor, but might also get him chased and killed by her. After all, the cause and effect of becoming a sage is no joke. A concrete example can be referenced again with Hongyun. As Lin Yang made his choice, the reward was instantly granted, a piece of the law of creation radiating a rich aura. A fragment of the law of creation. Lin Yang held this fragment in his palm, pondering how to use it. A faint voice seemed to linger, wanting to say something, but hesitating. Lin Yang smirked and whispered, "You fool." After saying that, he opened his mouth and slapped the fragment of the law of creation into his mouth. He swallowed it directly. Although the primordial energy is indeed foolish, this direct method has proven effective time and again. Lin Yang also felt himself becoming somewhat addicted to it. In the immortal fire mountain, Lin Yang silently refined the fragments of the laws of creation, gradually deepening his understanding of these principles. As time passed, over 3,000 years, the last trace of the law fragments was absorbed by Lin Yang. Lin Yang's comprehension of the laws of creation reached a level that, while not profound, could be considered an entry-level understanding. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly, realizing that these law fragments were indeed valuable. If there were enough fragments, he could even directly construct a complete law. At that moment, he might be able to attain enlightenment through the laws. Just as Lin Yang finished his cultivation and was lost in thought, a sudden celestial sound erupted in the primordial chaos, with countless miraculous phenomena unfolding and immense merits descending from the heavens. An overwhelmingly terrifying aura suddenly exploded, sweeping across the primordial world, causing countless beings to kneel in submission. Nuwa successfully created humanity. Following Hongjuan, the second sage of the primordial chaos was born at this moment. Nuwa achieved enlightenment through merit, refining the primordial purple energy, becoming a sage of the heavenly Tao, with her primordial spirit resting upon the heavenly Tao. From then on, the heavenly Tao would be eternal, and so would the sages, making her the only sage in the primordial world at this time. Lin Yang looked up at the astonishing phenomena in the sky, gasping in astonishment. A new era, the era of sages, was about to arrive. This made Lin Yang feel a sense of urgency, who just after Hongjun had departed, now Nuwa had become a sage. After Nuwa, 5 more sages were to emerge. When all 6 sages gathered, even if he attained the status of a primordial golden immortal, he didn't know if he could handle so many sages. After all, 2 fists could hardly compete against 4 hands. Having this awareness of potential threats was not a bad thing. Of course, Lin Yang did not belittle himself, who all sages attained enlightenment through merit and were considered the weakest of sages. Even if he could draw upon the power of the heavenly Tao in the primordial world, how could he fear them? As long as he attained enlightenment as well and stood on the same level, he would dare to confront even the 6 sages together. After all, as the saying goes, if it came to it, he would shatter the heavens and earth, and no one would have it easy. Lin Yang did not believe that the sages would dare to play such a deadly game with him. He was not Tongtian if he truly went mad. Even the heavenly Tao of the primordial world could not stop. Ding! Nuwa has successfully created humanity and has become a sage of the heavenly Tao. She will establish a dojo in the chaos outside the 33 heavens. Will the host step out of the immortal fire mountain to congratulate her? Choice 1. Accept the task and receive a fragment of the law of creation as a reward. Choice 2. Refuse the task and receive a fragment of the jade record of creation as a reward. Listening to the tasks and choices presented by the system, Lin Yang felt a bit speechless. The rewards for these two choices were clearly lacking in sincerity. However, it was understandable as the task was merely to congratulate Nuwa. Choice 2. Lin Yang thought for a moment and said directly. Although the value of the fragment of the law of creation was high now that Nuwa had become a sage, it was better for him, as an anomaly, not to be reckless and stick his head out. Even his avatar felt the same. Given what Fengdu had done in the EC, Lin Yang did not believe that Emperor Jun and the others would forget. As for the fragment of the jade record of creation, with this new one, Lin Yang now had 3 fragments in his possession. He didn't know how many more fragments the system had, but it probably wouldn't be many. After all, Han Jun had already collected the majority of the fragments, and what remained were merely the few that had slipped through the net. There wouldn't be too many. Of course, if the system were to play tricks and mass-produce fragments of the jade record of creation, then he would just pretend he never said anything. At this moment, however, it was said that after Nuwa became a sage, an endless aura of sagehood erupted, sweeping across heaven and earth. This shocked all the great powers. Between heaven and earth, aside from Hongjuan, who had already merged with the heavenly Tao, someone else had achieved sagehood. Moreover, this person was not one of the 3 pure ones, as everyone had imagined, but Nuwa. Hongjun's closed-door disciple, a mere woman, had actually surpassed the 3 pure ones and achieved sagehood sooner. After Nuwa became a sage, she received a message from Hongjuan instructing her to establish a dojo in the chaos outside the 33 heavens. Nuwa naturally could not resist this. After glancing at the humanity she had created, she sighed and informed the great powers that she was going to establish a dojo outside the 33 heavens, then disappeared into the void. The great powers were left in shock, unable to respond for a long time. Everyone felt that the world was about to change. When Hongjun was a sage, it was fine. He was high above, and aside from stopping the battle between the witch and demon clans, he never interfered in the affairs of the primordial world. But now that Nuwa had become a sage, and she was one of the rulers of the demon clan's heavenly court, would Nuwa thus take action against the witch clan? Recalling how Hongjun had effortlessly dispelled Pangus' illusion, people were not optimistic about the witch clan at all. Below the sages, they were all mere ants. Even if it was Pangus' illusion, so what? It could break the great array of the stars, but it would never be a match for the sages. At Kunlun Mountain in the 3 Pure Ones Hall, Laozi, Yuanshi, and Tongtian exchanged glances, and they could see a hint of unwillingness in each other's eyes. After all, they claimed to be the true lineage of Pangu and were Nuwa's senior brothers, but now it was Nuwa who had achieved sagehood before them. Yet they still had not grasped the path to becoming sages. Elder brother, I didn't expect that junior sister Nuwa would be the first to become a sage. Do you think we should go congratulate her? Suddenly Tongtian asked Laozi. Among the 3, he had the best temperament, although he felt a bit displeased about Nuwa becoming a sage first, he quickly brushed it off and wouldn't dwell on it. Bang! However, as soon as Tongtian said this, before Laozi could respond, Yuanshi slammed the platform hard, producing a loud noise. Yuanshi, with a dark expression, said, "What are you talking about, Tongtian? We are her senior brothers. She became a sage before us, which is already a loss of face for us. You actually want us to congratulate her?" Yuanshi's face turned dark as he spoke with gritted teeth, even appearing somewhat ghastly. Tongtian hurriedly explained. "I didn't mean it like that. Please listen to me, second brother." "I won't listen." Yuanshi interrupted. "In any case, you can't expect me to go. That's impossible." At that moment, Laozi glanced at the two and said leisurely, "We should go, we must go. Second brother, do not lose your composure. Although she is the first to become a sage, being the first does not necessarily mean she is the strongest. We are the true lineage of Pangu. We should have this level of composure. What harm is there in congratulating her?" "But," Yuanshi frowned, "I happen to have some questions about achieving sagehood that I want to ask her." Laozi stood up directly and walked towards the hall's exit. Yuanshi and Tongtian looked at each other, then hurriedly followed. Meanwhile, atop the western Shumi mountain, the expressions of the two brothers Jin and Junti were filled with bitterness. "Senior brother, now that Nuwa has become a saint, we still have no leads at all. What should we do?" Junti spoke with concern. Upon hearing this, Jin pondered for a moment and comforted him. "Junior brother, do not be anxious. Our positions as saints are predetermined by heaven. It is merely that the opportunity has yet to arrive. Moreover, the 3 pure ones are not in a hurry, so why should we be? Junti paused as if realizing something, and a smile appeared on his face as he nodded. Senior brother, you see things clearly. It is I who have been overly concerned. Jane nodded and said, Nuwa will establish her teaching ground outside the 33 heavens. We should set off quickly. As fellow disciples, we ought to congratulate her. As he spoke, Jane stood up, intending to head outside. At this moment, Junti seemed to remember something and suddenly said, Senior brother, do we have any gifts prepared for the congratulatory visit? Jiayan's movement froze and his expression turned a bit awkward as he replied, I hadn't thought of that, junior brother. Moreover, we in the West are quite impoverished and have little to offer. Junior brother, isn't it enough just to go and offer our congratulations? But Junti shook his head, saying, Senior brother, this is no trivial matter. Nuwa has proven her path before us. There must be many profound truths we do not yet understand, and we will need to seek her guidance later. How could we go empty-handed? After saying this, the two began to search around, but after a while they found nothing suitable to serve as a congratulatory gift. Jane sighed and summoned the 12-grade merit golden lotus, taking out a dozen lotus seeds from the lotus platform. Junior brother, let us use these lotus seeds as our gift. Jane had nothing to say, after all their resources were indeed quite limited. Furthermore, the 12-grade merit golden lotus had already been refined. Jane had nothing to say, after all their resources were indeed quite limited. Furthermore, the 12-grade merit golden lotus had already been refined into a magical treasure. These dozen lotus seeds were already of exceptional quality, and giving them all away would indeed be too extravagant. After preparing their gift, the two quickly headed towards the 33 heavens. Similarly, the powerful beings from all corners of the primordial world put aside whatever they were doing, prepared their own gifts, and formed groups to rush towards the 33 heavens. Jane and Junti arrived later than most, passing through the Gale layer and entering the vast chaos. After flying through the chaos for a long while, they finally spotted Nuwa's figure in the distance. Alongside her were the three pure ones, Dijuantai, Kuanping Fushi, and even Xinyuanzi and Hongyun. Many powerful beings gathered in one place. After the 3 sessions of teachings at the Purple Cloud Palace, this was their first assembly. Only with Nuwa becoming a saint and summoning everyone could such a grand occasion take place. Upon reaching, Jane and Junti noticed that Nuwa's aura indeed resembled that of their teacher Hongjun. Their hearts could not help but swell with envy. They hurriedly stepped forward and cupped their hands to Nuwa, saying, Congratulations, senior sister, on proving your path as a saint. May you enjoy boundless freedom from now on. Nuwa glanced at them and nodded with a smile, saying, Both of you have come as well. Her tone was different from the indifference of Hongjun, as if devoid of emotion. Yet perhaps due to psychological effects, the two still felt a wave of pressure. Senior sister, this small gift is but a token of our respect, Junti said as he handed a few lotus seeds to Nuwa. Upon seeing the lotus seeds, Nuwa was momentarily taken aback, then smiled and said, You shouldn't have gone through the trouble. Junti smiled back, not caring about the surprised looks from those around them, and he and Jane stepped aside. Nuwa and the others waited for quite some time, and finally, once everyone had gathered, Nuwa stepped forward and said, Fellow Taoists, from here on observe how I established the teaching ground. Everyone responded in unison. Nuwa continued to walk into the chaos until her figure was almost completely submerged before finally stopping. Suddenly, a flicker of spiritual light appeared in Nuwa's hand, gradually transforming into a round pink embroidered ball. This embroidered ball was one of the 2 great spiritual treasures passed down to Nuwa by Hongjun, known as the Red Embroidery Ball. It is a treasure of destiny capable of binding the 3 marriages of heaven, earth, and humanity, and it is also a top-tier innate spiritual treasure with immense power. It goes without saying that Nuwa, having proven her path and become a saint of the heavenly Tao, caused the Red Embroidery Ball to emit an increasingly terrifying aura under her command, sending shivers down the spines of those watching from afar. Go! With a light command from Nuwa, the Red Embroidery Ball she held in her palm emitted boundless red light, shooting forth like a meteor with a long tail, crashing violently into the chaos. Boom! A tremendous explosion erupted, and the chaos struck by the Red Embroidery Ball was completely set ablaze at that moment. Countless chaotic energies shattered at that instant, transforming into earth, water, fire, and wind, wreaking havoc in a scene of utter chaos, yet breathtaking spectacle. Bang! 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 Nuwa wielded her saintly powers, striking with the Red Embroidery Ball, and soon great fissures spread out like a spider's web, causing the chaos to completely shatter. Bang! 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 Nuwa wielded her saintly powers, striking with the Red Embroidery Ball, and soon great fissures spread out like a spider's web. It then began to refine, fiercely subduing the earth, water, fire, and wind, purifying the 2 energies of clarity and turbidity, transforming them into the sky and the earth, gradually forming a realm under Nuwa's divine abilities. Thus, after an unknown amount of time, Nuwa waved her hand and withdrew the map of mountains and rivers. What lay before everyone was a small 1,000 worlds. It is not that Nuwa could not open up a larger world, rather for the purpose of a teaching ground a small 1,000 worlds were sufficient. Moreover, even a small 1,000 worlds depend on where it is established. To create a small 1,000 worlds in the chaos beyond the 33 heavens could only be accomplished by the process of Nuwa establishing her small 1,000 worlds teaching ground amazed the many powerful beings observing, leaving them in awe of the means of a saint. No wonder it is said that below the saints all are mere ants. Without mentioning combat power, such means are absolutely beyond their reach. After Nuwa completed the palace of the teaching ground, she waved her hand, and the words, Nuwa Palace, were inscribed on the plaque of the palace. Everyone please enter. I shall now impart teachings to you all. Nuwa addressed everyone. Upon hearing this, their eyes lit up, and they all followed Nuwa into the palace. Nuwa sat on the teaching platform, while below her were Laozi Yuanshi, Tong Tianjin Zhuanti, and others, their order mirroring that of their gathering at the Purple Cloud Palace. This scene felt both familiar and nostalgic, yet it also evoked a sense of change and loss, especially when they saw that the figure on stage was not Hanjun, but Nuwa. The crowd felt a mix of emotions, sighing deeply. On the platform, Nuwa felt a different kind of emotion in her heart, as her gaze lightly swept over the crowd before she began to speak. In an instant, as Nuwa delivered her teachings, various extraordinary phenomena began to manifest within the palace. There were celestial maidens scattering flowers, golden lotuses erupting from the ground, and countless rays of colorful light. Moreover, waves of pure spiritual energy surged like mist, obscuring the figures of the onlookers. As everyone listened to Nuwa's teachings, their initial reluctance gradually faded, and they found themselves deeply immersed, unable to extricate themselves. Now slowly over a millennium had passed. After Nuwa's teachings concluded, the crowd below began to... Looking at Nuwa on the platform, the crowd felt a complex array of emotions, and each clasped their hands in gratitude. All right, fellow Taoists, my teachings end here. You may return now, Nuwa said. Upon hearing this dismissal, everyone stood up to take their leave. However, before departing, Laozi Yuanshi and the three pure ones along with Jane and Zhuanti from the west approached Nuwa to inquire about the method to attain sainthood. Nuwa merely stated that when the opportunity arises, one can achieve sainthood. Although several were skeptical, they had no choice but to bid farewell. They were also returning to continue their seclusion and ponder their own paths to sainthood. In the end, only the strong members of the demon clan remained in the palace. Nuwa was well aware of their thoughts, but if she could intervene, she would have done so long ago. Thus, before anyone could ask, Nuwa honestly revealed that the heavenly Tao did not permit her to interfere with the tribulations. Upon learning this, the demon clan was naturally greatly disappointed. However, they did receive some guidance from Nuwa, and they all took their leave. Although Nuwa could not intervene, her status as a sage of the demon clan greatly elevated their reputation. If this advantage were utilized well, it would certainly benefit the demon clan. Meanwhile, on the other side, as Nuwa was delivering her teachings, Lin Yang received a system notification in the Immortal Fire Mountain. The human race does not understand the way of survival and is undergoing hardships. Does the host wish to leave the Immortal Fire Mountain to assist the human race? Choice 1. Accept the task, guide the human race's development, and become a human race sage with a reward of the innate treasure, the Human King flag. Choice 2. Decline the task with a reward of the innate 5 directions flag, the Plain Cloud Realm flag. Another life-altering choice. Lin Yang shook his head and said to the system, I choose to. The task itself was not difficult, but the consequences of completing it were something Lin Yang found difficult to bear. A human race sage was indeed a title that would undoubtedly compete for the fate of the human race against Nuwa and the other sages. Moreover, Lin Yang had yet to attain the Tao, so how could he have the confidence to undertake such a task? Thus, even though the human race was suffering, considering his own safety, it was certainly not the right time for him to intervene. Otherwise, he might not even become a human race sage before being entangled in the human race's karma, leading to his demise. As Lin Yang made his choice, the rewards were immediately distributed. A small white flag emanated a dense aura of metal. This Plain Cloud Realm flag belonged to the West, was of the metal element, and its might in battle was likely the strongest among the 5 directions flags. Now in Lin Yang's possession, he had also acquired the Xian Yuan Water Controlling flag and the Li Di Flame Light flag. He now had 3 of the 5 directions flags in his possession. He sighed, feeling that the Human King flag was beyond his reach, as it was indeed an innate treasure. Lin Yang stored the Plain Cloud Realm flag within his divine consciousness and began to refine it. Although he did not have a collecting habit, he had no choice but to embark on the irreversible path of gathering all 5 directions flags. However, the remaining 2 flags were the precious treasures of the 2 individuals from the West, and the most significant one was in the hands of Yuan Feng. Lin Yang felt that the task of collecting all 5 directions flags was indeed a long and arduous journey. It was exceedingly difficult. Lin Yang continued to cultivate. Thus several millennia passed. On this day, while Lin Yang was in the midst of his cultivation, the system's notification rang in his mind. Ding, the great demon Xiongqi is abducting humans for food. Does the host wish to act for the human race and slay the great demon Xiongqi? Choice 1. Accept the task, slay Xiongqi, and receive the reward of a superior, innate spiritual treasure, the demon suppressing tower. Choice 2. Decline the task with a reward of the renowned array of the prehistoric era, the 10 absolute array. Hearing the task presented by the system, Lin Yang was taken aback. Was the demon clan about to refine the slaughtering witch sword? Was the great calamity of the human race arriving so soon? Hadn't others yet to attain sainthood? However, Lin Yang quickly calmed down, analyzing the situation and letting out a sigh of relief. Based on the task and rewards, this should not be the great calamity of the human race, but rather a great demon Xiongqi had fortuitously discovered the peculiarities of the human race and was secretly abducting them for food. System, I choose 1. After pondering for a moment, Lin Yang made his choice decisively. Although he did not intend to openly shield the human race, he could not act so brazenly. But in a situation like this, simply killing a great demon Xiongqi was something he could easily accomplish. Feng Du, I borrow your book of life and death for a moment. Lin Yang communicated his thoughts with Feng Du. Feng Du naturally would not refuse. A book and a pen flew out from the myriad worlds and landed in Lin Yang's hands. These names were all Xiongqi, or rather, he had found the genealogy of the Xiongqi clan. Lin Yang frowned and said, only show the Xiongqi that these names were all Xiongqi, or rather, he had found the genealogy of the Xiongqi clan. Lin Yang frowned and said, only show the Xiongqi that have harmed or consumed humans. The names on the book of life and death instantly decreased significantly. However, even so, there were still over 1 million names. Very well, it seems they are operating as a group. From a great clan of the prehistoric era possessing hundreds of great Luo golden immortals, and even an ancestor who was a perfected great Luo golden immortal, they were about to become. From a great clan of the prehistoric era possessing hundreds of great Luo golden immortals, and even an ancestor who was a perfected great Luo golden immortal, they were about to become an endangered species. This was almost tantamount to annihilation. However, Lin Yang had already accepted the task, and would naturally not show mercy at this point. He waved his hand. With a swift motion, a Xiongqi on one of the pages met a swift end. The pages continued to flip, and the number of deceased Xiongqi kept increasing. This, of course, was not without its cost. The cost required Lin Yang to consume his own cultivation, but Lin Yang's cultivation was terrifyingly formidable. He was not afraid of such expenditure. Possessing a world as his foundation, Lin Yang only lost a portion of his cultivation. On the other side, as Lin Yang continuously erased the names of Xiongqi from the book of life and death, an extremely tragic scene unfolded within the Xiongqi clan. The ancestor of the Xiongqi stared wide-eyed, unable to believe as he watched his kin fall one after another. He was filled with anger and panic, for the enemy had not even appeared, yet his kin were dying inexplicably. What kind of method was this? Even though his cultivation was profound, and he was hard to find an enemy below the Quasi-Saint level, he could not comprehend it at this moment. The ancestor of Xiongqi roared to the sky, show yourself. A terrifying aura erupted, shaking the heavens and the earth. But in the next moment, the body of the Xiongqi ancestor stiffened, as if the overwhelming aura had suddenly lost its source, instantly withering away. As a great Luo golden immortal, the Xiongqi ancestor originally had no concept of lifespan, but at this moment, he clearly felt the existence of his lifespan. His lifespan was rapidly diminishing at an incredibly terrifying speed, and in the blink of an eye, it was completely depleted. Once his lifespan was exhausted, the Xiongqi ancestor fell dead, on the spot, lifeless. Ding. Congratulations, host. The task has been completed, and the reward has been allocated to the system space, which the host can claim at any time. As the final stroke was made, consuming a significant amount of cultivation, Lin Yang erased the name of the ancient ancestor Xiongqi, and the system's notification echoed in his mind. The task was completed. With a thought, Lin Yang saw the demon locking tower lying in the system space. The demon locking tower was merely a high-grade innate spiritual treasure which Lin Yang didn't care much about. After taking it out, he directly sent it to the Middle Thousand World. After being shattered by Taichu, its essence was merged into the Middle Thousand World. Meanwhile, in the outside world, Lin Yang directly cancelled the lifespans of more than half of the Xiongqi clan, almost exterminating the entire clan. This incident naturally drew the attention of the demon clan. After hearing about the strange deaths of the Xiongqi clan, Emperor Jun and Tai directly descended upon the Xiongqi clan. However, just like last time, they found it impossible to deduce Lin Yang's location. Their anger towards Lin Yang only deepened. Yet they had no way to deal with Lin Yang. As long as Lin Yang did not actively reveal himself, they couldn't even find out his true identity. Even if they sought Nuwa and asked her to calculate with her saintly powers, it would be the same. After using the Book of Life and Death, Lin Yang had already retracted it back into the Middle Thousand World. Separated by a world, no matter how powerful the saint, it was impossible for them to find him. Moreover, let's not forget that Lin Yang possessed several precious artifacts, easily concealing the heavenly secrets, leaving them helpless. Thus this matter gradually calmed down. Lin Yang continued to hide, passing the time in the Undying Volcano. His cultivation had reached an astonishing level akin to the heavenly Tao, continuously growing with the development of the Middle Thousand World, becoming increasingly unfathomable. Unbeknownst to him, he had already reached the peak of the Hunyuan Golden Immortal stage. He was just a hair's breadth away from truly attaining the Tao and becoming a Hunyuan de Luo Golden Immortal. However, Lin Yang sensed that this hair's breadth required even greater accumulation. Therefore, he had been continuously enriching his foundation over the years, deepening his understanding of various laws. Furthermore, he was perfecting his own path to the world. At the same time as Lin Yang's cultivation progressed, the development of the Middle Thousand World naturally did not lag behind. Countless small thousand worlds were continuously emerging, already numbering over 2,000. As the main world, the Middle Thousand World was vast and boundless. In addition to the 33 heavens formed due to the completeness of the starry sky, at this moment 18 layers of hell were gradually emerging beneath the earth, as if a realm of the underworld was about to appear. At times Lin Yang couldn't help but think about destroying the Book of Life and Death and merging its essence into the Middle Thousand World. This would undoubtedly bring tremendous benefits to the world. However, every time Lin Yang thought this way, he felt an immense sense of crisis. It seemed that if he were to truly do so, it would immediately attract a great calamity. This calamity would undoubtedly come from the heavenly Tao of the primordial era. Lin Yang pondered that he could never be a match for the heavenly Tao. Even if he escaped into chaos, he might not be completely safe, so he restrained himself. He was not in a hurry. Although destroying the Book of Life and Death and using the essence of humanity to propel the world would lead to faster development, since he possessed this treasure and was a heavenly Tao of a realm, he could completely emulate the laws of the Book of Life and Death. Though it might be slow, it was stable, and he wouldn't waste such a useful treasure. Moreover, with the Book of Life and Death, Lin Yang still had plans that required it in the primordial era. As the years flowed by, in the blink of an eye, 10,000 years had passed. On this day, the system's notification rang out. Ding. The human race's Xiandu is searching for immortals everywhere, bowing at mountains and kneeling at waters, sincerely seeking the Tao. Should the host seize the opportunity to take him as a disciple before Laozi? Option 1. Accept the task and seize Xiandu as a disciple, gaining 1/10 of the human race's fortune. Option 2. Refuse the task and receive a reward of 1 portion of innate 5 elements essence. After hearing the system's task notification, Lin Yang smiled faintly. This was too simple. Did he even need to think about it? He directly chose option 2. Xiandu is Laozi's eldest disciple. He couldn't just seize him. The system was clearly setting a trap for him. At first glance, taking Xiandu as a disciple would yield a direct profit of 1/10 of the human race's fortune, a considerable gain. But if he took Xiandu as a disciple, what would happen to Laozi? The system would surely want to trick him into establishing the human teaching next. By then he would be doomed. He hadn't even attained the Tao yet. He couldn't be reckless. As Lin Yang made his choice, the reward was immediately distributed, a portion of innate 5 elements essence. To be honest, Lin Yang had been craving this for a long time. After all, who wouldn't want the famed 5-color divine light? Now that the opportunity had come, as long as he refined this portion of innate 5 elements essence, Lin Yang could also cultivate the 5-color divine light. However, just as Lin Yang was about to take out the innate 5 elements essence, a voice emerged from the Middle Thousand World. Master, wouldn't it be better to use this essence for the Middle Thousand World? Tychus' voice resonated, causing Lin Yang to freeze and his expression to turn sour. This guy was secretly watching him make a choice again. Master, you know that while the 5-color divine light is powerful, it's really just that much. It can't deal with a saint. Taichu spoke earnestly. Only by merging it into the world, allowing the world to ascend, would it bring you the greatest benefits and utility. Think about it. You've been hiding for so long. Don't you want to go out and compete with the saints? Taichu. Lin Yang sighed helplessly. There was no way if this guy was too persuasive. Moreover, what he said was indeed the truth. Refining the innate 5 elements essence and cultivating the 5-color divine light wouldn't be much use. In terms of divine powers, he already possessed several that were no less than the 5-color divine light. Only by investing in the world, allowing it to ascend to the great 1,000 world faster, could he maximize the value of the innate 5 elements essence. Thank you, Master. Taichu grinned as he took the innate 5 elements essence from Lin Yang. But as this portion of innate 5 elements essence was integrated into the Middle Thousand World, the world erupted with a roar. Waves of five-colored light blossomed, and the heavens and earth began to expand once more with many small thousand worlds starting to form. 2995, 2996, 2997. Until 2999 small thousand worlds were formed, the expansion of the middle thousand world began to slow. It seemed to have reached a bottleneck. If another small thousand world were to emerge, the middle thousand world as the main world would reach its limit and would be compelled to transform into a great thousand world. This step was particularly crucial and the hardest to achieve. Even with the integration of the innate five elements essence, it was difficult for the middle thousand world to cross over in such a short time. However, Lin Yang also sensed that his middle thousand world had a rich foundation, and completing this step was merely a matter of time. He just needed to patiently wait for the middle thousand world to develop naturally and undergo transformation step by step. Within the middle thousand world, Lin Yang's figure appeared sitting cross-legged on the ground, while opposite him Taichu raised a hand, and a five-colored light flew into Lin Yang's mind. This was some insights regarding the laws of the five elements. Lin Yang's understanding of the path of the five elements was rapidly advancing as he comprehended these insights. Ding! I have taken Xuandu as my disciple and comprehended the opportunity to attain sainthood. I am about to establish the human teachings. Will the host exit to stop me? Option 1. Accept the task. Successfully stopping me from establishing the teachings will yield a reward of a fragment of the Pangu primordial spirit. Option 2. Refuse the task. Accepting this will grant a reward of a 9 revolutions golden pill. Lin Yang opened his eyes, a myriad of profound mysteries swirling in his gaze as five-colored light shimmered around him. Having received the 5-element laws passed down by Taichu, he made significant progress in understanding the path of the 5 elements. However, what was destined to come eventually arrived. Inevitably, as Laozi was about to attain sainthood, the tribulations of his Tao heart would come to disturb him, preventing the completeness of his Tao heart. This would make it impossible for him to succeed in his Tao attainment, and at worst, it could even destroy his Tao heart. Being unable to attain Tao again would be the most fatal blow. This is also the greatest calamity of achieving the primordial chaos golden immortal, stemming not from external forces, but from one's own heart. Only with a steadfast heart and a complete Tao heart can one cultivate into primordial chaos. However, there is an exception: the saints. The saints attain Tao due to the primordial purple energy, thus skipping this step and avoiding the calamity of the Tao heart. Of course, whether this is good or bad is hard to say. In Lin Yang's view, experiencing these trials of the Tao heart continuously tempered his inner self, making his resolve increasingly steadfast. The gradual refinement of his Tao heart brought him great benefits. System: I choose option 2, Lin Yang said to the system. He received another 9 revolutions golden pill. The last one was given to the Grand Elder for research. Ultimately, although they could not deduce the formula for the 9 revolutions golden pill, they still made considerable gains. This time, he naturally intended to take the new one to the Grand Elder when he had time. At this moment, however, it was said that after Laozi accepted Xuandu as his disciple and comprehended the opportunity to attain sainthood, he arrived among the human race to teach the Tao. This teaching lasted hundreds of years. Based on his own alchemical methods, Laozi created a so-called golden core Tao for the human race. When the teaching concluded, Laozi opened his eyes, and a vast and profound aura radiated from within his primordial spirit. The primordial purple energy had gradually been refined. Laozi then stood up and threw the Tai Chi diagram, which instantaneously transformed into a golden bridge. Laozi stepped onto the bridge and shouted to the heavens, "Heavenly Tao above, today, I Laozi established the teachings named the human teachings. I am the master of the human teachings here to enlighten the human race, using the innate treasure, the Tai Chi diagram, to suppress the fortunes of the human teachings." Human teachings established. Laozi's voice resounded. Boom. Countless extraordinary phenomena appeared in the wilderness. Heavenly maidens scattered flowers, golden lotuses erupted from the earth, and endless rays of light and wonders dazzled the realm. It was akin to the moment Nuwa created humanity and attained Tao, stirring the great powers of the wilderness, who all turned their gazes towards Laozi. Boom. At this moment, above Laozi's head, torrents of heavenly Tao merit relentlessly gathered, forming a massive cloud of merit. Then the merit descended continuously, flooding into Laozi's body, causing his aura to rise steadily. Like an unstoppable force, it spread in all directions, engulfing the world. Moreover, it was not merely the heavenly Tao merit. As the merit fell, the deep-seated merit of opening the heavens within Laozi's primordial spirit was also triggered. Combined, these two great merits were not at all less than what Nuwa obtained during her creation of humanity, perhaps even exceeding it. Boom, boom, boom. From Laozi's body came resounding echoes like a great drum reverberating throughout the heavens and the earth. His aura continuously ascended, seemingly boundless. At this moment, a celebratory cloud appeared above Laozi's head, amidst which chaos was veiled, mysteries changed, and many extraordinary phenomena unfolded, including the 3 talents and 4 symbols, with 3 enormous red flowers swaying. Upon these 3 huge red flowers, 2 figures each sat cross-legged. These 2 figures were precisely the virtuous corpse and the evil corpse that Laozi had slain. At this moment, Laozi revealed the celebratory cloud and the 3 flowers, intending to slay his 3rd corpse, the self-corpse. According to Hongjun's method of slaying 3 corpses, the virtuous and evil corpses were easy to slay, but the self-corpse was difficult. How could one slay what they do not understand? Laozi's eyes became increasingly clear and indifferent, resembling Hongjun, as emotions vanished at that moment. Slay! With a light shout, Laozi made no visible movement, nor did anyone know which treasure he used to slay the corpse. Endless merit surged into the last flower, and with a bang a new figure appeared atop the red flower. Laozi had slain the 3rd corpse, the self-corpse. All 3 corpses slain. This scene caused the great powers to widen their eyes in disbelief. Although he had long foreseen the outcome, Lin Yang could not help but feel a trace of anxiety when Laozi attempted to unite the 3 corpses. After Laozi failed to merge them, Lin Yang sighed. As expected, the method of slaying the 3 corpses was a dead end, impossible to accomplish. Even if Laozi managed to sever all 3 corpses, he could not take the final step to unite them, and thereby validate his Tao through the slaying 3 core method. To unite the 3 corpses, one must use 3 innate spirit treasures that share the same origin. It appeared Laozi simply did not meet that prerequisite. TSK. Lin Yang shook his head, feeling both pity and lament at Laozi's fate. The man's talent was undeniable. As leader of the Sanqing, Laozi's aptitude was unquestionably peerless. Otherwise, he could not have even achieved the feat of severing the 3 corpses. Yet his effort stalled at that last step, preventing him from proving the Tao through their unification. How heartrending that was. Though Lin Yang regarded the saints as rivals in that moment, he could not help but feel regret on Laozi's. What compounded the regret was that after failing to unite the 3 corpses, Laozi immediately abandoned the slaying 3 core path, and instead chose to attain Tao through merit. That decision might have seemed decisive, yet Lin Yang thought it exposed Laozi's Tao heart as unstable and insufficiently resolute. A setback in uniting the 3 corpses did not justify instant surrender of that path. Lin Yang believed that were he in Laozi's place, he would never so readily abandon the slaying 3 core way. Instead, Laozi chose the merit-based route. After all, proving the Tao by slaying the 3 corpses would have been far superior to relying on merit. Of course, it was now too late to debate. Laozi had already attained Tao, and soon the other saints would likely follow. The true era of saints was on the verge of arriving. Each man clears the snow from his own doorstep. Lin Yang felt that rather than pitying Laozi, he should focus on his own path to Tao, for others had already succeeded while he still lingered at the threshold. A system prompt chimed, "Host Laozi has attained Tao and become a heavenly Tao saint. Do you wish to emerge from seclusion to offer congratulations? Choice 1, accept the task and go to Kunlun to pay respects to Laozi, reward Taiqing Divine Thunder. Choice 2, decline the task and receive as reward the Dutian Divine Thunder." Hearing the system, Lin Yang thought he had misheard and asked, "System, are you mistaken?" He continued, "You always put the better reward first and the lesser one later, do you not?" The system answered tersely, "Host, do not dramatize. The rewards I assign are random, there is no rule." Lin Yang smiled faintly, not believing the system for a moment. He had been taught the system's slyness many times. After examining the task carefully and confirming there was no error, Lin Yang told the system, "I choose I." The reward arrived. Instantly, an image of how to unleash the Dutian Divine Thunder bloomed in Lin Yang's mind. Dutian Divine Thunder was the thunder used by the great Pangu to split heaven and earth. Such thunder was fearsome. Lin Yang could not help inhaling sharply. The power of the Dutian Divine Thunder far surpassed even the chaotic Divine Thunder he himself had mastered. Another prompt sounded through Laozi's guidance. Yuanshi and Tongtian have both gained the enlightenment to become saints and are about to ascend. Host, will you emerge from seclusion to congratulate them? Choice 1, accept and receive the Yuqing Divine Thunder and Shangqing Divine Thunder. Choice 2, decline and receive the skill I Qi Hua Sanqing. 1 Qi transforms into 3 Qings. Lin Yang could only sigh inwardly at his system's foolishness. First, it had offered oddly arranged rewards, and now again. Had it truly reformed, or was this some ruse? Or had it been swayed by him, and finally abandoned its tricks to wholeheartedly aid him? The system fell silent. Lin Yang chose decisively, "I choose option 2. I Qi Hua Sanqing was a titanic, peerless treasure of the primordial era, its renown even eclipsing Kong Xian's 5-color radiance. As Laozi's strongest skill, when cast, it could manifest 3 avatars, each possessing exactly the same strength as the caster. But I am no Qing, how could I use 1 Qi transforms into 3 Qings? After selecting the reward, Lin Yang suddenly realized the catch, and his expression darkened. Sure enough, the wretched system had not reformed at all, it had merely set a trap. The reward was delivered, and the secret of I Chi Hua Sanqing was imprinted in his mind. When Lin Yang examined the technique, his suspicion was confirmed. To cultivate this skill, one must possess the primordial qi of the three qings. Did Lin Yang have such a thing? I should never have counted on you, he sighed. Yet he did not mind greatly. A single technique was not the end of the world. Even if he could not master I Chi Hua Sanqing exactly, the skill still granted him insight. With some modification, he might fashion a variant. Perhaps a one qi transforms into 3 phoenixes, for instance. A thunderous tremor shook the primordial world. Lin Yang looked up. Above Kunlun, countless portents appeared, vast and imposing. A single figure bearing a long banner strode heavenward and materialized above the mountain. That figure was Yuan Shi. He held the Pangu banner, which fluttered in the wind as Yuan Shi cried aloud, "Heavenly Tao is supreme. Today I, Yuan Shi, follow the Tao and establish a grand teaching called Chanjiao. I shall be the master of Chanjiao, guiding beings to comprehend and obey the Tao. With the innate treasure Pangu banner, I shall anchor Chanjiao's destiny." Chanjiao is established. At Yuan Shi's proclamation, the Tao itself thundered. Over his head, streams of heavenly Tao merit surged forth. At that very moment, Tongtian also achieved the enlightenment to become a saint. He raised the 4 immortal slaying swords, which transformed into 4 colossal sword gates towering into the heavens. A murderous aura shot into the clouds, stirring the world and turning the faces of countless powers white with dread. Tongtian declared, "Heavenly Tao is supreme. Today I, Tongtian, establish a grand teaching called Jiejiao. I shall be the master of Jiejiao, to teach all beings without distinction and to seize every chance for their survival. With the 4 immortal slaying swords, I shall anchor Jiejiao's destiny." Jiejiao is established. With Tongtian's words, the Tao answered in kind. Streams of heavenly Tao merit poured forth above his head and descended. Almost simultaneously, Yuan Shi and Tongtian received the Tao's merits, and the rolling tide of heavenly favor elevated the momentum of both men. Those merits began to sweep outward in all directions. The merits of the heavenly Tao, along with the merits drawn from the depths of the primordial spirit, propelled the cultivation of Yuan Shi and Tongtian to surge dramatically, continuously enhancing their power. However, unlike Laozi, they did not sever the 3rd corpse, but only cut down 2 corpses. At this moment, driven by the 2 great merits, their cultivation soared, their momentum becoming increasingly formidable and sweeping outward. With a thunderous boom, both men simultaneously broke through to become saints of the heavenly Tao, the terrifying pressure of their saintly presence directly crushing the entire primordial world. In this moment, the celestial phenomena in the world erupted even more intensely than during Laozi's attainment of the Tao, for it was the simultaneous certification of 2 great saints. Within the primordial realm, 2 more saints emerged, yet the most lamentable aspect was that among the current saints, Laozi, Yuan Shi, and Tongtian accounted for 3. Everyone knows that the 3 pure ones share the same roots, advancing and retreating together. These 3 brothers are all saints of the heavenly Tao. Who in the entire primordial realm could rival them? The legacy of Pangu is indeed fearsome. At this moment, before the crowd could recover from the shock of the 3 pure ones becoming saints, Lin Yang heard the system's notification in the Undying Volcano. Ding Jane and Zhuan Ti have also comprehended the path to sainthood and will soon become saints. Does the host wish to emerge from seclusion to congratulate them? Option 1. Accept the task and receive the reward of the Buddhist kingdom in the palm of your hand. Option 2. Refuse the task and receive the reward of 1 Bodhi seed from the Bodhi tree. As soon as the system's voice fell, Lin Yang said, "I choose option 2. This was not even a consideration. After all, the 3 pure ones had refused earlier, so there was no reason to accept now. With Lin Yang's choice made, a Bodhi seed appeared in the system's space. Lin Yang's eyes brightened slightly. The Bodhi seed from the Bodhi tree is indeed a precious item. If cultivated in the middle thousand world, it would soon yield another spiritual root. Calculating together with the Bodhi tree that can be cultivated from this seed, Lin Yang already possesses 4 of the top 10 spiritual roots of the primordial realm. Huangzhong Li tree, Moon Laurel tree, Fusang tree, and Bodhi tree. Thinking this way, collecting all 10 spiritual roots in the future may not be impossible. When did he become like this? The 6 Lotus platforms could no longer be gathered, and it seemed that the primordial 5 directions flag also had some thoughts of its own. When did he become like this? The 6 Lotus platforms could no longer be gathered, and it seemed that the primordial 5 directions flag also had some thoughts of its own. After all, if the primordial 5 directions flag were complete, it could set up the primordial 5 elements great formation. This formation is said to be even more powerful than the exquisite sword array, capable of trapping the 5 great saints of the heavenly Tao. I don't know whether it's true or not. After all, no one has ever gathered the primordial 5 directions flag. Lin Yang shook his head, accepting his fate. If he was corroded, then so be it. There's no helping it. The allure of the top 10 spiritual roots and the primordial 5 directions flag is truly too tempting. As a person known as a phoenix, one must still have some dreams. Ooh, what if they come true? In the west atop Mount Shumi, Jane and Yuan Ti exchanged glances, a glimmer of determination flashing in their eyes. They were lifted by the 12th-grade merit golden lotus ascending into the air. Jane and Yuan Ti raised their heads and spoke solemnly. Heavenly Tao above, today Jane and Yuan Ti stand together to establish a great teaching named the Western religion to flourish the West and enlighten all beings. We will suppress the fortunes of the Western religion with the 12th-grade merit golden lotus. Western religion be established. Boom. As soon as their voices fell, the Heavenly Tao responded, and waves of Heavenly Tao merit appeared above. Rolling merits descended, entering their bodies, causing their momentum to rise sharply. Powerful forces roared and swept out in all directions. However, just when everyone thought the two would become saints, suddenly the merits above their heads tilted. Yet Jane and Yuan Ti's momentum had still not undergone any substantial change. They remained at the peak of quasi-saint. The atmosphere became slightly awkward. Oh, what was supposed to be sainthood turned out like this. However, at this moment, just when everyone thought the two had failed in their certification of the Tao, suddenly Jane and Yuan Ti's expressions remained unchanged, as if they had anticipated this. They began to issue 48 grand vows to the heavens. As soon as these 48 grand vows emerged, the Heavenly Tao rumbled, responding with an unprecedented loudness. Amidst the astonished gazes of everyone, dazzling merits suddenly poured forth above the heads of Jane and Yuan Ti. The merits were so vast that they were not at all inferior to the merits the two had just received for establishment. As the rolling merits descended, this time Jane and Yuan Ti finally got what they wished for. With a loud bang, an unstoppable, powerful momentum erupted from their bodies, sweeping through the heavens and the earth. It enveloped the entire primordial world, causing countless beings to kneel on the ground, worshipping towards the west. Jane and Yuan Ti finally attained sainthood, making them yet another 2 saints of the Heavenly Tao. On this day, the saints seemed to be bustling like a market. 1 became a saint, then 2 became saints, and then another 2 became saints. At this time, all 6 saints of the Heavenly Tao, determined by Hong Jun, had become saints without a single exception. The only one still holding onto the primordial purple energy was the outsider Hong Yun. At Mount Wanshou, within the 5 Zhuang Temple, Zhen Yuanzi withdrew his gaze from the west and looked beside him at Hong Yun, letting out a sigh. Suddenly rising, he waved his hand, and after the earth book, he also used his accompanying spiritual root, the ginseng fruit tree, as the core of the primordial earth formation protecting the 5 Zhuang Temple. Suddenly rising, he waved his hand, and after the earth book, he also used his accompanying spiritual root, the ginseng fruit tree, as the core of the primordial earth formation protecting the 5 Zhuang Temple. The original primordial earth formation was already powerful enough. Now it was unclear what Zhen Yuanzi had done to make this formation even stronger. It's troublesome. Everyone had no choice but to remain hidden, not daring to act rashly. The various saints have established great teachings and are currently recruiting disciples. Does the host wish to emerge from the Undying Volcano to join the saintly teachings? Option 1. Accept the task and join the Chan sect, receiving the reward of Pangus weapon refining inheritance. Option 2. Accept the task and join the Jie sect, receiving the reward of Pangus formation inheritance. Option 3. Accept the task and join the Western religion, receiving the reward of the Western Great Law with the power of blossoming lotus flowers. Option 4. Refuse the task and receive the reward of 1 fragment of the Book of Creation. Another round of the system's notifications rang out. After listening to the tasks and choices given by the system, Lin Yang shook his head. System, I choose option 4, Lin Yang said. Currently, his only thought was to attain the Tao, not anything else. Moreover, even if he did not go personally to join the saints, just sending an avatar felt like a humiliation to his dignity. After all, it might be fine now, but what if he also attains the Tao in the future? Facing each other, if the saints suddenly say, "You are my disciple, do you intend to betray your master?" That would surely be a devastating blow. Thus, even the legendary artifact forging and formation inheritance of Pangu was reluctantly forsaken by Lin Yang. As for the Western great arts, eloquent tongue flower blossoming. Needless to say, this ability held no appeal for him whatsoever. As Lin Yang made his choice, another fragment of the creation jade tablet materialized within the system space, bringing the total count to 4. Lin Yang ceased all concern for external affairs, devoting himself entirely to cultivation, his consciousness fully immersed in the evolution of his middle realm. At this moment, the middle realm stood at the precipice of transformation. The final 3000th minor realm was gradually coalescing. Heaven and earth shifted ceaselessly, Tao resonances and cosmic principles refined themselves moment by moment. Lin Yang contemplated these profound metamorphoses of the world, his cultivation's spiritual power and Tao attainments steadily ascending and accumulating. He hovered before the threshold of Tao realization. A veil as thin as gossamer separated him from enlightenment, yet that same veil loomed like an impassable chasm. No matter how closely he approached, he remained perpetually one hair's breadth short of true transcendence. Time flowed unceasingly, centuries, millennia, 10,000 years. Lin Yang sank ever deeper into Tao comprehension, utterly forgetting self and surroundings. As the realm matured and perfected itself, he grasped countless Tao principles. The boundless, the supreme polarity, the dual forces, the three realms, the four symbols, the five elements, and distilled them into immutable laws. All converged upon a single sovereign Tao, the Tao of Lin Yang's world. He surrendered himself wholly to this state of awakening and attainment, body and soul fused with the process, indifferent to all external phenomena. Time slipped away like flowing water. 20,000 years passed swiftly. Gradually the primordial chaos churned with shifting winds and eras. Countless extraordinary tales unfolded across that vast span. Yet Lin Yang remained oblivious. After the sage lords achieved derealization, the balance of power across the primordial chaos shifted unmistakably. For the demon and celestial clans, especially the primordial chaos, now hung heavy with gathering storm. Unprecedented tribulation brewed, silently pressing down like suffocating dread. The Grand Elder had visited Lin Yang repeatedly, but each time attendants stationed at the gate turned him away. Lin Yang remained sealed in seclusion, never once emerging. The Grand Elder had visited Lin Yang repeatedly, but each time attendants stationed at the gate turned him away. Lin Yang remained sealed in seclusion, never once emerging. Thus he returned again and again, knowing Lin Yang still cultivated in isolation, tense yet resolute in refraining from any disturbance. Meanwhile, Lin Yang absorbed Tao resonances and cosmic principles, weaving myriad truths and laws into the fabric of his world Tao, each refinement bringing it closer to consummate perfection. Throughout this process, he sensed the constant assault of the Tao heart tribulation, yet as his world Tao solidified, its threat diminished steadily. Ultimately, Lin Yang transcended the Tao heart tribulation entirely, his Tao heart forged into something unyielding, indomitable, and eternally resilient. At last the day arrived when he felt his world Tao nearing completion. Simultaneously, the realm underwent its final metamorphosis. With thunderous roars, the 3,000 minor realms attained full perfection, while the middle realm itself expanded wildly, its expanse swelling without cease. Mountains rose, rivers carved new courses, lakes formed, oceans surged, skies deepened, stars ignited. Cosmic reconfiguration unfolded ceaselessly. Heaven and earth transformed, universes birthed and perished without end. In that instant, Lin Yang's nascent soul merged with Tai Chu, the heavenly Tao of this realm. His physical form transmuted, ascending toward the indestructible Hunyuan body. Instinctively he manifested his true form, a colossal vermilion phoenix radiant against the heavens. His physical form transmuted, ascending toward the indestructible Hunyuan body. Instinctively he manifested his true form, a colossal vermilion phoenix radiant against the heavens. Flames roared across his plumage. Not ordinary fire, but primordial chaos flamed, the progenitor of all flames. Lin Yang was no longer merely a phoenix. He had become the chaos fire phoenix itself. Primordial essence accelerated his metamorphosis, drawing him ever closer to the authentic essence of the chaos phoenix. With each refinement, his aura swelled in overwhelming intensity. How long elapsed none could measure, until at last the realm's transformation reached culmination. With a deafening boom, the middle realm expanded to its absolute limit and shattered its boundary. It transcended, becoming a great realm. Thunderous reverberations echoed as torrents of primordial chaos chi flooded heaven and earth, saturating the great realm and sustaining it eternally. As the middle realm ascended to a great realm, the 3,000 minor realms absorbed torrents of chaos chi. Beyond their boundaries, even more realms spontaneously emerged. One could envision this evolution continuing endlessly, minor realms maturing into middle realms, while new minor realms continuously budded forth. Such perpetual expansion would herald yet another epical transformation of the great realm. Returning now to Lin Yang, the middle realm's ascension into a great realm marked his own apotheosis. Accompanying this ascension came the greatest resonance, focused entirely upon Lin Yang. With a thunderclap, his aura erupted violently, reverberating across the entire great realm and igniting countless celestial omens. Lin Yang opened his eyes, the radiance within them illuminating the entire great realm. His overwhelming presence shook the cosmos itself. Every mountain, river, and star trembled beneath its weight. At last, it is done. Joy surged through Lin Yang's heart. After eons of cultivation, he had finally attained this pinnacle realization at the Hunyuan level. Lin Yang shuddered, then drew back his boundless aura, reverting seamlessly to human form. Clad in simple gray Taoist robes, he stood within the great realm, appearing utterly unremarkable, yet radiating an aura, as if the entire great realm revolved around him. Tai Chu reemerged from Lin Yang's being. Their gazes met, and Tai Chu smiled. Congratulations, fellow Taoist. Your attainment of the Hunyuan Dao is complete. Lin Yang returned the smile. Mutual congratulations. But the Hunyuan Dao is but the beginning. Though this Dao is realized, it grants only self-preservation, safeguarding the Phoenix clan within the primordial chaos. Tai Chu asked, then you intend to enter the world? Lin Yang shook his head. No, I shall not emerge to vie for destiny with the Sage Lords. Tai Chu paused, then laughed. Those Sage Lords may be great thieves of fate who among heaven and earth dares claim innocence. Lin Yang fell silent for a moment, then nodded slowly. Indeed, I am in no haste to reveal myself, but I shall send Fengdu forth first. And the Phoenix clan, though the calamity of quantities has not yet passed, they may begin to re-emerge gradually. Having spoken, Lin Yang stirred and vanished beyond the confines of the great realm. Lin Yang stepped out of the palace. No words were needed. The Feng clan's fortune swelled like a rising tide, vast and tumultuous, drawing the attention of every member of the clan. For an entire clan to produce a Hunyuan Deluo Jinxian is an achievement of immeasurable magnitude. Even the great elder stood struck, overcome with excitement. Yet Lin Yang had miscalculated. He had meant to remain low and not draw the sage's notice. The moment he appeared within Busi Huashan, however, the Honghuang Tian Dao had already perceived him. Within Hundun Zixiao Palace, an ancient Taoist opened his eyes. A bewilderment flitted across them at first, then gave way to astonishment. Far beyond the 33 heavens in Yuhua Palace, in the Sanqing Hall atop Kunlun, and within Shumi Mountain, one by one the sages received the Tian Dao summons. The sages were shaken. Someone had just attained the Dao, and that person was an unexpected presence. Lin Yang, head of the Feng clan. Had not the Feng clan long since declined? How could one of their number so suddenly arise to attest to the Dao? The sages had all been commanded by the Tian Dao to subdue Lin Yang. A tempest gathered, and the once bright sky darkened. Gales howled, rousing great powers across the realms. Above Busi Huaishan, vast thunderbolts manifested, roaring like the end of the world. Figures began to appear: Laozi Yuanshi, Tongtianjin Zhuanti, and even Yuhua arriving from beyond. The six sages stood forth together. The force of their presence required no explanation. It was as if they pressed Lin Yang toward death. Within Busi Huashan, Lin Yang glanced at the pale great elder, shook his head, and said, "Do not worry, I am confident for this trial." The great elder nodded, though his heart remained tense. These were six sages. 1 against 6 could Lin... At that moment a system prompt sounded in Lin Yang's mind. Ding. 6 sages advance, intent on suppressing the host. The host may choose. Choice 1, stand firm and defeat the 6 sages. I reward a portion of the destruction origin. Choice 2, submit to suppression, be reborn after countless culpas. Reward the title Go Sheng. This title allows continued cultivation despite suppression, suited to the host. Choice 3, admit defeat and flee Honghuang. Reward a portion of the life origin. A provocation. Lin Yang sighed inwardly. This damned system was goading him. Suited to the host, it said. He did not want trouble, but he also refused to be imprisoned forever. That would be a genuine loss of freedom. The Gosheng title was utterly irrelevant to him. Considering the remaining choices, Lin Yang felt he could contend with the sages. Though numerous and backed by the Honghuang Tian Dao, they were merely 6 merit-awarded sages. There was no reason to cower before battle, to flee into chaos without fighting. Lin Yang shook his head and told the system, I choose option 1. He would stand and fight. Confidently he faced them. Lin Yang reached out, and the Shirshin spear materialized in his hand. The power of a Hunyuan Deluo Jinxian surged into the spear, as if reviving it. It emitted waves of annihilating intent that made the great elder nearby tremble. He felt as if his very primordial spirit had been congealed by the spear's murderous will. Lin Yang did not look back at the great elder. Grasping the spear, he stepped into empty air. The sages converged from 3 sides: Sanqing from the east, Jane and Zhuanti from the west, and Yuhua from the north. Lin Yang stood in the south. The 2 sides faced each other, measuring one another. The sages were surprised. They had expected Lin Yang to be strikingly extraordinary, and he had not relied on Hongmeng Ziki to become a Tian Dao sage, yet had become a Hunyuan Deluo Jinxian. This was only the surface, and he had not relied on Hongmeng Ziki to become a Tian Dao sage, yet had become a Hunyuan Deluo Jinxian. This was only the surface. The sages nonetheless did not dare to take him lightly. On the contrary, they were profoundly astonished and felt deep admiration for Lin Yang. After all, his origin was the Feng clan, and this Feng clan was not the same as that of the ancient era. The Feng clan had endured ancient calamities and should have been bereft of fortune it would survived only because Yuan Feng sacrificed itself undergoing nirvana to suppress Busi Huashan. Yet now from a clan whose fortune had dwindled to the extreme and which had withdrawn from contention, a Hunyuan de Luo Jingxian had arisen. The sages did not know beyond Hongjuan of the existence of Yang Mei, so they assumed Lin Yang to be the first Hunyuan de Luo Jingxian in Hongwan. Naturally, they admired him. Strictly speaking, none of them truly qualified as Hunyuan de Luo Jingxian. They had advanced by the shortcut of Hongmengziki. Admiration aside, the sages had not forgotten the purpose of their visit. After a measured appraisal, lousy leader among the sages and senior of the Xuanmen spoke, Taoist Lin Yang, will you accept subjugation by the Tian Dao and emerge only after countless culpas? Though the words were blunt and likely to breed resentment, such directness was their manner at that height. To be plain, will you be suppressed? If you refuse, then we will strike you until you cannot resist, and then seal you. The sage's intention was straightforward. Lin Yang was not angered, his gaze swept across them, and he smiled. Are you, then, the calamity of my Dao attainment? The sages were taken aback. Lin Yang added, if I defeat you, will this calamity end? Their expressions grew grave as they readied themselves for combat. As expected, Lin Yang moved the next instant. A spear of light shot forth, aimed first at Yuan Ti. One picks the softest persimmon to squeeze. Among the sages, their precise strengths were hard to gauge, all were merit sages. Yet Yuan Ti's armaments were plainly the poorest. The Shirshin spear lunged, and Yuan Ti's face changed a flash of anger. After so many sages, Lin Yang had singled him out first. The message was unmistakable. Yuan Ti raised a staff-length branch that shimmered with seven-hued light, a Dao-attesting treasure forged from his own Bodhi tree, the Qibao Miaoshu. Yuan Ti swept the Qibao Miaoshu with force, narrowly deflecting the spear from his face. It was a perilous miss by the breadth of a hair. Had it struck, he would have been grievously wounded, even if not slain. Even after evading, Yuan Ti felt as though he had cheated death. His primordial spirit wavered, and his heart trembled with lingering dread. The Shirshin spear is a treasure whose slaughterous might even exceeds true innate relics. Even a sage whose primordial spirit is anchored by the Tian Dao can be harmed by it. Yuan Ti felt a surge of anxiety, uncertain of what method Lin Yang used to attain the Dao. Although they had only clashed once, it was evident that Lin Yang's strength surpassed his own. At that moment, Yuan Ti's sense of crisis escalated suddenly. Just as he intended to retreat, it was too late. A bolt of five-colored thunderlight shot out from the void, twisting together into a chaotic thunderbolt that struck him. When Yuan Ti was hit by this thunderbolt, he felt a buzzing in his head, and his entire face turned dark. At that time, he was not yet the bald figure he would later become, as he still had hair, but now he was struck by lightning. His hair stood on end, each strand electrified. With his dark face, he caught the attention of Tong Tian, who couldn't help but let out a chuckle. The other sages also struggled to hold back their laughter. Yuan Ti's face seemed to darken even further. He glanced resentfully at Jie beside him, who could only shake his head in helplessness, having failed to protect Yuan Ti. It was initially thought that even if Yuan Ti could not defeat Lin Yang, it would not lead to any significant trouble. However, it was now clear that Lin Yang's strength was formidable. No wonder teacher Hong Jun sent a decree for them to join forces to suppress Lin Yang. The other sages also grew serious. Yuan Ti gathered his divine powers, removing the darkness from his face as he looked at Lin Yang, without anger, instead smiling. Friend, since you are being lenient, why not use this divine slayer spear to settle our karmic ties? Upon hearing this, Lin Yang smiled, but remained silent. The other sages, apart from Jie, who stood with Yuan Ti, inwardly cursed Yuan Ti for his shamelessness. Such words could be uttered. However, they still needed to deal with Lin Yang, making it unwise to quarrel with Yuan Ti. After suppressing Lin Yang, treasures like the divine slayer spear would certainly be contested. At that moment, seeing that Yuan Ti was not only no match for Lin Yang, but had also suffered a loss, Laozi spoke up. All right, everyone, let's act swiftly. Completing the teacher's decree is imperative. Having said that, Laozi took the lead and approached Lin Yang, raising his crutch to strike him fiercely. Boom. Laozi's strike was as if it carried the might of the heavens, unstoppable. Truly, he was a ruthless character who had nearly severed his three corpses to attain the Dao. Yuan Shi followed closely behind, raising the three treasures Jade Rui, transforming it into a streak of white light aimed at Lin Yang's crown. Tong Tian, being of the same lineage as the three pure ones, moved in unison with Yuan Shi. He waved his Qing Ping sword, unleashing torrents of azure sword energy that swept towards Lin Yang like a hurricane sweeping fallen leaves. Jie, unhurried, first handed the Eastern Blue Lotus treasure flag to Yuan Ti for protection. Then he stepped onto the 12-grade Merit Golden Lotus and joined Yuan Ti in launching an attack on Lin Yang. Then there was Nuwa. Though she was a woman, she was the first among the sages to comprehend the opportunity to attain sainthood and establish the Tao. Having achieved the Tao before Laozi, her power was not to be underestimated. Nuwa tossed the red embroidered ball toward Lin Yang's back. In an instant, the 6 saints attacked together, unleashing their magical treasures and divine powers, creating a scene of unimaginable terror. All the mighty beings watching were left in awe. It felt as if the heavens and the earth were being destroyed. A terrifying storm surged forth, crashing in waves towards all directions. In its wake, all things both tangible and intangible were annihilated, collapsing entirely. Yet amidst such terrifying power, Lin Yang stood at the center of the storm, calmly enduring the onslaught from the sages. Laozi's crutch was met with a fiery red flag that unfurled, flames surging forth, as if scorching half the sky, blocking the crutch. It was the Li Di Yin Guang flag. Likewise, Yuan Shi's 3 treasures Jade Rui was blocked by the Xian Yuan water-controlling flag. As for Tong Tian's Qing Ping sword, the endless sword energy was thwarted by the pure, white lotus platform rising beneath Lin Yang. It was the 12-grade pure world white lotus. Nuwa's red embroidered ball was intercepted by the plain cloud realm flag. Yuan Ti, eager to avenge the humiliation he had just suffered, charged, and even faster than Jiayin. However, when he reached Lin Yang, seeing Lin Yang continuously summon seemingly endless magical treasures, his heart sank, and he silently cursed, realizing something was amiss, and preparing to retreat. But he saw Lin Yang had already lunged at him with a spear. A familiar spear. At that moment, it seemed as if he was rushing to receive this spear. It was clearly too late to dodge. As for fleeing, if he hadn't fled, it would have been fine, but if he did, that spear would stab him from behind. If it struck certain areas, the embarrassment would be even greater. Yuan Ti had no choice but to let out a deep shout and forcefully swipe his 7 treasures Miao tree, exerting all his strength, narrowly avoiding Lin Yang's spear. Chaos thunderbolts struck out from the void. Yuan Ti was unfazed. Previously he had been unprepared, but now armed with Jia Yin's Qing Lotus treasure flag, was he still afraid of this thunder? Just as Yuan Ti thought this, the Chaos thunderbolts were indeed caught by the Qing Lotus treasure flag. But at that moment, another thunderbolt suddenly shot out. This thunderbolt was nearly indistinguishable from the Chaos thunder, and its aura was even more subdued. When the thunder struck, Yuan Ti assumed it was a Chaos divine thunder, and did not take it seriously, only to be caught off guard when it erupted with a bang. Its power far exceeded that of the Chaos divine thunder. In an instant, the defense of the Qing Lotus treasure flag was torn apart. The thunder struck Yuan Ti's body, causing him to shudder as countless black electric arcs danced over him. His Tao robe had already been shredded to tatters. His face turned even darker than before. His hair no longer stood up, it was reduced to ash by the thunder. At a glance, he looked nothing like a sage. He appeared more like a bald beggar. This was Lin Yang's other mastery of thunder, Du Tian Divine Thunder. Yuan Ti opened his mouth, and a plume of black smoke emerged. The lightning had penetrated his body, injuring him from the inside out. Seeing this, Jia Yin hurriedly brought Yuan Ti onto the Lotus platform, which drifted back a considerable distance before coming to a stop. At this moment, the sages were all stunned, shocked by Lin Yang's series of actions. Laozi looked at Lin Yang, then at Yuan Ti, his expression grave as he said, "This is Du Tian Divine Thunder. It can create and destroy air. It cannot be met heated." Upon hearing this, Yuan Ti rolled his eyes in anger, realizing he had underestimated Lin Yang's cunning. Concealing a Du Tian Divine Thunder among a flurry of Chaos Divine Thunders nearly cooked him alive. Regardless, he did not wish to charge in again. Who knew what other formidable divine powers Lin Yang had yet to reveal? He could not afford to suffer losses again. At this moment, the various saints were also stunned, not for any other reason, but because Lin Yang had produced an overwhelming amount of items. The 12-petaled pure world white lotus aside, there were also the earthly flame light banner, the Xian Yuan water control banner, and the plain cloud realm banner. To their astonishment, he even possessed 3 of the innate 5 directions flags. Moreover, Lin Yang had also mastered the Duding Divine Thunder. The Duding Divine Thunder, also known as the Chaos Duding Divine Thunder, was the divine thunder used by Pangu to open the heavens and the earth. Its power was unparalleled, far surpassing the Chaos Divine Thunder that Lin Yang had crafted by merging the 5 elements Divine Thunder. Hadn't Yuan Ti been subdued by a single Duding Divine Thunder? The powerful beings from all sides were filled with doubts about their lives, constantly rubbing their eyes, nearly unable to believe the scene before them. Initially, upon seeing the saints mobilized, they knew that something significant was about to happen. It wasn't until Lin Yang's appearance and his exchange with the saints that they realized, apart from the 6 saints, there was actually someone else achieving enlightenment in this world. Moreover, this individual was not a Tao saint formed by the primordial purple energy, but a Hunyuan Dayuo golden, immortal one that he had cultivated himself. This was countless times more difficult to achieve than a Tao saint. Yet someone had succeeded. And not only had he succeeded during the subsequent battle, Lin Yang showcased treasures that dazzled everyone. Not only did he fend off the Saint's siege, but he even caused one of the 6 Saints Yuan Feng to suffer losses. What kind of fierce person is this? Some were filled with admiration, others with jealousy, some seemed to see their own goals, while others took pleasure in his misfortune. After all, in any world there would always be those who could not stand to see others do well. Seeing Lin Yang become a Hunyuan Dayuo Golden Immortal, they were envious, wishing for him to perish immediately under the Saint's onslaught, to be utterly destroyed. But these people would never consider that one day they too might become Hunyuan Dayuo Golden Immortals. Then who would come to assist them? Or perhaps, even if they thought of it, their minds would be twisted. Simply put, they just did not want to see others do well. Of course, Lin Yang did not care. At this point, he had basically discerned the strengths of the Saints, and they were indeed much weaker than himself. The merits of achieving enlightenment through the primordial purple energy truly had detrimental effect. Lin Yang sighed inwardly, but the battle did not cease. He transformed from passive to active and charged toward the 3 pure ones. In this battle, it was not he who was suppressed by the 6 saints, but rather he who aimed to annihilate the 6. Those saints are undying and immortal. He could still obliterate them, using this battle to establish his name and reputation. Boom! Lin Yang unleashed his spear like a dragon, thrusting directly at Laozi. Laozi's expression immediately changed. A 33-layered merit pagoda appeared above his head. It was indeed his companion treasure, the heavenly and earthly Xian Huang Linglong pagoda, with strands of Xian Huang Qi descending to protect Laozi. As the god-slaying spear struck, its tip sank into the embrace of the Xian Huang Qi, as if caught in a quagmire, unable to advance an inch. However, just then a ruler shimmering with purple golden light appeared from the void. With a sudden clap, it caused the heavenly and earthly Xian Huang Linglong pagoda to sway violently, the Xian Huang Qi flailing. The god-slaying spear struck, fiercely penetrating through. Laozi dodged the fatal blow, but was struck in the left shoulder by the god-slaying spear, letting out a mournful. His entire face contorted in agony. The Taiji diagram beneath his feet transformed into a golden bridge, instantly retreating him to safety. Meanwhile, Lin Yang, facing 3 opponents, unleashed a fierce assault, breaking through the defenses of the heavenly and earthly Xian Huang Linglong pagoda, which was said to be unassailable and undefeated. He injured Laozi. This rapid and fierce achievement was astonishing, and moreover, Lin Yang showcased another treasured item. It was the Hunyuan Liangtian ruler, another postnatal merit treasure comparable to the heavenly and earthly Xian Huang Linglong pagoda. The heavenly and earthly Xian Huang Linglong pagoda was unparalleled in defense, while the Hunyuan Liangtian ruler specialized in offense. Attacking with a ruler against a pagoda. Was the ruler superior to the pagoda? Yuan Shi and Tong Tian, along with Nuwa Jane and Zhuan Ti, took the opportunity to strike, but just like before, they were blocked by the various flags and Lotus platforms. Lin Yang's seal sprang from his comprehension of the Yin-Yang Dao, forged by the fusion of the mighty Taiyin extinction divine light and the solar god-slaying divine light. When he cast the seal, the powers of Taiyin and the sun converged and crystallized into the chaos Taiji seal. The force of a single imprint shook heaven and earth. Moreover, at that instant, Lin Yang even drew upon the power of the great myriad world contained within the Hundunju. Torrents of world forces surged forth and transformed into his mystical power, driving the seal onward and making its ferocity unrivaled. With a deafening roar, Lin Yang struck. The sound rent the heavens, as if the world itself had been shattered. Centered on his palm, boundless voids across countless miles were blown apart. The void collapsed in cataclysm, unveiling a terrible yet magnificent spectacle. At that moment, the Laozi struck by his palm had no time even to cry out. He was cleaved by a single palm. Even a sage's body could not endure the frenzied onslaught of Lin Yang. He was utterly blasted apart. Thunder rolled. The sages were all stunned. The primeval sky blackened utterly, and a deluge began. The rain battered the world as if trying to wash it clean, yet no cleansing could be achieved. For this rain ran blood-red, an unrelenting torrent of blood. Brilliant streaks of lightning rent the dark canopy, thunder incessant like the heavens itself in mourning. Elder brother, Tong Tian cried out in grief. At that moment, the onlookers recovered a sliver of reason. They stared up to where Lin Yang hovered in the southern sky, disbelief writ across every face. This scene, had he slain a sage? It had come so suddenly. One moment, there had been back-and-forth combat. The next, the blow had simply obliterated him. How in an instant had the Taiching sage been blown apart? Lin Yang clapped his hands and watched the place where the Laozi had fallen. A vortex abruptly appeared. A familiar yet far more terrifyingly potent force of the heavenly Tao gathered and reclaimed everything of the Laozi. Even the Tiandi Xianhuang Linglong pagoda, the Taiji diagram, and the Bian Guai were drawn away. Lin Yang hesitated for a heartbeat and missed them. The vortex fashioned by the Taoist power vanished in a blink. Only Lin Yang remained amid a void that kept tearing itself apart and mending shredded and re-knit in endless cycles. Lin Yang showed no fear of such an environment. Surges of void power answered his pull and gathered to him. On his hand, a long spatial blade took form. He regarded the other sages with a calm countenance, showing no trace of remorse for slaying a sage. He said to them, "You intend to suppress me, but I will tell you this today. In this primordial waste the sage is not supreme. If you withdraw now, I shall not trouble you further." The faces of the gathered sages darkened at his words. After all, Lin Yang's declaration amounted to a threat proclaimed before countless denizens of the primeval world. It was as if he declared, "Dare you entangle yourselves with me, and you will share the lousy's fate." What arrogance! Within the Undying Volcano, the entire Feng clan was stirred to wild elation. Lin Yang's counterstrike, destroying the Taiching sage among the 6 sages, had filled them with exultation. Once in days gone by, the Feng clan had basked in such glory. Now might their brilliance return. The great elder watched, tears escaping his eyes. Though the Feng clan rejoiced, the remaining 5 sages found themselves in an awkward, untenable position. When they had arrived, they had been high and mighty, convinced that even if Lin Yang had attained the Tao 6 against 1 would overwhelm him, and he would submit to their suppression. Yet now the head of the 6 sages, the Taiching sage, their senior brother Laozi, had been blasted apart by Lin Yang. How could they continue to fight? Could they carry on? Yuan Feng ground his teeth and with fury turning to a bitter laugh cried, "You lone mortal dare threaten us, sages Lin Yang. Today you must die." Yuan Feng reached out and seized the Pangu fan, surging sage power poured into it. The banner flapped and a torrent of chaotic sword chi like swarms of locusts hurtled toward Lin Yang. At the same time, Tongtian roared, "You slew my elder brother, I will not rest." With a shake of his long sleeve, 4 treasured swords flew forth, murderous and world-shattering. They fell to the 4 corners around Lin Yang. A formation diagram silently unfolded beneath his feet and spread outward. Linked by the swords, a vast killing array instantly took shape. A tide of killing intent surged skyward, blasting beyond the world and into the chaos, whipping the chaotic chi into storms that plunged toward the depths of the Hundan. He faced the Pangu fan, the fiercest of the 3 primordial treasures, and the famed Juxian sword array, said to be unbreakable unless by the 4 sages. Lin Yang was forced to taste both at once. Thankfully, he had already dealt with Laozi earlier, otherwise another Taiji diagram would have come into play. As Yuan Feng and Tongtian rose in savage assault, Lin Yang laughed without fear. He spread a great sleeve, 4 colors flashed within it before resolving into a black hole that swallowed the incoming chaotic sword chi. The vast bulging sword auras instantly contracted and were drawn into Lin Yang's sleeve, disappearing soundlessly, leaving no trace. This stratagem was Lin Yang's Tao of space allied with the great myriad world, the technique called the world within the sleeve. It was far surpassing Zhun Yuanzi's sleeve space. For within that sleeve truly existed a world. No matter how ferocious the chaotic sword chi once drawn into the great myriad world, it could be readily subdued and resolved. Then, encircled by the Juxian sword array, Lin Yang stood at its heart and could palpably sense the array's dread potency. No wonder it was famed as breakable only by the 4 sages. Beforehand, Laozi had unleashed 1 chi into 3 purities, turning 1 man into 4. Now Tongshan's Juxian array, in Lin Yang's estimation, was an even greater refinement. Under the array's augmentation, Tongshan's might swelled perhaps 4-fold. In effect, a single man acting. Tongshan's renown as the strongest among the sages was not without reason. At least within the Juxian array, even Laozi had to grant him some measure of deference. Naturally, Lin Yang was not Laozi and owed no such deference. Countless sword auras roiled through the array toward him, only to be intercepted by banners that rose like walls. Moreover, Lin Yang stood upon the 12-grade pure world white lotus, placing him upon unassailable ground. Seeing this, Tongtian knew ordinary sword chi would not suffice, and thus unleashed the 4 Juxian swords. For beams of sword light shot from the cardinal directions and cleaved toward Lin Yang. Though numbering only 4, they bore the concentrated might of the entire Juxian array. Where the 4 beams passed, terrifying edges of killing intent seared and annihilated all in their path. Every form seen and unseen was rent asunder, and in an instant the radiance closed upon Lin Yang's surrounding. As 4 sword lights sliced through the air, already within arm's reach, Lin Yang remained utterly fearless. The space around him folded and twisted infinitely. In an instant, Lin Yang's figure was enveloped within layers upon layers of spatial barriers. The 4 sword lights could slice through anything and cleave layers of space, yet with every moment layers of space also emerged around Lin Yang, rendering their attacks futile. Thus, while the 4 sword lights appeared to be right next to Lin Yang, they were in reality separated by an unfathomable distance. No matter how close they got, they could never strike Lin Yang. From the outside, it seemed as if the four sword lights reached Lin Yang only to freeze in place. Gradually, the sword lights dimmed until they eventually dissipated entirely. Outside the Zhuxian sword array, Tongtian watched this scene breaking into a cold sweat as he finally grasped Lin Yang's immense strength. No wonder even Laozi had been struck down by him. Even when trapped within the Zhuxian sword array, Lin Yang remained as calm as a gentle breeze. It was not that the sword array lacked power, but rather that Tongtian's control of the array and his strength were far inferior to Lin Yang. For the four sword lights to successfully attack Lin Yang, they would first need to possess the speed to traverse the distance of an entire great 1,000 worlds in an instant. However, Tongtian clearly lacked such power at this moment, rendering Lin Yang completely unthreatened. Lin Yang surveyed the interior of the Zhuxian sword array, gazing at the four sword gates, and the four treasured swords hanging above them, nodding slightly, in what seemed like admiration. After a thorough examination, Lin Yang exhaled deeply, his eyes brightening, as he declared, "It's time for me to break the array." With that, a powerful aura erupted from Lin Yang. The great 1,000 worlds within the Chaos Pearl once again bestowed all their power upon Lin Yang. At that moment, any movement he made felt akin to an entire great 1,000 worlds shifting. With a loud boom, Lin Yang's body swelled, as if he had invoked the divine ability of law of heaven and earth, becoming immensely gigantic. Lin Yang's aura surged to its peak, radiating from the Zhuxian sword array, causing the entire primordial world to tremble. The ferocity of this aura caused the faces of the saints to change drastically, as if facing a formidable adversary. Tongtian exerted all his strength to manipulate the Zhuxian sword array, attempting to suppress Lin Yang. But at this moment, how could Lin Yang be subdued? Lin Yang's upper body emerged from the array, and he raised an axe. With a thunderous boom, he swung the axe toward the sword array as if he were opening the heavens. A flash of axe light surged forth. With a cracking sound, it was as if a brilliant thunderbolt had split the heavens. The Zhuxian sword array was easily cleaved open by this axe, with the crack widening rapidly. A flash of axe light surged forth. With a cracking sound, it was as if a brilliant thunderbolt had split the heavens. The Zhuxian sword array was easily cleaved open by this axe, with the crack. The four treasured swords broke through the void and flew back to him, which he collected with a wave of his sleeve. However, the formation could not be restored. As Lin Yang reached out and grasped it, it was as if he had seized a massive rag, and with a pull he dragged it directly into the great 1,000 worlds. Tongtian naturally refused to accept this, filled with rage, wanting to fight Lin Yang to the death. Yet due to the disruption caused by the shattered Zhuxian sword array, his power was somewhat unstable. Before he could stabilize himself, Lin Yang had already taken the initiative, stepping forward toward him. At this moment, Lin Yang still retained the form of law of heaven and earth, his stature towering, as if he were reaching for the sky. As he approached Tongtian, the entire world seemed to tremble beneath his steps, rumbling loudly. Lin Yang swung his great axe, aiming to cleave Tongtian. Just as this axe was about to slay Tongtian, following in the footsteps of Laozi, Yuan Shi suddenly let out a great roar, brandishing the Panga banner, his form also swelling dramatically. With a booming sound, Yuan Shi waved the Panga banner to meet Lin Yang's great axe. The collision of the banner and axe unleashed a powerful force, causing the vast void to collapse and shatter. The Panga banner was a powerful treasure, but unfortunately Lin Yang's strength at this moment surpassed even that which had defeated Laozi. As the axe descended, though the axe head was torn apart, the terrifying axe light continued to descend, aimed at Yuan Shi. In this critical moment, a celebratory cloud appeared above Yuan Shi's head, revealing an extraordinary treasure. It was the celebratory cloud of the heavens, transformed from Panga's vast righteousness, neither belonging to the innate nor the postnatal, incredibly miraculous. Once the celebratory cloud was summoned, all evil was repelled, and no law could touch it. It could ignore the attacks of any treasure or miraculous weapon, rendering it immune to all divine powers and spells. Within the celebratory cloud, the primordial world faintly emerged, with the sun, moon, and stars shining brightly within. The five-colored luminous light illuminated the heavens, while celestial music resonated throughout the universe. Outside the celebratory cloud, countless golden lanterns, golden lotuses, jewels, and hanging pearls fell like raindrops from the cloud, cascading endlessly, resembling water dripping from an eave. Of course, the above descriptions are purely exaggerated. The true celebratory cloud, while powerful, was at most comparable to Laozi's Linglong Pagoda. There was no truly invincible defense. If there were, it would mean your strength was insufficient. At this moment, although Lin Yang's axe was torn by the Panga banner, the axe light he unleashed still fell. With a heavy strike, it cleaved directly onto the celebratory cloud. With a booming sound, the celebratory cloud was sliced open, the axe light greatly weakened, yet it still pierced through the cloud and struck Yuan Shi. Just like before with Laozi, Yuan Shi let out a cry and exploded on the spot. Similar to Laozi's fall, Yuan Shi's death also led to a horrifying phenomenon of a saint's demise in the primordial realm. A torrential rain of blood poured down, causing all-powerful beings and countless lives to tremble in fear. This Lin Yang was truly a harbinger of death. Moreover, he was not killing ordinary people, but saints. Those high and mighty beings said to be immortal were now falling one after another at his hands. Everyone found it hard to believe, yet this was the undeniable truth. Another heavenly Dao vortex appeared, absorbing everything of Yuan Shi. Lin Yang glanced at the heavenly Dao vortex, frowned slightly, but did not intervene. At this point, Tong Tian had regained his power and witnessed Yuan Shi's tragic death before him. He could not help but roar, gripping the Qingping sword, intending to charge at Lin Yang to fight to the death. Yet Lin Yang merely snorted, unleashing a bolt of all-heaven divine thunder, electrocuting Tong Tian until he was charred inside and out, his hair standing on end. Lin Yang kicked out with one foot, sending Tong Tian flying far away. Then he set his gaze on the remaining three saints, Jane, Zhuanti, and Nuwa. Zhuanti displayed a smile more sorrowful than crying, and before he could speak, Lin Yang said, "Hand over the Qinglian Bao's flag to me, or I will kill you, and take it." Zhuanti's expression darkened further, and he wanted to turn and flee, but Lin Yang had already grasped a bolt of chaos, all-heaven divine thunder in his hand. Zhuanti's scalp tingled, but he dared not run. Sigh. Jane sighed, reaching out to summon the Qinglian Bao's flag and bring it over. Holding it in his hand, he appeared reluctant to part with it, yet ultimately delivered it to Lin Yang. "This time Dao brother has won. We admit defeat," Jane declared. Lin Yang nodded and looked at Nuwa, whose face flushed slightly as she glanced at the red embroidered ball in her hand. Just as she was about to speak, Lin Yang had already collected the Qinglian Bao's flag and took a step forward, heading in. Lin Yang had no intention of taking the red embroidered ball, as it was something for girls. Although the ball was powerful, he felt he had enough gains for now, so he let it go for the time being. There would be plenty of time in the future. Moreover, wasn't there still something to collect? Having acquired the Qinglian Bao's flag, he had gathered 4/5 of the innate 5 directions flags, and the remaining piece naturally resonated. It was located within Kunlun Mountain. Therefore, Lin Yang headed east, intending to retrieve this last flag. From now on, the southern region of the primordial world shall belong to my Feng clan. As Lin Yang walked toward Kunlun Mountain, his voice echoed, resonating throughout the entire primordial realm, as if proclaiming an exceedingly mundane matter. From henceforth, the southern region of the primordial world and the entire southern land would belong to the Feng clan. After a long period, the Feng clan returned once more, and in such a manner. As Lin Yang spoke, no one dared to refute him. Even the three saints were left speechless. Tong Tian was kicked far away by Lin Yang. Seeing Lin Yang heading towards Kunlun Mountain, there was a desire to stop him, yet a deep sense of helplessness prevailed. Who could have imagined that the 6 saints would result in such an outcome? Lin Yang single-handedly toppled them all. The saint of merit is truly the weakest among the saints. Even with the support of the heavenly Dao, he could only mobilize a portion of its power to empower himself. However, compared to Lin Yang, the disparity in strength was still too great. They were far from being his match. At this moment, apart from the fallen Laozi and Yuan Shi, there remained 4 saints. Jane, Zhuanti, Nuwa, and Tong Tian, each one of them felt a deep regret surge within their hearts. Regret for being too impatient. The desire for the convenience of attaining merit led to today's defeat. Yet in this world there is no medicine for regret. Now it is all too late. They could only watch helplessly as Lin Yang walked towards Kunlun Mountain, so carefree and unrestrained. At this moment, the entire world seemed to transform into a backdrop solely to highlight Lin Yang. He was the only one in the world. All eyes were on him, observing his every move. Upon reaching the skies above Kunlun Mountain, Lin Yang did not descend, but merely cast a glance at Kunlun. At this moment, to be honest, Lin Yang felt an impulse to completely ravage Kunlun Mountain. However, he managed to restrain himself. On one hand, he still wanted to maintain some face. After all, so many people were watching him, making it inappropriate to go too far. Besides, he had a certain status and did not wish to expose his true nature so blatantly. On the other hand, Lin Yang felt a gaze locking onto him from the void. It was the heavenly Dao of the primordial world watching his every move. He had defeated the saints, and according to the rules, he had survived this tribulation. But if he acted recklessly, it could very well trigger a second calamity. By that time, it would likely not be just the saints launching an attack, but it would escalate further. Lin Yang, having won a battle, did not wish to stir up more trouble, hence he decided to take the final Wuji apricot yellow flag from Kunlun Mountain and be done with it. The blood rain continued to pour down from the heavens, and bolts of lightning streaked across the dark sky, instilling fear. However, a layer of mystical power always enveloped Lin Yang, shielding him from the deluge. Dressed in white, he stood above Kunlun Mountain, incredibly eye-catching. Through the 4 flags, Lin Yang directly sensed the location of the last Wuji apricot yellow flag. Lin Yang extended his hand and grasped downward, breaking through layer upon layer of restrictions, and seized a yellow flag. It was indeed the last Wuji apricot yellow flag of the primordial 5 flags. Finally, the 5 flags were complete. Lin Yang couldn't help but smile, his figure shifting into a beam of white light as he returned to the Undying Volcano. Inside the Undying Volcano, chaos reigned. They had been trapped here for countless ages, even giving rise to generation after generation. Like a group of prisoners, they were captives, and their descendants were also captives. There seemed to be no day of escape. But now everything had changed. Someone had led them to reclaim their glory, guiding them out of the Undying Volcano once more. The south of the primordial world belongs to them. The elder looked at Lin Yang with admiration, and Lin Yang nodded at him, saying, "Elder, the clansmen can be let out. The south of the primordial world belongs to our Feng clan. Regardless of whether they are from the demon race or the witch race, let them leave. If they do not depart, I will take action myself to send them away. No need for you to act." The elder smiled and shook his head. "As long as they are not saints, no one will dare to cause trouble in the south. All right, although our Feng clan does not seek dominance, this south is our place of residence and survival. As for the others, let them fight amongst themselves. We shall just watch the show." After speaking, Lin Yang conferred with the elder about some matters before turning to enter the palace and entering seclusion once more. He had done everything he needed to do. There was no need to trouble him with the remaining matters. Lin Yang preferred to avoid trouble. At this moment, the 4 saints, upon Lin Yang's return to the Undying Volcano, received a transmission from Hongjuan instructing them to head to the Zixiao Palace. The Zixiao Palace, which had vanished after 3 teachings, had once again opened its doors. However, this time only the 4 saints arrived. Upon entering the Zixiao Palace, the 4 saints saw Hongjuan seated on the high platform, emanating an aura of unparalleled coldness. It was uncertain whether this was Hongjuan himself or the heavenly Tao manifesting through his body. Disciples pay their respects to the master. The 4 saints approached the platform, noticing that there were still 6 cushions below, and each found their own place to sit. "Master, do you know where my 2 elder brothers are?" As soon as he sat down, Tong Tian eagerly inquired. Jane Junti and Yuhua also looked at Hongjuan. In this battle, the 6 saints had suffered a devastating defeat. Not only had they lost face, but 2 saints were also killed, and Tongshan's array diagram for slaying immortals was stolen. Jane and Zunti's pure Lotus treasure flag was also taken. Furthermore, Lin Yang had gone to Kunlun Mountain and seized the Wuji apricot yellow flag that Yuan Shi had hidden in his home. This loss could not be considered small, yet they were unable to resist. If they fought back, it would not just be 2 saints who would perish, but rather all 6 saints would face annihilation. No matter, the saints' primordial spirits are entrusted to the heavenly Tao. As long as the heavenly Tao persists, the saints shall not perish. Hongjuan glanced at Tong Tian and spoke calmly. As he spoke, Hongjuan pointed, and 2 whirlpools appeared within the Zixiao Palace. Within those whirlpools, filled with the power of the heavenly Tao, 2 figures began to become increasingly clear at their centers. Ultimately, the whirlpools dispersed, and the figures of Laozi and Yuan Shi truly appeared before everyone. They had been revived. Disciples pay their respects to the master. "Thank you for your grace." After their resurrection, Laozi and Yuan Shi hurriedly approached to thank Hongjuan. Hongjuan waved his sleeve, and items such as the heavenly and earthly mystic yellow Linglong Pagoda Taiji diagram and Panga banner flew out from within. Returning the items to their rightful owners brought great gratitude to Laozi and Yuan Shi. After thanking Hongjuan once more, he allowed both to sit down before saying, "This matter shall end here. As for Lin Yang, attaining the Tao with your strength, you are no match for him now." The saints nodded, though reluctant. After all, the previous battle had already demonstrated the issue. If they were not a match, they were simply not a match. There was no use in continuing to boast. "But master, are we just to let him act with such impunity?" Junti said. "Otherwise, what can be done?" Hongjuan retorted, gazing at Junti. Junti felt a bit guilty under Hongjuan's gaze and forced himself to say, "Could it be that master cannot take action personally? With your strength, dealing with Lin Yang should be as easy as pie, right?" Junti added, not forgetting to flatter Hong. However, it was evident that Junti had flattered the wrong person this time. Hongjuan merely glanced at him and said, "I represent the heavenly Tao, which is impartial and selfless. How could I intervene?" Junti was instantly left speechless. He actually understood that if Hongjuan could intervene, there would have been no need to instruct them to act earlier. But the cost of this action was far too great. Not to mention his own injury, but the Qinglian Bao's flag, one of the innate 5 direction flags, was now lost. Moreover, it wasn't just Junti. The other saints aside from Yuhua, who seemed to have lost nothing, also suffered. Laozi had been killed once, losing considerable face. And Yuan Shi not only died once, but like Junti, also lost one of the 5 direction flags, the central Wujixing Huang flag. It could be said that Yuan Shi suffered the greatest loss among the 6. Lastly, Tong Tian, although not killed, had his Ji Xian sword formation diagram, which made up the Jixian sword array, snatched away by Lin Yang. Now witnessing Yuan Ti being taught a lesson, he felt no schadenfreude, but rather a heavy heart. He could only gaze longingly at Hong Jun. That was the Jixian sword array, which could only be broken by the four saints. Although saying it was laughable now, Lin Yang had single-handedly broken the array. But one could not deny that the Jixian sword array was indeed formidable. After a moment of silence, Hong Jun couldn't come up with any good solutions, and finally sighed, well, it is futile to dwell on this matter any longer. Now that Lin Yang has gathered the 5 direction flags, he can set up the innate 5 elements great array. His strength has risen to a new level, and you cannot hope to match him. The saints couldn't help but feel even more desperate upon hearing this. How about this? Seeing the saints like this, Hong Jun shook his head and said, after all, you are heavenly Tao saints. Although you have attained enlightenment through merit, your starting point and foundation are far inferior to the other 2 methods of enlightenment. Lin Yang must have achieved enlightenment through the strongest method, the strength of the Tao. You cannot blame yourselves for losing to him. However, the majesty of the heavenly Tao must not be insulted. In the time to come, I will open the source of the heavenly Tao, making it easier for you to cultivate and comprehend the heavenly Tao, thus enhancing your strength. If you encounter Lin Yang again in the future, you will not face today's defeat. The saints were instantly filled with excitement, shaking off their previous despondency and becoming spirited once more. Hong Jun's words essentially meant that he would grant them a boost. With the heavenly Tao's boost, their strength would soar. Would they still fear not being able to catch up to Lin Yang? When their strength increased, they would undoubtedly seek to reclaim their dignity and beat Lin Yang. The saints were instantly filled with excitement, shaking off their previous despondency and becoming spirited. Tong Tian, Hong Jun continued. Tong Tian was taken aback and quickly asked, what do you command, master? The Qinglian Bao's flag and the Wujixing Huang flag from Yuan Ti and Yuan Shi cannot be retrieved. However, your Jixian diagram is useless to him even if he possesses it. You are to obey my decree and make a trip to the Undying Volcano. 1, to demand the Jixian diagram from him, and 2, to help me deliver this Hongmeng purple chi to him. If he is willing, he can refine this Hongmeng purple chi to attain sainthood. As he spoke, Hong Jun took out a strand of Hongmeng purple chi from his sleeve, leaving the saints in stunned silence. They clearly remembered that when Hong Jun distributed the Hongmeng purple chi, he had stated there were only 7 strands. They had used 1 strand for their enlightenment while another was with Hong Yun. So where did this strand in Hong Jun's hand? But since Hong Jun did not speak, they did not dare to ask. However, Hong Jun could certainly see through the thoughts of the saints. As he presented the Hongmeng purple chi to Tong Tian, he explained, this Hongmeng purple chi was what I used before, but now that I have merged with the Tao, this Hongmeng purple chi has returned to its origin and has become available. Moreover, there are actually 9 strands of Hongmeng purple chi in total. I possess 8, and the last one is the elusive Tao of heaven, which is difficult to find. It cannot be acquired without great fortune. I see, the saints exclaimed, feeling quite enlightened. Tong Tian, having received the Hongmeng purple chi, also felt a slight release of pressure in his heart. It seemed that there was still a chance of retrieving his Jixian diagram. But master, what if Lin Yang is unwilling to refine the Hongmeng purple chi to attain sainthood? What should we do then? Tong Tian expressed his concerns. This was indeed a problem, and the other saints also looked towards Hong Jun. In fact, the saints were quite reluctant. They were still thinking about how to beat Lin Yang once their strength increased and reclaim their dignity. Now Hong Jun was suggesting that Lin Yang should also become a saint. If that happened, they would all be saints under the same heavenly Tao, seeing each other frequently, and it would be difficult to reclaim their dignity. After all, they were all immortal, and Lin Yang's method of attaining the Tao was the most abnormal one through strength. How could they reclaim their dignity? Hong Jun responded, did I not say before? Whether he is willing to refine it is his own business. If he is unwilling, then let it be. However, you can inform him that the southern wilderness can belong to him, but the overall trend of the wilderness cannot be altered. If he attempts to change it, the heavenly punishment will come. He may be able to defeat you, but against the heavenly Tao, even if he attains the Tao through strength, there will be no. Upon hearing this, the saints could not help but gasp. At this moment, they finally understood Hong Jun's scheme. Despite Lin Yang's victory this time, and his impressive performance, it was merely because Hong Jun was bound by the heavenly Tao and could not intervene. Even though Lin Yang attained the Tao through strength and was powerful, seemingly invincible, he could not change the overall trend. He was even placed on the heavenly Taoist blacklist. Once he touched upon the overarching trend, he would inevitably face the heavenly Taoist pursuit. Under heavenly punishment, even 10 Lin Yangs would not be able to withstand it. While it seemed that Hong Jun had offered Lin Yang hope, allowing him to refine the Hongmeng purple chi to become a saint, if Lin Yang truly did this, he would be just like them. Under the heavenly Tao, his actions would be bound by the heavenly Tao, and Lin Yang would naturally not be able to stir up any waves. Well, I have said all that needs to be said. If you have no further questions, you may leave. On the other side, within the Undying Volcano, Lin Yang returned to his palace and settled down cross-legged on the cloud bed. With a wave of his hand, 5 flags flew out swirling around him. The flags were the Eastern Qinglian Treasure Color Flag, Southern Li Di Flame Light Flag, Western Plain Color Cloud Realm Flag, Northern Xian Yuan Water Control Flag, and the Central Wu Ji Apricot Yellow Flag. The primordial 5 direction flags have finally been gathered. The primordial 5 direction flags can be used to set up the primordial 5 elements grand array, which can trap 5 heavenly Tao saints. This means that if Lin Yang was within the primordial 5 elements grand array, his strength could be directly multiplied by 5. This is also why Hong Jun said that Lin Yang's power would greatly increase after gathering the 5 direction flags. With the 5 direction flags gathered, Lin Yang's strength indeed saw a significant enhancement. Even without the flags, Lin Yang could already overpower the saints. With the 5 direction flags, Lin Yang's strength could increase 5-fold, so no matter how much the saints improved, they had no hope of defeating Lin Yang in the short term. Of course, there is another purpose for gathering the primordial 5 direction flags. That is to hand them over to Tai Chu, and everyone knows what that entails. It would merely involve destroying the primordial 5 direction flags and merging their essence into the Great Thousand World. This would undoubtedly enhance the evolution of the Great Thousand World by a significant extent. However, Lin Yang was reluctant. He had just acquired the primordial 5 direction flags, and they hadn't even warmed up yet. Wouldn't it be heartbreaking to destroy them so soon? No matter what, he wanted to set up the legendary primordial 5 elements grand array first. There's no rush, besides the Great Thousand World has only just transformed and formed. A period of stability is also good for the world itself. Lin Yang murmured to himself. With a flick of his sleeve, he put away the primordial 5 direction flags and was about to take out his last trophy, the diagram of the extermination of immortals. At this moment, the system's notification echoed in Lin Yang's mind. Ding, the Celestial is summoned by Hong Jun to meet you. Will you accept the meeting? Option 1, accept the task and meet the Celestial, gaining their favor and receiving a fragment of the Sword Dao Law as a reward. Option 2, refuse the task and do not meet the Celestial, gaining a fragment of the Creation Jade record as a reward. Lin Yang pondered. The Celestial is coming to see me on Hong Jun's orders. Lin Yang was momentarily stunned by the system's notification, but soon realized that the Celestial wanted to reclaim his diagram of the extermination of immortals. To be honest, the diagram of the extermination of immortals wasn't particularly useful to Lin Yang, as he lacked the 4 extermination swords and couldn't set up the extermination sword array. Lin Yang thought for a moment and decided to accept the meeting for the sake of the reward. System, I choose option 1. He had no shortage of Creation Jade record fragments. 1 more or 1 less was completely inconsequential. But this Sword Dao Law fragment was something he had never obtained before. Receiving a Sword Dao Law fragment meant that Lin Yang would once again master a new law. The Celestial arrived very discreetly, without revealing the signs of a saint's journey. After all, he had just been defeated not long ago. If someone saw him coming to the Undying Volcano, who knows what they would think? Upon arriving at the Undying Volcano and seeing the excited Phoenix clan members preparing to move out, the Celestial felt a wave of emotion. At this moment, he somewhat understood why Lin Yang had to be so ruthless. This was a necessity for the entire. If he didn't show enough strength to make others submit and refrain from provoking the Phoenix clan, how could he create this free sky for the Phoenix clan? Did he really want to be suppressed, unable to escape the boundless tribulation, while the Phoenix clan continued to be trapped within the Undying Volcano? The Celestials seemed to sense Lin Yang's will dare to obstruct my Phoenix clan. Even a saint can be killed. To think from another's position, how can one not admire? The Celestial sighed deeply in his heart. Phoenix clan Feng Heir pays respect to the saint of supreme clarity. At this moment, the Grand Elder approached the Celestial, bowing respectfully. The Celestial was taken aback upon seeing the Grand Elder. A Hunyuan Jingxian. Besides Lin Yang, the Phoenix clan had such an existence. With the celestial strength, it was naturally easy to see through the Grand Elder's cultivation level, which was already at the late stage of Hunyuan Jingxian. However, despite the Grand Elder's high cultivation, the Celestial could also see that the Grand Elder's foundation was somewhat decayed, exuding a sense of twilight. Even with profound cultivation, further progress was difficult. This was an antiquated being who had experienced the great catastrophe of ancient times. The Celestial silently judged. But soon the Celestial's gaze brightened as he detected a faint glimmer of vitality amidst the Grand Elder's heavy aura of decay. It was as if a decrepit old man had regained a new lease on life. This vitality, though weak at present, was slowly growing stronger. Indeed, the Celestial understood that now, with the Phoenix clan seeing the light of day again, they were welcoming a new life, which would lead to a transformation for the entire Phoenix clan. It seemed that he had underestimated Lin Yang and the Phoenix clan. The Celestial pays respects to Taoist Feng Heir. The Celestial suppressed his surprise and addressed the Grand Elder. Ranked second in the clan, hence called Feng Heir, now serving as the Grand Elder of the Phoenix clan. The Grand Elder explained to the Celestial, "The clan leader has been awaiting your arrival for quite some time." The Celestial was again taken aback. He had come on a sudden order and was unexpectedly anticipated by Lin. He couldn't help but feel that Lin Yang was even more unfathomable. All right. However, on the surface, the Celestial remained calm, smiling gently and gesturing for the Grand Elder to lead the way. The Grand Elder escorted the Celestial to the entrance of Lin Yang's palace, stating, "The clan leader is inside." The attendants promptly opened the palace doors, and the Celestial nodded, slowly stepping into the palace. Upon entering the palace, he indeed saw Lin Yang sitting on the cloud bed. The entire palace was very simply arranged with only a single cloud bed. At this moment, Lin Yang slightly shifted his position on the cloud bed to make room for the Celestial. This made the Celestial's heart tremble, prompting him to admire Lin Yang even more. This was the first time he had seen someone live so simply, utterly devoid of ostentation. Aside from the cloud bed used for cultivation and meditation, there was nothing else. Such a person seemed to have only one focus: cultivation and the pursuit of the Tao. The Celestial envisioned a scene in his mind: a young Phoenix clan member emerging bearing an innate mission to allow the Phoenix clan to see the light of day again and escape this despairing, undying volcano he diligently cultivated. After countless years of monotonous hardship, he finally succeeded. He became the first and only Hunyuan de Luo Jingxian in the primordial world. He lacked the Hongmeng purple qi. He succeeded solely through his own willpower. What immense willpower that was! The Celestial felt his heart tremble fiercely. Compared to Lin Yang, his own meager achievements and pride, whatever connection to Pangu seemed to vanish. At this moment, they had completely disappeared, replaced by overwhelming admiration for Lin Yang, and not a trace of hostility. Such a figure. If he were not on an opposing side, how could he be an enemy? The Celestial even felt a flush of embarrassment for his earlier thoughts and actions of wanting to suppress Lin Yang during the boundless tribulation. On the cloud bed, Lin Yang observed the suddenly reddened face of the Celestial, with confusion, unsure why the Celestial had changed so suddenly. "Brother Tongtian, please take a seat." Lin Yang spoke. "My cultivation is far inferior to that of my fellow Taoist. How can I be worthy of the title of senior brother?" Upon hearing this, Tong Tian quickly cupped his hands in greeting. Lin Yang smiled and said, "In our clan we prioritize age. Since you were born before me, I naturally must call you senior brother." Tong Tian felt a bit embarrassed. Looking at Lin Yang, he hesitated for a moment, not knowing how to start. Lin Yang smiled and asked, "Did you come here to retrieve the Zhuxian array diagram?" Upon hearing this, Tong Tian's attention was immediately piqued, and he looked at Lin Yang nervously, saying, "My fellow Taoist." Lin Yang then took out the Zhuxian array diagram. Tong Tian instinctively wanted to take it back, but Lin Yang immediately retracted it. Tong Tian was left feeling a bit forlorn, gazing eagerly at Lin Yang. "The Zhuxian array diagram can be returned to you, but..." Lin Yang said. "But what?" Tong Tian asked anxiously. Seeing Tong Tian's reaction, Lin Yang couldn't help but chuckle, but he held back and replied, "But you must bring something to exchange for it. Moreover, even if I were to return it to you, it would take some time. I am quite interested in this array diagram, and plan to study it for a while." Tong Tian's brows instantly knitted together. Exchanging for something left him in a dilemma. What could he offer? You collected so many treasures at the Finbao Cliff, isn't it simple to offer an equivalent item? Although the Zhuxian array diagram is precious, without the 4 swords of Zhuxian, it cannot invoke the Zhuxian sword array. It's merely a top-tier innate spiritual treasure. Why must you be so troubled? Upon hearing this, Tong Tian's eyes lit up, and he laughed heartily, saying, "I must apologize for the embarrassment, my fellow Taoist. Since it is so, I will use this treasure to exchange with you." He then took off a lifespan lock from around his neck. The lock was golden, and on both sides it bore mysterious Tao symbols. The lock was accompanied by 3 white jade chains. This lifespan lock, known as the heart-piercing lock, was indeed a top-tier innate spiritual treasure with extraordinary power. It was also Tong Tian's beloved item, hanging around his neck. Tong Tian handed the heart-piercing lock to Lin Yang, who received it, and said, "I will return the array diagram to you once I have finished studying it. It won't take too long." "I trust you, my fellow Taoist," Tong Tian said. Lin Yang accepted the heart-piercing lock and suddenly remarked, "Senior brother Tong Tian, I have been secluded in the Undying Volcano, rarely going out, and since achieving enlightenment, I have found few friends to discuss Tao with. Now that you are here, why don't we have a discussion on Tao?" Tong Tian felt a bit tempted upon hearing this, but then remembered that he had only completed half of his objective, causing him some inner conflict. "Are you perhaps unwilling?" Lin Yang pressed. Tong Tian quickly waved his hand, saying, "Not at all. It is a great honor for me to discuss Tao with you, my fellow Taoist." "In that case, please." Lin Yang smiled and discreetly transmitted a message to the elder informing him of this matter and asking him to gather the clan members to come and listen to the discussion on Dao. This was also Lin Yang's spurofement decision, and after all having a sage like Tong Tian visit who seemed somewhat naive, he felt it would be a waste not to take full advantage of it. Unbeknownst to Tong Tian, who was unaware that Lin Yang had begun to perceive him as a fool, he no longer thought about other matters at this point. With a thought, he conjured a patch of auspicious clouds above his head. The cloud was about an acre in size, and upon it 3 large blue lotuses radiated a clear brilliance with wisps of ethereal light continuously cascading down, accompanied by the buzzing sounds of Dao reverberating outwards. Seeing this, Lin Yang also smiled. With a tremor of his body, he manifested a patch of auspicious cloud above his head, resembling a fiery cloud with rolling flames. Within the cloud there seemed to be a phoenix tree appearing both real and illusory. Perched atop the phoenix tree was a phoenix letting out a long cry that resonated through the heavens. As the two engaged in discussion on Dao, although no words were exchanged, each was evolving their own Dao, with Dao rhythms spreading out in all directions and the sounds of Dao resonating forth, validating and exchanging with one another. This form of discussion was more substantial than anything else. Just like that, as they discussed Dao, nearly 1,000 years unknowingly passed. When Tong Tian finally ceased the discussion and opened his eyes, he found that within Lin Yang's palace he did not know when the elder Feng heir, who had led him here along with another young man who bore some resemblance to Lin Yang, was also seated listening to the discussion. Outside the palace, countless Feng clan members were gathered, though their figures were indistinct. Upon seeing this, Tong Tian could only smile wryly and shake his head. Lin Yang smiled at Tong Tian and said, "It seems I have embarrassed you, senior brother." Tong Tian shook his head and replied, "It is merely a small matter." Lin Yang nodded and remained silent. At this point the lecture had concluded, and both the elder and Kong Xian awoke in succession. After listening to the lecture, both gained significant insights. After bowing to Tong Tian, the two of them exited, dispersing the clan members outside the palace. As the doors closed, only Tong Tian and Lin Yang were left inside the palace. Tong Tian seemed to hesitate, wanting to say something, but stopping short. Lin Yang then asked, "Do you have something else, senior brother?" "Indeed," Tong Tian replied. "Lin Yang, in addition to wanting to retrieve the array diagram from you, I also come on behalf of teacher Hongjun's instructions to meet you." As he spoke, Tong Tian took out a strand of Hongmeng purple chi from his sleeve and inquired, "Do you recognize this item, my fellow Taoist?" Upon seeing the Hongmeng purple chi, Lin Yang's heart trembled. Although he had never seen it before, it did not hinder his recognition. Such profound purple chi could only be Hongmeng purple chi. Oh, what else could it be? At the same time, a prompt echoed in Lin Yang's mind. Ding. Tong Tian, following Hongjun's instructions, brings Hongmeng purple chi. The host can make the following choices. Choice 1. Refine the Hongmeng purple chi and become a celestial saint, receiving the reward of the innate supreme treasure, the Hunyuan sword. Choice 2. Reject the Hongmeng purple chi and remain a Hunyuan great Luo golden immortal, receiving the reward of 1 fragment of the creation jade record. System: I choose 2. Without a second thought, Lin Yang directly chose to refuse. Refining the Hongmeng purple chi to become a celestial saint was something only a fool would do. Having obtained another fragment of the creation jade record, he now possessed a total of 5 fragments. Looking at the Hongmeng purple chi that Tong Tian had presented, Lin Yang smiled and said, "Is this the so-called foundation for becoming a saint, Hongmeng purple chi?" "Indeed," Tong Tian nodded. "Teacher said that if you are willing, you can refine this Hongmeng purple chi to become a celestial saint, immortal and indestructible. I wonder, senior brother." Before Tong Tian could finish his sentence, Lin Yang shook his head and said, "Please convey my gratitude to the Dao ancestor for his kind intentions. However, I believe that cultivating the Dao relies on oneself. Borrowing external objects is not what I desire." Upon hearing this, Tong Tian's heart shook as if enlightened. Cultivation should indeed depend on oneself, not external aids. Yet recalling the instructions given by Hongjun at the Zixiao Palace, Tong Tian couldn't help but urge, "Are you not considering it any further? The differences between a Hunyuan great Luo golden immortal and a celestial saint are significant." Lin Yang firmly shook his head, saying, "Different paths do not conspire together. Since I have relied on myself to achieve enlightenment, how could I then refine this object to become a celestial saint? Senior brother Tong Tian, you have your path, and I have mine. How can you persuade me otherwise?" Upon hearing this, Tong Tian sighed and said, "Very well, what you say does have some merit. I just fear that in the future our situations may repeat those of the past. Should the time come when you cannot prevail, will you not be trapped for eternity?" Lin Yang laughed heartily, saying, "What do I have to fear? Senior brother, do not say more. Go now, and when the time comes I will have the clan members return the array diagram to you at Kunlun Mountain in 500 years. Without mentioning Tongxuan's departure from the Undying Volcano, he returned to Kunlun Mountain. At this moment, without mentioning Tongxuan's departure from the Undying Volcano, he returned to Kunlun Mountain. At this moment within the Chaos Purple Sky Palace, Hongjun murmured, "Are you unwilling to refine the Hongmeng Purple Qi? Then you are seeking your own demise." He turned his hand and stored the Hongmeng Purple Qi. Then his entire body began to gradually fade away as if merging into the void, disappearing without a trace. After sending Tongtian away, Lin Yang did not dwell on it, and took out the Zhuxian formation diagram to begin his research. The formation diagram changed endlessly within it. Remnants of sword energy seemed to still wander. The more Lin Yang observed, the more he felt the profound mysteries within. After 100 years, he concluded his study looking at the unchanged Zhuxian formation diagram with a bitter smile and a shake of his head. His understanding of formations was too weak. Even with the Zhuxian formation diagram before him, he could comprehend but a fraction of its changes, merely grasping some essence of the Zhuxian sword array. Thus, after a century of contemplation, Lin Yang decisively gave up. Stopping his insights into the Zhuxian formation diagram, Lin Yang pondered for a moment and sent a disciple to summon Kong Xian, saying to him, "Brother, I recently obtained the Primordial 5 Directions flag, which represents the ultimate of the 5 elements in this realm. Since you also specialize in the 5 elements, would you like to borrow this flag for your understanding?" Upon hearing this, Kong Xian was immediately moved, as he was aware that Lin Yang had acquired the Primordial 5 Directions flag. However, for such a precious item as the Primordial 5 Directions flag, Lin Yang actually offered it to him. Although it was not a gift, even so Kong Xian was very touched. Kong Xian even had no doubt that if he had asked Lin Yang for it, Lin Yang would have directly given him the 5 Directions flag. Of course, this was just Kong Xian's assumption. If he had really asked, Lin Yang would have indeed given it. It was not simply a loan. The reason Lin Yang wanted to give the Primordial 5 Directions flag to Kong Xian for his understanding was merely to make full use of it. After all, Kong Xian's talent in the 5 elements was unparalleled. Lin Yang had already attained the Tao, and it would be somewhat challenging for him to significantly advance his strength in the short term. Thus, he planned to assist his younger brother. If Kong Xian could also attain the Tao, the benefits would be obvious for both him and the Phoenix clan. No further explanation was needed. After Lin Yang finished speaking, without waiting for Kong Xian's reaction, he placed the Primordial 5 Directions flag in the previous Zhuxian formation diagram in front of Kong Xian, saying, "This 5 Directions flag is for you to borrow for your understanding, and when to return it is entirely up to you. Also, regarding this Zhuxian formation diagram, I promised Tongtian Dao brother to return it to him, so if you have time, please help me return it as well." "All right," Kong Xian replied. "Thank you, third brother." Lin Yang smiled, chatted with Kong Xian for a while, and pointed out some of Kong Xian's cultivation doubts, further moving Kong Xian's heart. Finally, after sending Kong Xian away, Lin Yang truly began his seclusion. Now he was already a Hunyuan Daluojingxian, and such cultivation was at the pinnacle in the Honghuang. To advance further, the difficulty was evident. However, this was not perplexing for Lin Yang. It was the same old routine, simply needing to continue developing the Taichu realm. The Taichu realm was now a vast world, and in Lin Yang's view, the next level was what he termed the perfect world. The perfect world possessed a complete set of 3,000 laws, something that even the Honghuang world had failed to achieve. Therefore, in Lin Yang's speculation, if the vast world ascended to the perfect world, that moment might be when he attained the legendary Great Tao realm. This step was undoubtedly challenging, as gathering the complete 3,000 laws was not the same as collecting the 5 Directions flags. What does having the complete 3,000 laws mean? It implies that Lin Yang must attain the Tao through the laws 3,000 times to accomplish it. What a daunting task. It was almost impossible to achieve. However, sometimes the more impossible it seems, the more one must attempt it. At least for Lin Yang, this was the most correct. His cultivation of the Tao of the world was precisely to evolve his own world into the most perfect state. Thus, even if the Great Tao was difficult, there was absolutely no reason to give up. Lin Yang took out a shard, which was the Sword Tao Law fragment, exuding a rich and sharp sword aura. Lin Yang's eyelids twitched slightly at the sight. This Sword Tao Law fragment was different from the previous Creation Law fragment. If he swallowed it, would it create gaping holes inside him? Lin Yang thought for a while and decisively entered the vast world, handing the shard over to Taichu. "Master, does your conscience not ache?" Taichu looked at Lin Yang, who was smiling benevolently as he handed over the Sword Tao Law fragment, and his mouth twitched slightly. "No, it doesn't." Lin Yang smiled even more brightly, patiently coaxing Taichu. "Come on, be good, open your mouth and eat it." Taichu looked at Lin Yang with a hint of resentment, saying, "You are too heartless, you have no conscience at all. But just for this small shard you think you can harm me? Far from it." Taichu opened his mouth, and Lin Yang directly tossed the Sword Tao Law fragment into it. Taichu groaned softly, swallowed it down, and then sat down to begin refining it. After several hundred years, Taichu successfully refined the Sword Dao Law fragment. And Lin Yang, as he wished, once again grasped a new law, the Sword Dao Law. However, the Sword Dao Law did not belong to the great laws born from the natural evolution of heaven and earth. Thus, obtaining the Sword Dao Law did not significantly enhance the vast world. Alright, worker, your task is complete. The Sword Dao Law does not greatly improve the vast world, but it does enhance my capabilities quite a bit. The Sword Dao Law excels in offense, allowing me to expand my means of attack. Taichu shot Lin Yang an annoyed glance. They were the same person. If he was a worker, then was Lin Yang not also a worker? Not wanting to argue with Lin Yang, Taichu simply vanished. At that moment, Lin Yang suddenly heard the system's prompt in his mind. Ding, in the underworld blood sea, the river Styx is about to create the Azura tribe, and the host can make the following choices. Choice 1, prevent the river Styx from creating the Azura tribe, and receive a reward of a killing Dao Law fragment. Choice 2, watch the show, and receive a reward of a creation Jade Tablet fragment. In the immortal fire mountain, Lin Yang silently extended a strand of divine sense towards the abyssal blood sea. Indeed, he saw Ming He squatting at a spot, occasionally frowning, and at times seemingly having a flash of inspiration as he shaped clay. Indeed, it was unclear where Ming He had found the 9 heavens resting soil, as he was imitating Nuwa in creating beings molding the race he envisioned. Lin Yang observed for a long time and realized that Ming He was either being intentional or genuinely had some biases. When he shaped the Azura males, they turned out to be grotesquely deformed, exceedingly ugly. In contrast, the female Azuras he crafted were breathtakingly beautiful. This meant that the genes were predetermined right from the source, ensuring that all future male Azuras would be so ugly. However, all the female Azuras were stunning. After much experimentation, Ming He seemed to hit a breakthrough. He finally figured out how to bring the Azuras he molded to life. With a mighty grasp, Ming He pulled out countless souls from the blood sea. These souls were the remnants of beings from antiquity, drawn by the blood sea, struggling in despair, and ultimately, barring any accidents, would sink to the bottom of the blood sea, assimilated by it. It could be said they were doomed to perish. However, Ming He made use of them decisively, employing these souls to aid in the creation of the Azura race. Ming He first erased the lingering memories of these souls, then infused the now cleansed souls into the Azura race he created. After a while, the Azuras he crafted finally began to stir. One by one, either grotesquely ugly or stunningly beautiful Azuras opened their bewildered eyes. At that moment, Ming He burst into laughter and raised his head to the heavens, shouting, "Heavenly Tao above, today, I Ming He create a new race called the Azuras. Please witness it, Heavenly Tao." Boom. The Heavenly Tao responded. Numerous phenomena emerged above the abyssal blood sea, startling countless powerful beings and saints who, like Lin Yang, turned their gazes towards the abyssal blood sea. When they saw that Ming He had created an entirely new race, they were all dumbfounded. First, Nuwa created humanity, and now Ming He created Azuras. Could Ming He, like Nuwa, gain the merits of the Heavenly Tao and thus attain sainthood? Boom. Under the gaze of the multitude and amidst Ming He's anxious anticipation, finally a surge of merit began to condense and emerge above Ming He's head. Ha! Ming He's laughter grew even louder. It seemed as though he could already envision himself attaining. Even if he couldn't achieve sainthood like Nuwa with the primordial purple chi, could he not become a Hunyuan Daluo Jinxian like Lin Yang? Boom. The rolling merits of the Heavenly Tao fell, landing on Ming He, who absorbed and refined them, causing his aura to surge dramatically. His cultivation rapidly increased, growing ever stronger, swiftly breaking through from latest stage Quasi-Saint to complete Quasi-Saint. However, just as Ming He reached the pinnacle of Quasi-Saint, the merits from above suddenly ceased to descend. Ming He found himself stuck at complete Quasi-Saint, unable to achieve his desired enlightenment. Moreover, it was evident he was still far from attaining it. What was happening? Ming He looked up at the sky, confused. Although the phenomena still lingered, the merits were gone. Hadn't he created a race? When Nuwa created humanity, she attained enlightenment through the merits of creation, becoming the first saint after Hongjun. Why, after creating the Azura race, could he not gain enough merit to achieve enlightenment? At this moment, Ming He's heart was filled with unyielding resentment. The Heavenly Tao was unfair. Although he dared not speak out loud, he cursed the Heavenly Tao countless times in his heart. Ding! Ming He's attempt to attain enlightenment by creating the Azura race has failed. He will establish the Azura sect. The host may make the following choices. Choice 1, prevent Ming He from establishing the sect and receive a reward of 1 fragment of the Blood Dao Law. Choice 2, continue to spectate and receive a reward of 1 fragment of the Creation Jade Record. At this time, Lin Yang's mind echoed with the system's prompt. Choice 2. Lin Yang did not need to think, decisively opting to refuse. Another fragment of the Creation Jade Record was now in his hands, totaling 7. Lin Yang was curious about how many fragments this broken system was hiding. It felt as if it was having a clearance sale continuously delivering goods to him. Could it be that he was to piece together a creation jade record like Hong Jun with these fragments? Meanwhile, on the other side, Ming, he was filled with unwillingness, his expression hardening. Ming, he was determined. He again shouted to the heavens, "Heavenly Tao above, today, I Ming he establish a great sect known as the Azura sect. I use the 12-petaled karmic fire red lotus to suppress the fortune of the Azura sect, and I am the sect master of the Azura sect. Azura sect established." As soon as Ming He's voice fell, the heavenly Tao once again responded, bestowing merit. Watching the endless flow of merit from above, the powerful beings and saints were in disbelief. Previously, it was understandable for Ming He to receive merit for creating the Azura race, given the effort involved. However, now he was mimicking the likes of the three pure ones to establish a sect, and he was also receiving merit. If that were the case, could anyone establish a sect and deceive? No, earn merit this way. Of course, the most important factor was that Ming He had already reached complete quasi-saint with the merit from creating the Azuras. Now, with the merit from establishing the Azura sect, could it truly allow him to attain enlightenment? If so, the world would see another heavenly Tao saint, or perhaps someone like Lin Yang, a Hunyuan Daluo Jingxian. In no time, the various powerful beings felt a tangle of emotions. On one hand, there was anticipation. If Ming He could succeed like this, others could certainly follow suit. On the other hand, driven by selfish thoughts, they did not wish for Ming He to succeed. Especially the saints. One Lin Yang was enough to trouble them. If another Ming He appeared, what chaos would ensue? At this moment, the saints cast their gazes towards the abyssal blood sea regarding Ming He with a hint of killing intent. They were also secretly wary of Lin Yang's movements in the immortal fire mountain. If they truly saw signs of Ming He succeeding, the saints would not hesitate to act, striking him down on the spot. They would never allow another to become a Hunyuan Daluo Jingxian. Boom. At this time, the merit from establishing the sect finally descended, continuously pouring into Ming He's body, being refined by him. Ming He's aura began to rise again, yet after a while, even though his cultivation had increased significantly, he remained a complete quasi-saint, not breaking through. However, the merit from establishing the sect had once again run out. He was stuck at complete quasi-saint, having failed to attain enlightenment, and Ming He had no sense of any signs of enlightenment. In an instant, Ming He's expression turned extremely grim. He finally couldn't hold back and shouted angrily, "The heavenly Tao is unfair." However, before he could finish his sentence, a bolt of purple lightning descended from the heavens, flipping Ming He into the blood sea. This startled the Azura race, who hurriedly scrambled to pull Ming He up. Yet Ming He was enraged. The purple lightning had merely given him a small warning. But Ming He could not swallow this anger. Why? He had created the Azura race and established the Azura sect, fulfilling what the saints should have done. Why was the merit given to him insufficient? The more Ming He thought about it, the angrier he became, and he pondered borrowing merit to attain enlightenment by making grand wishes like the Western saints. Ming He attempted Tao establishment twice, each time accompanied by celestial merit descending from the heavenly Tao. Yet both attempts ended in failure. This outcome evoked sighs of lamentation among the myriad supreme cultivators. Tao establishment is indeed arduous. Simultaneously, all present realized that Ming He's failure likely hinged upon the Hongmeng purple chi. Ming He was never designated by Hong Jun as a celestial Tao sage. Thus, even though celestial merit descended twice, he remained incapable of achieving Tao establishment or attaining sagehood. Without the Hongmeng purple chi, one cannot attain sagehood. The crux lies solely in this ethereal essence. So how then might one acquire it? Naturally, all eyes turned once more toward Hong Yun, and specifically toward Wanshou Mountain's Wuzhuang Monastery. Yet Hong Yun remained under Xinyuanzi's protection, sheltered within the monastery, leaving the others powerless to act, forced only to bide their time. At that moment, Lin Yang, having observed Ming He's performance, shook his head slightly, a quiet resonance stirring within his heart. Ming He possessed undeniable brilliance, yet his path had veered astray, a fatal misstep destined for failure. Without the Hongmeng purple chi, the heavenly Tao refuses recognition. Consequently, one cannot achieve Tao establishment through celestial merit. Of the three Tao establishment methods proclaimed by Hongjuan, the severing of the three spirits remains ambiguous. If one could locate three primordial spirit treasures sharing the same origin and sever the three spirits, thereby their subsequent unification might yield attainment of the supreme primordial golden immortal. Yet merit-based Tao establishment proves extraordinarily difficult. Merit exists in two forms: celestial Tao merit and great Tao merit. Using the former yields celestial Tao sagehood, while the latter enables ascension to supreme primordial golden immortality. Where then does one find great Tao merit within the Hongwang? Before Ho Tu transformed herself into the cycle of reincarnation, only the three pure ones possessed creation merit, but even that proved insufficient for sagehood. Indeed, during their own Dao establishment, they required founding sects to accrue additional celestial Dao merit. Moreover, merit-based attainment of celestial Dao sagehood absolutely demands the Hongmeng Purple Qi. Without the Hongmeng Purple Qi, Dao establishment remains forever impossible. No matter how many methods Mingyi attempts, he shall remain eternally confined to the pinnacle of quasi-sagehood. Thus, for all except Ho-Tu, this path constitutes an absolute dead end, far less viable than severing the three spirits. Naturally, the supreme method remains force-based Dao establishment, also known as law-based Dao establishment. Mastery of any single cosmic law to its ultimate perfection suffices to attain supreme primordial golden immortality. Though a supreme primordial golden immortal lacks the eternal, indestructible nature of a celestial Dao sage, such cultivation grants unparalleled freedom. While comparatively weaker than sages within the Honghuang realm, such an immortal's power vastly surpasses theirs beyond its borders, in the boundless chaos itself. Of course, Lin Yang himself, though a supreme primordial golden immortal, is no exception, nor did he follow the force-based path. His was world-based Dao establishment. This path emerged solely from his own profound exploration, infusing himself with the sovereign power of an entire grand cosmos, rendering him unafraid even of the assembled sages within the Honghuang. Mingyi has created the Azura race. Next must surely come Ho-Tu's transformation into the cycle of reincarnation, Lin Yang murmured to himself. In truth, he had long awaited this day. It pertained directly to a subtle, carefully conceived plan to establish his avatar Fengdu as sovereign of the netherworld. Such an outcome promised immense advantages. The Honghuang is fundamentally divided into three realms: the celestial realm, the earth immortal realm, and the netherworld realm. To rule the netherworld is in essence to command dominion over 1/3 of the Honghuang's entire sphere of influence. Such grand strategy speaks volumes. Previously I concealed Fengdu's connection to me, but now it is clear unless I intervene personally to shield him, Fengdu's ascension will never succeed. Lin Yang sighed inwardly. Having witnessed their conduct firsthand, he understood fully how the sages would act. If anyone sought to seize control of the netherworld, the cycle of reincarnation, or the nether realm itself, they would certainly oppose it fiercely. After all, a Fengdu operating beyond their authority served no purpose. Why allow such an anomaly to exist? As for notions of heavenly Dao grand trends or minor trends, those were merely rhetorical constructs, freely interpreted and manipulated at will. Strength, only strength. A gleam flared in Lin Yang's eyes. With his power subduing the sages, even compelling their submission, would be effortless. Yet even total victory over them offered no guarantee of success. For beyond them loomed the heavenly Dao itself, and Hongjun. Lin Yang seldom contemplated lightly, once he engaged his mind, he inevitably weighed even the gravest possible consequence. Ho-Tu, she is the fulcrum. I must assist her in Dao establishment. Her intrinsic bond with reincarnation will deter both the heavenly Dao and Hongjun from rash intervention. Then my plan shall prevail. Lin Yang smiled faintly. Perhaps this was the sole viable path. Unlike the fantastical tales of his past life, the Honghuang he inhabited was real, not some fictional construct boasting heaven, earth, and humanity Dao. Otherwise, his grand cosmos would not host merely Tai Chu as his sole avatar. He would have crafted three, dividing authority among heaven, earth, and humanity Daos to sustain equilibrium. In truth, however, such a tripartite balance does not exist. The heavenly Dao embodies the fundamental will of a world, whereas the earthly and human Daos arise solely from the cosmological trinity concept. They hold no independent existence nor capacity to counterbalance the heavenly Dao. Even granting the most generous hypothetical that the Honghuang truly possessed three Daos, they would not coexist in harmony, but instead devour one another until imbalance culminated in the Honghuang's utter annihilation. Returning to the matter at hand, Lin Yang resolved to aid Ho-Tu, not in attaining celestial Dao sagehood, but in ascending as a supreme primordial golden immortal like himself. This goal lay well within Ho-Tu's reach, provided she could draw down great Dao merit and thereby achieve Dao establishment through it. With such an ally aligned to his cause, Fengdu's enthronement as sovereign of the netherworld would become inevitable. Naturally, intricate webs of interest would entangle this endeavor, for Ho-Tu stood not alone, but as matriarch of the vast, formidable Wu clan. Consequently, certain concessions would inevitably be made. Yet securing a supreme primordial golden immortal as a steadfast ally rendered such compromises entirely acceptable. The sole remaining question was whether the undertaking warranted the cost. After all, Ho-Tu was a patriarchal Wu, and Lin Yang's assistance would elevate her not to sagehood, but to supreme primordial golden immortality. The ramifications for the cataclysmic calamity would be staggering. Hongjuan's intervention was assured beyond any doubt. It seems another great battle looms. Lin Yang's eyes shimmered with quiet intensity. Though pressure pressed upon him, exhilaration surged through his veins. What thrill lay in battling mere sages? They were weaklings, easily overpowered. Hongjuan, however, was different. Lin Yang yearned to witness the primordial sage of the Hongwang, the Tao ancestor who had merged with the heavenly Tao and now schemed to reverse roles, ultimately consuming it whole. So long as he does not instantly suppress me, leaving me utterly defenseless, I fear nothing, Lin Yang whispered softly. He was no ordinary sage. Provoke him too far, and he would shatter the Hongwang itself, plunging it back into primordial chaos. Then even Hongjun, even the heavenly Tao, would be compelled to negotiate. After all, Hongjuan's ultimate aim was to consume the heavenly Tao. If the Hongwang ceased to exist, how could he fulfill that ambition? Even his current fusion with the heavenly Tao would suffer catastrophic repercussions. The more Lin Yang contemplated it, the more his pulse quickened, his excitement nearly overwhelmed restraint, tempting him to act immediately. It was simply too thrilling. Yet Lin Yang forcibly reigned in his fervor. He would not destroy the Hongwang unless absolutely necessary. Like a nuclear deterrent, it remained unspeakable unless survival demanded its use. Such an act, after all, would be profoundly self-destructive, harming others while sacrificing oneself. Lin Yang murmured to himself. The Wu clan must be in quite a panic now, as a duplicate stepped forth. It was Fengdu. Master. Fengdu spoke to Lin Yang. Lin Yang nodded and said, Go. Make things clear to those ancestral Wus. I think they will know how to choose. Fengdu said no more, turned and left the palace, flying from Busi Huishan toward the Wu clan. Just as Lin Yang was about to resume cultivation, a system prompt rang in his mind. Ding. The Western sage Yuan Ti intends to convert your elder brother Kong Xian. Shall the host go immediately to rescue him? Option 1. Accept the mission. Rescue Kong Xian and obtain one fragment of the Five Elements Law. Option 2. Refuse the mission and obtain one fragment of the Law of Cause and Effect. At the system's mission prompt, Lin Yang erupted. An unbearably terrifying aura burst forth, shattering the palace and exploding out of Busi Huishan. In an instant, the heavens and earth changed color, rousing countless mighty beings who turned toward Busi Huishan, each stunned and wondering who had angered this southern overlord. What is happening? An elder in the southern lands looked up toward Busi Huishan, bewildered by the commotion. At that moment, Lin Yang's silhouette appeared above Busi Huishan. With a movement, he shot swiftly toward the east. Could he be heading for the Sanqing? Such speculation spread. They suspected the Sanqing had provoked Lin Yang, and that he was going to wage war upon them, for among the sages, only the Sanqing dwelt on Kunlun Mountain in the east. Unbeknownst to them, the Sanqing were equally baffled. They were quietly at home, contemplating the Tao and refining their cultivation. Was Lin Yang truly coming to attack them? Meanwhile, in a corner of the eastern lands, Kong Xian had received the Xiantian Wufeng banner Lin Yang lent him. After meditating upon it, his cultivation surged. He had reached the consummation of a Deluo golden immortal. He was but a hair's breadth from breaking through to become a quasi-saint. After emerging, Kong Xian recalled the task Lin Yang entrusted him with, and took the Zhuxian formation diagram to Kunlun Mountain to return it to Tongtian. Everything went smoothly in Kunlun. He even received guidance from Tongtian and felt confident he could break through to quasi-saint. Yet on his return south toward Busi Huishan, Kong Xian encountered a Taoist. To be precise, this Taoist was an emanation of Yuan Ti's Shanshi incarnation, one of the Western sages. Yuan Ti's temperament was well known. He viewed everyone as potential jewels with affinities for the West. He often drifted into the East to seek auspicious souls. His Bodhi Taoist emissary even remained in the East, searching for those with fate to usher to the West. This time Kong Xian was clearly singled out. The Bodhi Taoist divined that Kong Xian had a great affinity with the West. Yet by irony, Kong Xian belonged to the Feng clan and was Lin Yang's elder brother. Thus the Bodhi Taoist restrained the impulse to convert Kong Xian at once and hurried to inform his master, asking how to handle the matter. After careful consideration and personal divination, Yuan Ti's calculations made him clench his teeth and decide to take a desperate risk. He calculated that Kong Xian's aptitude was extraordinary and his destiny deep, greatly fated to the West. If they converted Kong Xian and brought him into the Western order, the West's fortune would swell and flourish. Yuan Ti's greatest obsession was the West's prosperity. Once that notion arose, it became impossible. Therefore, to guarantee success, Yuan Ti personally journeyed to the east and intercepted Kong Xian on his return route, intending to convert him by his own hand, to take Kong Xian back to the West. Once inducted and the West's fortune increased, even if Lin Yang came to demand justice, offering some compensation might be enough to settle matters. After all, they would only convert Kong Xian into the Western teaching without taking his life, even granting him a high position, so he could share in the West's fortune. It seemed mutually beneficial. Yet when Yuan Ti made his move, he immediately realized he had gravely miscalculated. He had crossed Lin Yang's bottom line. For as he reached to forcibly take Kong Xian away, Kong Xian suddenly produced the Xiantian Wufeng banner Lin Yang had lent him. The banner held the power Lin Yang had left behind. When it was activated, it instantly manifested a Xiantian 5 elements array. Although Kong Xian had only achieved the consummation of a Deluo Golden Immortal, and even if he erected the Xiantian 5 elements array, it would not hold long beneath Zhuan-Ti's assault. At best it would last a short while. But the crucial point was this: if Lin Yang sensed Kong Xian's deployment of the array, he would surely come. Zhuan-Ti need not ponder whether Lin Yang would sense it. That the Xiantian Wufang banner had been entrusted to Kong Xian proved how much Lin Yang cherished him. Sure enough, in the next moment, an incomparably terrifying aura erupted from the southern Busi Huashan. A trace of despair flickered in Zhuan-Ti's eyes as he recalled the scenes of Laozi and Yuanshi being shattered by Lin Yang. Would he himself be obliterated today as well? This was truly a case of winning the hen only to lose the handle. On Mount Shumi in the West, Jane, who had been watching the affair, grew puzzled. Though Lin Yang had appeared and raced east, he was not heading for Kunlun Mountain. Suddenly Jiayan's face changed. He swept his spiritual sense across the west. Damn, my junior brother is not here. Then Lin Yang is heading toward. Could it be my junior brother instead of the Sanqing? With a thunderous roar, Lin Yang, wrapped in a tide of wrath, had already arrived in the east. Gazing at Zhuan-Ti before the Xiantian 5 elements array, Lin Yang said in a low, furious voice, "Very well. You dared lay hands on my brother. Zhuan-Ti do not expect to return today." Zhuan-Ti began to explain, but Lin Yang had already slammed down a crushing hand toward him. Zhuan-Ti had no time to protest. Seeing Lin Yang determined to kill him, he grew ruthless. Instead of blocking, he hurled the 7-treasure miraculous tree at the Xiantian 5 elements array. "Lin Yang, if you kill me, you'll kill him. I am a Taoist sage of heaven, undying. I do not fear you." Zhuan-Ti unleashed all his strength, attempting to smash the array and slay Kong Xian within. Imaginations were grand, but reality was cruel. Zhuan-Ti's full force strike hit the Xiantian 5 elements array, yet the array did not collapse at once. It only stuttered slightly. Another blow would be required to break it. But Zhuan-Ti had no time. A colossal hand wreathed in roaring primordial chaotic divine fire came down and struck Zhuan-Ti with terrible force. Boom. Zhuan-Ti was slammed into the earth, and the spot immediately transformed into a vast lake of magma. Sinking into that molten sea, Zhuan-Ti could not fathom what had befallen him. Even if he did not die, he was surely grievously wounded. After all, Lin Yang's palm was not something easy. With a thunderous boom, as Lin Yang unleashed his palm, surging divine fire erupted, scorching half the sky and turning the earth into magma. In that moment, the mighty figures from all sides finally seemed to awaken from their dreams. It turned out that Lin Yang was not aiming at the 3 pure ones, but rather at Zhuan-Ti. In Kunlun Mountain, the 3 pure ones couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, not knowing why they felt a sense of relief at seeing Zhuan-Ti being struck. They not only felt no sympathy, but rather a sense of vindication. Although they were all saints of the heavenly Tao, Zhuan-Ti was notoriously thick-skinned, often coming to the east to take advantage. Had it not been for Lin Yang, Zhuan-Ti would have certainly been their target of exclusion. Now, witnessing Lin Yang strike Zhuan-Ti, the first thought for the 3 pure ones was vindication, and the second thought was a hope that Lin Yang would completely annihilate Zhuan-Ti. Especially for Laozi and Yuanshi. They had previously been defeated and fallen by Lin Yang, losing a great deal of face. Thus, now seeing Zhuan-Ti being attacked, they hoped Lin Yang would be even more forceful and obliterate Zhuan-Ti. In this way, everyone loses face and their hearts would feel much better. "You want to kill my brother? Do you even have the right to say that?" Lin Yang sneered, looking down at the continuously rolling lake of magma, knowing that Zhuan-Ti was not dead. After all, the signs of a saint's fall had yet to appear. This was actually the result of him holding back, for Zhuan-Ti was truly too detestable. Knowing that Kong Xian was his brother, he still dared to come and enlighten Kong Xian. Such behavior was tantamount to seeking death. How could Lin Yang not fulfill him? With a wave of his sleeve, Lin Yang pulled the innate 5 elements great formation along with Kong Xian into the vast world. With a rumbling sound, a figure suddenly burst forth from the lake of magma. Who else could it be but Zhuan-Ti? He hurriedly flew westward. But how could Lin Yang let him have his way? He waved his sleeve again, unleashing the laws of space. In the next moment, Zhuan-Ti's expression changed. He realized he had unknowingly changed direction, no longer flying westward, but instead charging towards Lin Yang. This terrified Zhuan-Ti, who quickly slammed on the brakes, barely stopping in front of Lin Yang. "Where are you going, fellow Taoist?" Lin Yang smiled kindly, naturally drawing out the god-slaying spear. Zhuan-Ti's scalp grew numb, his smile forced and weak as he said, "Fellow Taoist, you have already struck me. How about we let this matter go this time? I can assure you I will no longer target your brother Kong Xian." "Oh," Lin Yang replied, "what about the other members of my Feng clan?" Seeing Lin Yang's tone soften slightly, Zhuan-Ti sighed in relief and said, "Naturally, they will not be targeted either." Besides, fellow Taoist, you have misunderstood. I do not wish to do anything to Kong Xian. It is merely that Kong Xian has a connection with my West. How about this? If Kong Xian joins my Western sect, I will personally make him the deputy leader of my Western sect. Yuan Ti grew more animated as he spoke, feeling that if he could persuade Lin Yang in this way, giving Kong Xian the position of deputy leader was not out of the question. After all, the Feng clan occupied the southern part of the primordial world. If Kong Xian became the deputy leader of the Western sect, wouldn't that mean an alliance between the Western sect and the Feng clan, uniting the West and the South? Such a plan would allow the West to flourish and take a huge step forward. So what do you say? Fellow Taoist, please consider it. Yuan Ti urged. Lin Yang listened to Yuan Ti's words and couldn't help but sigh. This guy truly was the biggest salesman of the primordial world. His speech even moved Lin Yang somewhat. However, at that moment, the system's prompt echoed in Lin Yang's mind once again. Ding, Yuan Ti promises you that if Kong Xian joins the Western sect, he can become the deputy leader. Do you agree? Option 1. Agree to Yuan Ti's proposal, allowing Kong Xian to become the deputy leader of the Western sect and receive a fragment of the Law of Destiny as a reward. Option 2. Refuse Yuan Ti and receive a fragment of the Creation Jade Tablet as a reward. After hearing the system's task, Lin Yang looked at Yuan Ti and chuckled. Very tempting. But his tone shifted and Yuan Ti sensed something was amiss, only to hear Lin Yang's voice grow cold. I refuse. Though my Feng clan does not seek trouble, if someone dares to provoke us, I don't mind taking action and establishing our might. Yuan Ti, are you prepared to die? Lin Yang gazed at Yuan Ti, and the god-slaying spear in his hand suddenly transformed into a shadow that struck out. Yuan Ti had no time to escape and could only muster all his strength to deflect the god-slaying spear. But as soon as he deflected it, he felt that something was off. So easy. With a thunderous sound, Lin Yang's palm struck Yuan Ti, causing him to explode. Boom. Just like when Laozi and Yuan Shi fell, Yuan Ti was blasted apart, and the signs of a saint's fall appeared once more in the primordial world. The sky turned dark, fierce winds howled, and torrents of blood rain fell. The mighty figures and saints from all sides watched in shock. Indeed, another massacre of saints. Yuan Ti became the third unfortunate soul to die at Lin Yang's hands. In Mount Shumi, Jia-in opened his mouth, feeling utterly powerless as he could only watch Yuan Ti's fall. Lin Yang was truly too powerful. And why did his junior brother provoke such a calamity? Why didn't he consult? Sighed. Jia-in sighed, the look of anguish on his face deepening. Although saints can be resurrected, it is not without consequences. As for revenge, that goes without saying. Even if one could rely on the immortality of saints to deal with the Feng clan, would Lin Yang not retaliate against the West in turn? Thus, Yuan Ti's death this time was utterly in vain. A whirlpool appeared, threatening to swallow everything about Yuan Ti. However, Lin Yang was quick-witted and snatched a bamboo stick in time. The 6 roots of purity bamboo. The bamboo that Lin Yang seized was indeed the 6 roots of purity bamboo, a top-tier, innate spiritual treasure. Before it was refined into a magical treasure, this bamboo was called bitter bamboo. A treasure forged from one of the top 10 spirit roots of the primordial world, capable of sealing a person's 6 senses. What a treasure! Lin Yang smiled, stowing the 6 roots of purity bamboo away before swiftly returning to the Undying Volcano. In the west, atop Mount Shumi, a whirlpool appeared. A moment later it vanished, and Yuan Ti's figure emerged from within. He had revived. Junior brother, Jane called out as he saw Yuan Ti revive. Yuan Ti wore a look of helplessness, saying, I lost some of my essence, my cultivation has significantly decreased, and I also lost the 6 roots of purity bamboo. Brother, I've stumbled again. Sighed. Jane sighed, not knowing how to comfort Yuan Ti. He too, they had previously been robbed of the green Lotus treasure flag, and now they had lost the 6 roots of purity bamboo. 2 top-tier innate treasures. If this continued, they would fear they might return to being impoverished overnight. Jia-in glanced at the 12th grade merit golden lotus beneath him and instinctively moved, shifting his position as if to hide the 12th grade merit golden lotus. Because aside from the green lotus treasure flag and the 6 roots of purity bamboo, it seemed that the only top-tier innate treasure they had in the West was this 12th grade merit golden lotus. Moreover, the 12th grade merit golden lotus was the treasure of their Western sect. If the 12th grade merit golden lotus were to be taken, the consequences would be unimaginable. Jane pondered for a moment and said to Yuan Ti, Junior brother, next time you go out, could you refrain from bringing so many magical artifacts? For a moment, Yuan Ti found it hard to believe such words came from his senior brother's mouth. It was too heart-wrenching. So he was beginning to dislike himself. But he could swear that everything he did was for the grand cause of the revival of the West. Yuan Ti felt his, yet looking into the sincere eyes of his senior brother, he could only nod despondently. There was no other way. He truly couldn't match up. If he went out and died, even if he died outside, he couldn't let the meager resources of the West be completely lost. No death in the volcano. Thank you, third brother, for your timely rescue, Kong Xian said to Lin Yang. Lin Yang merely smiled and replied, no need for thanks, we are brothers. Kong Xian also smiled, and after chatting with Lin Yang for a while, he hurriedly took his leave and went back to his seclusion. He already had confidence in breaking through to the Quasi-Saint level, but after being pressured by Yuan Ti, he had no choice but to activate the Primordial 5 Directions flag and set up the Primordial 5 Elements Great Array. The operation of the Primordial 5 Elements Great Array deepened his understanding, and now breaking through to the Quasi-Saint level was a natural progression. Watching Kong Xian leave Lin Yang's side, inwardly realizing that his brother indeed possessed extraordinary talent, it was likely that soon the Feng clan would have another Quasi-Saint. After sending Kong Xian off, Lin Yang sat cross-legged on the cloud bed, opening his palm to reveal a colorful shard shimmering with 5-colored light. It was the shard of the 5 Elements Law. Compared to the previous shards of the Creation Law and Sword Dao Law, it was somewhat larger. Perhaps this was because this shard actually contained 5 types of laws. Thus, this 5 Elements Law shard was roughly 5 times the size of the previous shards of Creation Law and Sword Dao Law. Lin Yang had thought about giving this 5 Elements Law shard to Kong Xian. However, after some contemplation, Lin Yang decided to use it himself. After all, Kong Xian was now capable of breaking through to the Quasi-Saint level on his own. Even if he gave him the 5 Elements Law shard, it would merely speed up that process. Therefore, Lin Yang chose to use this 5 Elements Law shard himself. Following the old routine, Lin Yang opened his mouth and swallowed the 5 Elements Law shard on the spot. Then he began to refine it. As the refining progressed, various insights regarding the 5 elements surged into Lin Yang's mind. His understanding of the 5 Elements Law deepened. Just like that, it was unclear how much time had passed, but suddenly Lin Yang's body trembled, and he opened his eyes, a flash of 5-colored light darting across. The somewhat boiling aura around Lin Yang calmed down. After refining the 5 Elements Law shard, his cultivation had improved significantly. In response, the 5 Elements Law in the Grand Thousand World also became much more complete. The 3,000 small thousand worlds seemed to correspond to the 3,000 great Tao laws. Among them, 5 now faintly exhibited signs of wanting to advance to the middle thousand world. Lin Yang then silently activated his divine sense, and sensed that Feng Du from the Wu clan had basically completed his mission. After all, this was a mutually beneficial arrangement. He could gain control over one of the forces in the 3 realms, and afterward Ho Tu could use this to attain the Tao and become a Hunyuan Daoyojingxian. Given the current situation of the Wu clan, there was no reason for them to refuse. The only issue was that without Ho Tu, they could not set up the great array of the heavenly gods. Naturally, they also could not summon any Pangus Phantom or True Form. But it was clear from the last time when Pangus Phantom was easily shattered by Hong Jun that this formation was of little use. On the contrary, if Ho Tu were to attain the Tao and become a Hunyuan Daoyojingxian, like Lin Yang, considering Lin Yang's past feat of challenging 6 saints by himself, it would greatly excite the ancestors of the Wu clan. Then Lin Yang looked at the place where Kong Xian was in seclusion. He saw the door tightly shut, and the 2 young attendants at the entrance were nearly asleep. Lin Yang shook his head. Clearly Kong Xian had not yet broken through, and was still in seclusion. After that, Lin Yang glanced at the current state of the Feng clan. His divine sense easily enveloped the entire southern region of Hongwang. After the Feng clan emerged under the management of the elder, it displayed a thriving scene. The fortune of the Feng clan was increasing day by day. The whole clan was experiencing a rebirth. The southern region of Hongwang had become a paradise for birds. In fact, many avian races from the Demon clan had also detached themselves to ally with the Feng clan. Although Emperor Jun and the others were furious about this, they could only let it be. After all the saints had been subdued by Lin Yang, and they had no reason to resist. Lin Yang nodded, and was about to contemplate what he should do next. At this moment, the system's prompt sounded again in his mind. Ding, the system has issued an urgent task. The destruction demon god is approaching the Hongwang world from the chaos. Please the host go and eliminate the destruction demon god immediately. Option 1, accept the task to eliminate the destruction demon god and receive the reward of the method to forge the world-destroying great mill. Option 2, refuse the task and receive the reward of a high-grade postnatal spiritual treasure, the 2-instrument pearl. Lin Yang was startled upon hearing this task, and asked destruction demon god, weren't the 3,000 demon gods all destroyed by the great god Pangu? Or if you said space demon god, I would believe it. But the destruction demon god, it can't be. How could this guy still be alive? The system hurriedly explained, finally making Lin Yang understand. During the great cataclysm of the opening of heaven, the fates of the destruction demon god and the space demon god were quite similar. Both were severely injured by Pangu. However, the space demon god was directly reincarnated and reborn in Hongwang, while the destruction demon god chose to hide deep within the endless chaos. Now that its strength had somewhat recovered, coupled with sensing that Pangu had fallen, it intended to return for revenge, while also destroying the Honghuang world that Pangu had opened. This would fulfill its path of destruction and significantly enhance its own cultivation. This task can be accepted at this moment. A voice from the Grand Thousand World also echoed. The destruction demon god, still a demon god from the same era as Pangu. If we can take him down and merge his body and the source of the great Tao into the Taichu realm, then we will prosper. Tai Chi chattered excitedly, becoming more animated as he spoke. Lin Yang felt speechless, as it was still too early to say. The existence of a destruction demon god was incredibly terrifying. Would he really be a match? The host can rest assured the destruction demon god's cultivation was diminished during the opening of Heaven Great Cataclysm. Currently his strength is equivalent to a Hunyuan Daojingxian who has attained the Tao of laws, mastering the complete destruction law and the incomplete chaotic spiritual treasure, the world-destroying spear. At this point the system also explained. Upon hearing this, Lin Yang's eyes lit up, and he exclaimed, "Really? If that were the case, then the destruction demon god was not unbeatable. After all, the benefits were simply too numerous. First, there was the reward offered by the system, the method to forge the world-destroying Great Mill. What is the world-destroying Great Mill? It is rumored to be a great weapon that can annihilate Honghuang and restart the universe. It is the fifth chaotic treasure after the four great chaotic treasures. The world-destroying Great Mill only appears during the time of immeasurable calamity. The system actually has the method to forge it. If I could forge the world-destroying Great Mill, then what would I have to fear in the entire Honghuang? No, the entire chaos. I could be the second Pangu, striking anyone I see, pushing through the entire chaos." Next we delve into the benefits brought by the destruction demon itself, whether it be its demonic body, the source of the great Tao it masters, or the incomplete chaotic spiritual treasures. The destruction demon is quite simply a treasure from head to toe, drawing immense attraction from Lin Yang. After some contemplation, feeling that he could manage, Lin Yang made his decision. He directly chose the first option, to confront the destruction demon and annihilate it. Lin Yang rose, exiting the palace, and in a flash transformed into his true form. A gigantic fire phoenix let out a long cry and soared into the sky, flying toward the outer realms. Lin Yang's speed was astonishing, his figure a streak of fire across the horizon. In an instant, it was unclear how many powerful beings and saints were startled. They all turned to look at Lin Yang, puzzled about what he planned to do next. Lin Yang headed straight for the outer realms. In the heavenly domain of Nuwa, beyond the 33 heavens, Nuwa was suddenly alarmed. Was Lin Yang coming for her? However, it was merely a false alarm. Lin Yang merely passed by the heavenly domain of Nuwa, maintaining his speed as he continued deeper into the chaos. This was Lin Yang's first time flying such a long distance in his true form. It felt as if he was returning to his true nature, liberating himself, an experience that could be described as exhilarating and immensely satisfying. Thus he flew on, and by the time Lin Yang entered the depths of the chaos, the divine senses of many powerful beings could no longer keep up. Only the saints could continue to follow with their divine senses. Some curious, powerful beings, unwilling to give up, ventured out of the primordial wilderness to track Lin Yang. Thus Lin Yang continued to fly, and even those powerful beings who had left the primordial wilderness felt their divine senses lagging behind. Lin Yang felt that he was moving further away from the primordial wilderness, and the influence of the heavenly Tao also grew weaker. At this moment, Lin Yang finally came to a halt, descending and revealing his human form. Before him appeared an immensely gigantic figure, the destruction demon. The size of this demon was truly colossal, so large that even Lin Yang's true form was less than 1/10th of it. What a massive body! The destruction demon appeared to be humanoid. However, its enormous body was covered with long bone spines resembling numerous curved blades, extraordinarily sharp. At a glance one could sense the terror of these bone spines, cold and ominous, their power likely rivaling that of innate treasures. Moreover, not only did it have bone spines, but the destruction demon also bore countless tentacles akin to a massive octopus, continuously writhing while swallowing chaotic energy. Lin Yang stood before the destruction demon like an exceedingly tiny ant facing a giant elephant, feeling an overwhelming aura of ferocity rushing towards him. Those powerful beings and saints witnessing the destruction demon were also left astonished. Lin Yang had flown out of the primordial wilderness to confront such a terrifying chaotic demon. Everyone was filled with trepidation. Even the saints were no exception, as the reputation and aura of the destruction demon were simply too formidable. So formidable that even the saints felt no urge to support Lin Yang. For them, this was already deep within the chaos. Even the power of the heavenly Tao rarely reached. This meant that once they ventured into this area, their strengths would drastically diminish. In such a state, how could they contend with the chaotic demon? It would be more fitting for the chaotic demon to deal with them. Meanwhile, in a certain part of the chaos, a palace floated there. It was the Zixiao Palace. Within the palace, Hong Jun opened his eyes, his gaze cold, looking towards Lin Yang's location. Destruction Demon. Hong Jun's eyes suddenly narrowed, his expression no longer cold and rigid. At this moment, he was truly Hong Jun. Seeing the Destruction Demon, and then glancing at Lin Yang who stood before it, Hong Jun had many questions. Why the appearance of the Destruction Demon raised such questions was not important. What mattered was why Lin Yang knew the Destruction Demon had appeared even faster than he did, faster than the heavenly Tao of the primordial wilderness. And Lin Yang even dared to confront it. By what right? Did he think he was also a lawfully enlightened being? Hong Jun's gaze darkened, and at this moment numerous thoughts arose, contemplating plotting against Lin Yang. However, at this moment the location of Lin Yang caused him great discomfort. Being one with the heavenly Tao, he couldn't do anything to Lin Yang. Damn it! Suddenly Hong Jun's expression changed, and his eyes were quickly replaced by coldness once again. The heavenly Tao suppressed him once more. At this moment Hong Jun had transformed back into the heavenly Tao. Boom! The arrival of the Destruction Demon made the heavenly Tao of the primordial wilderness feel as if it were facing a formidable enemy. Terrifying phenomena erupted within the primordial wilderness, lightning and thunder, almost like the end of the world. In the chaos, Lin Yang faced the Destruction Demon. The Destruction Demon sensed Lin Yang's presence, and after some searching spotted the tiny figure standing before it. A fierce momentum surged toward Lin Yang, as if intent on crushing him to death instantly, just as Lin Yang was about to unleash his own momentum to clash with the Destruction Demon. At that moment, Lin Yang suddenly felt an incomparably terrifying power bestowing itself upon him from behind. Heavenly Tao power. Lin Yang was startled. This power was indeed the force of the heavenly Tao of the primordial wilderness bestowing itself upon him. Although this place was far from the primordial wilderness, almost on the verge of leaving the range that the heavenly Tao could reach, the heavenly Tao power Lin Yang received was still extraordinary. Boom! The fierce momentum of the Destruction Demon charged forth. Yet Lin Yang remained as calm as a cloud, allowing this momentum to crash against him. Lin Yang stood his ground, unmoving. Good, the world created by Pangu has actually birthed a powerhouse like you. You have earned the right for me to remember your name. The Destruction Demon noticed that its momentum had no effect on Lin Yang, and its expression turned solemn as it spoke to Lin Yang. Of course, its language was the ancient tongue of the chaotic demons, which Lin Yang did not understand. However, this did not hinder Lin Yang's comprehension. After a rough translation, it conveyed the above meaning. My name is Lin Yang. Lin Yang declared his name, saying, Destruction Demon, I have come to kill you. Are you prepared to die? At this moment, Lin Yang's momentum erupted, forming a gigantic phoenix that raised its head and let out a long cry, clashing against the momentum of the Destruction Demon. The terrifying momentum collided together, producing a series of thunderous booms. The momentum of the two was evenly matched, which only heightened the Destruction Demon's astonishment. How long has it been since Pangu opened this world? After recovering from his injuries, he immediately rushed here. Yet a powerhouse like this appeared to obstruct him. However, upon hearing Lin Yang's bold words, the Destruction Demon became enraged. Although it acknowledged Lin Yang finding his strength impressive, that did not mean Lin Yang could openly disdain it. How dare he declare that he was prepared for death? Even Pangu could not kill me. Do you think you are worthy? The Destruction Demon roared, countless tentacles writhing as it charged toward Lin Yang. Lin Yang did not waste words with it. With a movement, each step he took caused the chaos to tremble violently, each tremor more fierce than the last, creating a spectacular chaotic storm. Moreover, as Lin Yang charged forward, his body expanded, growing larger until it matched the size of the Destruction Demon before finally stopping. At this moment, Lin Yang had arrived before the Destruction Demon, the two facing each other as they collided with a resounding crash. In the hands of the Destruction Demon God was a half-broken, world-destroying spear, thrusting toward Lin Yang. This spear was terrifying, enveloped in an incomparably fearsome principle of destruction, as if it could annihilate everything. Its power was horrifying. Although the world-destroying spear was incomplete, its might was still comparable to that of a congenital supreme treasure, especially since it was the innate treasure of the Destruction Demon God. In the hands of the Destruction Demon God, it became even more terrifying. Lin Yang also thrust out a spear, but it was the God-slaying spear embodying the same principle of destruction. Yet compared to the Destruction Demon God, his principle of destruction was far too weak. He could only forcefully activate it using immense magical power, aided by the God-slaying spear's enhanced damage against the divine soul. Lin Yang's thrust was indeed powerful. Almost simultaneously, both Lin Yang and the Destruction Demon God were struck. There was no way to block it. It was truly impossible to block. Even though Lin Yang had unleashed his 12th grade pure world, White Lotus, the defense of this Lotus platform was easily pierced by the Destruction Demon God. A spear plunged deeply into Lin Yang's shoulder. blood splattered. At the same time, Lin Yang let out a muffled groan and drove the god-slaying spear into the abdomen of the destruction demon god. It wasn't that Lin Yang didn't want to stab elsewhere, but he could only strike here. Otherwise, the head of the destruction demon god would have definitely been Lin Yang's first choice. However, even striking the abdomen, Lin Yang could feel just how powerful the destruction demon god's body was. The god-slaying spear nearly got stuck inside, unable to be pulled out. Roar! The destruction demon god let out a painful roar and kicked Lin Yang fiercely. At the same time, Lin Yang swung his empty left hand, unleashing a series of heavenly thunderbolts that struck the destruction demon god, as if he were not using any magical power. The heavenly thunder was the lightning used by Pangu to create the heavens and the earth. When Zuni received a single bolt, he was left incapacitated. Now Lin Yang unleashed a torrent of heavenly thunderbolts, the exact number unknown, all cascading onto the destruction demon god. In an instant, this added more injuries to the destruction demon god, many of its tentacles being scorched. Meanwhile, arcs of lightning still flickered across the destruction demon god's body. This clash left both sides injured. Neither emerged unscathed. With a bang, Lin Yang crashed into the chaos, stirring up a storm of chaotic energy. After being kicked by the destruction demon god, Lin Yang felt as if his body was about to fall apart. This was truly a matter of life and death. Fortunately, the destruction demon god had suffered a significant loss in power, otherwise he would have been unable to win. However, after this initial round of probing, Lin Yang had roughly gauged the destruction demon god's strength. Indeed, as the system had said, it was equivalent to a Hunyuan Daluo Jinxian who had comprehended the principles. The destruction demon god mastering the complete principle of destruction combined with the divine demon body and innate treasure, though all were incomplete, was still formidable. Lin Yang took a deep breath, rolled over, and got up, feeling the flow of magical power within his body. At this moment, Lin Yang was finally ready to use his full strength. What had just been a test was now over. It was time to decisively slay this demon god. The longer the fight dragged on, the more likely an unforeseen event would occur. Lin Yang did not wish for any mishaps. He had come here solely to covet the body of the destruction demon god. Killing him and taking him back was the goal. Destruction demon god, let's determine the victor with one strike. Lin Yang declared as streams of power from the vast world surged forth, enhancing him. The power from this vast world was far greater than what the Hong Huang heavenly Tao could bestow upon him. Moreover, various principles began to manifest around Lin Yang at that moment. 5 elements, yin and yang, 4 symbols, reincarnation, creation, sword, and even space. As soon as Lin Yang finished speaking, his figure moved, leaving a series of afterimages in the chaos. At this moment, Lin Yang evidently deployed the divine ability of space, not only increasing his speed. Simultaneously, countless spaces folded and twisted, restricting the destruction demon god, creating a cage around him. Even though the destruction demon god unleashed powerful forces to shatter space and break free from the cage, the space that broke apart quickly restored itself, with countless spaces squeezing in on him, preventing him from completely annihilating it. At this moment, Lin Yang had also shocked the destruction demon god. How could so many principles converge on one? Upon seeing Lin Yang suddenly unleash over 10 types of principles, the destruction demon god realized that something was amiss. Although none of the principles Lin Yang had were complete, the emergence of so many principles from a single individual was abnormal. It could even be described as monstrous. What kind of comprehension was required to comprehend so many principles simultaneously? In the next moment, Lin Yang reappeared before the destruction demon god, thrusting his spear once more. But this time it was not just the principle of destruction. Rather, numerous principles intertwined around the spear, accompanied by an unstoppable, terrifying magical power. His power could not withstand Lin Yang's assault. Under Lin Yang's full force, it collapsed in an instant. With a thunderous crash, the god-slaying spear pierced deeply into his power could not withstand Lin Yang's assault. Under Lin Yang's full force, it collapsed in an instant. With a thunderous crash, the god-slaying spear pierced deeply into the forehead of the destruction demon god. Bang! The head of the destruction demon god was pierced, and then it exploded. Yet the destruction demon god was still not dead, struggling as he struck Lin Yang fiercely. This made Lin Yang involuntarily spit out blood, suffering injuries. But it all ended there. The god-slaying spear annihilated the destruction demon god's divine soul completely. Only the body of the destruction demon god, now headless, remained standing in the chaos, its arm weakly dropping as it clutched the world-destroying spear. The destruction demon god had completely lost its vitality. Cough. Lin Yang coughed again, his form returning to that of an ordinary human, looking at the destruction demon god he had just slain with a pale smile on his face. This was truly playing with one's life. It was either your death or mine. Despite only having exchanged a few blows with the destruction demon god, it was all about their respective strengths. As long as one's strength was slightly inferior, they would be crushed and their life taken. With the death of the destruction demon god, the power bestowed upon Lin Yang by the Hongwang, heavenly Tao receded. At the same time, a completion prompt from the system echoed in Lin Yang's mind. The forging method for the world-destroying Great Mill was transmitted into his consciousness. However, at this moment Lin Yang had no time to look at it. With a wave of his large sleeve, a pearl flew out. It was the Chaos Pearl. The Chaos Pearl unleashed a powerful devouring force engulfing the body of the destruction demon god. This fierce battle finally came to an end. Lin Yang, with the world-destroying spear in his left hand and the god-slaying spear in his right, slowly made his way back toward the direction he had come from, heading back to the Hongwang. The mighty beings and saints who witnessed this battle were profoundly shocked. This battle undeniably showcased Lin Yang's strength in its entirety. With a single strike, one could slay a chaos demon god. What kind of power was this? The saints couldn't help but tremble. This was a level of strength they could never compare to. Previously, when Lin Yang fought against them, he had not used his full strength at all. Yet even so, they were unable. If Lin Yang truly unleashed his full power aside from their teacher, they really couldn't think of anyone who could. But didn't the teacher say he had comprehended the principles? Why haven't we seen him use the principles he comprehended? The saints couldn't help but be puzzled. In that fierce battle just now, Lin Yang had used over 10 types of principles, but still hadn't deployed the principles he had comprehended. After all, comprehending the principles meant having a complete principle, yet Lin Yang had not used it. Could it be Lin Yang still hadn't used his full power? The saints felt beads of cold sweat forming on their foreheads. Was it really that terrifying? He hadn't even been pushed to unleash his full strength, yet he could still hide his comprehended principles. Lin Yang was unaware of the multitude of thoughts the saints had. However, he had already exerted nearly all his strength in this battle. Even with further enhancement, it would not amount to much. As for the principles, he was sorry to say that he was not at all what the saints and Hong Jun had envisioned regarding the path of principles. He was on the path of world enlightenment. Although he had cultivated numerous principles, it was regrettable that thus far he had not mastered any complete principle. Currently, the strongest principles he had grasped were these more than 10 principles. First, there were the 4 elements principles, then the spatial principles, followed by the 5 elements principles, along with the principles of creation, the principles of reincarnation, and the principles of time, among others. If one were to further subdivide, without a doubt the principle Lin Yang understood the deepest was the principle of fire. This was also the principle Lin Yang originally had the greatest hope of being the first to comprehend completely. Of course, that was in the past. After this battle, Lin Yang would slay the destruction demon god and reclaim everything belonging to him. Now, the principle Lin Yang had the greatest hope of comprehending completely had become the principle of destruction. At this moment in the vast world, Tai Chu looked at the body of the destruction demon god that had been absorbed, already overwhelmed with excitement. The billowing chaos energy was absorbed from beyond the world, filling the entire realm. Of course, this chaos energy was restrained by Tai Chu and could not disrupt the world. Then Tai Chu could not wait to begin the decomposition of the destruction demon god's corpse. Before his eyes, the corpse of the destruction demon god was rapidly disintegrating under the influence of the heavenly Taoist power. It continuously merged into the heavens and earth. In an instant, the vast world underwent rapid changes, with the sky, land, and oceans expanding endlessly, making the realm increasingly vast. This was akin to using the corpse of the destruction demon god as fertilizer for the vast world. Moreover, after decomposing the corpse of the destruction demon god, a gray mass of essence remained at the original location. This mass of essence was unprecedentedly large, about the size of a planet. It was indeed the Tao essence of the destruction demon god. Upon seeing this mass of essence, Tai Chu took a deep breath and swallowed it whole. With a thunderous sound, the planet-sized essence was immediately consumed by Tai Chu, like flowing water entering his body. After swallowing the essence, Tai Chu sat down, beginning to refine it. As Tai Chu refined it, countless extraordinary phenomena emerged in the vast world. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled, and the sound of roaring was incessant. Countless principles of destruction and fluctuations manifested around Tai Chu, creating a terrifying scene. At this moment, Lin Yang was returning to the primordial world, walking slowly while absorbing chaos energy. He was transporting it into the vast world to nourish its growth. The vast world was also responding to him. Previously, Lin Yang appeared imposing, striking down the destruction demon god with a single blow. However, the counterattack from the destruction demon god had also left him severely injured. After all, the destruction demon god wielded the principle of destruction. This principle ranked among the top in the myriad of Tao principles, possessing immense power. Thus, it had inflicted significant injuries upon Lin Yang. Fortunately, Lin Yang did not tread the conventional path and had a vast world as his foundation. Although Lin Yang was gravely injured during his return to the primordial world, he was able to leverage the responses from the vast world. He utilized the power of the world's essence to heal his wounds. Lin Yang's injuries healed remarkably quickly, transitioning from severe to light wounds. The subsequent injury was a Dao injury, though its recovery was somewhat more challenging. As long as Lin Yang secluded himself for a few thousand years, it would be easily resolved. After all, a mere few thousand years was nothing in the primordial realm. Moreover, as Lin Yang digested the gains from this battle, his injuries would only heal faster. The World Annihilation Spear, the companion treasure of the Destruction Demon God, was regrettably only left with half a segment. This was originally a Chaos spiritual treasure. It was a pity that only half remained. Can a fragmented Chaos spiritual treasure still be considered a Chaos spiritual treasure? Only the Destruction Demon God still regarded it as a treasure, thinking that it could be repaired in the future. But Lin Yang glanced at the God-slaying spear in his other hand, and he soon had an idea. He intended to completely destroy the World Annihilation Spear. Taking its essence to enhance his God-slaying spear would be splendid. Of course, some might say, can't the essence of the God-slaying spear be given to the World Annihilation Spear? It can, but the effect is not significant. The essence of the World Annihilation Spear is that of a Chaos spiritual treasure. As for the God-slaying spear, although it is a treasure for killing, it is merely a top-tier innate spiritual treasure. Refining the God-slaying spear into the World Annihilation Spear would yield minimal results. Conversely, completely destroying the World Annihilation Spear and merging its essence into the God-slaying spear would elevate the quality of the God-slaying spear, truly transforming it into a supreme treasure. After all, let us not forget the benefits of the God-slaying spear. Its power can injure the primordial spirit of a sage reliant on the heavenly Tao. If the God-slaying spear were to be upgraded to a congenital supreme treasure, without a doubt its power would become even more terrifying. At that time, if Lin Yang were to slay sages again, it would truly be the slaughter of sages. At this moment, unbeknownst to him, Lin Yang had already returned to the exterior of the primordial world. With a thought, he stored both spears away. To destroy the World Annihilation Spear and enhance the God-slaying spear, he would need to rely on Tai Chu the worker. After all, Tai Chu was also an expert. Having him take action would ensure no accidents. Lin Yang stepped into the primordial world, intending to return to the immortal Flame Mountain. Suddenly, Lin Yang felt a stirring in his heart, looking up to see the void rumble, and a mass of heavenly Tao merits surge forth. Recalling the heavenly Tao power he received during his battle against the Destruction Demon God, Lin Yang privately speculated. It seemed that Hong Jun's control over the primordial heavenly Tao was still far from sufficient. However, this was normal. After all, how long had it been since Hong Jun achieved harmony? He was still far from being able to turn the tables and dominate the heavenly Tao. Therefore, when Lin Yang chose to face the Destruction Demon God alone, he had earned the recognition of the primordial heavenly Tao. Thus endowed with the power of the primordial heavenly Tao, it helped him battle the Destruction Demon God. Thinking of this, Lin Yang felt a tinge of regret. Had he known, he wouldn't have run so far. If he had stayed closer to the primordial world, he would have received even greater assistance from the primordial heavenly Tao. However, to prevent Hong Jun from plotting against him, he had run as far as possible. Of course, that was all in the past, and there was no point in discussing it now. What mattered was the present. After completing the task, he unexpectedly received a reward. Looking at the masses of heavenly Tao merits continuously gathering, Lin Yang couldn't help but smile. These merits were not insignificant. If someone with primordial purple chi were to obtain them, they might even attempt to comprehend the Tao. Lin Yang thought to himself that he had no immediate use for these heavenly Tao merits. In any case, Lin Yang dared not use them to enhance his cultivation. Better safe than sorry. Though heavenly Tao merits are versatile, one must still be cautious in their application. Lin Yang chose to gather the descending merits with a sweep of his sleeve, planning to store them until he figured out seclusion. Yet another period of seclusion. Lin Yang's life was thus monotonous and flavorless. Of course, from the outside perspective, it appeared seclusion. Yet another period of seclusion. Lin Yang's life was thus monotonous and flavorless. Of course, from the outside perspective, it appeared so, but for Lin Yang himself, he found joy in it. Seclusion. Yet another period of seclusion. Lin Yang's life was thus monotonous and flavorless. Of course, from the outside perspective, it appeared so, but for Lin Yang himself, from this perspective, Tong Tian believed Lin Yang was single-mindedly pursuing the Tao, and it was not without. Lin Yang's primary concern during his seclusion remained the development of the grand multiverse, specifically Tai Chu's progress in refining the primordial demon Lord of Destruction's essence. Lin Yang wasted no time. He entered the grand multiverse, directly merging his cultivation energy with Tai Chu's to accelerate the refinement of the primordial demon Lord's essence. Time flowed ceaselessly. 1 year, 2 years, 3 years. Millennia slipped by like mist, and before long, tens of thousands of years had passed. During this vast span, the grand multiverse underwent profound and ever-accelerating transformation. Not only had it fully assimilated the primordial chaos chi it had absorbed, but its spatial expanse had also expanded dramatically. Moreover, as Tai Chu refined the essence of the primordial demon Lord of Destruction, the realm itself underwent unmistakable metamorphosis. A dense, pervasive aura of destruction suffused heaven and earth, yet this destructive force posed no harm to the world itself. On the contrary, its emergence signaled that one of the grand multiverse's 30,000 great Tao principles was finally nearing completion. Among the 30,000 lesser multiverses, one began undergoing gradual, profound evolution. At the very moment Tai Chu completed the refinement of the primordial demon lord's essence, the first affiliated middle multiverse, born of the grand multiverse, materialized with a thunderous boom. This transformation was monumental. The world's primordial foundation surged at an astonishing rate, simultaneously amplifying Lin Yang's and Tai Chu's cultivation energies with explosive intensity. Their cultivation levels soared dramatically, yet most striking was their mastery over the law of destruction, a complete, perfectly coherent Tao principle. This marked Lin Yang's first attainment of a fully realized Tao principle. He felt with a single thought capable of shattering heavens and annihilating realms. The impact of this complete law of destruction upon him was staggering, so profound that he felt as though he were undergoing a second Tao attainment. Torrents of destructive law and power surged both within and beyond his body, while the entire grand multiverse convulsed with ceaseless lightning and thunder, dark, brooding, and apocalyptic in aspect. At that instant, Lin Yang perceived the true essence of destruction with crystalline clarity, his understanding of annihilation reaching unfathomable depth. Huff! Only after a long silent interval did he finally settle his turbulent energies. He exchanged a glance with Tai Chu, their eyes brimming with uncontainable joy. Master Tai Chu declared, "Our world has finally manifested its first complete Tao principle." Tai Chu smiled. A single Tao principle, if excessively dominant, inevitably destabilizes the entire world. Consider, for instance, a realm saturated with the law of destruction. Its overwhelming destructive energy would corrode existence itself, triggering self-annihilation. Lin Yang nodded. He understood well enough that destruction does not merely consume enemies, it may also devour its wielder. And so it is with worlds. Yet our world has long ascended to the grand multiverse tier. Its foundations are deep and unshakable. Even if other Tao principles lag behind the law of destruction, they remain sufficient to sustain fundamental equilibrium, preventing destructive energy from spiraling into chaos. As he spoke, Tai Chu swept his hand outward. The omnipresent destructive energy instantly receded, withdrawing into the void's deepest recesses until it vanished entirely. A truly perfect world must embody duality, yin and yang, light and shadow, life and death, creation and destruction. That much I need not be told. You may rest assured this is merely the beginning. Lin Yang smiled. "One day we shall gather all 30,000 great Tao principles." His tone shifted. "For now, however, you resume your duties." With that, he produced both the world-annihilating spear and the god-slaying spear. Tai Chu sighed inwardly. Lin Yang's relentless demands had long since become routine. Not even a moment's respite. Another task awaited. Yet who was Lin Yang? The sovereign master. Tai Chu could only submit, resigned and obedient. Harnessing the heavenly Tao's authority, Lin Yang began methodically dismantling the world-annihilating spear, a process far from effortless. Its essence was that of a chaos spirit treasure. Though shattered, reduced to half its original form, its intrinsic resilience remained formidable. Even leveraging the grand multiverse's full might, it took over a millennium to fully dismantle it. The world-annihilating spear crumbled into ash and dispersed. Only a luminous core of primordial essence hovered in midair, radiating waves of pure destructive force. Tai Chu pressed the tip of the god-slaying spear against the essence. Instantly, the spear reacted like a shark scenting blood, ravenously devouring the world-annihilating spear's core. VVVRR. The god-slaying spear vibrated violently, its hue darkening progressively, until it became a long spear of deep, ominous crimson, saturated with overwhelming destructive aura. Especially at its tip, destructive energy pulsed rhythmically as though poised to strike with lethal finality at any moment. The god-slaying spear had ascended, now a genuine primordial supreme treasure. Its power surged exponentially. Lin Yang reached out and grasped it, then silently channeled the law of destruction, fusing it seamlessly with the spear. Instantly, the weapon's terrifying martial fury manifested. Even before thrusting forward, the space around its tip fractured and dissolved under the sheer weight of destructive energy. The law of destruction and the god-slaying spear were indeed destined complements. In this unified state, the spear achieved absolute potency, capable of piercing through heavenly Tao protections and slaying a sage's nascent soul, no longer mere theory, but stark reality. An extraordinary weapon, Lin Yang praised executing several fluid flourishes before sheathing it. Indeed, this was his first primordial supreme treasure. His other artifact, the Hongming measuring ruler, was not a primordial supreme treasure, but rather a post-creation meritorious supreme treasure. As for the Chaos Pearl, a treasure forged by fusing 36 Dinghai divine pearls later enhanced with countless additional artifacts, it too evolved continuously alongside Taichu's realm. Now it showed clear signs of ascending into a primordial supreme treasure, effectively Lin Yang's soul-bound artifact and Daotainment focus. All his achievements were woven into its essence. The Chaos Pearl's significance was beyond question. After stowing away the god-slaying spear, Lin Yang pointed toward Taichu. He transmitted the method for forging the world-destroying mill, the reward from his latest trial, and declared this task falls to you. Perfect. You've always enjoyed tinkering with such devices. Now at last you may wield the authentic version. Taichu hastily reviewed the technique, then moments later could no longer suppress his complaint. Master, must you be so shameless? You're assigning me the entire forging project. Taichu gestured emphatically at himself. Indeed, I trust you above all others. Entrusting this to you gives me utmost peace of mind. Lin Yang replied, utterly solemn. I am exceedingly busy. I know, Taichu retorted. The capable bear greater burdens, Lin Yang affirmed with a nod. Taichu fell silent, brow furrowed, resigned yet powerless to resist. Still, you know well enough this cannot be accomplished overnight, and all required materials must be provided. Moreover, most crucially, do not imagine you'll forge a true Chaos Supreme treasure-level world-destroying mill. At best, I can produce a primordial supreme treasure-grade artifact. Lin Yang chuckled. Understood, understood. Do you take me for a fool? Rest assured, the materials will be supplied entirely by Lord Lin. Taichu rolled his eyes. Lord Lin indeed. Who among them didn't know the truth? A homebound recluse rarely venturing beyond his domain. Where precisely would he procure rare forging materials? Unsurprisingly, Lin Yang would simply draw them from the Phoenix clan's treasury, a far more accessible resource than in days past. Having claimed the southern quarter of the Honghuang continent, the Phoenix clan now governed 1/4 of all sacred land. Their vault overflowed with priceless treasures. As sovereign patriarch, Lin Yang faced no obstacle in retrieving what he needed. Having spoken, he dismissed Taichu's protests, then vanished, exiting the grand multiverse in a single ripple of space. Lin Yang walked out of the palace and instructed 2 attendants to fetch materials from the treasure vault, taking whatever could be retrieved. Meanwhile, Lin Yang leisurely strolled around the Undying Volcano. After a prolonged retreat, he felt somewhat stifled and decided to breathe in some fresh air, clear his mind, and enjoy the scenery. For some reason, the scenery of the Undying Volcano, despite having been seen countless times, still captivated Lin Yang. Even his heart felt much calmer. After touring the Undying Volcano, Lin Yang arrived beneath a phoenix tree. There a figure was silently cultivating, occasionally radiating 5-colored light. This was Kong Xian. As Lin Yang approached, Kong Xian sensed someone coming near, opened his eyes, and revealed a look of pleasant surprise upon seeing Lin Yang. You finally emerged from your retreat, third brother. Kong Xian said joyfully. At this moment he had also attained the status of a quasi-saint, though compared to Lin Yang this achievement was nothing. Looking at the members of the Phoenix clan, aside from Lin Yang, there were nearly 100 great Luo Jingxians among them. But as for quasi-saints apart from the Grand Elder, there was only Kong Xian. In the vast wilderness, although there are countless opportunities, one's foundation is crucial. Often the stronger your foundation, the greater your achievements. After all, among those great figures, which of them did not come from a powerful background? Lin Yang nodded and said, I've been in seclusion for too long, and just wanted to take a stroll. Kong Xian chuckled helplessly at this. His brother was truly diligent, perhaps too diligent. Ever since he returned to the Phoenix clan, his impression of Lin Yang was that aside from his profound cultivation, he was always in closed-door training. Kong Xian admired Lin Yang greatly. After all, enduring the monotony and loneliness of cultivation, while maintaining such persistence, even now that he had attained the Tao, he still continued in this manner. Such perseverance was truly formidable. By the way, third brother, here is something for you. Kong Xian suddenly remembered something, and quickly took out the Primordial 5 Directions flag to return it to Lin Yang. Oh, so soon? Lin Yang exclaimed in surprise, and promptly accepted it. After all, this treasure was merely borrowed by Kong Xian, and now that he returned it, Lin Yang certainly had to take it. Otherwise it would truly become a gift to Kong Xian. The Primordial 5 Directions flag held great significance for Lin Yang. Having borrowed it, I have now attained the Tao, and am not as reliant on the flag anymore. Kong Xian stated, thus this flag naturally needs to be returned to you, third brother, as it holds great value for you as well. Lin Yang smiled upon hearing this, and suddenly said, since you have attained the Tao, why don't we engage in a discussion of the Tao? Kong Xian shook his head, and laughed, saying, third brother loves to joke. If I discussed the Tao with you, wouldn't that just benefit me? Lin Yang also laughed, saying, "That's not the case. The stones from other mountains can be used to attack Jade. In terms of the 5 elements, Dao, your talent surpasses mine, and I'm sure many insights can greatly benefit me." Kong Xian pondered for a moment upon hearing this, then nodded and said, "If that's the case, then let me show off my shortcomings." With that, Kong Xian's body shook and 5 rays of light rose from behind him. The 5 colors, white, blue, black, red, and yellow, flowed and seemed to transform into a world of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, constantly evolving and changing. This was the 5-color divine light, a manifestation of Kong Xian's supernatural power. It could be said that Kong Xian's approach was rather unique. He specialized in supernatural powers and attained the Tao through them. This was the 5-color divine light, a manifestation of Kong Xian's supernatural power. It could be said that Kong Xian's approach was rather unique. He specialized in supernatural powers and attained the... Kong Xian smiled and said, "I must apologize for showing off, third brother. I comprehended some concepts regarding the Tao from your world, so I formed a world within my 5-colored divine light. As my cultivation deepens, this world will become more real, and perhaps it will eventually evolve into a true world." Lin Yang nodded and said, "Cultivating the Tao is about complementing each other's strengths. There's no need for Big Brother to be so humble." As he spoke, Lin Yang also manifested auspicious clouds, but within the clouds, it was not the sea of fire from before when he discussed the Tao with Tong Tian. Instead, it vaguely presented a projection of a vast universe. Or rather, this was Lin Yang's true Tao. Previously, Lin Yang had been holding back. Although he did not mind discussing the Tao with Tong Tian, he also did not intend to reveal everything and lay bare his foundation. This was not only the case for Lin Yang, it was the same for Tong Tian. After all, they were ultimately opposing. One was a primordial great Luo Jinxian, while the other was a sage of the heavenly Tao. It made no sense to become familiar at first glance and truly reveal all their secrets to each other. However, it was different with Kong Xian. Kong Xian was genuinely one of his own, and Lin Yang certainly had no qualms about fully displaying his Tao to Kong Xian. As the two discussed the Tao and exchanged insights, as Lin Yang had mentioned earlier, Kong Xian's talent in the 5 elements Tao was exceptionally high. Thus, some of Kong Xian's insights greatly inspired Lin Yang. And Kong Xian, needless to say, had the guidance of Lin Yang, a seasoned primordial great Luo Jinxian, which deepened his understanding of the world's Tao. The world that evolved behind him from the 5-colored divine light appeared even more real. Your 5-colored divine light excels at binding people and objects. Once caught in its divine light, it is difficult to escape. Now that you combine it with the world's Tao and evolve a world with the 5-colored divine light, you can leverage the power of the world to suppress your opponents. In this way, the stronger the power of the world, the more real the world you evolve, and the stronger the power of the world will be. Your world is based on the 5 elements, which generate and restrain each other in a cycle of eternity. The power of the world is essentially the power of the 5 elements. It is merely a different form. As Lin Yang spoke, he also simulated for Kong Xian. Kong Xian listened intently, watching with utmost seriousness, completely immersed, when suddenly Lin Yang's voice paused. He looked up towards the sky above the Undying Volcano. Upon seeing this, Kong Xian felt a strange stirring in his heart, as if something extremely relevant was occurring. "Is something happening?" Kong Xian asked. At this moment, Lin Yang looked up and saw the fortune of the Phoenix clan swirling violently, visibly increasing. At the same time, a system notification echoed in Lin Yang's mind. "Ding. Your second brother De Peng has been found. Do you accept his return to the Phoenix clan?" Choice 1. Accept De Peng. Unite the brothers, greatly boost the Phoenix clan's fortune, and receive the reward of a top-grade primordial spiritual treasure, the observation mirror. Choice 2. Refuse De Peng's return, and receive the reward of a supernatural primordial yin yang divine light. Upon hearing the system's prompt, Lin Yang looked at Kong Xian beside him. Was there any need to choose? Of course it was a no-brainer. De Peng had hidden himself quite well. Only now had he been found. Lin Yang had been waiting for this day for a long time. After making his choice, Lin Yang smiled at Kong Xian and said, "Good news, our brother has been found." "Is that De Peng?" Kong Xian was taken aback upon hearing this, standing up with great excitement. He felt an overwhelming sense of guilt towards De Peng. He and De Peng were born in the same place. However, since he was born first, and was still quite naive at birth, Kong Xian left on his own, leaving De Peng behind. When Kong Xian returned to look for him, later De Peng was already gone. De Peng had been missing for so many years, while he had returned to the Feng clan, feeling the care of his race. Kong Xian's sense of guilt deepened. Now he had finally found De Peng. Kong Xian quickly asked, Where is De Peng?" "Don't worry, he'll take you there right now," Lin Yang replied with a smile, rising to his feet and transforming with Kong Xian into a stream of light, flying towards a certain place in the southern lands. At that moment in a certain valley in the southern lands, which was also a station of the Feng clan, the Grand Elder Feng heir was present observing a boy in golden robes who appeared rather carefree. Is that really Depeng? The Grand Elder was somewhat incredulous. They had been searching for Depeng for years, and only now had they found him, yet upon seeing Depeng the Grand Elder was somewhat taken aback. The Depeng before him was simply too weak. He was at the peak of the Golden Immortal stage. How many years had it been? His cultivation had stagnated at the Golden Immortal peak. Even a pig after so many years of cultivation should have made some progress, right? But Depeng, as the son of the Primordial Phoenix, still remained at the Golden Immortal peak. Who would believe this if it got out? Depeng felt somewhat embarrassed upon hearing this, and was about to speak when a stream of light fell from the sky and landed beside him. Depeng! Kong Xian exclaimed anxiously, but was also dumbfounded upon seeing Depeng. Although the connection of bloodlines was undeniable, was this Golden Immortal peak cultivation a joke? Lin Yang was at a loss for words. He had imagined that Depeng's cultivation would be quite low, but he never expected it to be this low. Golden Immortal peak. Could it be that Depeng had just been sleeping all these years, not having cultivated at all? Otherwise he should at least be a Tai Golden Immortal. Depeng's face grew even more awkward. After a round of recognition and explanation, everyone finally understood. Depeng truly was the biggest fool in the primordial chaos. After his birth, he had actually extracted the innate Yin-Yang essence from within himself to forge a magical artifact. Indeed, it was the Yin-Yang Qi bottle. Moreover, this Yin-Yang Qi bottle was merely a middle-grade innate spiritual treasure. It was hard to comprehend how Depeng thought that sacrificing his own essence for a magical artifact was worth it. Furthermore, it was one thing to extract it, but due to this extraction, Depeng's foundation was damaged, and he had been in a state of deep sleep for healing ever since. This was also why his cultivation had not improved at all, and why the Feng clan had been unable to find him for so many years. Kong Xian felt even more guilty, believing it was due to his failure to take care of his younger brother. If he had been by Depeng's side, then Depeng would surely not have ended up like this. While Kong Xian was chatting with Depeng, Lin Yang exchanged a glance with the Grand Elder, and the two moved to the side. Lin Yang said to the Grand Elder, from now on keep Depeng by your side, and supervise him more closely." The Grand Elder nodded. Lin Yang didn't say much more, and reached out to take the Yin-Yang Qi bottle from Depeng's arms. Depeng was astonished, and suddenly saw Lin Yang squeeze it, forcefully shattering the Yin-Yang Qi bottle in his hands. Boom! Lin Yang harnessed the heavenly Tao power of the myriad worlds to completely obliterate the Yin-Yang bottles, turning them to ash. In the end, only a ball of black and white essence intertwined remained. Depeng watched in a daze, mumbling, "My Yin-Yang Qi bottle." Lin Yang said nothing more to him, but glanced at the black and white essence in his hands, slightly furrowing his brow. Fortunately, the innate nature hasn't completely dissipated. With some practice, it should be salvageable. Lin Yang waved the essence, directly injecting it into Depeng's body, commanding, "Quickly circulate your power and refine the essence back into your body." Depeng, upon hearing this, forgot his sadness and instinctively obeyed, channeling his magic to refine the innate Yin-Yang essence that had entered his body. With Lin Yang's assistance, this was naturally not a problem. After a busy half-day, Depeng finally managed to reclaim his innate Yin-Yang essence. However, because it had been extracted and used to forge a magical artifact, during the process, a considerable amount of the innate Yin-Yang essence had been wasted. Moreover, the magical artifact Depeng forged was actually a half-finished product, resulting in the innate Yin-Yang essence being tainted by acquired influences, leading to some degradation. Thus, Depeng's innate Yin-Yang essence was now naturally far inferior to its original state. However, even so, it was still better than wasting it on forging a magical artifact. Alright, it seems like third brother has a way this innate Yin-Yang essence can actually be refined back. Kong Xian said with a smile. Lin Yang chuckled, saying nothing. Depeng still felt a bit sad, saying, "My Yin-Yang Qi bottle, I worked on it for so long." Upon hearing this, the three people present were left speechless. The Grand Elder replied helplessly, "Child, we can give you any magical artifact you want, but this innate Yin-Yang essence is something others would want, but can't have. How could you use it to forge a Yin-Yang Qi bottle?" The Grand Elder shook his head repeatedly. Kong Xian hurriedly explained the power of the innate Yin-Yang essence when refined into divine abilities. He even demonstrated his 5-color divine light. "Look, this is the divine ability called 5-color divine light that I forged using my innate 5-element essence. Your innate Yin-Yang essence can also be refined into similar divine abilities." After experiencing the power of Kong Xian's 5-color divine light at close range, Depeng finally nodded seriously, saying, "It is indeed a bit more powerful than my Yin-Yang Qi bottle." "Yes, just a little bit." Depeng even gestured with his hand. Although he was stubborn, it was clear that he acknowledged it. Lin Yang shook his head, speechless. His second brother seemed a bit foolish. In the following period, Lin Yang, along with the Grand Elder and Kong Xian, took the time to guide Depeng. to help the Peng understand what true cultivation is. It would be a shame if such foolishness as not practicing proper divine abilities and instead forging a magical artifact were to spread. With the help of the 3-day Peng finally succeeded in refining his innate Yin Yang essence into a divine ability. Following Kong Xian's example of the 5-color divine light, his divine ability was also called Yin Yang divine light. When casting the divine ability, it could emit a black and a white light, each possessing extraordinary power. Moreover, there were various mysteries yet to be fully explored. Lin Yang also roughly pointed him in several directions, such as the potential to combine with the path of life and death. In this way, when the divine light was emitted, the black light represented death, and whoever was illuminated by it could be killed. While the white light represented life, it could resurrect people. Additionally, it could be combined with the paths of the sun and moon, drawing the yin power from the moon and the yang power from the sun. In this way, it could unleash the coldness of the moon and the true fire of the sun with power comparable to Lin Yang's moon extinguishing divine light and sun slaughtering divine light. Hearing this, De Peng felt he had gained great knowledge and opened his eyes. This was the difference between having guidance and not having it. Ultimately, De Peng decided to refine the yin-yang life and death divine light, which was the first option. By integrating the path of life and death into one, transforming it into a death light and a life light, when the divine light was emitted, he could grasp the life and death of his enemies with a mere thought. After giving guidance to Da Peng and leaving him with the Grand Elder, Lin Yang no longer paid him any mind. After circling around the southern lands, he returned to the immortal Fire Mountain to continue his seclusion. In the north of the primordial wilderness, a figure in a purple robe slowly walked among the myriad mountains. The mountains here were desolate, lacking in spiritual energy, and could be described as a wasteland. Eventually, the purple-robed figure stopped in front of a great mountain, silently waiting. This continued for a long while, until at last a yellow light appeared. It turned out to be the entrance to a barrier which appeared incredibly strange amidst the desolate mountains. After all, anyone would seek to place their Taoist temple in a land rich with spiritual energy. Who would choose such a barren mountain wilderness? However, the middle-aged man in the purple robe with a stern appearance was not surprised, for within this barrier resided the Qilin tribe. In other words, the barren mountain before him actually had another name, Qilin Cliff. It was the ancestral land of the Qilin tribe, once one of the 3 great overlords of the primordial wilderness. The middle-aged man in the purple robe was no ordinary person. His name was Zhu Long, hailing from the East Sea, and he was the younger brother of the ancient dragon ancestor. Seeing the barrier appear, Zhu Long stepped inside without hesitation. Upon entering the barrier, the scenery was naturally completely different. The sights within were grand and magnificent. Many mountains stretched out in clusters, and many Qilin were living and thriving among these mountains. It was as if this place was cut off from the outside world, just like the previously unseen Feng tribe. Zhu Long, what brings you to my Qilin tribe? At that moment, a middle-aged man in a yellow robe approached Zhu Long, flanked by numerous members of the Qilin tribe. This middle-aged man was none other than the Grand Elder of the Qilin tribe, named Qi Ju. His cultivation seemed to be on par with Zhu Long, both being Hunyuan golden immortals. Qi Ju's gaze towards Zhu Long was not friendly. After all, during ancient times, the 3 tribes had battled for supremacy. The Qilin tribe often allied with the Feng tribe due to their relative weakness, leading to more frequent conflicts with the Dragon tribe. Because of this, the Qilin tribe harbored even greater animosity towards the Dragon tribe. Of course, as time passed and many years went by, the past hatred had lessened somewhat. At least it was no longer the case that they would immediately resort to violence upon meeting. For Qi Ju, this was especially true, otherwise he would not have allowed Zhu Long to enter and even converse with him. After all, in ancient times, when their 3 tribes competed, none emerged as true victors. Now they were all fallen beings in the same boat. Rather, it seemed that only their 2 tribes were still in a state of decline. The other tribe, the Feng tribe, had already re-emerged into the world. The southern lands now belonged to the Feng tribe. Brother Qi Ju, why must you be like this? Zhu Long sighed and said, surely Brother Qi Ju understands my purpose, right? With the Feng tribe having returned and our 2 tribes clinging to life, do you not have any thoughts, Brother Qi Ju? Qi Ju pondered for a moment, his brow furrowing as he coldly laughed. Zhu Long, are you afraid to meet Feng Laoer alone and wish to drag me along? Hearing this, Zhu Long chuckled, saying, you think too much. Why would I be afraid to meet him? It's just that the current head of the Feng tribe is not Feng Laoer, but the youngest son of Yuan Feng. I'm a bit unsure, so I came to see if you would like to go together. Even if you don't go, I will go myself this time. Qi Ju did not reply immediately. After pondering for a while, he sighed and said, all right, it has been many years since I last saw Feng Laoer. I'll accompany you to the south. Zhu Long revealed a smile. Qi Ju then instructed someone to prepare some gifts before gathering them up with a sweeping of his sleeve. Then, without bringing anyone else, he left Qilin Cliff with Zhu Long and headed directly south. In the immortal fire mountain within the palace, Lin Yang was quietly cultivating on his cloud bed. Although he had retrieved the primordial 5 directions flag, the Great Thousand World had just absorbed the remains of the destruction demon god, and after its transformation, it was still stabilizing. Lin Yang planned to reintegrate the primordial 5 directions flag into the Great Thousand World after some time. The primordial 5 directions flag represents the pinnacle of the 5 elements in the primordial world. Integrating it would undoubtedly bring a tremendous enhancement to the Great Thousand World. It might even lead to the addition of 5 complete laws to the Great Thousand World. Lin Yang also considered this thoroughly before making the decision. Although the primordial 5 directions flag is powerful and can be used to set up the primordial 5 elements grand array, which can trap 5 heavenly Tao saints, its might could even surpass that of the extermination sword array. However, this utility seemed unnecessary for Lin Yang. After all, he alone could overpower the 6 saints, and if he faced Hong Jun or the heavenly Tao, it seemed that the grand array would be far from sufficient. Thus, integrating the primordial 5 directions flag into the Great Thousand World to enhance it and boost his own strength seemed to be the best course of action. At that moment, suddenly a prompt from the system echoed in Lin Yang's mind. Ding, the dragon tribes Zhu Long and the Qilan tribes Qi Ju have come to pay a visit. Do you wish to meet them? Choice 1, accept the task and meet them to receive a fragment of the space law as a reward. Choice 2, decline the task and continue your seclusion to receive a fragment of the creation jade record as a reward. Hearing the system's prompt, Lin Yang was momentarily taken aback. Zhu Long, Qi Ju. He knew of Zhu Long as he was mentioned in novels of later times, the younger brother of the dragon ancestor. Then this Qi Ju should be a character similar to Zhu Long, right? Sure enough, although the 3 tribes had dwindled, each still retained some heritage. A withered camel is larger than a horse. There were still strong individuals among the tribe. Choice 1, accept the task. Lin Yang thought for a moment and decided to take the task. It wasn't that he coveted that piece of space law fragment, it was just that since they had come, it wouldn't hurt to meet them, right? As for the fragment of the creation jade record, Lin Yang felt powerless to comment. How much does this broken system really hide? Could it be that it's really a copy? In the end, would it lead him to piece together a complete creation jade record? At that time, with the complete creation jade record in hand, he would show it to Hong Jun and say, Hong Jun, look, mine is the genuine article, yours seems a bit defective. Lin Yang felt he couldn't go along with the system's intent and thought it best to choose the first option. There was no helping it, it was too enticing, the space law. Although one fragment wouldn't allow him to fully comprehend the space law, but any increase would be beneficial. The importance of the space law to the Great Thousand World needs no elaboration. Even a slight enhancement would be of immense benefit to the Great Thousand World. And if one day Lin Yang could fully comprehend the space law, it would surely bring about a monumental change in the Great Thousand World. This change would be far greater than the complete transformation brought by the destruction law. Just as Lin Yang made his choice, 2 figures descended outside the immortal fire mountain. Who might you 2 be? Kong Xian looked at Zhu Long and Qi Ju, who had come to seek an audience outside the immortal flame mountain, a hint of surprise in his eyes. Both possessed profound cultivation belonging to the same realm as himself. They were even far more advanced. In other words, these 2 were Hunyuan golden immortals, or quasi-saint cultivators. Although the Feng clan was now powerful, Kong Xian did not display any arrogance. Instead, he was usually gentle and courteous. Not to mention that these visitors were formidable figures. Kong Xian spoke with great politeness. This is Yuan Feng's eldest son, named Kong Xian. Zhu Long introduced him to his companion Qi Ju, which was met with a sideways glance from Qi Ju. I know that. No need to tell me. After speaking, he addressed Kong Xian, nephew Kong Xian, I am an old friend of your grand elder. I have come specially to visit him today. May I ask if he is present? Oh. Kong Xian was astonished by their conversation, and hearing this, he was even more surprised. He hurriedly asked, you both know the grand elder? Both Zhu Long and Qi Ju nodded. Kong Xian frowned and said, you have come at an unfortunate time. The grand elder is still outside and has not returned yet. Is that so? Hearing this, Zhu Long and Qi Ju felt somewhat troubled. Just then the space beside Kong Xian rippled like waves. A figure emerged from within. Upon seeing him, Zhu Long and Qi Ju's expressions changed drastically. As they were about to speak, Lin Yang waved his hand and said, there is no need for formalities, uncles. Zhu Long and Qi Ju hurriedly shook their heads, saying, you are a saint who has attained the Tao. Your cultivation surpasses ours by far. How could you allow us to address you as uncles? Since you are contemporaries of the grand elder, the title of uncle is fitting. There is no need for further words, please. Lin Yang spoke as he took the lead, personally escorting them forward. Zhu Long and Qi Ju felt both reverent and relieved. Seeing is believing. Lin Yang's demeanor was neither aloof nor aggressive. He did not even mention the past grievances among the 3 clans, but treated them with utmost courtesy, so much so that both found it hard to believe. Such an attitude would be inconceivable if not experienced firsthand. He did not even mention the past grievances among the three clans, but treated them with utmost courtesy, so much so that both found it hard to believe. He did not even mention the past grievances among the three clans, but treated them with utmost courtesy, so much so that both found it hard to believe. Such an attitude would be inconceivable. Lin Yang personally prepared the tea. Initially the two were somewhat unaccustomed. But gradually as cups were passed, and they drank cup after cup, they began to adapt. This tea seems to bring one closer to the Tao. Could it be made from the leaves of the Enlightenment tea tree's spiritual root? Zhu Long asked after another sip. Qi also glanced at Lin Yang. He had already sensed the tea's profundity, but dared not speak due to the pressure in the air. Indeed. Lin Yang nodded, refilling Zhu Long's cup. Uncles, may I ask your purpose in coming? Hearing this, Zhu Long and Qi paused and exchanged glances. Qi spoke frankly. It may be shameless to say, but in ancient times our three clans waged wars against each other. Even the Kirin and Feng clans were not united. It is truly an honor to be treated so courteously by you today, nephew. Without fear of your mockery, Zhu Long and I have come to seek your guidance. We wish to know how the Kirin and Dragon clans may find a way forward. Qi spoke directly, revealing. Zhu Long looked at Lin Yang anxiously. Lin Yang pondered briefly and nodded, aware of the clan's predicament. The Kirin clan was thoroughly isolated from the world, while the Dragon clan, though retreated to the Four Seas, and still possessing its lands, held dominion mostly over the East Sea with limited control. In ancient times, at the end of the Calamity era, the catastrophic karma brought about by the three clans' wars, the ancestors of the three clans, Zulong, Yuan Feng, and Shikolin, had to swear oaths to the heavenly Tao, sacrificing their own returns to the cosmos to eliminate most of the karma. The remaining traces of karma severely weakened the clan's fortunes. Many of their strong cultivators, even stalwarts like the Grand Elder Qi and Zhu Long, survived only by paying unimaginable prices, preserving their legacy to this day. Now seeing the Feng clan revive with an invincible figure like Lin Yang, who single-handedly crushed 6 saints, and even caused a saint to fall, securing the southern lands for the Feng clan's rise. How could the Dragon and Kirin clans not feel envy? Despite past enmity with the Feng clan, they had no choice but to summon the courage to visit. Ancient matters are past, and need not be revisited, Lin Yang said. As for a way forward, I fear I am temporarily powerless. Although the Feng clan is stable for now, hidden crises remain. Qi and Zhu Long sighed, feeling helpless, but knowing Lin Yang spoke honestly. Relying on others was less reliable than relying on themselves. To find a path forward, their clans needed to grow stronger. If their clans could produce someone like Lin Yang, naturally no one could stop them. Yet that was the difficulty. There is no need for such formality, uncles. Although I cannot aid you now, I have been through much and can share some experience. Feel free to ask me any questions regarding cultivation. I promise complete honesty. Lin Yang looked at them. The method to attain the Tao. Hearing this, Zhu Long's eyes lit up, and he blurted out. Qi glared at him, thinking how direct the question was. Zhu Long shot back a glare. Who are you kidding? You are just as direct. Lin Yang was unfazed, smiling calmly. The methods to attain the Tao have always been passed down, haven't they? Hong Jun spoke of 3 attaining the Tao: through strength, through merit, and by severing the 3 corpses. Theoretically, all 3 methods are feasible. Then why did Ming He fail? Qi asked. Because that is only theory, Lin Yang smiled. Judging by Ming He's 2 failures, merit-based Tao attainment, without Hongming Purple Qi, is extremely difficult. Hence I do not advise you to choose this path. Qi and Zhu Long nodded. Next is the method of severing the 3 corpses created by Hong Jun. Based on the previous attainment by the Taching Saint Laozi, I have deduced some possibilities, though unverified. You two may listen for now. Lin Yang said the 3 innate spiritual treasures used to sever the corpses should ideally be of the same origin. Only then, when the 3 corpses merge into one, can success be possible. Otherwise the difficulty becomes immense. Laozi's failure was mostly due to this. Qi and Zhu Long listened intently, their expressions brightening. If one is shameless enough, one can simply ask. Finally, the method of attaining the Tao by strength. Lin Yang continued, this is also called Tao attainment through laws. There are 3,000 great Tao laws, each capable of Tao attainment. As long as one comprehends any single law completely, one can attain the Tao through that law. Nephew. Qi's heart stirred. I have also comprehended one of these laws. Lin Yang smiled, and a destructive aura of the law of annihilation suddenly radiated from him, conjuring myriad scenes of devastation that were breathtakingly intense. At this moment, standing close to Lin Yang, they felt the overwhelming aura of the destruction law emanating from him. A terrifying, awe-inspiring presence, vast and inexorable as a celestial prison. Is this a Hunyuan de Luo Jin Xian? One who has independently comprehended an entire Tao principle and attained enlightenment through sheer power. Among the 3 paths to Tao enlightenment, the path of power is the most supreme. No wonder Lin Yang could single-handedly subdue the six sages. That is because Lin Yang has already mastered a complete perfected Tao principle, whereas the six sages attained enlightenment solely through meritorious deeds. They possessed no Tao principle of their own. As they gazed upon the destruction law surging forth from Lin Yang, terror gripped their hearts. The sheer dread of that law was indescribable, its invisible weight pressing down like an ancient primordial horror. Yet simultaneously they were entranced, gazing at the destruction law with rapt fascination, eyes alight with yearning. Even Kong Xian, witnessing this scene, was struck dumb with astonishment. As an insider, he knew Lin Yang well. Lin Yang had not achieved enlightenment through Tao principle comprehension or power cultivation, but through world enlightenment. Prior to this, Lin Yang had not yet grasped a fully realized Tao principle. Yet now before their very eyes he manifested one, complete, flawless, and sovereign, the destruction law. Had his third brother, having already attained world enlightenment, now transcended once more, this time through the Tao principle itself? Kong Xian involuntarily drew a sharp, chilling breath. What kind of prodigy was this younger brother of his? While Kong Xian had only just begun his cultivation in the five elemental Tao, Lin Yang kept delivering shock after shock. He even felt a fleeting temptation to abandon his current path entirely and pursue world enlightenment himself. Yet Kong Xian shook his head, resisting the impulse. His Tao heart remained unwavering. Having chosen his own path, he would not so easily waver. After briefly revealing his Tao principle, Lin Yang swiftly withdrew it. He then conversed with the two for some time before announcing his departure. Zhu Long and Qi Ju raised no objection. Their primary purpose had already been fulfilled. Kong Xian remained to host them in Lin Yang's stead, while the senior elder, having received word, hurried home. To Lin Yang the visit was trivial. A few subtle preparations sufficed. Should those preparations prove useful later, all the better. If not, he suffered no loss. For the Phoenix clan, however, this visit was momentous. Kong Xian accompanied them throughout, guiding them across the immortal death volcano and engaging in deep exchanges, all to foster renewed relations among the three clans. Though in ancient times the three clans waged war for dominion over heaven and earth, forging profound enmity, countless eons had passed, and the age itself had transformed. Per Lin Yang's decree, old grudges were to be laid to rest. Instead, new bonds of friendship were to be forged with the Dragon and Qilin clans, exchanging knowledge, resources, and mutual support. This would greatly benefit the Phoenix clan. As for the Qilin clan, its wealth paled beside that of the Dragon clan, once sovereign over the four seas. No being understood the oceans more deeply than the dragons. Thus, should rare marine resources flow to the Phoenix clan through dragon channels, the advantages would be. Zhu Long and Qi Ju needed no persuasion. With the Phoenix clan now ascendant, aligning with such a mighty power was their utmost aspiration. In truth, they had never imagined this journey would proceed so smoothly. Not even meeting the senior elder, yet Lin Yang proved even more amenable than he. Upon the senior elder's return, lengthy deliberations ensued, culminating in the formal establishment of the Tri-Clan Alliance, pledging mutual exchange, assistance, and shared prosperity. After finalizing numerous details, Zhu Long and Qi Ju departed the immortal death volcano, elated yet wistful. That second phoenix still has the same unyielding temperament, never tolerating the slightest slight. Yet our gains far exceeded expectations, Qi Ju remarked to Zhu Long beside him. Zhu Long smiled in reply, his nature is unchanging. Indeed, we traded freely in ancient times. You know this well. Well then, brother Qi Ju, our parting draws near. Until next we meet. Zhu Long clasped his hands in respectful farewell. Qi Ju nodded, then turned back toward the immortal death volcano, his smile fading into a quiet sigh. How I envy the Phoenix clan today. Yet when shall my own clan ascend to such glory? Farewell, brother Zhu Long. With that, Qi Ju's form shimmered, transforming into a streak of golden light that soared northward. Zhu Long watched him vanish, then likewise glanced back at the volcano. Shaking his head with gentle resignation, he sighed, yet instantly rallied, clenching his fist with quiet resolve. That day will come. His figure blurred, then blazed forth as a violet radiance, streaking eastward toward the eastern sea. This journey bore two great fruits: rekindling ties with the Phoenix clan, and acquiring from Lin Yang the methods of downlightenment. The meritorious path had long been abandoned by both. Only two remained: the path of power, the arduous yet most reliable route of mastering a Tao principle, or the path of severing the three souls. Lin Yang had clarified that the latter required three primordial spiritual treasures of identical origin to sever the three souls. An uncertain path, yet worthy of trial. Even if it failed, they could always shift course, as the supreme sage Laozi did, adopting another path to enlightenment. So long as one among their people achieved enlightenment, as Lin Yang had, their entire race would rise anew, just as the Phoenix clan now did. Carrying these lofty hopes, Qi Ju and Zhu Long hastened back to their respective clans, and soon the three clans began weaving enduring bonds. None of this concerned Lin Yang further. Returning to his palace, he first surveyed the Phoenix clan's fortune chi, now radiant and whole since Tepeng's return. Its vitality surged ceaselessly, brimming with boundless growth, a clear omen of the Phoenix clan's flourishing prosperity. Lin Yang observed with satisfaction, the stronger the Phoenix clan's fortune chi, the greater the benefit to him. His unique art of fortune chi cultivation refined his nascent soul directly through fortune chi. The stronger the Phoenix clan's fortune chi, the more profoundly it nourished his own cultivation. Contemplating fortune chi, Lin Yang retrieved a treasured artifact, a grand seal. The Kunlun seal, rewarded to him after completing a prior quest. It was humanity's supreme fortune chi artifact. Possessing it granted dominion over at least 30% of humanity's fortune chi. Yet mere possession was insufficient. The seal must be publicly deployed as humanity's supreme fortune chi anchor for its power to awaken. If left hidden away in darkness, even this heaven-determined treasure would remain dormant, like a lustrous pearl shrouded in dust, its potency utterly inert. Lin Yang gazed upon the Kunlun seal and sighed softly, shaking his head. He had originally coveted humanity's fortune chi upon obtaining it. After all, humanity was destined to become the paramount force of the Honghuang world. Yet now, his perspective had shifted. In his past life he was a human, but that feeling seems distant and it's impossible to return. In this life, as a member of the Phoenix clan, he is the clan leader, shouldering the responsibility of his lineage. He can protect the Phoenix clan. He possesses that position and that responsibility. But what about the human race? The humans of this life are unrelated to him. The only connection is that his soul from his past life has crossed over into this body, becoming a phoenix. Yet he is merely a phoenix, not a human. For that is already a matter of his past life, having experienced a strange reincarnation that granted him rebirth in this primordial world. He existed even before the human race came into being. He can only choose one of his two identities. And he has chosen to be a member of the Phoenix clan rather than the human. Although memories exist, they only span hurriedly over 20 years or so, and moreover the current human race is crafted by newbie, lacking my parents and siblings, while the Phoenix clan has them. Lin Yang sighed and thought, if I truly come from the future, then how many reincarnations have I experienced? In my past life I was human, but what about my life before that? What about the life before that? In countless reincarnations, who am I? Lin Yang closed his eyes and murmured, living in the present, I must embrace the present. With memories of my past life, I can assist the human race when necessary, without seeking rewards. But the one who should wield the Kongtong seal should not be me. Holding the Kongtong seal now is akin to exploiting the human race, no different from those saints. If I still possess a human heart, I should be among the humans now. Since I am a phoenix, I shall be a phoenix wholeheartedly for the Phoenix clan, rather than flaunting my past life as a human and trying to benefit from both sides. Lin Yang opened his eyes and smiled. At that moment he let go. He could not be both human and phoenix at the same time. He did not feel he had the capability to cater to both clans. Rather than this, it is better to give up one side and let go of the past. The future path of the human race shall be walked by the human race. He would act as an observer, not harming it, and even helping it when it is in distress would be enough. Lin Yang turned his gaze to the Kongtong seal in his hand, murmuring, I await an opportunity to hand you over to your true master. Having said that, Lin Yang put away the Kongtong seal and took out a fragment of the space law. Looking at this fragment, Lin Yang's heavy heart lightened, and he smiled. Lin Yang tilted his head and directly swallowed the fragment of the space law. It took him several hundred years to refine the fragment of the space law. After refinement, Lin Yang's understanding of the space law improved significantly. And as he imagined, although he was still far from comprehending the space law in its entirety, the enhancement of the space law brought enormous benefits to the vast world. The space within the vast world became extraordinarily expansive and resilient, creating countless dimensional interfaces which could be described as profoundly mysterious. The entire world underwent profound changes, although these changes were not immediately apparent. They could accumulate to become the foundation of the vast world. Once these changes erupt and manifest, they will be astonishing. The space law and the way of space are undoubtedly among the top 10 of the 3,000 great laws. There are only a few laws that can compare, such as fate, time, and the great path of Pangus might. Compared to space, the others are vastly inferior. However, it is precisely because of this that the way of space is particularly profound and difficult. Few individuals can comprehend this path and cultivate the space law to its peak. Lin Yang, with the help of the system, receiving various rewards, and having forged a world, has gained a relatively deep understanding of the way of space. The way of space, what is space? In essence, it is merely the four directions and the above and below. Yet to grasp the essence of these four words is exceedingly difficult. Even if Lin Yang has already attained the Tao with unparalleled cultivation, it does not mean his understanding of the way of space is profound. Regarding the way of space, he still feels like a novice apprentice holding a sincere and reverent attitude at all times. The heart for cultivating the Tao must be sincere, avoiding arrogance and impatience. Even with a system, personal effort is indispensable. Lin Yang immersed himself in the understanding of the way of space, and as the fragment of the space law was refined, he felt countless principles of the space law surging in his heart. In his perception, there existed countless profound rules of power in the surrounding world, like innumerable threads intersecting, forming the vast space. Each thread represents the mysteries of the space law. To truly comprehend the space law, the complete space law, one must fully understand all these countless threads, grasping the true essence of space to genuinely cultivate the way of space. To attain the way of space and realize the Tao. Throughout the primordial world, viewing the ancient and modern, only one person has achieved this, Yang Mei. As for Lin Yang, he still has a long way to go. However, he is not discouraged. Immersed in his understanding of the space law, Lin Yang has entered a state of self-forgetfulness. As time passed, Lin Yang's understanding of the space law deepened, and the various profound mysteries of space were gradually comprehended by him. Space, cutting space, shattering space, solidifying space, distorting space, binding, and so on. Around Lin Yang, countless rhythms permeate the air, and the sound of Tao roars silently, embodying the essence of great sound in silence, where the mysterious cannot be expressed in words. As he practiced, numerous spatial phenomena formed around him, distorting and collapsing, creating a splendid spectacle that was breathtaking. And so it is unknown how long had passed when Lin Yang completely refined that fragment of the space law. As the insights in his heart diminished, Lin Yang sighed and opened his eyes. As Lin Yang finished his cultivation, the various phenomena around him also vanished. The void returned to tranquility, and everything in the palace returned to normal. The space law is vast and profound, one cannot rush it, Lin Yang said to himself, regaining a tranquil mindset. After a moment of silence, Lin Yang suddenly stood up and said, "However, there are some things that can be done now. Before that, let's enhance my world a bit." Lin Yang's figure flickered as he entered the vast world, and as soon as he appeared in the vast world, Tai Chi also appeared next to him, looking at him with great excitement. Lin Yang shook his head, took out the primordial 5 elements flag, and handed it to Tai Chi, saying, "Next." Tai Chi responded with a loud laugh, taking the primordial 5 elements flag and inhaling deeply at it. He seemed reluctant to proceed, but then he steeled himself. He threw the primordial 5 elements flag into the air, and powerful forces of the heavenly Tao were boom. A torrential surge of celestial Tao energy under Tai Chu's command coalesced into a colossal grinding disc, the world-annihilating mill. This mill was no mere illusion. It manifested precisely according to the forging method Tai Chu himself had imparted. Countless destruction laws spiraled around its rim, radiating an aura of unspeakable terror. With a downward sweep of his hand, Tai Chu drove the world-annihilating mill crashing down upon the 5 primordial directional banners. Once Tai Chu dispelled the world-annihilating mill with a flick of his wrist, only a luminous orb of pentachromatic radiance remained suspended in midair, a primordial essence impossibly dense. Once Tai Chu dispelled the world-annihilating mill with a flick of his wrist, only a luminous orb of pentachromatic radiance remained suspended in midair, a primordial essence impossibly dense, pure, and saturated with the fundamental laws of the 5 elements. This time Tai Chu did not absorb it himself. Instead, he pointed a finger toward the pentagonal primordial essence and intoned with solemn authority, "Disperse." The essence obeyed, splitting into 5 distinct orbs: crimson, azure, white, black, and ochre, each embodying one of the 5 elements in absolute separation. Then each orb soared toward its cardinal domain. The crimson orb, the essence of fire, flew southward, where a volcanic eruption erupted from a great southern mountain, unleashing a colossal vermilion bird deity. With a wide-open beak, it swallowed the fire essence whole before vanishing back into the volcano to refine it within its blazing core. The azure orb, the essence of wood, soared eastward. From the eastern sea surged a verdant dragon, whose resonant roar echoed across the waves as it consumed the wood essence, then descended once more into the ocean's depths to quietly refine it. The white orb, the essence of metal, raced westward. There a white tiger roared fiercely, leapt skyward, and devoured the metal essence before settling atop a western mountain to refine it in silent vigil. The black orb, the essence of water, drifted northward, descending before the slumbering Xuanwu hidden deep beneath the northern sea. Xuanwu lazily opened its eyes. Upon beholding the water essence, delight flashed across its gaze, and with a single swift gulp it swallowed the essence and began refining it within its ancient, unfathomable depths. Lastly, the ochre orb, the essence of earth, settled at the world's very center, where it coalesced into a majestic, awe-inspiring Qilin. Lin Yang watched in astonishment and asked Tai Chu, have these beings already awakened even a trace of self-awareness? Tai Chu nodded. As this world ascends, though they are born of cosmic law, their nascent sentience is hardly surprising, given my deliberate non-interference. Lin Yang chuckled knowingly. So you're quite the sly one, aren't you? Indeed, Tai Chu, tired of being treated as Lin Yang's personal laborer, had cultivated these 5 sovereign entities to shoulder divine duties in his stead. Shaking his head, Lin Yang chose not to intervene. After all, his realm remained desolate, barren, and lifeless. Introducing these 5 sovereigns would infuse vitality into this vast emptiness. A welcome. You yourself could also create sentient life, master. If Ming he succeeded, so too can you. Your mastery of the creation law rivals his. Tai Chu added, and even if you prefer not to forge life anew, you may freely transplant beings from beyond your realm. Lin Yang furrowed his brow, hesitating briefly before replying, this matter can wait. I'll ponder it carefully. Besides, a great tribulation looms. I must first survive this calamity. At these words, Tai Chu's expression shifted subtly and silence settled between them as they waited in solemn stillness. The 5 sovereign beasts refined their respective elemental essences at differing paces. First came the vermilion bird. After 500 years, it fully refined the essence of fire. At the moment of completion, a pillar of incandescent flame pierced the heavens, staining the entire southern sky blood red. Simultaneously, the fire law attained perfection and reverberated throughout heaven and earth. Instantly, cataclysmic transformations swept across the cosmos, especially among the 3,000 subsidiary realms tethered to the Great Realm. One small realm surged upward, ascending into a medium realm. As that small realm transmuted into a medium realm, neighboring realms cascaded like dominoes, each undergoing metamorphosis, blossoming anew as small realms orbiting the central medium realm. Lin Yang and Tai Chu both received profound resonance from the Great Realm. Their comprehension of the fire law swiftly reached consummation. They now wielded it in its absolute entirety. Boom! Torrents of fiery law erupted around Lin Yang, manifesting countless auspicious and awe-inspiring omens. At that moment, he stood resplendent, like a god of flame incarnate. Wielding sacred fire, his majesty was inviolable. Simultaneously, his spiritual power and cultivation surged violently, growing ever more profound, ever more unshakable. With the fire law now mastered, he commanded 2 complete cosmic laws, a feat of staggering magnitude. Yet this was merely the beginning. 3 centuries later, a column of obsidian light erupted from the north. Countless celestial portents bloomed across the sky. Beneath the northern sea, Xuanwu had completed its refinement of the water law. Once again, a cosmic law attained perfection within the Great Realm, and another small realm ascended to become a medium realm. Lin Yang and Tai Chu felt their spiritual power and cultivation swell anew, vast, boundless, and inexorable. This marked their 3rd fully mastered cosmic law. 3 centuries passed, and then almost simultaneously twin beams of light blazed forth, azure from the east, white from the west. The verdant dragon and white tiger had each perfected their respective essences, the wood and metal laws. 2 more cosmic laws achieved completeness within the Great Realm. With a thunderous boom, myriad omens erupted as 2 small realms simultaneously transmuted into medium realms. An overwhelming surge of world essence flooded Lin Yang's being. He grunted softly, his spiritual power surging violently even as 5 sovereign laws manifested upon his form. 5 flawless sovereign laws churned around him, rippling with such force that the very fabric of space fractured and splintered. Over the next century, and more, at last the Qilin at the world's heart completed its refinement of the earth essence. Boom! A colossal beam of golden yellow light erupted skyward, radiant, primal, harmonizing perfectly with the 4 other beams blazing from the cardinal directions. In that instant, the 5 elemental laws achieved perfect unity within the Great Realm, triggering a cataclysmic metamorphosis across the entire cosmos. Boom! Boom! 2 more thunderous detonations heralded the ascension of 2 additional small realms into medium realms, and the Great Realm itself expanded with frenzied exponential force. Heaven and earth stretched ever wider, ever vaster. By comparison with the ancient Hongwang realm, this Great Realm now spanned 1/10 the area of Hongwang's southern continent. Lin Yang had mastered his 6th complete cosmic law. 6 mighty sovereign laws now surged and coiled about his body, awe-inspiring, peerless, divine. As his spiritual power and cultivation exploded forward, Lin Yang also sensed his physical form, forged anew by the world's primordial essence and tempered by 6 sovereign laws, becoming incomparably powerful. The 9-fold mystic art cycled ceaselessly within him. Each revolution felt like rebirth, his flesh and bone transformed, strengthened, purified, ascending, ever ascending. The benefits of practicing the path of the world for Lin Yang mainly lie in two aspects. One is its almost limitless capacity to accommodate various laws and principles. The other point is that the power of the vast world can be utilized by Lin Yang either to enhance himself, or, as in the current situation, to continuously refine himself with the power of the world. This resembles a process of assimilation where the power of the world repeatedly cleanses Lin Yang's entire being, treating Lin Yang's body as if it were part of the world. Not to mention that Lin Yang also practiced the 9 turns mystic art. The combination of the two allows Lin Yang's physical form to be immensely powerful. Not to mention that Lin Yang also practiced the 9 turns mystic art. The combination of the two allows Lin Yang's physical form to be immensely powerful even without following the path of physical cultivation. Every action can draw upon the power of the vast world, striking down opponents and becoming invincible. In an instant, Lin Yang grasped 5 complete laws. While his power surged, he inevitably needed some time to familiarize himself with his newfound strength. After completely stabilizing his cultivation, several thousand years had passed. On this day, Lin Yang exhaled deeply and opened his eyes. In his mind, the system's prompt sounded, detected that the host's next actions will greatly influence the future trajectory of the Hong Huang. Please choose wisely. Option 1. Assist Ho 2 in achieving enlightenment. Completing this task will reward the host with the top grade, Innate Spiritual Treasure, 12 grade, Netherworld Yellow Lotus, the upper grade, Innate Spiritual Treasure, Eye of the Souls, 3 fragments of the Law of Life, 3 fragments of the Law of Death, 3 fragments of the Law of Reincarnation, 3 fragments of the Law of Killing, and 3 fragments of the Law of Blood. Option 2. Abandon the assistance to Ho 2 in achieving enlightenment, which will reward the host with 1 fragment of the Creation Jade Tablet. After hearing the system's prompt, Lin Yang fell into silence. Goodness. It seems this time the stakes are high. The disparity between Option 1 and Option 2 is enormous. This is a rhythm that spells trouble. Not to mention what exactly the 12-grade Netherworld Yellow Lotus is. I have never heard of it, but that doesn't hinder my understanding of it. It is probably something on par with my 12-grade Pure World White Lotus and 12-grade Destruction Black Lotus. As for the Eye of the Souls, although it is merely an upper-grade, innate spiritual treasure, it seems related to the path of the soul. Of course, the most crucial aspect is that series of law fragments. The laws of life, death, reincarnation, killing, and blood. A total of 5 laws, 15 fragments in all. Such rewards cannot be described as generous, they are outrageous. At the same time, this symbolizes the tasks he is about to undertake. Indeed, it is an act against the heavens. If Hong Jun does not take action against me this time, then Lin Yang will never believe it. Lin Yang took a deep breath and said to the system, I choose Option 1. As time and circumstances shifted, he was no longer the person he used to be. In the past, he lacked the strength to do anything but hide, fearing being struck down the moment he exposed himself. But now he has grown powerful and has stepped forward. Some things cannot be avoided. If he does not act now, he may never get the chance to do so again. If he succeeds this time, the Feng clan will truly achieve stability. Only then can he enjoy true freedom, leisure, and safety in the Hong Huang. Otherwise, he will still have to live in constant fear every day. This time, let's see how high the heavens really are. Lin Yang slowly closed his eyes. At this moment, his spirit transcended endless voids and merged with Feng Du. In the Pango Hall, Lin Yang's avatar Feng Du was present along with the 12 ancestors of witchcraft. At this moment, Feng Du suddenly opened his eyes. Or rather, at this moment, Feng Du was no longer Feng Du, but Lin Yang himself. Lin Yang opened his eyes, glanced at the ancestors, and suddenly spoke. All right, esteemed ancestors, I am ready on my end. Now it is your turn to act. The 12 ancestors of witchcraft exchanged glances and firmly responded, understood. Lin Yang's consciousness then left Feng Du's body and returned to his original self. Feng Du followed the 12 ancestors of witchcraft to take action, heading toward the Netherworld Blood Sea. There they would undertake a monumental event. In the Undying Volcano, Lin Yang opened his eyes, thought for a moment, and before setting out, transmitted a message to the Grand Elder, who was currently in the Undying Volcano. He relayed the general situation to the Grand Elder, advising him to be prepared for any unforeseen circumstances. Then Lin Yang vanished into the void silently, making his way toward the Netherworld Blood Sea. Within the Netherworld Blood Sea, after experiencing 2 failures in achieving enlightenment, Ming, he felt somewhat disheartened and listless. On this day, Ming, he was watching the Azura clan he had created, feeling troubled. He discovered that although the Azura clan had been created, they possessed a significant flaw. The males and females of the Azura clan could not produce offspring. This left Ming quite distressed, and he couldn't help but wonder if this was the reason for his failures in achieving. After all, he had cleverly created the Azura clan by taking the souls of other beings that had fallen into the Blood Sea. They had merely been processed and stripped of their past memories. Ming studied the issue for a long time, but could not solve the problem. Just as he was deep in thought, Ming his expression suddenly changed as he sensed a total of 13 powerful auras entering the range of the Blood Sea. Among them 12 auras were familiar, those of the 12 ancestors of witchcraft. Their presence in the Hong Huang was likely known to all. Ming He naturally recognized the 12 ancestors of witchcraft at once. But it was precisely for this reason that his heart sank. What did the 12 ancestors want with him? He couldn't recall offending the 12 ancestors. Ming He's expression shifted several times before he finally stood up to greet the 12 ancestors. Although he was unsure of their intentions, he was still a renowned, powerful being in the Hong Huang and the master of the Netherworld Blood Sea. If he were too frightened to step out, it would be truly embarrassing. I wondered who it was that turns out to be the 12 esteemed ancestors visiting. My Blood Sea is truly honored. Standing on the surface of the Blood Sea Ming, he spoke to the 12 ancestors. The ancestors paused in front of Ming, he exchanging glances and hesitated before looking at Feng Du, asking, "What should we do?" Although it was a very calm question, Ming, he felt as if they were asking whether they should deal with him. His expression turned somewhat unpleasant. In fact, while Ming He's understanding was not entirely accurate, it was not far off. The 12 ancestors were indeed inquiring of Feng Du how to handle Ming He. After all, as the landlord here, Ming He would be unable to establish the cycle of reincarnation or the underworld. At the same time, while Ming He's expression was grim, he also noticed Feng Du who had come along with the 12 ancestors. He was puzzled. The 12 ancestors who cultivated solely their physical forms and did not refine their divine spirits could not mix with other powerful beings in the Hong Huang. Yet this Taoist was somehow associated with the 12 ancestors. There was something unusual about that. At that moment, Feng Du looked up at Ming He. For some reason, Ming He felt his heart tremble, sensing an instinctive feeling of danger. Who might this cultivator be? Ming He asked, steeling himself as he addressed Feng Du. Feng Du. Ming He repeated the name, growing even more perplexed. When had such a supreme existence emerged within the primordial chaos? He had never heard of Feng Du before. At that moment, space beside Feng Du rippled, and Ming He instinctively turned his gaze. What met his eyes left him utterly paralyzed. Stepping forth from the rift beside Feng Du was none other than Lin Yang. Lin Yang glanced briefly at the 12 ancestral deities, then at Ming He, and said, "Lin Yang greets you, senior brother Ming He." Ming He could no longer speak. What kind of day was this? The 12 ancestral deities, fine. Feng Du the enigmatic cultivator, also acceptable. But now Lin Yang himself, a figure of unfathomable eminence, had descended here too. This was monumental. Something extraordinary was about to unfold within his domain. Otherwise, why would these beings gather here, so casually? Ming He forced a strained smile, and bowed respectfully. Ming He greets the sage Lord Lin Yang. Lin Yang frowned slightly. I am no sage lord, and such an address feels oddly dissonant. Oh. Ming He paused, startled. Then how ought I address you? Lin Yang reflected for a moment, then replied, those who have attained the Tao as supreme immortals of the primordial chaos may rightly be honored as Tao lords. As for the title Sage Lord, let it remain reserved for the 3 pure ones. Lin Yang thus decreed the protocol. Ming He naturally deferential smiled, and said, then Ming He greets the Tao Lord. Lin Yang nodded, gesturing toward Feng Du beside him. This is my avatar. Ming He's eyes widened in sudden understanding. No wonder Feng Du radiated such profound, perilous aura. After all, as Lin Yang's avatar, it would have been stranger not to feel dangerous. And these esteemed ancestral deities, we have come to your Blood Sea to accomplish a matter of great significance. Lin Yang continued. Upon hearing this, Ming He's expression shifted markedly. For the Blood Sea was far more than merely his cultivation ground. He had refined and merged with it. So long as the Blood Sea endured, Ming He would not perish. It was quite literally the very root of his existence. Yet Lin Yang now declared he wished to borrow it. How could Ming He possibly consent? Ming He managed a brittle smile. The Tao Lord jests. Do you take me for jesting? Lin Yang countered. Ming He fell silent, speechless. He was trapped. Fighting was futile, yet yielding meant surrendering sovereignty over his own realm to their Tao Lord. Why must it be here? Ming He asked, voice heavy with resignation. Have no fear, Lin Yang replied. This endeavor shall prove profoundly beneficial to you. Beneficial, eh? Ming He felt a flicker of hope stir within him. This assurance came from Lin Yang, the first and sole supreme immortal of the primordial chaos to have fully realized the Tao within the primordial chaos. That Lin Yang proclaimed this advantageous for him carried immense weight. It signified unassailable authority. Indeed, Lin Yang affirmed, nodding. Though your prior attempts at Tao realization failed twice, this time presents your true opportunity. Ming He's mind reeled. Lin Yang's words struck him with seismic force. The boon he offered was nothing less than the chance to realize the Tao itself. Tao Lord, Ming He hurriedly began, but before he could finish, Lin Yang raised a finger and transmitted a stream of information directly into his consciousness. The transmission was concise, yet Ming He required considerable time to absorb its implications. When he finally lifted his gaze to meet Lin Yang's again, disbelief still lingered in his eyes. As Lin Yang had stated, this truly was Mingyi's path to derealization. His 2 prior attempts had faltered precisely because he lacked the celestial mandate required for sagehood, rendering every effort doomed to failure. Yet those failures were not without merit. His cultivation had ascended to the pinnacle of quasi-sagehood. Across the entire primordial chaos, only the sage lords themselves rivaled his strength. This time, however, if Mingyi seized the moment, genuine derealization might well be attainable, for the merit bestowed upon Ho-Tu through her establishment of the Wheel of Reincarnation was not celestial Tao merit, but supreme Tao merit itself. Even if Mingyi received only a fraction of that merit, it would suffice to elevate his cultivation, propelling him across the final threshold into supreme immortality of the primordial chaos. Of course, this remained theoretical. Its realization hinged entirely upon execution. Tao Lord, is this truth absolute? Mingyi asked, his voice trembling involuntarily. He trembled, not with fear, but with overwhelming elation. A path once shrouded in darkness had suddenly blossomed with light. This was the turning point, the very essence of revelation after despair. Lin Yang nodded. So long as you cooperate, your share of the merit shall be assured. Mingyi gazed down at the vast blood sea beneath his feet, clenched his jaw, and declared, very well, I shall cooperate without reservation. Having secured Mingyi's assent, Lin Yang turned his attention to Ho-Tu. She nodded, prepared and resolute, and addressed the other ancestral deities, elder brothers, elder sister Xianming. I depart now. Go forth. Fear not. We stand ready. Success is certain. The ancestral deities called out in unison, voices resonating with unwavering conviction. Indeed, Ho-Tu stepped forward, ascending to hover midair above the blood sea. Lin Yang, observing this, finally acted, raising the chaos pearl from which he unleashed a torrent of overwhelming celestial Tao force. Instantly, every being present sensed the abrupt dissolution of the primordial chaos's governing laws within the airspace above the blood sea. In their place arose a profound sense of liberation, as though all spiritual and metaphysical restraints had vanished, leaving them weightless and unburdened. At that moment, the primordial Tao force of the primordial realm enveloped Ho-Tu. Seeing her hesitate, Lin Yang cried out sharply, Ho-Tu, act now. At that instant, Lin Yang's primordial realm Tao force not only shielded Ho-Tu, but also served as a conduit, enabling her to commune directly with the supreme Tao. Otherwise, within the confines of the primordial chaos alone, Ho-Tu could never have reached the supreme Tao through her own power, let alone swear an oath before it to embody the wheel of reincarnation. Jolted by Lin Yang's command, Ho-Tu instantly regained composure and proclaimed aloud, Supreme Tao, hear me. I am Ho-Tu of the Pangu lineage. Moved by the plight of souls wandering aimlessly after death, unmoored, suffering, and ultimately dissolving, I vow to embody the wheel of reincarnation, establishing for all sentient beings a sacred cycle of rebirth. I beseech the Supreme Tao to grant this vow. Her voice, vast and resonant, echoed across the entire primordial chaos, whereupon the heavens plunged into absolute, suffocating darkness. Boom. Even as Ho-Tu's declaration reverberated before mortals could process its meaning, the celestial Tao of the primordial chaos finally reacted. Lin Yang staggered, his body jolting violently, the chaos pearl trembling in his grasp, its emitted celestial Tao force subjected to immense counterpressure, or rather violent compression. The celestial Tao of the primordial chaos was assaulting him, expelling this foreign Tao force as an invasive anomaly. Lin Yang grunted, a low pained sound. Victory or ruin hung in this instant. He poured forth every ounce of his strength to hold firm. He unleashed the full might of the grand cosmos's celestial Tao force. Though steadily driven back, he held the line, granting Ho-Tu the crucial time she needed. Just as the grand cosmos's Tao force had contracted to a mere hundredly radius, a power incomparably more terrifying than the primordial chaos's celestial Tao descended upon the realm. The celestial Tao of the primordial chaos instantly withdrew, its resistance extinguished. Lin Yang, recognizing the shift, gracefully retracted the grand cosmos's Tao force and withdrew the chaos pearl. He watched serenely as the supreme Tao's will descended upon the boundless chaos, a colossal violet gold eye of the supreme Tao materializing above, Ho-Tu gazing down upon her with infinite inscrutable majesty. The eye of the Tao coldly gazed upon the land of Ho-Tu, and suddenly, as if a spark flashed within its gaze, Ho-Tu could no longer contain her true form as an ancestor witch. A beam of purple golden light shot forth from the eye of the Tao, enveloping Ho-Tu entirely, beginning the transformation of her true form into the cycle of reincarnation. The process was undoubtedly excruciating, yet Ho-Tu gritted her teeth in silence, her eyes filled with. The other ancestor witches watched this scene, each one anxious and looking to Lin Yang. Lin Yang gave them a reassuring glance. The ancestor witches were helpless, everyone had to wait. Did they not see that even the heavenly Tao of the primordial world dared not act? This process continued for a long time until eventually everyone could no longer see Hoda's figure, as she was completely shrouded in purple golden light. Finally, the purple golden light gradually dissipated, revealing a massive wheel of 6 paths in midair. The 6 paths of reincarnation had been formed. As for Hotu, she had vanished without a trace. Or rather, the 6 paths of reincarnation were what Hotu had transformed into. Hotu had merged with the 6 paths of reincarnation. At this moment, 3 figures appeared above Kunlun Mountain, the 3 pure ones looking towards the direction of the underworld blood sea, and bowed in unison to the 6 paths of reincarnation, exclaiming, "Lady Hotu, great compassion and boundless merit." The same went for Nuwa, the heavenly maiden from the 33 heavens, as well as the 2 saints from the western Shumi Mountain, who were no exception. Other powerful beings also followed suit, not for any other reason, but out of respect for Hotu, who sacrificed herself to become the cycle of reincarnation. Such an act was indeed a blessing for all living beings, deserving reverence regardless of their stance. Only in the depths of chaos within the palace of the purple sky did Hongjun's expression grow increasingly grim. Though it was fated that Hotu would transform into the cycle of reincarnation, it was not supposed to happen at this time. Moreover, it should not have been orchestrated by Lin Yang. Lin Yang, what on earth is going on? Silently attaining enlightenment was one thing, overpowering the saints and bringing back the Feng clan, who should have remained hidden, was another. Now how could he possibly know that Hotu would transform into the cycle of reincarnation and take the lead in this matter before him? And even more absurdly, where did that previous surge of heavenly Tao power come from? Does Lin Yang possess a world of his own? That would require a formidable heavenly Tao power, typically only found in a vast world. How could Hotu transcend the heavenly Tao, pledge allegiance to the great Tao, and transform into the cycle of reincarnation? Everything has been thrown into disarray. Compared to the 6 saints who remained blissfully unaware of the severe consequences of Lin Yang and Hoda's actions, Hongjun was acutely aware of what was about to unfold. This primordial world is about to descend into chaos. Previously, it was just Lin Yang who stirred up great turmoil. Now is it possible that 1 or 2 more Deluo golden immortals free from the confines of the heavenly Tao will emerge? Lin Yang, good, very good. It seems you are determined to go against the heavens. Hongjun gritted his teeth, his usually expressionless face now twisted with a sinister look. At this moment, above the underworld blood, see the faces of the ancestor witches changed. What is happening? We can no longer sense the presence of Sister Hotu at all. Zhurong, whose temper was the most volatile, shouted anxiously. The ancestor witches wore grim expressions, glaring at Lin Yang. Lin Yang seemed unfazed, casually replying, "What's the rush? Just keep waiting." As he spoke, Lin Yang glanced at Fengdu, who raised the Book of Life and Death, and the judge's pen, addressing the eye of the Tao, great Tao above. Now that the reincarnation has emerged, the underworld should be established. I vow with the Book of Life and Death and the judge's pen that if I govern the cycle of reincarnation, I shall maintain fairness and uphold the order of underworld reincarnation. The eye of the Tao was initially transforming Hoda's true form into the 6 paths of reincarnation and was about to bestow merit. However, upon hearing Fengdu's words, it paused momentarily. After a moment, a glint flashed in the eye of the Tao, and a voice of the great Tao echoed throughout the primordial world. Agreed. The eye of the Tao vanished. Simultaneously, an immense amount of merit surged forth from the void, the merit of reincarnation. This was the merit bestowed by the great Tao, meaning it was the merit of the great Tao. The vastness of this merit was unparalleled among all beings in the primordial world. Moreover, it was not the merit of the heavenly Tao, but the merit of the great Tao, one level higher than that of the heavenly Tao. In this moment, even the saints were moved, their eyes filled with envy. Especially the 3 pure ones, as no one in the primordial world understood the merit of the great Tao better than them. That was indeed a precious thing. If they hadn't possessed the great merit of opening the heavens, they probably wouldn't have succeeded in attaining enlightenment. Did you not see that after the 2 saints of the West established their teachings, they still needed to make 48 grand vows to gather enough merit for their enlightenment? That was because the 2 saints of the West were poor. They did not possess the great Tao merit like themselves. Thus they had to go through such a roundabout way. Boom. At that moment, the merit of the great Tao descended in the astonished gazes of all. Divided into 3 portions, the largest portion naturally fell upon the 6 paths of reincarnation. The next largest fell upon Fengdu, and the smallest portion was given to the river of the underworld. Receiving this portion of the merit of the great Tao, the river of the underworld was thrilled and quickly refined it. With a loud boom, there was virtually no resistance, and at that moment the river of the underworld attained enlightenment. Merit enlightenment. But it was not like the heavenly Tao merit enlightenment that the saints experienced. Rather, it was enlightenment through the merit of the great Tao. The river of the underworld broke through, becoming another Deluo golden immortal in the primordial world. Haha. Feeling his newfound strength, the river of the underworld could not help but burst into laughter, tears of joy streaming down his face. It had been so difficult for him. If it weren't for Lin Yang giving him this opportunity, he might never have attained enlightenment in his lifetime. The river of the underworld bowed to Lin Yang. Lin Yang nodded slightly. At this moment, due to the river of the underworld's enlightenment, though he was not a saint, there were still extraordinary phenomena appearing in the primordial world. Heavenly flowers fell, golden lotuses erupted from the earth, and the radiant light dazzled the eyes. A vast stream of purple energy rolled in from the east. At this moment, the river of the underworld finally became the most dazzling figure. Unlike before, where he attracted attention, but ultimately became a joke. A powerful aura erupted from the river of the underworld, sweeping through the heavens and earth, causing countless beings to kneel before him. The river of the underworld was filled with pride. However, at this moment, Lin Yang and the ancestor witches focused their attention on the 6 paths of reincarnation. They witnessed the 6 paths transforming after absorbing such vast merit. The 6 paths of reincarnation turned into 6 gigantic whirlpools, sinking down into the underworld blood sea, madly devouring its waters. The ancestor witches watched this scene, both anxious and excited, for from that moment on they began to sense Hoda's presence once more, which grew increasingly powerful. Boom! The 6 paths sank into the blood sea, absorbing immense quantities of its waters, gradually forming a shadowy world. Within this shadow, many tall buildings could be vaguely seen, such as the Ghost Gate, Yellow Springs Road, Naiha Bridge, and Wanchuan River. In the primordial world, countless vengeful spirits and fierce ghosts transformed into black smoke, rushing towards the underworld blood sea and flying into the shadowy world. As the shadowy world continued to consume the waters of the blood sea, it sank deeper into the depths of the primordial world, with booming sounds resonating, shaking the entire realm. Beneath the depths of the primordial world, a gigantic underworld was gradually forming. A thunderous boom echoed across the void. The third realm, the netherworld, emerged within the primordial world, completing the tripartite cosmic order. The entire primordial world trembled in resonance. Then darkness descended upon heaven and earth, and once more celestial virtue manifested in the sky, this time the virtue of the heavenly Tao. A vast ink-black expanse blotted out the heavens, eclipsing sun and moon alike, and then split cleanly into 3 portions. The largest descended toward the netherworld below. The combined virtue of the grand Tao and the virtue of the heavenly Tao was so immense that all who beheld it stood speechless in awe. Even Lin Yang had not foreseen such a convergence. Not only did the grand Tao bestow virtue, but the heavenly Tao itself descended its grace. Within the netherworld, enshrouded by boundless celestial virtue, the 6-fold wheel of rebirth pulsed with sacred light. There a primordial spirit gradually swelled in power, shaped anew by virtue, swiftly coalescing into an indestructible body of virtue. Ho-Tu had returned to life. As Ho-Tu rose anew, she absorbed the cascading virtue, her aura ascending relentlessly. At that very moment, extraordinary omens blazed forth across the heavens and earth of the primordial world, radiant beyond measure. An aura far more overwhelming than that of Ming, he surged forth from the netherworld, sweeping across the entire primordial world. Countless beings instantly knelt toward the netherworld, bowing reverently before Ho-Tu, their voices rising in unison with hymns of praise. They chanted, "Hail Ho-Tu, divine matriarch, boundless in virtue, infinite in compassion." The ancestral washerman roared with jubilation, surging triumphantly into the netherworld. Ming, he deeply satisfied, drew forth the Yuan 2 sword and the A by sword, approaching Lin Yang. But Lin Yang shook his head and said, "Go into the netherworld. Wait for the outcome." Ming, he hesitated briefly, then nodded. Retreating into the netherworld alongside Feng, Du Tu had gathered a vast share of celestial virtue. Lin Yang stood alone in midair above the sea of blood, his robes billowing fiercely in the wind, as if awaiting something. At that moment, the 3 pure ones strode side by side from Kunlun Mountain past Lin Yang, offered him a solemn bow, and entered the netherworld without pause. Next came Jie Yin and Zhuan Ti from Mount Shumi in the west, riding upon a 12-petaled golden lotus of virtue. They passed Lin Yang, bowed respectfully, and then proceeded into the netherworld. Finally, Nu Hua descended from the 33 heavens astride a golden phoenix. She alighted gracefully, whereupon the phoenix transformed into a woman clad in golden robes, who hurried forward to bow deeply before Lin Yang, addressing him as clan patriarch. Lin Yang gave a slight nod. Nu Hua, accompanied by the golden-robed woman, entered the netherworld. Thus all 6 sages converged there, facing Ho-Tu and Ming, he in silent confrontation, yet drawing no weapons. They merely stood guard. So long as neither party struck first, neither would they intervene. And at that very moment, two new supreme immortals of the Huan Yuan de Luo rank were born within a single day across the primordial world. Yet all eyes now turned irresistibly toward Lin Yang, a figure clad in pure white, standing motionless in midair above the sea of blood, hands empty, utterly unadorned. At first glance he appeared utterly ordinary, no divine aura, no celestial omen surrounding him. Yet imperceptibly the atmosphere across heaven and earth began to shift, as though storm clouds gathered on the horizon, growing heavier, denser, suffocating. Then boom! A deep, resonant thunderclap shattered the silence. Swirling black clouds erupted high above, plunging the entire cosmos into absolute darkness. Pitch black, impenetrable, so dark one could not see one's own hand before the face. Panic rippled through countless sentient beings. Within the immortal volcano, the elder patriarch stood shoulder to shoulder with Kong Xian and De Peng. Though the world dimmed, neither the elder patriarch nor Kong Xian were hindered in their vision. They saw Lin Yang clearly. And Lin Yang, as if sensing their gaze, turned ever so slightly toward the immortal volcano and gave them a quiet, deliberate nod. De Peng raised his head, gazing up at the leaden brooding sky, his chest tightening. Elder patriarch. Brother, is something amiss? Nothing. Nothing at all, Kong Xian replied softly, gently stroking De Peng's head. The elder patriarch, however, clenched his fists tightly, his inner turmoil unmistakable. Within the netherworld Ming, he leaned toward Ho Tu and whispered, "Shall we act?" Ho Tu glanced at him, then at the 6 sages across from them. "Which of them could you defeat?" Ming, he studied the 6 sages in silence, then answered gravely, "If I fight to my last breath, I might hold my own against those 2 from the west." "Oh." Ho Tu nodded. Across from them, Yuan Ti's brow twitched faintly with suppressed ire. Beside him, Jie Yin shook his head in quiet warning. Yuan Ti let out a soft, disdainful snort, silently vowing to remember Ming his insolence. "Truly, do they all take me for soft clay? Granted, perhaps I am pliant, but must I forfeit dignity before so many witnesses?" Yet no battle erupted. Mutual restraint held both sides in check, tense, balanced, unmoving. Meanwhile, high above the sea of blood, Lin Yang, who had waited long, suddenly stilled, then lifted his gaze skyward. From the void a figure materialized, without warning, Hong Jun, leaning upon a bamboo staff. Lin Yang smiled. "Grand Ancestor, did you not merge with the Tao? How then do you appear before me?" Hong Jun halted directly opposite him. "Lin Yang, you have defied the grand cosmic mandate. Do you know what penalty awaits you?" Lin Yang's expression grew solemn. "I do not." Then with quiet reverence, "I beg your instruction, Grand Ancestor. What is the grand cosmic mandate? I recall well your lectures in days past, how all beings were welcome to attend. Yet I searched tirelessly beyond the 33 heavens, finding no path to your hall. It seems I lack the karmic affinity to hear your Tao. Hence today, I remain ignorant of the grand cosmic mandate." He sighed, shaking his head. Every sage, Ho Tu, Ming, he, and every great cultivator present, without exception, felt their scalps prickle and hearts lurch at Lin Yang's audacious exchange with Hong Jun. Each thought inwardly, indeed, this Lin Yang possesses unparalleled audacity. To speak thus before the Grand Ancestor himself, this is no mere defiance. It is a direct challenge, blade to blade, without deference or veil. Sharp-tongued indeed, Hong Jun declared. "Long ago, I sent Tong Tian to warn you, to heed the grand cosmic mandate. Yet you ignored my counsel. Today I shall take you. There will be no appeal." "Oh." Lin Yang blinked in genuine surprise, turning toward the netherworld. "Senior brother Tong Tian, did you truly convey that message?" Tong Tian's face flushed crimson. He coughed dryly again and again. Lin Yang turned back, only to find Hong Jun's composure slightly frayed. With a gentle smile, Lin Yang said, very well, I shall assume I heard it. Yet still, Grand Ancestor, you have yet to define the grand cosmic mandate. How am I to abide by it if you leave it undefined? Why not simply declare the full mandate, clearly, completely, so none may stray from it unknowingly?" Even Hong Jun's legendary patience frayed. His voice thundered insolent. "I intended only to grant you repentance, leaving you alive, albeit sealed away, to reflect upon your transgressions with hope of eventual release. But you persist in obstinacy, treating the heavenly Tao as mere fiction. Henceforth mercy ends. For how else shall the Tao's majesty be upheld?" With that he raised his bamboo staff, and from its tip erupted 10 million purplish thunderbolts, the sovereign thunder of Zi Shao, roaring down upon Lin Yang with cataclysmic force. "You speak of the grand cosmic mandate, of the Tao's authority, yet offer no clarity. Clearly, Hong Jun, you are but a charlatan, wielding the tiger's pelt as banner, deceiving the world with hollow grandeur. You wish to seal me away. You are unworthy, even to attempt it." Lin Yang's body quaked, and an apocalyptic aura exploded outward, shattering the heavens. Boom! A thunderous roar erupted from within Lin Yang's body as torrents of arcane power surged forth with overwhelming might. At that very moment, he drew upon the boundless energy of a myriad world realm, transforming it ceaselessly into his own strength. Moreover, his eyes, unbeknownst to all, had already turned cold and detached, as impassive as the heavenly Tao itself. As the Zishao divine thunder descended, Lin Yang did not even lift his head. Instead, he raised his hand, and the god-slaying spear materialized in his grip. Lin Yang lunged forward with the spear, thrusting straight at Hongjun. Hongjun's expression shifted instantly. He hastily raised his bamboo staff to block, but the god-slaying spear's power far exceeded his expectations. With but a single strike, the bamboo staff shattered explosively in Hongjun's hands. He was hurled backward by the residual force. And only then, delayed like a tardy guest, did the Zishao divine thunder finally strike Lin Yang's crown. Yet unlike Zhuanti, whose Zishao divine thunder had proven formidable, this bolt paled before Lin Yang's mastery. He commanded even the sovereign heaven thunder. How then could its lesser counterpart, the Zishao thunder, possibly affect him? It dissolved into nothingness the instant it touched him, absorbed directly into his being, further augmenting his arcane power. At that moment, the entire world watched in awe and disbelief. In their first exchange, Hongjun, the primordial sage, had been utterly outmatched by Lin Yang. His bamboo staff shattered beyond repair. The celestial sages could scarcely believe their eyes. He was their master. If they themselves had fallen, that was one thing. But could even their revered teacher not subdue Lin Yang? Mingyi watched, eyes gleaming with restless excitement, as if itching to test himself. Beside him, Fengdu shook his head and said, "Brother cultivator, you are not my true self, who I advise you against indulging such impractical notions." Mingyi flushed slightly and asked, "Am I really that far off?" "Not exactly," replied Fengdu, holding up thumb and forefinger to indicate a minuscule gap. "Just this much." Mingyi brightened momentarily, only for his smile to freeze as Fengdu slowly widened the space between his fingers, stretching it ever farther. The celestial sages could not help but chuckle. Hutetu struggled to suppress her laughter, and the ancestral spirits roared with unrestrained mirth. Mingyi's brow darkened with embarrassment. All right, I get it. Please spare me further public humiliation." Fengdu smiled faintly and ceased teasing. Mingyi glanced upward at the two figures soaring high above, then whispered to Fengdu, "Is the gap truly so vast?" "Indeed." Fengdu replied, "Forget about attaining enlightenment through merit. It will take until you comprehend an entire cosmic law before you may even begin to contemplate such a path." Mingyi nodded solemnly. Meanwhile, the battle between Lin Yang and Hongjun had shifted anew. In their opening clash, Hongjun's bamboo staff had been obliterated. Hongjun's face tightened with grim seriousness, and his gaze sharpened, blazing with intense scrutiny as he fixed it upon Lin Yang, as though seeking to pierce the very secrets hidden within his body. "Excellent, excellent, excellent." Hongjun's voice turned icy. "Ruaho's god-slaying spear grows even more formidable in your hands. And you've claimed an entire myriad world realm, haven't you? That realm coiled within your being is what grants you dominion over even the three pure ones. Am I correct?" Lin Yang shrugged indifferently. "All cards are on the table. What's left to discuss? Better attend to yourself. The Supreme Tao Ancestor, you wield such meager power. Without the heavenly Tao's backing, you're but an ordinary sage. You were defeated once by Yang Mei, so today you shall fall again, beneath my hand." With that, Lin Yang blurred, his form vanishing and reappearing in an instant before Hongjun. God-slaying spear gripped tight. He thrust the spear straight toward Hongjun's face. Its tip wreathed in the devastation law, its destructive force surpassing even his prior strike. Hongjun had no time to ponder how Lin Yang knew of Yang Mei's past victory. Seeing the sudden assault, and sensing the terrifying devastation law coiling around the spear, he flinched, his expression shifting sharply. Without warning, Hongjun vanished. No incantation, no ripple, simply gone. Lin Yang's thrust struck empty air. Hongjun had vanished without trace. Though startled, Lin Yang remained calm, silently scanning the surrounding void, awaiting his foe's return. Suddenly, a crushing binding force descended upon him like an iron vice. Clang! A clear, resonant chime echoed, and Lin Yang realized with chilling clarity that he had been drawn unknowingly into a divine artifact. And he recognized it at once. The Qiankuan cauldron. There could be no doubt. He stood now within its boundless interior. No other artifact, save this primordial supreme treasure, could have accomplished such a feat. Boom! An endless sea of infernal flame erupted, radiating terrifying world Lin Yang sneered. "Hongjun, do you truly believe fire can scorch me? Have you forgotten who I am?" He did not manifest his true form. Instead, he opened his mouth wide and inhaled. Every lick of flame vanished into his being. Then, with relentless precision, he unleashed countless techniques, even summoning the sovereign heaven thunder itself. Yet the Qiankuan cauldron proved astonishingly impervious. Though he forced it to reveal its true shape, he could not breach its confines. Not yet. Outside the cauldron, Hongjun poured every ounce of his power into suppressing Lin Yang, feeling the furious resistance within the repeated surges attempting to break free, and he felt genuine astonishment. Complete mastery of the devastation law, plus command over an entire myriad world realm. This power was monstrous. How could the six sages possibly withstand such dominance? And were it not for his cunning stratagem, subduing Lin Yang would have been infinitely more arduous. This devastation law must have been acquired after he slew the devastation deity. But he attained enlightenment through cosmic law. Where is his law? Hongjun silently reflected, then tensed, knowing full well Lin Yang had yet to unleash his full might. Yet no matter how fiercely you struggle today, once sealed within the Qian Kuan cauldron, escape is impossible. All you possess shall be refined and absorbed by me. He imagined Lin Yang's essence dissolving within the cauldron, his knowledge, his power, his very Tao, flowing into himself. Especially the devastation law. Even the primordial heavenly Tao of the Hongwang realm lacked mastery over its complete form. Should he claim that perfected law from Lin Yang, his assimilation of the heavenly Tao would advance immeasurably. Yet just as this thought crystallized, a deafening explosion erupted from within the Qian Kuan cauldron. Boom! An irresistible cataclysmic force detonated outward, hurling Hongjun violently backward. Then, a blinding radiance of 5 sacred hues burst through the cauldron's lid. From within stepped a lone figure. He stood atop the Qian Kuan cauldron, wreathed in 5-colored light and the raw fury of the devastation law. His full power unveiled at last. 6 cosmic laws converged in unison, shattering the cauldron's suppression, breaking free. The 5 elements law. Hongjun was hurled back by Lin Yang, yet he could not attend to his own disarray. Instead, he scrambled to seize the Qian Kuan ding. He had never imagined it. He had assumed Lin Yang might possess a solitary path-proving law. Now there were 5. Could Lin Yang's proving be founded upon the 5 elements law? 5 elemental laws. This was not a simple arithmetic of 1 plus 1. It brought about a qualitative metamorphosis. Lin Yang's power had reached an almost inconceivable plane. A low vibration ran through the Qian Kuan ding beneath Lin Yang's feet as it struggled against his suppression. The treasure possessed unfathomable might. A low vibration ran through the Qian Kuan ding beneath Lin Yang's feet as it struggled against his suppression. The treasure possessed unfathomable might and unmatched resilience. When Lin Yang had been trapped inside before, only an eruption of 6 laws had enabled his escape, proof enough of the ding's daunting nature. Yet now pressed under his foot, it could not break free. At the same time, Lin Yang mobilized the power of his Daqian world to restrain and begin refining the Qian Kuan ding. He meant to take the ding for himself. A vortex tore open behind Hongjun as the power of the heavenly Tao surged forth and poured into him. Not only that, along with the heavenly Tao, countless cosmic rules, laws, and great Taos emerged from heaven and earth to converge upon him. They descended to empower Hongjun, and in that instant his strength swelled with insane momentum. Compared to Sanqing and the other heavenly Tao sages, Hongjun might truly be the consummate heavenly Tao sage. The disparity was crushing. Lin Yang felt a suffocating pressure, as if an inexorable tide were pressing down upon him. The very heavens and earth constrained him, stifling his power. Hongjun, bolstered, struck at Lin Yang with a palm awash in potent magical force backed by the primordial laws of Hongwang, an onslaught that seemed irresistible. In truth, save for Lin Yang, none in Hongwang could withstand Hongjun's palm. Oomph! Lin Yang emitted a muffled groan as 6 great laws flared. The force of his Daqian world saturated him, carving out about him a realm that felt uniquely his own. Even the might of the Hongwang heavenly Tao could not for a time intrude or shatter that nascent realm. Lin Yang braced and thrust forth the Shirshin spear to meet Hongjun's palm. A cataclysmic roar rent the air. The collision between them was boundless in terror and stupendous, and at the crucial instant both were compelled to constrain their blows. The unleashed energies were drawn outward and pummeled beyond the bounds of the Hongwang world. That dread power plunged into chaos, carving open the void and revealing astonishingly a nascent world where none had been. The emergent world imploded and fractured into earth, water, fire, and wind. Mayhem, seething, long slow to subside. After the strike, Hongjun halted, while Lin Yang still stood unmoved upon the Qian Kuan ding. Hongjun's face was grave and embittered. The Qian Kuan ding had already been wrested away by Lin Yang and immediately refined on the spot. Lin Yang had no need for the treasure. With a thought, he absorbed it. He no longer required the Daqian world's force to suppress the ding. His own strength had grown fiercer than before. At the pinnacle of power, Lin Yang could not help but smile at Hongjun. Tao ancestor was so intent on crushing me just now. Why then did you relent at the last moment? Instead, you have casually granted me another treasure. Could it be that Tao ancestor took pity on me and spared the suppression? How delightful. Why do we not simply call a truce and cease fighting? Hongjun sneered. Are you threatening me? Lin Yang replied unbowed. You cannot know how great my strength is now. With each passing instant, it only grows. Lin Yang, I must concede your genius. Mastering 6 laws and towering over Honghuang unrivaled beneath the heavenly Tao. Yet, Hongjun regarded Lin Yang with hauteur. Do you even comprehend how high the sky truly is? How high is the sky? Lin Yang looked up. Above Hongjun there had, without warning, emerged a canopy. No mere ornament, but a formation of the great Tao composed of 14 complete Taos. 14 whole great Taos. Among them sat glaringly the 5 elements law that Lin Yang commanded. Alongside it were the Yin-Yang law, the law of cause and effect, and countless other laws, some familiar, some alien. That awful presence, simply radiating outward, sent tremors through the soul and brooked no resistance. Lin Yang drew a deep breath. In that moment, he finally grasped the vastness of Honghuang. Honghuang was not a flawless paradise, but it was a Dacian world of the highest order. Even among Dacian worlds there were degrees. His own Dacian world contained only 6 complete laws. Honghuang boasted 14 complete laws, and its other incomplete laws were by no means weak. Only by such measure could Honghuang rank among the top-tier Dacian worlds. When Pangu first cleaved heaven and earth to pierce chaos and attain the Tao, he had been almost there, until failure claimed him. Pangu's fall left this world as it was. I will suppress you with 14 heavenly Taos. You should now be satisfied and hold no grievance, Hongjun said, smiling exuberantly. Lin Yang smiled in turn. You think I truly dare not? Hongjun's expression shifted as the canopy of 14 Taos thundered down to press upon Lin Yang. But Lin Yang merely turned and departed, manifesting his true form, a vast Hundun phoenix. It uttered a long cry and winged outward beyond the heavens as the 14 Taos fanned out, like chains in pursuit. Lin Yang then employed the Tao of space. Innumerable folds of space unfolded layer upon layer, forming a bulwark that greatly hindered the pursuit of the 14 Taos. At that moment, whether Hongjun had signaled it or the Honghuang heavenly Tao itself had sensed the peril, an even graver response arose. A colossal eye opened high above and at once cleaved down a titanic thunderbolt. This was no Zixiao divine thunder of Hongjun, but the heavenly Taos world-annihilating thunder. Its force was devastating. It struck Lin Yang. He cried out as his back was seared and torn, yet he bore the agony and accelerated rather than slowing. Lin Yang burst out of Honghuang, came to rest at the fetal membrane of its heaven and earth, took human form again, and staggered within chaos. He clenched the Shirshin spear in one hand, his eyes blazing with ferocity. The spear was wreathed in 6 laws and superbly empowered. Using the 5 elements as the spear's foundation and the destruction law as its offensive facet, the Shirshin spear in that instant was no longer meant merely to slay saintly Yuan souls. It aimed to pierce the world's membrane and annihilate the world. A figure followed with a mighty crash and likewise plunged into chaos, though it dared not draw near Lin Yang lest it provoke him further. It was Hongjun. Not only Hongjun, other sages, Hutu Mingi, and formidable figures from every quarter stood aghast. No one had expected events to escalate to such extremes. Could Lin Yang truly not be restrained? To contemplate such a deed, destroying Honghuang, meant that all would be consumed together. The prospect filled everyone with dread and disbelief. In the primordial world, the powerful beings from all sides could not help but become agitated, discussing fervently, wanting to rush out and stop Lin Yang's frenzied actions. However, one by one they hesitated. Some feared it would further provoke Lin Yang, while others recalled their own strengths and questioned why they should intervene. In the underworld, the saints exchanged glances, unsure of what to do. Even Hutu and Mingi found it hard to believe that Lin Yang would choose to act this way. Yet they understood that Lin Yang was forced into such a dire situation. Without this course of action, he would have no way to survive. Good, this is how it should be. If there is no way to live, then no one shall live. Mingi laughed loudly, his murderous intent palpable. Naturally, he and Lin Yang were on the same side. Even if Lin Yang sought to destroy the world, he would steadfastly stand with him. After all, in mutual prosperity and ruin, if Lin Yang were to be suppressed, how would he fare? Ming's heart was as clear as a mirror watching the 6 saints opposite him, and he couldn't help but sneer inwardly. If Lin Yang truly sought to annihilate the world, then, when the heavenly Tao shattered, those 6 saints would no longer be saints. It was very likely that their realms would be cast down, and Mingi contemplated which one he should use as a shield. Huda's expression changed several times before she glanced at the ancestral witches, who were all laughing, saying, "Annihilating the world is good. If no matter what we do, we cannot change it. Then what does it matter if such a world is destroyed? Sister, you need not worry about us. As for the witch clan, if the primordial world is destroyed, we will perish along with it." Huta nodded, and 6 massive whirlpools slowly rose behind her. The 6 saints' faces darkened further, and Tongtian said to Fengdu, "Brother Dao, why must it be this way? Can't we speak properly? Do you think Hongjun wants to speak properly with me?" Fengdu scoffed. The six saints had nothing to say. In the immortal mountain, the Grand Elder and Kong Xian exchanged glances, and the former said solemnly, "I never expected it would come to this. However, we have long made arrangements. Our clansmen have been summoned back to ensure they can all be evacuated when the time comes." Kong Xian nodded, looking towards the heavens, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes. He needed to grow stronger. He also aimed to become a Hunyuan Daluo Jinxian. Only then could he help Lin Yang share the pressure. It shouldn't always be Lin Yang stepping up to bear everything. Like now, he could only watch from here, feeling extremely frustrated and useless. Dong dong dong. The sound of bells resonated through the 33 heavens. It was the sound of the Chaos Bell. Dijun and Tai stepped up to stabilize the hearts of the demons. Yet gazing at Lin Yang's figure beyond the heavens, the two found it hard to remain calm. This person was too ruthless. If he couldn't win, he would simply overturn the table and destroy the primordial world. How ruthless must his heart be? Did he not fear that if the primordial world was destroyed, his own Feng clan would perish? Was this a mutual destruction? However, the two could understand Lin Yang's predicament. Indeed, there was no other way. Otherwise, who would be willing to fight so desperately? Of course, understanding, or not, both were now filled with tension. They kept thinking, if Lin Yang truly wanted to annihilate the world, what would they do? They had to know that their demon clan's 33 heavens were the closest to the outer world. Once the membrane of heaven and earth broke and chaos flooded in, wouldn't their demon clan be the first to suffer? Raise the Zhoutian Stardo array and the Hunyuan He Luo array. Dijun decisively commanded. A moment later, a sea of starlight fell and enveloped the 33 heavens, resembling an eggshell. It formed a defensive formation to protect the 33 heavens. Of course, this formation was actually of little use. It would only buy them some time at most. Once the world was breached and chaos flooded in, everyone would still die. No one would be exempt. However, with this formation in place, the demon clan felt much more at ease. Dijun and Tai, he could only hope Lin Yang would not be so crazy. At this moment, outside the 33 heavens, amidst the chaos, Lin Yang stood before the membrane of heaven and earth holding a spear. In this scene and action, even Hongjun dared not act rashly. The eye of the heavenly Tao also refrained from striking down a second annihilation lightning bolt. Lin Yang, it's still not too late to stop now otherwise, Hongjun said. However, before he could finish, Lin Yang sneered contemptuously and thrust the god-slaying spear fiercely forward. It pierced the membrane of heaven and earth, and the terrifying laws of annihilation erupted frantically, destroying the membrane. Hongjun was left dumbfounded. The eye of the heavenly Tao seemed to contract violently. Lin Yang had suddenly pierced a hole in the membrane of heaven and earth with a single thrust. Raging chaos energy surged in like a flood, finding its outlet, rushing madly into the primordial world. Annihilation. Annihilation. True annihilation. Lin Yang had indeed pierced a hole in the sky. At this moment, the powerful beings witnessing this scene couldn't help but feel their legs go weak. They stared blankly as the chaos energy cascaded down like a mighty river from above the sky. Passing through layers of turbulent winds and the starry sky, it knocked the stars off balance, causing them to no longer follow their trajectories as they dived down. Then it fiercely crashed into the great formation outside the 33 heavens. This formation combined the two great arrays of the demon clan, the Zhoutian Stardo array and the Hunyuan He Luo array. It was incredibly sturdy. Therefore, for the moment, it had not been breached, and the demons inside were unscathed. However, looking up at the hole in the membrane and the chaos surging in from it, Dijun was left stunned, his eyes seemingly losing their color. The worst had indeed happened. He murmured to himself, "Lin Yang, what exactly have you done?" Tai, clutching the chaos bell, stood beside Dijun, equally dazed, his mind blank. In the underworld, the saints' expressions changed drastically. They could no longer remain calm and flew out of the underworld, rushing towards the hole. Laozi unfolded the Taiji diagram, pressing it against the hole to block the chaos. But soon a foot stomped through the hole, forcefully kicking the Taiji diagram away. "This is for threatening me." Lin Yang laughed heartily and was then struck by several bolts of annihilation lightning from the eye of the heavenly Tao. However, Lin Yang had already torn off the mask. The power of the great thousand world surged forth continuously. Lin Yang was fully resisting the heavenly Tao of the primordial world. Even though he was battered and bruised, his body charred, and his clothes tattered, he seemed increasingly frenzied. After the previous hole, he thrust the god-slaying spear fiercely into another part of the membrane of heaven. Boom! Before the first hole could be blocked, another hole was pierced open. Raging chaos energy surged violently into the primordial world from the new hole. At this time, the primordial world felt as if it were facing the end of days. All beings were terrified, and the saints were in utter disarray. Hongjun finally panicked. Lin Yang pierced through the celestial womb membrane, unleashing primordial chaos into the Honghuang realm, a desperate apocalyptic stratagem. Even the heavenly Tao, however supreme, would cease to exist should the world itself be annihilated. Thus all of Hongjuan's ambitions, schemes, and meticulously laid plans dissolved into futility, rendered utterly void. Panicked Hongjuan rushed to stop Lin Yang. Yet though Lin Yang wielded only 6 cosmic principles vastly inferior to the Honghuang, heavenly Tao's omnipotence, he now stood within the boundless chaos where the heavenly Tao's oppressive influence over him had dramatically weakened. His full martial prowess surged forth, amplified further by the resonance of the great thousand worlds. Mastery over spatial cultivation granted him absolute freedom of movement, advancing or retreating at will. For a time Lin Yang became elusive as mist, striking the Honghuang realm with unrestrained audacity. The heavenly Tao dared no longer press too hard, while Hongjuan found himself paralyzed by caution, fearing collateral ruin. The sage lords scrambled ceaselessly, striving to seal the rift Lin Yang had torn open. Yet just as Laozi once deployed the Taiji diagram, whoever stepped forward was met instantly with Lin Yang's crushing boot. Or else a spear thrust, direct, lethal, unstoppable. Who among them dared stand before the god-slaying spear? One by one they recoiled in haste, drenched in sweat from frantic evasion. Across the Honghuang realm devastation reigned. Immortals and ancient sages alike fell into panic, their minds overwhelmed by the cataclysm unfolding before them. While the realm still held, they could flee into the chaos, but all other beings would perish alongside the world buried beneath its ruins. Yet even escape offered no salvation. The chaos itself was inhospitable to their existence. As their cultivation waned and divine energy bled away, extinction in the formless void would be inevitable. In the end they would share the Honghuang realm's fate, utter annihilation. Chaos reigned among them. Lin Yang was reviled with furious curses. For his own selfish ends he seeks to drag us all into oblivion. How utterly depraved! No wonder the heavenly Tao seeks his eradication. At Wanshou Mountains, Wuzhuang Monastery, Zenyuanzi and Hongyuan gazed upward, exchanging solemn glances. Zenyuanzi stroked his beard incessantly, so fiercely he seemed ready to pluck out strands, his inner turmoil unmistakable. Hongyuan paled, turning to Zenyuanzi. "Senior brother, if the Honghuang realm falls, what shall become of us?" Zenyuanzi sighed deeply, then called to 2 acolytes beside him. "Qingfeng Mingwe, go gather all the fruits from the tree." The acolytes hurried off. Hongyuan blinked, bewildered. "Senior brother, what?" Zenyuanzi settled calmly onto a stone bench and smiled. "What else is there to do? Eat what we can, while we still may. Should the world end, at least I shall not have starved." Hongyuan stared astonished at Zenyuanzi's unruffled composure, then back toward the violent rupture in the celestial womb membrane, his own heart refusing to still. In the netherworld, the 11 ancestral tribals bid farewell to Ho-Tu. Di Jiang declared, "Sister, you must preside over the wheel of reincarnation. We return to our tribe to shield our kin." Ho-Tu nodded. Instantly Di Jiang assumed his true form and carried the other tribals across the void in a single seamless traversal. Ho-Tu turned to Ming He, motionless, detached, as if the calamity were none of his concern. Ming He watched the 6 sage lords flail like mole rats, blasted hither and thither by Lin Yang's relentless strikes, his expression one of grim amusement. Ho-Tu shook her head, well aware of his nature, a cultivator of the path of slaughter. Merely refraining from exacerbating chaos was already a rare restraint. Expecting Ming He to aid in salvation was unthinkable. Beside him Fengdu wore the same detached grin, observing the apocalypse as though watching a spectacle at a tea house. Ho-Tu blinked, then her eyes lit up. Smiling at Fengdu, she said, "Brother, your conduct today accrues immeasurable merit. All future Honghuang grand sovereigns of the primordial Tao will surely owe you profound gratitude." Fengdu paused, then laughed. Ming He startled glanced between Ho-Tu and Fengdu, and suddenly grasped. He bowed deeply. "Brother, your merit is boundless." Fengdu smiled faintly. "Watch on, just watch on." In truth, Lin Yang had already ceased his assault. Had he pressed on, he could easily have torn 10 or more rifts in that. Even with the sage lords, each sealing 1 plus Hongjun, and the heavenly Tao, combined containment would have been impossible. He was merely performing, waiting for surrender. He had granted them ample time to deliberate. Yet should they persist in seeking his destruction, he would show no mercy. "Very well." Hongjuan's voice cut through the turmoil, calm, resolute. "We shall speak. Lin Yang, name your terms. What will it take for you to withdraw?" "You still do not understand," Lin Yang replied, and halted. Laozi seized the moment, deploying the Taiji diagram to plug the rift, yet Lin Yang refused to indulge such presumption. Negotiations had barely begun. Since when had he consented to sealing? With a thunderous stomp, Lin Yang kicked the diagram aside. As he withdrew his foot, another shadow hurtled toward the breach, ready to strike again. Recognizing Tongtian, Lin Yang frowned, then allowed him to seal the rift with the Zhuxian formation diagram. Watching Tongtian succeed, Junti attempted the same, borrowing Jane's 12-petal meritorious golden lotus to approach another rift. Lin Yang's voice rang out cold and sudden. You wish to part with your lotus platform. Zhuanti's hand trembled, retreating wounded and indignant. Leave one rift open. Seal it only when terms are agreed. The sage lords fell silent. They labored without pause, expelling every trace of chaotic qi leaking inward, returning it beyond the membrane. Only as heavenly Tao saints could they sustain this, drawing limitless power directly from the Tao itself. Yet even so, humiliation gnawed at them. They were reduced to indentured laborers, exhausted, unappreciated, endlessly toiling. Only after settling matters with the sage lords did Lin Yang turn his gaze upon Hongjun. Hongjun's face was ashen. Meeting Lin Yang's stare, he let out a stifled grunt. You resent this? Lin Yang asked. Hongjun clenched his teeth, voice thick with bitterness. No one has ever acted thus, not even Yang Mei. Precisely, Lin Yang countered, shaking his head. Yang Mei belonged nowhere in Hongwang. He could depart victorious, returning freely to chaos. But I was born here. My kin, my race, rooted in Hongwang. Only desperation drove me. Therefore, you Hongjun are the architect of this ruin. Your insatiable greed, your lust for dominion over Hongwang, your refusal to tolerate my existence, these forged this catastrophe. You bear full responsibility. Hongjun tried to protest, but the eye of the heavenly Tao flickered violently. His expression twisted. Too late. A searing beam lanced from the eye, striking Hongjun. A shriek of unbearable agony tore from his throat. Defiance swiftly crushed beneath the Tao's overwhelming authority. Hongjun opened his eyes, empty, indifferent. Gazing at Lin Yang, he spoke. Not as Hongjun, but as the heavenly Tao itself. Hongjun has received due retribution. Lin Yang nodded, then smiled faintly at the eye. Does the heavenly Tao of Hongwang possess its own consciousness? Upon hearing this, the Tao of heaven couldn't help but smile, and said, You are also the Tao of a grand world. How could you not know? Lin Yang's expression changed slightly as he pondered for a moment before nodding and saying, All right, I won't dwell on this any longer. I only want to ask you, what is the grand trend? Is the grand trend merely the dictatorial rule of Hongjun, where he can suppress whomever he pleases, and you must be an accomplice? Lin Yang questioned the Tao of heaven. The Tao of heaven remained silent for a moment, then pointed with his hand. 14 strands of the Tao flew out, forming a massive seal that blocked the last hole. Seeing this, Lin Yang did not stop him, but fixed his gaze on the Tao of heaven. The Tao of heaven withdrew his hand and said calmly, The grand trend is the grand trend from ancient times to the present, and from the present to the future, it is the grand trend. You ask me what the grand trend is, and I cannot explain it, but the grand trend is the choice of all beings, not something I dictate. As for Hongjun, he certainly does not represent anything. Hongjun is the Tao of heaven, yet the Tao does not serve Hongjun. He chose to merge with the Tao and became a part of me. Whether it is ambition or otherwise, that is his choice. I do not favor him. As for you, as an anomaly breaking free from his control, you triggered this battle, leading to the impending catastrophe for the wilds. It can be said that according to your beliefs, the grand trend of the wilds has already changed, and what results the wilds will face next lies entirely within your thoughts. The Tao of heaven looked at Lin Yang and said, So Lin Yang, how will you choose? Will you destroy the wilds and end all of this, or will you abandon the idea of destroying the wilds? In Lin Yang's mind, the system's prompt sounded ding, facing the choice given by the Tao of heaven of the wilds. Please make your selection. Option 1, destroy the wilds and receive the rewards of the innate treasure, the gate of all laws, 3 shards of the time law, 3 shards of the space law, 3 shards of the fate law, 3 shards of the causal law, and 3 shards of the yin-yang law. Option 2, abandon the destruction of the wilds and receive 11 shards of the creation jade record as rewards. Lin Yang also remained silent for a while, and then asked, What if I want to destroy the wilds? The Tao of heaven smiled and said, I will naturally comply with the wishes of all beings, and will stop you and eradicate you. Frankly speaking, Lin Yang, you may not truly be able to destroy the wilds. Lin Yang nodded, and then said, What if I give up? If you are willing to cease, then I will naturally treat it as if nothing has happened, and for your merit in this, I will bestow blessings upon you. The Tao of heaven added, The south of the wilds will always belong to the Phoenix clan. The netherworld will also be under your control. Lin Yang smiled. Suddenly, he turned and left, passing through the membrane of heaven and earth, walking into the wilds, saying, So the Tao of heaven can also tell lies. However, it doesn't matter. I indeed have no intention of destroying the world. He'll let it go this time. Lin Yang casually tossed the Qinkuan Ding into the air where it floated. He then stepped back southward, entering the everlasting fire mountain. Everyone watched Lin Yang leave. Seeing him enter the everlasting fire mountain, they all finally sighed in relief. Some even cried tears of joy, feeling a sense of survival after a calamity. In the netherworld, Ho Tu said to Feng Du, Tao brother has great compassion. Feng Du shook his head and said, "It's not that I have great compassion, but the situation is such that I have no choice." Feng Du entered the underworld and began to oversee it, managing the netherworld, one of the 3 realms of the wilds. Thus Feng Du was also called the Emperor of the Netherworld, holding the Book of Life and Death, in charge of the reincarnation of all beings. The river of the Nether also bid farewell to Ho Tu and returned to the Blood Sea. Ho Tu pointed with his hand, and a building rose in the Netherworld inscribed with the words Ho Tu Palace. Ho Tu also presided over the Netherworld, overseeing reincarnation. At the membrane of heaven and earth, the saints looked at the Tao of Heaven, wanting to speak, but hesitating. The Tao of Heaven said to the saints, "Niwa can take the Qiankuan Ding to mend the sky." After saying this, the form of the Tao of Heaven vanished. The saints were left behind, sighing in relief as they looked at Niwa, their eyes filled with envy. Mending the sky. This was indeed a great act of merit. Unfortunately, the Tao of Heaven assigned this task to Niwa. They couldn't even compete for it. Niwa's eyes lit up with joy as she hurried to retrieve the Qiankuan Ding left by Lin Yang. This Qiankuan Ding is a treasure of creation. Niwa admired it, but she also knew it was merely borrowed from Lin Yang. Once the sky was mended, she would have to return it, which made her sigh. Niwa took out many materials and tossed them into the Qiankuan Ding. After pondering, she said to the other saints, "Brothers and sisters, I wish to refine the 5 colored stones to mend the sky, but I still lack many materials. I ask everyone for help." Upon hearing this, the saints were slightly taken aback, but then they all took out their materials and handed them to Niwa. Even the 2 saints from the west, who often lamented their poverty, unexpectedly brought forth large blocks of gung metal. They handed it over to Niwa without any reluctance. After all, this was a good deed that would share the merit. Niwa, being clever, did not want to offend her fellow disciples by taking all the merit for herself, so she claimed to need materials from everyone. The saints, understanding her intent, naturally had no reason to refuse. Niwa placed all the gathered materials into the Qiankuan Ding, wielding the way of creation, activating the Qiankuan Ding, and began to refine the 5 colored stones. This refining took hundreds of years, but finally Niwa succeeded. The Qiankuan Ding opened, and one after another pieces of 5 colored stones flew out. First, Tongtian opened the hole blocked by the immortal execution array, filling it with about half of the 5 colored stones. Accompanied by a dazzling burst of multicolored light, the light gradually dimmed. Yet the hole had been completely filled, seamlessly connecting with the surrounding membrane of heaven and earth, showing no signs of past damage. Then the remaining half of the 5 colored stones filled another hole, temporarily sealed by the Tao of Heaven. Similarly, a burst of multicolored light emerged, and this hole was also filled. Surprisingly, after filling the hole, there was still an extra piece of 5 colored stone. Niwa held this piece, contemplated for a moment, then casually tossed it into the wilds, unaware of where it would land. The other saints did not mind. Only Zhuanti glanced at it silently, noting the approximate location where the 5 colored stone had fallen. Thus the task of mending the sky was considered complete. The saints felt a surge of anticipation, and indeed shortly after a dazzling merit emerged from the void. Then before the saints' eyes, this merit was divided into several portions, 2 of which were relatively larger. One portion belonged to Niwa, while the other flew into the Qiankuan Ding, carried by it toward the everlasting fire mountain in the south, making the saints feel quite uncomfortable. Lin Yang merely borrowed a ding, he did nothing, and still received so much merit. Zhuanti felt that he had given too much material earlier and received little merit in return. The saints divided the remaining merit, which was considered a consolation prize. This battle truly left them terrified. Even now they felt as if they had just woken from a nightmare. It was close, the wilds were nearly obliterated. Lin Yang was simply too fierce, even their teacher had no means to deal with him. In the end, Lin Yang still smiled last. At least that's how it appeared to the saints. Meanwhile, as Niwa refined the 5 colored stones to mend the heavens, Lin Yang returned to the immortal volcano. After paying respects to the elder patriarch and Kong Xian and Peng, he entered the palace and sealed himself in seclusion. Though Lin Yang emerged victorious in the end, his triumph was in truth merely the fruit of mutual compromise. As the heavenly Tao itself had declared, should Lin Yang persist in annihilating the world, success would remain uncertain. Of course, failure would have meant mutual annihilation, a cataclysmic end for both sides. Precisely for this reason, even the heavenly Tao had no choice but to yield. Upon entering the palace, Lin Yang silently resumed cultivation, drawing upon the primordial power of the grand cosmos to heal his wounds grievous beyond measure. After all, he had withstood the full onslaught of the Honghuang heavenly Tao's wrath. The apocalyptic divine thunderbolt striking his very flesh brought excruciating torment. It took him several centuries of reclusive recovery before his injuries finally healed. One day, while still deep in seclusion, Lin Yang sensed a profound tremor ripple across heaven and earth. Niwa had completed the mending of the heavens. The merit of this celestial feat descended, and the Qianquan cauldron returned bearing his destined share. Lin Yang summoned the Qianquan cauldron with a casual gesture. It settled before him, its interior aglow with golden radiance, the luminous merit of heaven mending shimmering within. With a thought he drew forth a yellow lotus throne, the 12-petaled nether yellow lotus, his reward for aiding Ho Tu's attainment of Tao. And not only this one, soon 2 more lotus thrones materialized before him. The 12-petaled purifying white lotus and the 12-petaled annihilating black lotus. Counting also his own Fengdu avatar, the 12-petaled reincarnative violet lotus. Lin Yang now possessed 4 lotus thrones. Could Fengdu absorb these 3 lotus thrones? Though merely his avatar, such an enhancement would elevate Fengdu's might to near primordial parity, capable of rivaling even a Hunyuan sovereign. Lin Yang murmured inwardly, then lifted the 12-petaled nether yellow lotus into his palm. Instantly, the boundless force of the grand cosmos surged around it, enveloping the sacred artifact. A sharp crack echoed. Lin Yang clenched his fist and fissures spiderwebbed across the lotus surface. He intensified his grip relentlessly until at last the 12-petaled nether yellow lotus shattered completely, its fragments cascading into the Qianquan cauldron, merging with the golden merit of heaven mending. The primordial essence remains intact. Though not born of the chaotic azure lotus, this nether yellow lotus is its peer in origin and rarity, no less precious than any other lotus throne. Having reached this conclusion, Lin Yang unhesitatingly crushed the remaining 2 lotus thrones, as well casting their shards into the cauldron. Finally, he retrieved additional merit bestowed by the heavenly Tao, accumulated from past deeds, and cast those 2 into the Qianquan cauldron. A thunderous boom resounded as Lin Yang commenced refinement, infusing the grand cosmos power into the fragments, purging and tempering them ceaselessly. Gradually each shard dissolved, coalescing into a single pool of primordial essence, an aura so terrifying it defied comprehension. For this essence embodied the fusion of 3 supreme lotus thrones, vast celestial merit, and countless strands of cosmic law, its potency unparalleled. Even Lin Yang felt a stirring of desire, but with a wave of his hand he sealed the Qianquan cauldron and dispatched it via grand divine artifice to the netherworld, to Fengdu. Fengdu, his sovereign avatar, governed one of the 3 realms of Hongwang, a steward whose strength demanded. Having completed this, Lin Yang gestured once more, whereupon 15 fragments of cosmic law manifested around him, each pulsing with radiant, distinct luminescence. 3 fragments of the law of life, 3 of the law of death, 3 of the law of reincarnation, 3 of the law of slaughter, and 3 of the law of blood. 15 fragments in total, a spectacle of staggering magnificence. Even Lin Yang, master of myriad wonders, had never wielded such opulence. He opened his mouth and drew in 3 fragments of the law of life. Refinement began and spanned centuries. When complete, Lin Yang attained profound insight into the law of life, also known as the law of vitality. Next, he ingested 3 fragments of the law of death, followed by another arduous cycle of cultivation. Centuries later, the 3 fragments were fully assimilated. His understanding of the law of death, also called the law of oblivion, now matched that of the law of life. Opening his eyes, twin auras erupted from his form, one vibrant with teeming life, the other heavy with absolute stillness. They intertwined, clashing yet harmonizing, giving rise to esoteric phenomena. Life and death, antithetical yet inseparable, fused into a singular unified Tao. Life and death may engender reincarnation, but reincarnation transcends mere life and death. Lin Yang sighed softly, then withdrew the dual auras and drew breath once more. He swallowed 3 fragments of the law of reincarnation. Centuries passed, and when refinement concluded, his grasp of this law deepened immeasurably. Without pause, he consumed 3 fragments of the law of slaughter. As cultivation progressed, a torrent of ruthless martial fury emanated from his being. The path of slaughter was fierce, neither wholly righteous nor purely malevolent. After centuries of refinement, Lin Yang mastered this 3rd law, adding it to his sovereign arsenal. Lastly, he swallowed the 3 fragments of the law of blood, refining them over centuries until they too were fully integrated. Thus Lin Yang mastered yet another cosmic law. Though the law of blood ranked modestly among the 3,000 great Tao laws, its profundity remained ineffable, unique in its arcane resonance. Activating the law of blood, his vital essence surged, boiling, roaring, overflowing. Behind him, crimson chi coalesced in thick roiling currents. Suddenly the blood mist condensed into a phoenix, its cry piercing, laced with savage primordial. And not only the phoenix, immediately thereafter another figure formed, towering, colossal, forged from blood alone. It was Pangu, the primordial ancestor's blood shadow, radiating ancient, overwhelming dread. These 2 blood evaders were undeniably manifestations of Lin Yang's inherited essences, the phoenix of chaos and Pangu himself, long dormant, yet now awakened. I never realized these two bloodlines remained unmastered. Now with the law of blood at my command, I shall finally refine them utterly, sealing them into my very Tao. His eyes flickered crimson, a sinister unearthly hue, as he prepared to resume cultivation. At that moment a system prompt resonated within his mind. Ding! The water ancestor god Gonggong and the fire ancestor god Zhurong, incited by the Yao clan, have commenced battle atop Buzhou Mountain. Will you intervene? Option 1. Accept the quest to halt the ancestors' war. Reward 1 fragment of the law of water, 1 fragment of the law of fire. Option 2. Decline the quest. Reward the supreme primordial spirit root, 5-leaved needle pine. Fragments of the law of water and the law of fire. And that 5-leaf needle pine, a 5-element spiritual root. After hearing the system's prompt, Lin Yang felt a faint twinge of indecision. Usually he preferred not to meddle in other affairs of Hong Huang, they were too troublesome. Yet at the thought of the looming clash between Gonggong and Zhurong, Lin Yang judged that this time he could not remain aloof. For the Wuyo Liangjia now unfolding was no longer the same as before. In the prior cycle, the Wuyo calamity led Hutu to transform into the wheel of reincarnation, becoming Pingxin, Yang, abandoning the Wuzu, and never leaving her post. But in the present Wuyo Liangjia, the cycle of reincarnation was forged under Hutu's own solemn vow to the Tao. She thereby attained the Tao and rose to the rank of Hunyuan de Luo, golden immortal, known by the title Hutu Yang rather than Pingxin. Thus Hutu remains of the Wuzu. If anything threatens the Wuzu, Hutu will surely intervene. Once she steps in, matters grow complicated, the conflict could escalate, and the Wuyo Liangjia might become bloodier than it was before. The heavenly Tao preserves 14 complete laws far surpassing me, Lin Yang muttered. He had only just begun to recuperate and had no desire to tangle with Hongjun or the Tao in the near future. Time is on my side, he thought. When his strength had risen further, no matter how the Tao favored others, he would be untroubled. He would no longer have to threaten the Tao by tearing open Hong Huang, as he once had. He had been made out to look like a great villain before. Lin Yang shook his head, and with a mere thought reached out to his Fengdu avatar in the Yuming realm. Fengdu had been receiving the many lotus pedestal essences Lin Yang had gifted it these years, absorbing and refining them, so that its strength grew by the day. As the steward of the underworld, it also accrued merits daily, so its ascent in power was naturally rapid. Fengdu was still cultivating when Lin Yang's transmitted voice arrived. It did not delay, immediately relaying the matter to Hutu. The battle between Gonggong and Zhurong was not a trifle. At best it would cost the two great ancestral Wu some injuries. At worst, and most terrifyingly, it might drive some iron-head fool to recklessly batter the sacred mountains. Though Gonggong's strength alone was not thought sufficient to topple Hong Huang's foremost divine mountain, who could say by what strange principle it might happen? In the former Wuyo Liangjia, Gonggong truly did knock the mountain down. Such a calamity would be an unprecedented cataclysm. Lin Yang could be spared the bother of again offering merits to mend the sky, though he resolved to snuff out the spark of disaster before it could flare. As for how the Yao who stoked this conflict might take his interference, Lin Yang cared little. That he would not vent his wrath on the Yao was already generosity enough. What complaints could the Yao possibly voice? Meanwhile, Hutu, upon being apprised, was herself taken aback. Gonggong and Zhurong at war. Was that not common enough? Those two had long harbored mutual dislike, and squabbles between them were customary, something every member of the Wuzu took in stride. Had it been otherwise, the other Zuwu would not have simply eyed the spectacle until now without stepping in to stop them. Why then did Fengdu trouble to alarm her? Heedless of her puzzlement, Hutu sensed the seriousness and swiftly emerged from seclusion, departing the Yuming realm. This was her first time leaving the Yuming realm since attaining the Tao. Hutu descended directly to Buzhou Mountain, and upon beholding the fierce combat between Gonggong and Zhurong, she immediately perceived that something was amiss. Both had unleashed true flames, locked in a fight to the death. What infuriated Hutu most was that several Zuwu stood nearby cheering on Gonggong and Zhurong as if at a festival. Such callous delight at disaster. Both of you cease at once. Hutu roared. With two mighty palms she struck, sending Gonggong and Zhurong sprawling to the ground. They were dazed, and when they staggered up they lunged for one another anew. Hutu slapped them down twice more until at last they were sufficiently sober. At the sight of Hutu, they were bewildered. Sister Hutu. They could hardly recall how they had come to act so strangely a moment before, and each felt a lingering fear as they glared at the other. When the other Zuwu saw Hutu return, they gathered round her. Hutu looked at her elder brothers with a blend of anger and helplessness. Enough. Go inside the father's hall and discuss this further, Hutu ordered. The Zuwu followed obediently. Gonggong and Zhurong, sensing the enough. Go inside the father's hall and discuss this further, Hutu ordered. The Zuwu followed obediently. Gonggong and Zhurong, sensing the change in mood, exchanged a conspiratorial thought to slip away. But Hotu strode ahead and commanded, "Bring Gong and Zhurong in and do not let them escape." The Zhuwu turned at her words and saw the two trying to run. Smiles of geniality spread upon their faces, and in a single rush, they seized the pair, carrying them straight into the Pango Hall. Zhurong struggled and cried, "No, Sister Hotu, I know my error. I will not do it again. I will not dare next time." Gong muttered dejectedly, "Sister Hotu, brothers, spare our faces." The Zhuwu paid them no heed, laughing as they bore them inside. Those of the Wuzhu who had watched the fight broke into thunderous laughter. Great Wu like Xingtian Hui and Jiufeng lingered at the hall's entrance, straining to eavesdrop after the Zhuwu entered. Once inside the Pango Hall, Hotu recounted the events and admonished Gong and Zhurong severely. Both were deeply ashamed. Their quarrel had begun over trivialities, and in the heat of it, they had entirely lost themselves. "Very well," Dijiang declared. "Gong, you will remain in the north. Zhurong, you go to the south. Keep as far apart as possible. If you seldom meet, there will be no repeats of today." He added, "Most important is that we stand united as brothers and sisters. Such violent brawls among us must not occur again." The Zhuwu agreed in unison. Hotu nodded. After staying among the Wuzhu for some days, she returned to the Yuming realm to continue tending the cycle of reincarnation. While Hotu checked the clash high above in the 33 heavens, Diju and Tai and Kunpeng watched the battle through their divine arts. Seeing the two halted by Hotu, the three men shook their heads in disappointment. Dijuan told Kunpeng, "With Hotu stepping in, the Yao Master's stratagem has failed. And with the Zhuwu now on guard, opportunities will be far scarcer." Dijuan added, his expression heavy with Kunpeng sighed helplessly. "Then we shall have to devise another plan. The Wuzhu now possesses Hotu, who rules the cycle and maintains close ties with the other two Hunyuan de Luo golden immortals. Under such circumstances, any scheme we might hatch will be exceedingly difficult," Kunpeng lamented. The three conferred a while longer before each went their separate way.